Hello and welcome to Goodwood House, to the Festival of Speed, and it is day 2 here today. I'm joined by Alice Powell and Harry Benjamin, and as you can hear, the cars are already on track for another day's running up the hill here. But first of all, your thoughts, your reflections on day 1, Harry?
Oh, well, what a great day to kick things off. The sunshine was out in force. So many things on offer. Loads of brands launching new cars, of course. You had a big Chinese batch of electric vehicles going up with the Yangwang, which could do a 360 turn like a tank, which is so cool. But also things like the McMurtry as well, the record holder, of course, from a couple of years ago. The huge fan car. Amazing.
Yours, Alice?
I'd have to say the manufacturers, the big reveal of the new BMW M5, and we saw also the new MG HS as well. Thursday's always a great day for those global reveals.
Well, don't let the skies fool you. It is due to brighten up, and we are due for some better weather as the day goes on today. We're ready for day 2 at the Festival of Speed. Plenty more then to see today. Here is your timetable. We get underway very, very shortly with the main theme from 1890 to 1960. Then we bring it up to date, 1970 to 2024. Then we have the dirt bikes in batch 4 at 10:05, F1 Isle of Man TT. As well, we have a warm-up show for the Goodwood Action and Sports Arena from 10:30. First glance on road bikes from 10:55. Drift, Yost, Niki Lauda and Mercedes-Benz will all be on the hill from 11:35. The Red Arrows, weather permitting, will be up in the skies at 11:45. The supercars will be running up the hill from 12:25 this afternoon. We continue into the afternoon with an MG moment at 1:05 here in front of the house. The main theme from 1890 to 1960 from 1:20. We have a show at the Goodwood Action and Sports Arena from 1:30. Then the F1 Isle of Man TT and dirt bikes are back on the hill from 5 to 2. We'll have time practice for the shootout from 2:45 this afternoon. And then it's a moment on the balcony with Richard Petty, the King, NASCAR royalty, 3:15 this afternoon. Be there for that. And there is a show in the Goodwood Action and Sports Arena from 3:30 this afternoon with the BMX best tricks coming up later on as well. The main theme are up to date 1970 to 2024 on the hill from 3:30 this afternoon. First glance on road bikes from 4 o'clock. Supercars are back on the hill at 4:40, and as I mentioned, the best tricks with the BMX. There is a competition in the Action and Sports Arena from 5:30 this afternoon. We finish the day with Drift, Yost, Niki Lauda and Mercedes-Benz at 25 to 6 this evening. A full day of action. What are you looking forward to, Harry Benjamin?
Oh, so much. We've got more F1 drivers here this weekend. Fernando Alonso is here. He's got his very own Aston Martin, the Valiant, basically a company car that he's designed. All the best things a driver could want in a car, road legal, hugely expensive, of course, but we get to see that up the hill in racing green. Beautiful.
Yes, we'll hopefully hear from him as well. Other world champions today, Emerson Fittipaldi and Damon Hill, but other forms of motorsport as well. We've got the bikes, we've got the supercars, everything's going up the hill today.
I think that's what makes Goodwood Festival Speed so special. You get to see everything. You get to see the supercars. We had the manufacturers yesterday. I'm really looking forward to Niki Lauda's tribute. It's 5 years since he sadly left us, and we've got a whole host of his cars going up the hill a couple of times today.
Yes, we even had sidecars going up the hill yesterday, which you wouldn't get me on even if you paid me. Talking of being paid a lot of money, David Green is at the top of the hill for us. How's it looking up there, David?
Well, you may think you're having all the fun down there by the house, but this is a top paddock. It looks a little quiet at the moment, but believe me, this is a lot of fun today. When all the drivers finish their run, they park up here and they get out and talk about their drive. Think of it like sort of the podium sitters in F1 in that room, but a lot less awkward. They're all having a laugh, they're having fun, and we get to speak to them. And if you look down there, you can see there's quite a bit of action going on this skid. Travis Pastrana came in here so hot yesterday, I didn't even think he was going to stop, but he turned it into a couple of donuts, parked and got out as cool as a cucumber. He's ready for the shootout. We'll be talking to lots of people today, and we'll also see that fantastic Plymouth Superbird driven by Kyle Petty in honour of his father, Richard. When that comes in here, that's going to sound good as well as look good.
It is indeed, David. Thank you very much. You'll be at top of the hill for us all day today. And it is an amazing place up there because they can't go anywhere. They have to wait to be able to then come back down the hill again. So he's trapped with all these incredible names up there.
Yeah, I think David's lucked out this weekend. He's doing Ed's job. Ed Foster, who can't be with us this weekend. And Ed normally was like, oh, no, woe is me, I'm up here on my own. Actually, he's got the best job of them all. Trap the drivers, have a good chat, tea and coffee, lovely work.
Yes, apparently. He's got some very nice toilets up there as well. Tea, coffee, all the facilities you could possibly need. We've got the Richard Petty moment today. And when you look at his life, his history, his career, it is an incredible dynasty in the sport, but also giving back now as well through their foundation. It's so wonderful to see that he's going to be recognised here in front of all these motorsport fans today.
It is. I mean, coming all the way across the pond with the NASCARs. We had quite a few NASCARs last year. We're having even more this year. And like you said, especially the work with the foundation is doing, putting back into motorsport. I just think it's fantastic that Goodwood are honouring him here over the weekend.
Yes, so make sure, if you are at Goodwood today, come down here, join us for that balcony moment, because I'll be up there chatting to Richard and to his son Kyle as well a little later on, and you will get to see that Speedbird, immortalised, of course, in the film The Cars. You'll get to see that Speedbird later on today here on the gravel. Now, you are off to commentary today, but also getting involved in some other bits and pieces around the place.
Yes, absolutely. Well, there's loads of brands here, obviously. There's lots of stuff to get stuck into, and the electric vehicle market is absolutely booming too. After this, I'm off to go see the new Polestar, the Roadster concept car, which looks incredible up close. It's Polestar's first Roadster. They've also got the 3 and the 4 here as well. And they've kind of nicked the moniker from Tesla in terms of cool, sleek car design, looking to the future. So gonna have a look at that and see what that's all about.
You're in commentary for us again today as well. What are you looking forward to seeing most on the hill today?
Oh, I can't pick one thing, Rachel. I can't pick. I've already said Niki Lauda, but also the tribute we've got to Red Bull Racing. We have so many of their cars here this weekend. We've also going to be treated to on Sunday Max Verstappen. I don't know if you've heard of him, or anyone's heard of him, but apparently he's turning up on Sunday as well.
Yes, not just Max, actually. Red Bull's 18 of their 20 cars, the 20 years that they've been in the sport of Formula One. We'll have Daniel Ricciardo, Christian Horner, Mark Webber, Sergio Perez, Christian Klein. It's a plethora of stars, and they'll also be here on the balcony. That is on Sunday, though. Today, we have plenty of on-track action for you, and plenty going on around the place as well. So make sure that you do stick with us all day, because we'll be bringing you every flavour of this Festival Speed Day 2. The weather is going to brighten up. I know we're in our wellies and our coats now, because it's raining and it was awful when we got here this morning, but we are told those clouds are going to clear and it's going to be a glorious day here today at the Festival of Speed. Let's join our commentators now, who are going to take you through this first batch of cars up this famous hill. It is Ben Edwards and Bruce Jones.
Thank you very much, Rachel. It's lovely to be in the combox, ready to go. OK, the weather's not as perfect as it was yesterday, but it's getting better. And Bruce, we're looking forward to getting into the first pack of cars. The origins, really, of motoring, not just of racing, but of the first vehicles ever to be taken onto the road that weren't driven by horses, basically. And that's what we're going to be seeing. But we're building up then, as we go through, to some of the most technical advances in the world of motoring.
Yeah, so, Ben, I think it's very safe to say that motor racing drove so much progress, because the moment you had your first race was the moment you had the second car that was ever built. And so we've moved on. But driven by steam, driven by Duncan Pittaway, who always brings interesting cars. That's the Salverson Seam Wagonette down on the line. Clearly, you don't just press the pedal and get going in that one. There is an awful lot that needs to be concocted. But just to touch on some of the developments in this first batch of cars running in the horse-to hybrid. Steam, as we can see, will have propeller-driven cars, supercharging came in, V16 engines, gas turbines. We work our way through the orders. Not all of these ideas worked at the time. Sometimes you needed other technology that could come on board. Once they were combined, then it all started to work.
So here we go then. It all sets off the horseless to hybrid show, the pioneers of propulsion. And that's what we're starting with right now. The Salverson Steam Wagonette, twin-cylinder external combustion steam engine, of course. So you're getting the sound. Give them a wave as they come past you if you're standing beside the hill climb here at Goodwood. If you're watching with us, it's lovely to have you with us. And this is a perfect start, really. One of the very first road cars, this was, back in its era of 1893. Yes, that far away. 1893 this was created. And it was in Scotland. They were managed to move on with steam-powered, of course, for a while. It was an option to use steam power, and in many ways the power there, it was huge, as we know. You can get very fast performance out of steam, but the problems of actually running it, of course, on a road car, keeping it heated up, keeping the boiler running, not always so easy.
Absolutely not, but one thing that really appeals to me, this was one of the very first road cars, as you say, in Scotland, but it was delivered 3 years before they repealed the Red Flag Act, needing someone waving a red flag, going ahead to all of the impending arrival of this steam machine. But you can imagine jaws dropping as it came past. Les Searle on the controls.
Yeah, and it's running along at a decent pace as well, isn't it? Lovely to see Les Searle taking control of it and making sure it's all working. It has a crew of 3, 1 to steer, 1 to brake, and 1 to keep the fire going. So that's basically what you're seeing. So we've actually got 4 on it this time, so we've got a passenger as well. But it's what it is capable of doing.
This will be a vehicle that doesn't go the whole way to the top of the hill. I think it's going to peel off very shortly and return to paddock. Look, the indicator's out, the semaphore arm. So arm to the left, vehicle to the left. So that's 1893, just a couple of years ago, really.
Just a couple of years ago, yeah. No, it's wonderful to see, isn't it? Really, really fabulous stuff. This is the Panhard and Levasseur Roi des Belges, the Bender chair, who's in that at the moment. And this is a 5-litre 4-cylinder. So this is a petrol engine, one of the early petrol engines. And it was a star. This machine's been a star of the London Brighton veteran car run for many, many years, in fact. So, yeah, this is from 1901.
Beautiful wicker baskets on the side. So much style in a lot of these cars. But what one realises was just how fast the developments were coming. And again, this one is not going the whole way to top of the hill course. We knew that the first 2 vehicles would not be doing so. But then we'll have cars with a very different cut of their jib. We started going to much, much larger engines. Often aero engines were used. And we have a full array of cars. Looking down the start line, we jumped ahead to car 21 is the Howmet. That's a gas turbine car. So we're talking about the mid-1960s. And they then tried them on the ovals at Indy 500 as well. Lotus were involved and had a go with that as well. But again, we leap around. Turbocharging, of course, was something in the mid-1970s was suddenly coming on stream, and Renault were very much the pioneers.
They were indeed. They brought the turbocharging into Formula One, as you say, in the late 1970s. It took a little while to get things going. It was sort of 1977, 78 when they were really trying to make it work. But in 79, they finally got there, and that's what we're going to be looking at, is one of those 1979 Formula One cars. But they were also very successful as they attacked Le Mans, and Le Mans, of course, was absolutely crucial to the whole Renault and Alpine setup, and that is another of the vehicles that we're going to be seeing out here in just a short space of time.
Well, I was going to say, if one manufacturer does well, the others have to do it. And in France, it was Matra that struck first, with Graham Hill scoring so many wins. And, of course, that really was red rag to the bull for Renault. And they bounced back with the yellow and black car we saw just before, which took victory with Didier Pironi on board in the later 70s. And then the shapes of the sports car races at the time changed very quickly indeed. Lancia always had that approach of small and light, and beautiful, it must be said.
Yeah, the Lancia LC2 from the mid-1980s. That was a very beautiful car, very successful as well, and had some good results, there's no doubt about it, in its period. Of course, it was battling with the likes of Porsche at the time, the 956, so it wasn't always able to take the victories that perhaps it would have liked, but it's a very beautiful car.
And often when you look in a beautiful car at any of the Goodwood events, you find a Pirro name on the helmet, so an Emanuele, who, in terms of his racing, so much success at Le Mans, very, very good single-seater driver in Formula 3000 before that, but also one of the most personable people. When he hops out of a car, he's always got something to talk about. We mentioned gas turbines, and here comes the Howmet to set the ball rolling. You see the giant air intake over the top, but just one little figure I want to throw at you. This rotary engine, the gas, was running at 57,000 RPM. I'm not making it up, it's just a very good number.
Xavier Michelin is the driver in this at the moment. And apparently, we're just listening in to that wonderful gas turbine as it launches up the hill. This is a helicopter turbine, apparently. It was from a helicopter, this motor, the Jet A1. And it was developed for Endurance World Championship in the late 1960s. They managed to race both in the United States, came over to here to the UK to race briefly as well, but then did go back to the States and take a victory, the only turbine car ever to win a race.
One would suggest the Goodwood hill climb is not its natural hunting ground, particularly on a greasy hill this morning, because anyone who drives this car says it's about getting that spooled up, and that you can sort of imagine once the turbine is going around at those enormous number of rotations per minute. But great to have this piece of history going up the hill.
It is good for us to have a little chance of looking at the hill as well. A little bit of dampness, of course, around, and I'm sure those of you here today experiencing that the ground is a little bit damp. Yesterday we had a nice dry line all the way up the hill that was cleaning up. It's a little bit damp, but hopefully we will be getting up to some drying. Now, Citroën heading up the hill, and that is the BX40C. John Saunders is at the wheel of that, and of course rallying for them was always very, very important, and trying to deliver. It didn't always quite work out, whereas rallying for the Toyota and for Hyundai at the moment, and for Ford, all battling in the World Rally Championship, and we're seeing a whole mix of them here at Goodwood this weekend.
Yeah, we talk enormously at length about Group B rallying in the mid to late 1980s, super spectacular, but now I think with these cars we're getting back to that level of dynamism on the rally stages. For the drivers, anybody who's a top rally driver can drive on any surface, day or night, slippery or grippy, and that's why they're always perfectly suited. And of course these cars will go up to the top of the hill, they'll also be competing on the special rally stage here as well, and that's going to be slippery this morning.
Yeah, it's lovely to see the Hyundai up there. Current doing extremely well in the World Rally Championship. Danny Sordo, who is part of this team, present throughout the whole weekend, in fact, and tackling the hill climb. We will be seeing him do a run later on when we're doing the timed evidence up the hill as well. So we're back to the Renault Turbo now of the RS10 from 1979. Heading up the hill right now. This was a car that actually did take its first victory with turbocharged power in Formula One in that period. Jean-Pierre Jabouille, who was the very much the Renault driver, wasn't he? He was so much part of that team for many, many years.
Yeah, he did a lot of the development work. The car very plain, and then gradually brought it into Formula One midway through 1977. And by 79 it was working and finally winning. And that first win, fittingly on home soil at Dijon-Prenoir.
The Matra Simca. So a lot of French involvement right now. So we've gone from Renault to the Matra. Matra was one of the great suppliers of sports cars in the late 1960s and 70s. And Emanuele Pirro at the wheel of it. It's lovely to see Emanuele here. Such experience of racing at Goodwood, but also at Le Mans. And he is such a fan of motorsport. So much history to him. I had a great chat with him earlier this year. And he's still involved in all different aspects, isn't he?
He is. He's been often the driving staff steward at Grand Prix over the last handful of years. But it's the fact that he's a fan who went racing. So he has a huge appreciation of the sport. Just so enthusiastic. Now, for a lot of British fans, Jaguar fans of a certain age, it was a glorious time. Tom Walkinshaw ran some cars that suddenly put Jaguars back on the victory podium at Le Mans and developed a huge following all around Europe. The cars then went racing in the States, the IPSA series as well, in their various iterations. But the Jaguar XJR9 LN, that's the longer body. You can see the low rear wing. You don't want a high up rear wing. You need to have minimum drag down the straight, the Mulsanne straight, and that was the days before chicanes. So this is a car made for purpose.
Absolutely. And Jaguar, with this type of car, they had a 5-strong Jaguar contingent in 1988, so that's when this was entered into Le Mans, and the victory went to Jan Lammers, Johnny Dumfries and Andy Wallace. And we will be seeing Andy Wallace out a little bit later on in one of the Bugattis. He's part of that. But it's also rather sad remembering Johnny Dumfries. Johnny was a lovely guy. I remember him well. No longer with us, I'm afraid. And Johnny was racing Formula Ford when I first started getting involved in motorsport. Lovely man, and it was lovely that, but despite his Formula One efforts not quite working out, he managed to get that Le Mans victory.
But you know what? It's a thankless task being a teammate to Ayrton Senna, because of course Senna was the coming guy. But actually, history chooses, if you choose to look back, that Johnny's times were very, very impressive indeed. It was just relative to Ayrton Senna. He didn't quite come to be the very top ticket. We're celebrating here also 130 years of Mercedes in motorsport, and of course Johnny didn't just race for Jaguar, he then went on to race the Sauber Mercedes. Very, very brave, very quick driver.
Yeah.
Badly.
Yeah, great man, very much missed, as you say. We are respecting quite a few drivers over the course of this weekend, of course, and one of the others that we will be respecting a lot is Gilles de Ferran, who we lost at the end of last year. But we're just focusing on the Jaguar at the moment as it heads up the hill with that lovely sound of its 7-litre V12. It has a very distinctive noise. Great success from Jaguar in the late 1980s. And then we moved to Lotus, funnily enough, having just talked about the mix between Dumfries and Senna.
Yeah, we're moving to the Lotus 77, really for quite a few years after the Lotus 72 that was so successful in the hands of Emerson Fittipaldi et al. Lotus lose its mojo a little bit. Colin Chapman's still a creative genius, but it was the car that followed this one. The 78 came after the 77, and that moved technology forward in the way that we'd approve from horseless to hybrid, because that was the car that brought ground effects into Formula One. But in 77, it was in the mix, but not a winner.
That's right. Nicholas Padmore just taking control of this car. I think that the 77 just got one win, didn't it, with Mario Andretti in Japan at the end of the year. But that was a bit of an odd race anyway, and they got that victory. But you're right, they then moved on extremely effectively after that, and it all worked very, very well indeed. So the Alfa Romeo heading up the hill now. Annette Weissman, who is driving that, the Alfa Romeo P3. This was the Tipo B, one of the most successful cars of that period. It was sort of before everything else, like Mercedes and Auto Union started getting into being a part of it. From 1933, this one really was one of the most successful Grand Prix cars of its period.
It was, and driven by two of the outstanding drivers of the age, Tazio Nuvolari and Achille Barzi. And just imagine when the Silver Arrows of Auto Union and Mercedes were starting to be in their pomp in Germany. What do they want to do? Win their Grand Prix. Who won it? Alfa Romeo. It really stung them to make their cars even more spectacular. Again, that's part of the stimulus that drives manufacturers forward.
Absolutely right. And yeah, Alfa Romeo needed that sort of boost, as it were. The connection with Ferrari crucial for them. And now we're just taking a look at one of the land speed record machines. So this is the Sunbeam 350 horsepower, and land speed record is why it has that long tail. That was about aerodynamics in those days. It was about trying to reduce the drag. The front end, probably not quite so aerodynamic.
Yeah, we'll get on the front end later. We've done the back, beautiful. Now, this is a car that set a record of just under 134 miles an hour around the Bank Circuit in Surrey at Brooklands, and phenomenal. But just, it does seem as though it's drawn by a child in so many ways. But it was the early rudimentary understandings of aerodynamics that made it work, and Sunbeam was sucked the power on both sides of the Atlantic in the 1920s.
Absolutely, yeah. No, this was a very, very successful machine, and the Isle of Man TT a crucial part of all of that. So 1920 this machine was created, and we're looking at some of the other earlier ones. This is another of the Sunbeam Tourist Trophy. So this was more of the race vehicle from the Isle of Man Tourist Trophy. There's a little bunch of them, and it's rather fun seeing the Max Verstappen name on the side of it.
It's got the number 1, that's his World Championship number, clearly, but Max will be coming here to Goodwood Professional Speeds with Red Bull of Racing, celebrating 20 years since the team has started, but he'll be here on Sunday.
Tim Moore is driving this, giving us a little wave from the Sunbeam Tourist Trophy machine. Fairly small engine, actually, funnily in those days. It was basically just over 3 litres. So at a time when a lot of the manufacturers are going for bigger engines, this was in 1914, as I say, just before the First World War, yet they were getting into the idea that if you ran something a little bit lighter and smaller, it did actually become quite effective.
Yes, but if you were going for the land speed records that was so important, that the engine was everything. And in fact, when we get to the Fiat S76, the Beast of Turin, the fuel tank capacity was a lot smaller than the engine capacity. The engine at a mere 28.4 litres, only 25-litre tank capacity. So short-term performance, but maximum speed was the concept.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Sunbeam. Now look at this Bugatti, and you've got one of the top drivers here, Julian Maggio. Very experienced man who, in his older years, but he's got a lot of collection of wonderful cars. And as we mentioned yesterday, he won the Bugatti kind of collection of cars that were racing at Goodwood Circuit earlier this year. And look at him, he's got such confidence, one hand on the wheel, on a damp surface as well.
Well, this is the thing, his name is actually Julian Maggio, but we like to think of him as Julian Max Attack, because whenever he's in the car, he is absolutely going for it. But he knows these cars so well. He creates seats, he manufactures historic racing rubber, so he understands the grip as well. Now, when you look at the very front end of the Type 35B, how do you explain the suspension setup with the display of the front wheels?
Yeah, it's fascinating, isn't it? That positive front camber, and yet this was an incredibly successful vehicle, the Bugatti, and it became one of the favourites. And of course, one of the things about Bugatti was the style of design, which people absolutely adore. When you take the engine cover off and just look at the neatness of an engine inside there, very, very beautiful.
Always packaged exquisitely. Right, moving on. We mentioned Ferrari earlier when he was running the Works Alfa Romeos, but after the war, this was the time to move across to the start of the World Championship, and in 1952 and 53 it was actually run, because they didn't have enough manufacturers, run to Formula 2 regulations for 2 years before it went back to larger engines. But Ferrari very much in the mix at this point, but by now Enzo running his own team and just gathering race wins for Alberto Ascari as if for fun.
Absolutely lovely to see. Now Michael Lyons is out. He's always very rapid as well, a multiple classic car winner in Formula 1. Gurney Eagle Chevrolet is the fascinating machine that he's in at the moment, and just seeing if he can have a little play. This was from 1974. It was from the Formula 5000 category, so this was single-seaters, a bit Formula 1 style, but with the big American engines that were used in Can-Am, that sort of thing.
The timing of the creation of Formula 5000 was effectively as Can-Am was dwindling, so the same engines were transferred to single-seaters. The big sports cars were not so many people involved in the McLaren had stolen the golden years, but Dan Gurney with his Eagles just grasped it, and fantastic on both sides of the Atlantic. Really big banging engines.
And lovely noise. I mean, I love the noise, and we'll get more of that when we see the Can-Ams coming up later today. We've got a huge shadow collection of Can-Ams to also enjoy, so that's something else. This is another of the Sunbeam Tourist Trophies. We've got a pair of them from that 1914 Isle of Man TT, and they did take victory. There were a few, I think there were 4 of them entered, 3 of them failed to finish, but one of them managed to win, so that was a crucial part of their success there.
But anyone who knows the Isle of Man knows it's low down by the coast, but it rises up over the mountain. The course just the mere 37.7 miles per lap, so if you broke down at the far end of the circuit, you're on your own. But Ken Elmley, Guinness, a huge amount of success, and just phenomenal to have these Sunbeams here. We've got the Tiger, we've got the Tourist Trophies, ×2, as you say, and the 350 HP, so a real treat.
Yeah, lovely to see. And Nicholas Pellet, always very experienced with these cars as well, so it's good to see him out there at this stage in such an interesting machine. This was the number 1, and it is amazing that this year we've managed to get all 3 of the Sunbeams appearing at events, so that is very, very impressive. The winner of that event then, Kenelm Lee Guinness, was the driver back in that period in 1914, and that very long track, of course, on the TT, very different sort of style of racing in those days, and it was when short race tracks were just not seen as particularly the thing for racing.
But just not seen as a challenge, of course, as you advance through the late end of the 20th century. The idea was to get the cars going past the grandstands rather more frequently, but I think there's something rather special. Of course, nearly 38 miles around the lap, and his winning speed actually was only 56 miles an hour, but that would also, if you've been to the Isle of Man, understand weather can often, not quite stop play, but certainly hamper visibility.
Nicholas has owned this car for over 20 years now, which is rather lovely, and the fact that he brings it out very, very frequently is great. It's in beautiful condition. It's been beautifully kind of restored and prepared, and there you are, the Sunbeam just heading over the hill and seeing the checkered flag. Very, very pretty. Supercharging. Now, supercharging, that is what I'm talking about, is the thing you can see right at the front of the bonnet there. We're looking at the Bentley Birkin single-seater, and supercharging was how they compressed the air going into the motor to get yourself more horsepower out of the engine. And of course, supercharging became a major factor of motorsport.
Of course, that's why Bentleys became known as the blower Bentleys. It really stuck. Now, we talked about the beast of Turin, the nickname of the Fiat S76, made to shatter land speed records. It was the fastest vehicle in the world at the time, faster than any of the aircraft of the age. Just digest that for a minute.
Yeah, and listen, let's listen into this huge engine. It really, it's only 4 cylinders, and you can hear that chunkiness. And as ever, we're getting flames coming out of it. We always get that, don't we?
Just digest that. 28.4 litres, 4 cylinders, so therefore 7 litres per cylinder. Big buckets rising up and down under that hood, effectively.
And Duncan Pittaway, who is driving this, he recreated this machine. He got a lot of the parts of it, but it took him years to put it all back together. And yet now we've seen it several times. It's become a regular Goodwood, and one of the favourites for so many fans as well, because it is so bizarre. And he has recreated it, reproduced it, with so many of the parts from that era. It's lovely to see it.
I mean, he's sitting so high, it's a bit like people transferring from regular-sized cars and moving into the SUV market. Suddenly he's even loftier in his perch there, but again, just the most phenomenal machine.
It is, yeah, and wonderful to watch him taking it up the hill once again with that flying mile record of 116 miles per hour. To set from the Blitzenbens at the Saltland Sands. So yeah, that's what it took it from. So the Fiat managing to take it. Fiat then moved on actually from all of that action of land speed record.
The third oldest car here, 1905. We're looking at it now, the Darrick 200 HP. What's the bodywork like? There isn't any bodywork, it's just all engine. Again, this was built with an enormous engine up front, 5.4 litres, V8 in format, and you can see it crystal clear. Radiator up front, and 2 generations of Walker atop at the back. That's Mark Walker at the wheel. He races this furiously at the Goodwood Motor Circuit, always entertaining in the Edwardian race, but very, very quick too. Yeah. Slow away from the line though, every time he's qualified on the front row of the grid, and why so then?
Well, because it was set up for land speed record, it was never set for making a quick start off the line, so it's got a very high first gear, and it means it doesn't move off the standing start, as we've seen many times. But what it does have, as we say, is tremendous power. I love the fact that we can watch the valves being squashed down into the top of the cylinder head as it makes its way up the hill, and he is always very impressive in this, Mark Walker. He gives it full attack, and he's taken a number of victories. He didn't win this year, he managed to just miss out this time, just lost out a little bit in the end, but always very, very close. He always is in the battle right at the flag and loves it. Now, Lancia Stratos, great to see as well from the rally period, and of course the Lancia Stratos was two-wheel drive, mid-engine two-wheel drive, so the engine sits behind the driver, but it created a great deal of success for Lancia in the early days of that nature of the World Rally Championship.
Yeah, looks exquisite, sounds even better. The Ferrari motor up the back, really propelling, but so dynamic, and Sandro Minari was the star of the show. Taking it to the best of the Fords at the time, were dominating rallying and just doing it differently, and then of course Stratos became very, very desired road cars to collect.
Yeah, the Stratos winning many times in the Italian Rally Championship. They won several titles with a Jolly Club team with this car as well. Alessandro Pasquali, who is currently driving this one, and it's a 2.4 litre V6, which has a pretty distinct noise to it as well. The Lancia Stratos was, for many, many people, the car to watch, and it achieved some huge amounts on very different types of surface. Of course, Italian rallying quite often on tarmac, but it would work as well on some of the others. It didn't always work so well in the RAC.
No, it didn't. Yeah, the combination of mud and snow and a little bit of tarmac in between, and gravel too. But yes, certainly on tarmac rallies, this was absolutely mighty. But then I mentioned Sandro Minari. He made it sing and work on the snow as well. Car on the start line.
So now celebrating the MGA. Yes.
Sorry, celebrating the centenary of MG, and an MGA was a very, very important car for the marque.
Yeah, so funny enough, it's Mark Ellis who's driving it too. So the MGA, which is coming in, he's getting quite a lot of wheel spin and slide as he heads off. So we are celebrating, as you say, 100 years of MG, and this is an important part of this whole weekend at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. This is the first of 4 prototypes, actually, of the MGA, and referred to as the EX182 cars. And they were built to compete in the 1955 Le Mans 24-hour race. Ken Miles and Johnny Lockett were driving one of these then. In fact, this one, I think, yes, the LBL 30, that's the registration on it. It finished in 12th overall, so this has got some real heritage to MG and to some great races.
And it certainly has. Le Mans back in the late 1950s, even into the early 60s, had multiple classes. You could finish outside the top 10 and still be a class winner. Again, generally dictated to according to engine size. But as you can see, this was a car not entirely dissimilar to the regular MGAs that they were selling for road cars in the following years.
And for MG, it was another patch of getting back into motorsport. MG had been created as specials for Morris in the 1930s. That's when it all began, in the early 1920s. And now, NASCAR time. Well, this is going to be fun to watch because we are celebrating NASCAR, aren't we?
Oh, we certainly are, but we're celebrating 75 years of the Petty family in competition. Richard the King Petty was the man in the middle, and his son Kyle, fantastic NASCAR racer in his own right, gets this car going. These were cars that were the first aerodynamic NASCARs, of course, because you had a lot of the super speedways like Talladega and Daytona where they needed every bit of aerodynamic advantage they could get. That's the nose, that's the high wing.
And we've got a lovely onboard as well, so it gives us a wonderful view on board the NASCAR. And of course, NASCAR was based on road cars, but very, very highly modified. And of course, one of the great angles, there you are, another lovely onboard with Kyle Petty, and giving us a little gear change as well. Bit of smoke pouring out the back from that 7-litre V8 engine. I wonder if it's meant to be quite as smoky as that.
Yes, not entirely sure, but what I love, the onboard footage just shows such a simple cockpit. You know, bar the roll cage inside, it almost could be a production road car inside, but of course, the wings give away the game they were playing back then.
In those days, the gear change was a much more straightforward item. He's taking it nice and steady as he comes up this part of the hill. And unlike most racing drivers, actually shuffling the hands around the steering wheel just to make sure it's all nice and tidy. It is smoking a bit too much for me, though. I do hope that there isn't a problem with it. He's taking it rather steady.
Yeah, certainly his gear changes were dictated that he didn't want too many revs, so he's nursing this to the top of the hill. Hopefully it's something that can be fixed, and hopefully he's not putting oil down, because already the hill was a little bit of a glistening surface this morning before the Plymouth Superbirds going up. But it's part of the celebrations of 75 years of the Petty family, and of course the King. 201 NASCAR wins.
Yeah, unbelievable. What an incredible record. And we will be celebrating that more as we go through. 7 times champion. 7 times champion seems like a good number, doesn't it? When we still consider in Formula 1, of course, that's the maximum we've seen from drivers so far, whether that's Michael Schumacher or Lewis Hamilton. Whether that's going to change in the future, who knows? But yeah.
And also, I worried that the King was the first driver to have a number that was personalised. 43 on the flags. Of course, in Formula 1, you used to have your numbers dictated by where your team finished the previous year, and only in the past decade if they had personalised numbers. Another of the Lancias running up the hill at the moment, the fantastic Lancia Stratuses.
Yep, this is Federico Buratti and another of the Lancia Stratos, as we saw the rally version just now. And again, it's rather nice having this little collection of them here this weekend. This is this one chassis 1723 apparently was rallied extensively by Alessandro Cola through the late 1970s for the Jolly Club team. And they won the Rally 1000 Emilia and the Rally Alto Appennino Bolognese in 1978 to secure that year's national drivers title. So again, it was all about success with the Lancia Strata. So different from the look of a rally car nowadays, of course. And we will be seeing quite a few of the modern rally cars. We saw Hyundai up there a little bit earlier on, but we'll be seeing others out there. And we've got the rally area here as well, which it's always a fun place to enjoy.
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic, and it's going to be very slippery on the chalk rally stage this morning after the rain that started about 4 o'clock, but gradually it has moved away. But only at the Festival of Speed could you have a shot showing the Napier Railton coming to the top paddock and behind a Lancia Stratos. But it is this batch, horseless to hybrid, and the next batch, celebrating the developments of motorsport across not just the years, the decades, but more than a century.
So lovely from that first batch, as you say, taking us from the very beginning and moving up through the technical side, which we are going to be doing throughout the course of this race weekend, or the hill climb weekend, from steam-engined power, where you needed a bit of extra assistance to make sure that the vehicle was going to keep on going for whatever distance. From that to something very different, the gas turbine power that was used in motorsport in the late 60s and early 70s. Rally cars from Lancia, they vary hugely, and when it went to Group B and they went to four-wheel drive, my goodness, they had tremendous success. Not quite so successful as Citroën in that period, but they created some remarkable looking devices, and they did have a little bit of a play. from France, of course, we also had in Formula One the first of the turbocharged Formula One engines from Renault, and Renault went on to great success providing engines for the likes of Red Bull, which we'll be seeing a lot more later on over the course of this weekend. The Matra company also did a great job with sports cars in the late 1960s and early 70s, and then back to Italian work again with the Lancia. Such a lovely blend of different machinery that has been seen over the years in motorsport, and that's all part and parcel of what we can enjoy here at Goodwood this weekend.
Spins and thrills, the rally stars always do us proud. That's in front of Goodwood House, and that Hyundai up to the top of the hill and onto the rally stage for that. But again, rallying has brought so many developments into the technical world of motorsport, and we haven't finished yet. Sunbeam putting on the most fantastic array of cars. Brilliant to have these cars that raced very, very competitively and were victorious around the mighty mountain course on the Isle of Man.
Yeah, and in great condition and running smoothly, and the NASCAR as well. So we will be celebrating that even more a little bit later on as we go through all of this. And the Alfa Romeo T3, and a wonderful thing. Let's go up to the top now, and David talking to Julian Mazou.
Julian, do you mind we grabbing you there just while you're taking the helmet off?
Yeah, that was really greasy.
You know what? I'm not surprised. Wet, greasy, all of the above.
Yeah, and an early morning as well.
Did it wake you up?
Yes, it did. It's a wonderful noise. It's just a wonderful experience coming up and just being a bit careful, not going into the bales.
I have to say, looking at these things, they're not quite the all-weather tyre.
No, but they're not bad, but we make them, yeah.
Tell us a little bit more about this car.
Well, it was a factory works team car in 1927, so it was one driven by Connelly and Williams and people like... Then it ended up at the British Grand Prix at Brooklands, and it did the fastest of all the Bugatti laps, so Malcolm Campbell bought it, and then it stayed in England. It won the 200 miles race, and it had a few British owners, ended up in France and America, and then came back here. Yeah.
And wonderful to see it going up the hill. It looks fantastic. I'm glad you got it up here in one piece, and hopefully see you later on today.
Yeah, as we'll see you this afternoon.
Absolutely. Thanks.
Bye then. Cheers.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
How do you start an iconic movement? Classicism would say it's all about form and craftsmanship, while Surrealism would find all of this quite, well, surprising. After all, it's about creating the icons of a new movement. Welcome to Forwardism, the all-electric BMW i7.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Well, I've come down to the assembly area and I've actually lost Harry for a minute because I've come to the car that I've become obsessed by this weekend, which is the McMurtry, because I watched it go up the hill. Alex, as you were driving it yesterday, I watched it go up the hill and it's just incredibly quick and it looks like it is glued to the tarmac.
It does. It is. It's very easy to drive despite the speed. It's quite, with the downforce, we can be very kind of precise. And the problem yesterday was the dust. It was a little bit sort of, might have to brake a bit earlier and so on, but for a first run, it was fine. It was more of a preparing run for the rest of the weekend. But no, lovely to be back, really nice, and everyone loves the car, so that's a nice thing for us.
Damp track today, damp road today, is that any concern?
Yeah, I mean, it plays on your mind. Obviously, we've got to run later, so I think we'll just feel our way up. I think the more of the problem is cars bringing mud onto the circuit and things like that, so we'll definitely drive what we can see, I think.
Brilliant. Well, we'll catch up with you again over the weekend. But thank you very much for the time being, Alex. It's one of my favourite vehicles here this weekend. But this next one is also one of my favourites. This is the e-tron. This is the Carlos Sainz Senior Dakar Rally vehicle, and it is incredible. Now, where's Phil gone? Phil, come and join me and have a quick word with me, because you're here standing around the assembly area. What do you make of this?
It's quite a machine, isn't it? Yeah, we're like to see it go up the track. I mean, it's been really good.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to leave here shortly, and there's very easy access here to get straight out and have a look at it go up the hill. What have you seen go up the hill so far, or have you yet to see the vehicles on there? We
were here yesterday, saw some Formula One cars go up the hill, which was really good. Really enjoyed that. Yeah, saw the BMW parade. That was good. So yeah, had a really good day.
What are you looking forward to most about this weekend?
All of it, really. We really like all of it.
Got an Aston Martin top on. Fernando's going to be here a little bit later on as well.
Yeah, look forward to that. Yeah, it'll be really good. Yeah, we saw the Aston Martin safety car go up yesterday as well, so that was really nice.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Phil. And Harry's found me. I thought I'd lost you.
Toyota touring car and the all-electric Dakar car from Audi as well, and those with the best view in the house at the moment, Beatrice, Charlie and Dad as well. Charlie, first time here? Third time here. Are you enjoying it so far?
Yes, thank you.
And Dad, what's caught your eye so far?
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing that Toyota Stout, the white pickup. That's something new for us, so yeah, I think that, and then the Formula One cars going up later on.
Yeah, you guys excited for the Formula One cars?
Yeah.
Any in particular? Any Formula One cars in particular?
I like the McLaren's one.
Are you a Lando Norris fan?
Yeah.
Oh, we've met a few of them already before, haven't we? I mean, you've got a brilliant view. Thank you so much, guys, for talking to us. I mean, just look at what we have, though, in the assembly area.
We're going to get a closer look at this later on, and I'm really excited about that.
The Ford e-Transit super van, taking van to the next level. Look at the spoiler on that and the rear wing, absolutely sensational. And then just next to it as well, we've got another Toyota absolute rocket. But I wonder if we just rock around to the front there and have a front end look at this Audi, which is the Dakar car, Carlos Sainz Senior, of course, powering through the Dakar deserts. The size of the tyre, the design of it, unlike anything you've ever seen before.
But also, it's not been basically primped and preened, I should say, to bring it here. This is as it finished the Dakar in Saudi Arabia this year, and you can even see the stickers peeling off and the chips and everything on it from that rally.
It's got all the chips and stains on it, as you can see, door open as well. Actually, take a look, have a look inside, and just see what they have to deal with. I mean, all cockpits are small, two-seater, you can even see the driver's helmet there as well. And just look at the machinery that they have to play with, because they are in these cars for long stints at a time during the Dakar as well. So this going up the hill throughout the weekend is going to be one to watch out for.
definitely could be using these tyres in the car park later today, that's for sure.
Yeah, spare tyre just in case you blow one.
What a great ride from Tom Martin on Quickthorn, who wins the Africa Goodwood Cup.
Highfield Princess, she's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Cunnington from back to Bow on the run towards the line. It's Cunnington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the Sussex Stakes.
Dynamic air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
The power output of a naturally aspirated engine is limited by the amount of air it can suck in to be mixed with fuel. A supercharger overcomes this limitation, being effectively an engine-driven pump that compresses the intake, forcing more air molecules into the engine. The first supercharged engine was built in 1878 by Scottish engineer Dugald Clark, with usage in aircraft engines during the First World War and car engines in the 1920s by pioneers such as Alfa Romeo, Fiat and Sunbeam. But it was Bugatti that enjoyed most success with the Type 35. From 1926, the 2-litre straight-8 was offered with a supercharger, and in 1927 a blower was added to the larger 2.3-litre to create the Type 35B, boosting power to 140 brake horsepower. It was the 35B that won the inaugural Monaco Grand Prix in 1929 in the hands of Britain's William Grover Williams. And going horseless to hybrid is what we're all about this weekend here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. But we are mixing around with all different periods and technical advances. And we're looking at a BMW Le Mans car here, which has great history, Bruce. It's lovely to see it again. We have seen it at Goodwood before, but the names on that car, they took victory for BMW at Le Mans.
Yeah, they certainly did. And of course, now in the modern era of hypercars, BMW are back in the mix as well. 9 manufacturers duking it out. And this we had an unbelievable finish, Ben, at Le Mans. 9 cars on the lead lap, and the greatest number in the 20th century on the lead lap until now was just 2. So it's getting more and more competitive. But look at the shapes and the sizes. We go past the Toyota GR Yaris, and then a vehicle, I think, it's not really a car, that went and did astonishing things. It's a Toyota GR DKR Hilux T1 Plus, to give it its full nomenclature. This is the sort of vehicle, off-road extraordinaire, that stars on the Dakar Rally these days, on the unbelievable terrain.
Absolutely. Your cross-country rally raid events, they have had tremendous success with this machine, and yeah, that's really great. We've got more of a combination of Toyotas of great success in the rally world as well, and a bit of check-ups going on. Nice to see, actually, with the engine cover open. We don't often get to see inside the vehicles as well.
No, always a treat. And, of course, the very, very early vehicles in this horseless to hybrid
that's the touring car one.
That's
yes,
the touring car one.
Yeah.
Neat and tidy, so you can watch that all around the UK in the burgeoning British Touring Car Championship.
I was actually commentating at Snetterton when Rob took a victory with that car earlier this year, so that was rather fun to see, I must say.
So that was Rob Huff. And how long was it since the previous one? Was it something like 20 years?
From Rob, yes, absolutely,
yes.
Because he left the British touring cars and went to race in Europe and abroad, all over the world, actually. He's done well in touring cars. Then we've got the Audi version of one of these off-road incredible machines, which is lovely to see, and a mixture of machineries you can see, from rally cars to off-road to the hybrid versions, and also the hydrogen version of the Toyota Yaris, which we saw heading up the hill a couple of times yesterday. Always fun. And then the version of the machine that has taken the top speed up this hill climb, has got the history of the fastest ever run up the hill climb, the McMurtry Speedling.
Yeah, the development that's gone into that car, real brains trust down there in the West Country, making a road-going version of this, well, more to the point, a track day car. This is a car that, it's a figure that I need to throw at you. It's 2 tons of downforce from the fan that is underneath when it's stationary. Quite phenomenal. Very good for drying the track, as it happens, but also the downforce, when you see it going through the tighter corners, most notably Molecombe, halfway up the hill here at Goodwood, it does defy the laws of physics. Any other car with that speed on arrival in the left-hander would simply drift off the course and into the straw bales on the outside. But this, with all that rear wing and all the downforce beneath, is phenomenal.
Formula E car, and this is the Jaguar, and this is actually doing extremely well this year. It looks, with just the one more event to come next week in London. So I don't know if anybody here at Goodwood or watching with us online is going to be going along to that final, but it looks like Jaguar are going to take the titles. There's a battle between drivers in the Jaguar team right now.
Yeah, they've always had a very, very successful and competitive environment there. But, yeah, when Formula E was launched, it really had to go through some very, very difficult years, but it's really found its form. Very much a fan favourite and a lot to look at. So if you are around London, why not go and see them race?
Lovely to look forward to. We will see, and we will have a look at some more of these vehicles. But let's take a look at something a little bit earlier on, the horseless electric vehicle.
Electric cars have been engaging in motorsport for nearly as long as combustion-powered cars. As early as 1899, Belgian engineer Camille Genazzi created a lightweight, electrically powered La Jamais Content, which was the first vehicle to break the 60-mile-per-hour barrier over a timed kilometre. However, electric vehicles fell behind internal combustion engine cars in performance, and it would take more than a century for a bespoke electric motorsport series to be created. Launched in 2014, the FIA-sanctioned Formula E series was designed to appeal to a new generation of fans. It has grown faster and more powerful over the years, with the Gen 3 regulations introduced in 2022 allowing up to 470 brake horsepower. Several other categories of electric motorsport racing have been launched in recent years and continue to grow in popularity, including Extreme E, Motor E and Rallycross.
so the electric involvement, but more wonderful machinery here. And we were both at Le Mans a few weeks ago, Bruce, and BMW with their hypercar. It's one of the many hypercars now that are proving extremely competitive in the world of sports car racing.
Yeah, no, it really is. The gaps between the cars, absolutely tiny. Great to look on board. So many buttons to press, maybe not all at the same time. But of course, yesterday when looking at various cars, looking in a Formula 1 car like the MP46 McLaren, you know, absolutely cutting edge in the late 1980s, it literally was a steering wheel. But now laden with information and tools of the trade.
And then Audi, some of the most wonderful Group B Audis that really started off a whole new world of rallying. Walter Röhrl was one of the great drivers, and yeah, well, it's rather nice to see that Dindo Capello is at the wheel of the Audi Quattro. Had so much success in the 1980s and really took rallying onto a whole nother level with four-wheel drive.
Yeah. Dindo, just always such an enthusiastic individual. Of course, his background was a little bit of touring cars, but almost always top sports cars. But why not, if you're part of the Audi family, say, can I have a go in a Quattro S1 E2? That was from 1985 and driven most of the time by Stig Blomqvist.
Yeah. Is that, I'm just having a look, actually. Was that Stig in the car there? I think it may well be, yes. I think he may be doing another one, we shall see.
Yeah, he's down to drive the earlier model, which is this one, 167, which is the one from 1984. And there's an enormous difference. 1 year is the only difference in age, but the car we saw before has much more in terms of, how should we call them, aerodynamic addenda. Well, giant wings front and back.
It's lovely to see Stig back out there, isn't it? He is always such a fan of these sort of events here at Goodwood. His amazing experience. He's 70. He's just coming up for 78 at the end of this month, actually, I think. Born in 1946. He lives in Essex. World Rally Champion in 1984 with Audi, and a multiple winner of the Swedish Rally in his time. Multiple World Rally Championship race wins, including the RSC Rally back in 1983. Wonderful tradition. But he loves the history of it, and it's always great to see him here.
Absolutely so. Real character and a serious motorsport family. Car at the front, we just mentioned it a short while ago, 1999. That was the last time before the present day that BMW took a real crack at Le Mans. V12 NMR. Steve Soper, you associate him mainly with touring cars and little GTs, but he really had a good crack with the works drivers that year.
He did, you're absolutely right. No, and he moved on to that style of things extremely effectively. Steve, one of the great talented drivers, even though, as you say, he spent most of his times in touring cars. So here we are, we're about to see this group of vehicles heading up the hill, and it's going to be started with this BMW ex-Le Mans winning car with that tremendous heritage, which is now trying to build up the support for the later BMW, the recent one that we saw that's in that group, a bit further down, whether they can win Le Mans over the next few years in that massive hypercar battle. Of course, Ferrari have won the last two events at Le Mans. Toyota have been very, very strong as well. But in the hypercars, we were fascinated that this year at Le Mans, we'd never seen more than 2 cars on the lead lap at the end of 24 hours. We saw 9 cars. So a slightly different world to when this BMW we're looking at now is about to head up the hill.
Yeah, indeed. And a lot of the great cars we're celebrating when we look back at the illustrious career of Reinhold Jost running cars. His cars, first with Porsches, then with Audi, scored 16 wins at the Le Mans 24 hours. But if you look at some of those in the mid-80s, we talk about Group C being the glory days, but some of them won by many, many laps. So it's super competitive. But to compete in the World Endurance Championship now, you have to have cars in the hypercar class and GT3 as well. So you've got to be a sort of two-pronged attack. But back in 1999, when BMW saw how much the Le Mans 24 hours was back in vogue, they moved up from all their success in touring car racing, went out, they didn't just play, they went ahead and won it.
I love the little tiny BMW grille on the front. Of course, the BMW grills have got bigger and bigger and bigger. It's absolutely tiny on this one. And the air intake is not actually there. You can see there are other inputs there for the air intake. So now, moving on, as we're getting a bit busier, we've got the Toyota GR Rally hype coming up. This is the Rally 2, actually. Now, Toyota creating the Rally 2 Yaris. This is bringing Toyota technology to customer teams around the world, because the Rally 2 is something that is something that semi-professionals can go rallying with a reasonable pace. You can almost does see the slightly different behaviour in it. It moves around a little more than the Rally 1s, but it still looks amazingly spectacular.
But it does, and it's such a sensible move to make, because it just means the World the World Rally Championship, its field will be bolstered. They can also do the European Series, which is growing by the moment. But just such fun. You can pitch it one way, well, they can pitch it one way and then immediately pitch it another, turning right to go left at Moulcombe. Only rally drivers really do that. But up the hill they go, and then the fifth ball is a beckoning.
And it's nice that it's Jari-Matti Latvala, Finnish rally driver, but who is now team boss for Toyota Rally 2. So he's moved his career on from being a tremendous driver, 18 wins in World Rally Championship, into being the boss of the Toyota Rally side in this category, and he's putting on a great display, of course.
Yep, he can't blame himself if he does any mischief, because he's the boss. But right, cars that compete on the Goodwood Hill, they come in many forms, many shapes, many sizes. This is the DKR Hilux, sits up high, normally competitive, very, very competitive. In fact, a championship winning vehicle in the off-road rally scene, and you can see why.
They're fascinating to watch. I love watching these. I mean, the movement in them, they've got quite a lot of suspension movement. You've got that very deep suspension, of course, because they're running off-road and in some very difficult areas, and so the movement in them is lovely. But the control that drivers have with these is absolutely superb. The big wheels. And there we are, we've got the Audi version. This is the RSQ e-tron, so this is dual electric powered, and Emil Bergqvist is actually driving it. And so electrical version of this, stage wins on the Dakar Rally in 2022 and 2023, and then this E2 took victory at this year's event in the hands of Carlos Sainz. So it's got, modern history to it already.
It really has, and very, very modern technology. You can hear those little motors whirring away, then you get the roar of the tyres when there's a bit of cornering going on. There's plenty on the slippery surface. It is actually, I'm pleased to say, starting to dry out a little bit. Not that that would really affect this amazing Audi RSQ e-tron E2. Bit of a mouthful, but by golly, it behaves.
Amazing that Carlos Sainz won again, isn't it? His fourth Dakar victory at the age of 61. Right, so here we are to the McMurtry Spearling now, and this is Alex Summers who's driving this. We did see that weekend that Max Chilton set the pace. Alex did a run, did a very rapid run. He is a hill climb specialist, isn't he? And he knows exactly what he's doing with the McMurtry. Now, look for the downforce that's being created, and as you said, it's all massive at no speed at all. You get huge downforce.
Wait for power, and the acceleration will make you dizzy, but when it comes to the cornering is where that downforce is absolutely going to be harnessed. Two right-handers to start the course through the straw bale, turning right first, right second. Again, just look how much smoke is coming out the back of the car. It's pulling any dust off the hill, up it goes past the house, but it's when it gets to the tighter corners that the downforce is really seen. Here it is, approaching Holden.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see again. This is not being timed. This is not a timed session because they're not entering it into the shootout this weekend. Bruno Correa is coming out now in the I-Type 6, the Jaguar Formula E machine that, as we mentioned, is on target for taking victory in the Formula E Championship next week in London. Here's an opportunity to see it in action and to hear it. It has that very distinct electric noise, of course.
It has, and of course it's a very, very technical racing formula. Technical for the drivers. They have to know when to deploy the power, how much to use, and they don't want to go into deficit because then they get penalised. But whistling as it turns left up the hill, gone from the relative flat from the house, then you start climbing. Looks slightly flatter on TV than it is in real life. And the Formula E car, this is not its natural habitat, but nice tidy job, and I believe we may have some famous names driving that later this weekend.
Yeah, we could well do, and with the battles that they've got for taking the title, it really is going to be very interesting. Huge performance. It's got a top speed, they say nowadays, of 200 miles an hour, 0 to 60 in 2.2 seconds. Very, very efficient in the amount of electrical energy that it uses. And yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how that final run does go for them next week in London for the finale, but it's looking very promising for them. And now we've got a BMW hypercar, a car that is racing in the World Endurance Championship and in IMSA. It started out in IMSA, actually, didn't it? First of all, in America.
It did, and again, the success of the World Endurance Championship is because it sort of has clasped hands with the IMSA Championship in the States, and they've come up with a sort of formula that works for both sides. But from the latest, greatest of the World Endurance Championship cars, it's to the outrageous Audi Quattro. This is the later one with a rather more aggressive wing setup on that from the mid-1980s. And again, it dips and it bucks, but it was about harnessing four-wheel drive.
Yeah, lovely to see Stig Blomqvist heading up the hill in that, but we're going to the Alpine 110 Pikes Peak. Now this could be a major competitor, bit of wheel spin off for Rafael Aster there, who is a hill climb specialist. He has competed in this at the Pikes Peak in America and set a very, very rapid time, second in class. It's a hill climb where it doesn't take a few seconds, it takes 9 minutes and 17 seconds. This Alpine specially created for that, and this will be part of the shootout this weekend, and we will be seeing, and in fact we will get a time. We are getting a time for this one. This will give us a little bit of an indication, although the surface is still quite damp, Bruce.
Yeah, we said the previous car up the hill did 25.33 seconds up to the first interval. We'll get an eventual time on that when it gets to the top. That's James Wallace in car 240, which is setting the time, but this is something special. But when it gets to Pikes Peak, you never know where the top of the course is going to be, because some years the snow line comes down overnight, but it's an amazing event. But the altitude, it really does make those engines need to suck the air in over there in Colorado.
Yeah, very impressive, and he's gone quick straight away. 56.4, that's the fastest that we have seen up the hill so far. As we're just taking a look now at the next machine coming up the hill. The 242, and that's the Subaru. This is a brand new Subaru WRX Project Midnight. They've created this for Goodwood, so this is a debut. That is again going to be one of the main challengers, I believe, for this event. Now Elvin Evans is out in the Toyota Yaris Rally 1, so this is the hybrid. And of course, rally car, he's not necessarily going for the fastest time. This is a demo. He's not being timed on that one. So we shall see.
Yeah, just pointing out Scott Speed in the Air Slayer, great name for that Subaru WRX, has now gone fastest, 53.75 seconds. Meanwhile, the Toyota Yaris Rally 1, clearly the donuts in front of the house have not improved its hill climb time, but it's about putting on the show. And the Toyota Gazoo Racing crew really do that in all forms of the sport.
Yeah, they do, and it's such tremendous display once again from Elvin Evans, one of the great drivers in the world of rallying, so much experience, and still being very, very successful in world rallying. Lovely to see how it's been going for him, and we shall enjoy his action as we go through the course of the weekend. Son of Gwyndaf, of course, another great rally star himself.
Right, let's have Ferrari time, Ben. This is the contemporary 296 challenge car for Ferrari. They run very, very successful races for their 296s. It replaces the 488 GT3, which was the previous model, and various European and national championships for Ferrari, running with about 4 classes, so you can have the gentleman class and then the Pro-Am and then the Pro. But this sleeker-looking 296, it looked brilliant when it was launched in its first season on the delivering 24 hours, and this is the model one below the GT3. This is the challenge car, but very, very similar performance.
Very impressive. Andrew Morrow driving. One of the drivers that's come through Ferrari Challenge in their career, started in Ferrari Challenge, has gone right to the top, haven't they, with Ferrari in hypercars.
Yeah, well, there's a stairway that didn't exist for a long time, and if you're very good in a GT car, you do get promoted, and finally there's somewhere to be promoted to. And with the teams, the manufacturers that enter the World Endurance Championship at the top class, they have to have a GT3 team as well.
Yeah, and it's lovely to be able to see so many of those drivers having moved up through the order in hypercars. There's so many manufacturers involved in hypercars. There are more opportunities for younger drivers who are building their careers, and it is wonderful to see. So there's the 296 Challenge, very crucial part. Now this is a lovely car to see. We've seen this many times here at Goodwood. Jake Hill will be driving it up the hill. This is the Nissan Skyline R32 GTR, and this will be another competitor. It's Rick Williams at the moment. It might be Rick who's the owner of it. Yeah, Jake will be, I think, driving it at some point. Rick is the owner of it. He prepares it and always adds extra horsepower somehow to it. It's a 2.6 litre straight 6 turbocharged engine, but I tell you what, they get massive power out of it. They reckon it's good enough for over 1,000 horsepower now.
Well, I mean, it's a cult car all around the world, but when you go to Japan, you really understand the power of cult. And I remember seeing one of these at Fuji Speedway in the very early 90s, and it came into the circuit on the approach road going rather fast, and that's because there were a couple of racing drivers on board playing with the adjustable turbo boost. How much would you like? Ample or a lot more than that, but phenomenal cars, and a lot of success down in Australia as well for the Godzillas.
Absolutely. They were running under slightly different rules though. They would have not had quite the horsepower this thing has got, because it's developed a huge amount over the years. Right, so we move on from that to the Subaru. This is always one of our favourites to see. The next one coming up. This is the Subaru GL Wagon Huckster. Travis Pastrana, who's done very well on the hill climb, hasn't won it quite. He's had a couple of second places, and it's always fascinating to watch when he gets on the brakes and the flaps come up.
It's not loose bodywork, it's any little bit of aerodynamic braking you get. It doesn't brake a great deal, so he just gets the cars balanced now, turning through Molecombe, up the hill, under the trees, where it's a little bit slipperier, but he's actually really going for it. So just the most unlikely competition car, but the way he's developed the Huckster, it is absolutely on the money.
Yeah, wonderful to watch. And I think this, for many fans, is one of the favourites that we love to see going up the hill, and just seeing just how competitive he can be. So fastest time actually has been set by a Porsche at the moment, a 53.75, but he goes quicker, 51.1. That is the fastest we've seen up the hill climb so far today. Yes, it's still damp, so it is not the sort of times that we see in full drive. But this is a very rapid machine. This is the Ford Supervan. I can tell you this is going to be a major threat. 2,000 horsepower, all-electric Ford Supervan that was also did the Pikes Peak in America and won its class. Romain Dumas, I think, is taking it a little steady on this one. He's just getting a little bit of a feel. He knows this vehicle inside out. Over the line it goes, and I'm not sure we've actually...
No, that was a demo run.
That's the demo. I'm pretty sure it is doing the shootout, so hopefully we'll get some time from it later.
Yeah, they've crafted it rather finely since last year. They removed some of the beef. It was already lightweight, but that's why it's called the Supervan 4.2. It was Supervan 4, but it's the second generation of that. But Ford in rallying, as well as Ford going up for the Peaks and the Fiesta. The Puma, so dynamic.
Yeah, Ford Puma Rally 1. With its 1.6-litre four-cylinder turbo, and Adrian Formeau, I believe, is in the car at the moment. We're not 100% sure who's driving it just this time, but it proved to be instantly rapid when Ford brought the Puma into the world of rallying, with a win at the Monte Carlo rally in the hands of Sebastian Loeb, and they took victories last year with Ott-Tanak as well. So not all going 100% in terms of all the results they want, but they've had some good achievements with it.
Yeah, but for so many years it was Ford ran its Fiestas, and it was only at the end of 2022 they ditched the Fiesta, went right, we're using the Puma model. Obviously the marketing department was going, these are the cars we want to sell, and certainly it's gaining pace all the time. So for a lot of the drivers this morning, it was about just how greasy is the hill, but the fastest time, 51.10 seconds, set by Travis Pastrana in the mighty Huckster, and again that took a lot of hustling.
It did, and lovely to see. And those conditions not the easiest, with a bit of slipperiness. I'm glad to see we didn't see any actually bashing into the straw bales. They all managed to make it through the whole layout quite comfortably in the end, and we just got a few of the course cars heading up the hill now before we go into the next stage. And remember what happens here at Goodwood, there's no other way for the vehicles to come down. Everyone collects right up at the top, and if you're here at Goodwood this weekend enjoying the show, you can always go up to the top and see the cars up in that top area. They will then gradually come back downhill. So let's have a little look at some of the highlights. We enjoyed a real mixture of machinery as expected in this batch. It started out with the ex-Le Mans winning BMW open top, different of course to the hypercars nowadays, which are all closed top, but some of the major manufacturers not only involved in the world of Le Mans, Toyota are, but they're involved in so many areas of off-road, of rallying. Toyota are in just about every form of motorsport, including British touring cars.
Yeah, so great to see. Again, it's the cross-pollination of technology. What can you move between one championship, one type of competition and another? But a chance on some of these extreme vehicles that you'd only see if you stood in the desert. Otherwise, and then the McMurtry Spearling developed.
Imagine seeing the McMurtry in the desert. That might be a slightly different thing.
It appears to have failed. But anyhow, again, we were talking about the nostrils on the front of the BMW V12. Obviously, the BMW's road cars now have larger nostrils, thus the wider nose openings on the latest Challenger for Le Mans.
The Porsche 911 was actually very quick up the hill earlier, so that is something that we will be keeping an eye on. The Alpine, that ended up fourth fast, 1, 2, 3, 4, but yes, fourth fastest of the group that were being timed. And that Austin Lab, that's the half 11 they call it. It's a real interesting machine. You said it's something to go and actually have a look at, Al.
No, it really is. It's a combination of many shapes and sizes with a lot of Porsche influence, but modern technology wrapped around the interpretation of the Californian brothers who put it together.
And then Romain Dumas giving a great run up the hill in the Ford. More mixture of GT cars, sports cars, and some of the most modern electrically powered machinery as well. The Iron Dames, Lamborghini here this weekend. They've been doing extremely well in sports car racing.
Certainly have stars in the European Le Mans Championship, but a combination of cars, a combination of technologies, and that's what we're looking at with horseless to hybrid, the continuing development of technology to go faster and better.
You're built different. Breathing new life into broken. Taking matters into your own hands. Assembling big dreams from the small things. Never stopping until you find right part at the right price. That's the eBay way.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built
to power the pros.
To hear them start and then...
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Here with a couple of legends, one rally driver and one in a rally car as well.
Yeah, that for me was a dream car. I perfectly remember when I was taking my Vespa to going up near to Sanremo to see this car testing, and for me it was a dream car, and now it's the very first time. I never did 1 meter before coming here to Goodwood, and it's like a dream comes true to driving this car next to a real legend like Stig.
Stig, reunited with an old friend in that car?
Yeah, it's nice to have a chance to drive them again. It's really good fun.
We were speaking to Emerson Fittipaldi yesterday, and when he got back in his car, he said it was just like, you know, the smells, everything, the memories just came flooding back. Is that what it's like when you get in this car?
Yeah, it's the same really, because the car's in such a good shape, and maybe even better today than it was in the day when we was using them proper, but it's good fun.
And I feel bad, I just interrupted your conversation earlier on, but that's part of the fun here at Goodwood, isn't it? You get up to the top paddock and you can have a little chat about your run up the hill and meet old friends.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Only in Goodwood could happen something like that. And, you know, luckily, when you are lucky, like I am, like we are, to drive for Audi, we can drive from, you know, the Auto Union until the R18 e-tron Quattro, or until the car. That is something really unique.
You've got some special machines, that's for sure.
Yeah, Fantastic machines and fantastic to see all drivers who have been around for a long time. So it's really nice here.
Anything you're looking forward to over the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, we wait for the 27 to drive a Formula 1, you know, here at Dale.
You could get in that one, no problem, hey?
We are just waiting for and hoping for no rain. That's the important thing.
We look forward to seeing you both in that Formula 1 car. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Early engine builders increased power simply by adding capacity, but soon engineers realised that adding cylinders was a more efficient route to higher output. The first use of a V16 engine was in the 1910 Antoinette V11 experimental aircraft, and in 1929 Maserati's Tipo V4 became the first Grand Prix car to be powered by a V16 engine, albeit by incorporating two straight eights with separate crankshafts and twin superchargers. The only known use of a V16 engine in the post-World War II era is BRM's complex 1.5-litre supercharged engine, used in Formula 1 racing from 1950 to 1955. It was powerful, making up to 600 brake horsepower and revving to 12,000 RPM, but was also unreliable and difficult to drive. Today, the most common applications for V16 engines are railroad locomotives, marine craft, and stationary power generators.
I'm absolutely thrilled to be joined by the reigning World Sidecar Champions, Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement. Thank you so much for joining us. It's great to see you here at the Festival of Speed. You actually made your Isle of Man TT debut this year, and this is your Festival of Speed debut this year, isn't it?
Yes, 700 and 700.
No,
TT and the debut here at Goodwood. It's somewhere I've always wanted to come and do here. We spoke about it in the winter about possible birthday presents or something to come here and see the sights and sounds. And yeah, now we've been here 2 times in a year, so it's a pleasure to be invited now for the main Festival of Speed.
Yeah, because you had some success at the members' meeting earlier this year. How was that for you?
Yeah, that's it. We were invited to the members' meeting. A really good weekend, and atmosphere is so much different from what we used to, and just I think people enjoyed it. So yeah, we were quite happy about it.
Yeah. And your first run up the hill yesterday, that must have been such an exciting time for you.
Yeah, brilliant to have a little run up there. It's not about riding the bike when you come here. It's about the whole atmosphere and the experience of meeting and talking to people that have never seen the sidecar before. So fantastic for the sport and fantastic for us just to have a bit of downtime and just enjoy looking at technologies past and present in the motorsport world.
And is that important for you guys? Obviously you've won several world championships, but like you say, you're making your debuts at different places like the Isle of Man TT, the Festival of Speed. Is that important to you to get out and about to different events now?
Yeah, I think it's important just to show a lot of people don't know sidecar racing. It used to be in the past with MotoGP, so that was good, but now it just shows a bit of popularity. So I think if we can get the sidecar a bit more popular, that would be good, and thanks to this event, I think we'll maybe try to do it, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. And now that you've been here to the Festival of Speed, what have you enjoyed seeing? What are the sights and sounds like here?
Definitely, yeah, there's some very loud stuff here, stuff that doesn't need to be as loud as what it is, but no, we've enjoyed it, and just the atmosphere and everything, and just bringing something new that this car world might not see with us. We've us been with the bike meetings all the time. It's completely new for them to see a sidecar, and it's a fantastic experience for us. We was up the hill earlier when you was waiting at the top with all the Formula 1 teams, and
some old legends on solo bikes.
Yeah, some old legends, and it's lovely to see all the old legends here, and even the new technology with the new Formula 1 cars, and to be able to get so close to them and laugh at how many blokes it takes to start a Formula 1 car was quite entertaining.
Definitely. Yeah, well, it's brilliant brilliant to hear you guys say that from another sport as well, and you can join that list of legends now that have been up the hill and are here. So we wish you all the best for your next run. A bit wetter this time, but all the best for it, and we'll see you at the top.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sky Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built
to power the pros.
Well, I'm back in the assembly area where it's getting very noisy because we're about to see the F1 cars take to the track. Karun is here with me as well. Karun, what are you driving in this batch?
I'm driving this wonderful Williams FW26. It's the 2004 car that won the final Grand Prix of the year with Juan Pablo Montoya driving it. Juan Pablo's here to drive the car tomorrow. His son Sebastian is driving it on Sunday. I've been very lucky, Rachel, to drive the car on a number of occasions in the past, including here at Goodwood. For me, this is the peak of F1 performance, 2004. The cars are nearly 200 kilos lighter than what we see nowadays on track. It's got the big V10 engine. And I tell you what, for everyone listening, we're running it to the full revs, nearly 20,000 RPM, the highest revving engines ever in F1 history.
I don't think I can remember the last time I heard a V10 engine, so I'm going to wait to hear that far up because I am very excited about that. But just tell me what it's like. We talk to you guys, all the drivers, but what's it like to be a driver at the Festival of Speed? The camaraderie and the environment, the atmosphere, it just feels so positive and so fantastic.
It's a relaxing weekend, and it's a way, I think, to rediscover your love for the sport. You know, I fell in love with F1 in that era, watching Ayrton Senna versus Nigel Mansell and Prost, and to see, you know, that car parked up in the queue in front of me when we go down the bottom hill is so cool. And, you know, you got the Michael Schumacher Ferrari. You know, I think people love the V10 era of Formula One, the sound of it. We've got 3 V10 cars in this batch coming up. It's going to sound amazing. And as you say, but the camaraderie is great. You know, drivers are super relaxed. Kush Maini is here, and I think, as far as I know, it's the first time we've had 2 Indians in Formula 1 cars here at the Festival of Speed, which is pretty cool.
Amazing. And I was speaking to Fred Vesti about that, about people coming from all over the world to drive in this, but also these young guys. He said he's going to come back. He said he's enjoyed it so much. He wants to come back again because of the atmosphere and the environment here. What else are you driving later?
I'm driving the Williams today, both times, and then tomorrow morning I'm in a Formula E car. I'm driving the Gen 3 Formula E car with Jaguar, and then in the afternoon the Silkat XJR12. I was in a Ferrari Le Mans car yesterday evening, so yeah, I've had a pretty good weekend so far.
Do you just rock up to a board of keys and go, I'll take that one today?
I'm very lucky that the team at Goodwood, they're very kind to me, so let's just leave it at that.
You're never happiest than this weekend all year,
well,
I tell you. Yeah.
I'm a pig in mud this weekend. You know, there's just so much great stuff to see, but also great people.
Yeah.
Like you sit down for breakfast and you're chatting with Kevin Schwantz, who was my childhood motorbike hero. And actually, that's one thing to point out. What is unique about this batch, it happens every year, maybe wonder that way a bit, but the bikes are in the same group.
Yes.
We're celebrating 75 years of Grand Prix motorcycle racing, and it's amazing that you get the sidecars and the bikes in the same group as the best F1 cars.
This is what I mentioned this morning when we started the show today, is that it's the sidecars. You couldn't pay me enough to be a sidecar passenger. I'm sorry.
Are you sure?
No.
Can she get
never. In? No, you couldn't pay me enough.
No, I'm busy. I think Rachel's free. I think she could do it.
No. I'll go in something with a closed cockpit, everything else. And you're going to be on the sidecar later, are you?
Yeah, I will be.
And what's it like?
This is Alice Smith, and she's actually going to be my new passenger going forward. She'll be racing with me at the TT next year, so this is a real treat to come to bring her to the Festival of Speed and enjoy this fabulous event, and then we're going to work together the rest of the year and prep for next year.
How many times have you done the TT?
A lot. I've been racing there 27 years, including riding at the Manx Grand Prix, so but it will be Alice Smith's first time next year.
How are you feeling about it?
Excited. Yeah, I'm not nervous yet, but I'm sure that'll come.
When did you want to be a sidecar passenger?
Oh, since I watched my dad doing it growing up, so yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. Listen, enjoy your run today. I know you've got to start the engines up. It's so lovely to talk to you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And that's it, Karun. Everybody is here, and wow, I mean, hats off, because that is one job I don't think I could ever do.
Well, listen, the engine's just fired up. I have a feeling I need to go put a helmet on.
Yes, you go.
See you
Enjoy.
later.
Thanks, Karun.
Karun Chandhok, the busiest man of the weekend there with Rachel Brooks, and we are straight into it already. Welcome back. We're into batch 4. We're going to be seeing Formula 1, Isle of Man TT and dirt bikes, and these, of course, sidecars. Up in the comment box is myself, Harry Benjamin, Alice Powell, and the man who knows these a little bit better than I do, James Hayden.
Yeah, indeed I do. It's lovely to see them out. Obviously, slightly tricky conditions for 2 and 3 wheels today. We've just seen that's Maria Costello, MBE, who just gone past, and behind her was Ellis and Clement, double world champions, the current world champions, and just before the wonderful Freddie Spencer. So amazing to see some of these guys coming up and coming through. It's great to see. So now we're seeing some of the flat trackers here, which is lovely to see. We haven't seen these sort of run up the hill before. We're just having a little look here. This is one of the Royal Enfields, which is great to see. It's one of their flat tracks from the Super Twin class in America. They've done really well on that, and a lovely little wheelie there as well. Good to see them sort of coming up, but it is tricky, as I say, damp patches, so the guy's got to be a little bit careful here and there as they move on up. But in the hands of Johnny Lewis, this bike, it's a modified 650 motor with the English company Harris Performance chassis. It's been really competitive in the flat track championship in America since 2020. Now this is nice. It's an RS1000, lovely to see. This was actually this won 2 TTs in the hands of Alex George and Mick Grant, and this is actually also chassis plate 001, the first one ever built, and Honda have tried to buy it back, to put it back in their collection. It is one of Chris Wilson's motorcycles, made famous by me, as I say, Mick Grant, and winning the senior twice. So lovely to see that sort of come up the hill with its big 1000cc engine. Really is a bit of a beast. And tricky, as I say, just tricky conditions, so the guy's going a little bit steady. They've got a weekend, and we know it's going to be drying out as the weekend goes on. This is a Marco Melandri bike, where you can see number 33, one of the Ducati Desmo Dicis, and just listen to that engine. What a beast of a thing this is. Really is quite a special motorcycle, and it's just coming up now. We've got the Yamaha Desert Rally team. These guys, they've got some legends here. Stefan Peter Hansel, he's been sort of one of the riders that, he's won the Paris-Dakar 6 times. Really is a guy. We've also got Paul Torres, Marc Bourgeois, and this is these are the official desert racing team. Paul Torres just recently won the Moroccan Desert Challenge. Guys giving you a nice little display, and these bikes have got to be so robust, just working their way through the deserts, guiding on these really long distance, week-long, like rallying on motorcycles basically, but through the deserts, rocks, dunes. Not only the bike stuff, but the riders are tough, doing a lot of their own mechanics, and really good to see these guys coming up and giving it a good little wheelie here and there for the crowd. These are about the ideal bike to be taking up today, with big wide handlebars, and you've got that little bit more control.
Yeah, it depends how brave you're feeling, though, if you want to go up on one wheel in these kind of conditions. It's dried out quite a bit, but
it has.
We are showcasing, very much the two-wheeled brands at the moment. We will see some Formula 1 cars as well a little later on, but celebrating all things Isle of Man TT and dirt bikes as well.
Yeah, I mean, speaking to the guys in the paddock this morning, a lot of them are just maybe giving this morning session a miss. Was it
a bit early for them, was it?
Yeah, well, just on the racing bikes and just with the damp patches. So, we won't see the full complement of motorcycles that we expect to see later on.
No, making their way up, though, the hill, representing the off-road and the dirt bikes to the finish line. The Yamaha World Raid Rally team showcasing their Yamahas as they cross the line and make sure to give them away. And from 2 wheels to 4, as we dig in to this from Alpine. This is actually the E20 Lotus Renault machine as it ran back in the 2012 season. Kushmini at the wheel, Alpine back driver in the Formula 2 Championship. This car designed by James Allison, driven by Kimi Raikkonen, Romain Grosjean and Jerome D'Ambrosio. When Romain Grosjean got banned for that big crash in Spa back in 2012, D'Ambrosio stepped in for a race. 1 win in Abu Dhabi back in 2012 with those amazing words by Kimi Raikkonen. Leave me alone. I know what I'm doing. That was honestly probably one of the more iconic moments of Formula 1 history, I think, Alice.
Yeah, it certainly was. Kush there demonstrating some donuts, kicking up a bit of gravel there for the crowd outside the house. It's actually Kush's first time driving the E20 yesterday, and I spoke to someone who said that he absolutely loved it and apparently nearly lost it. He won't mind me saying that, I'm sure. As he got on the loud pedal when he left the start line yesterday, but a big smile on Kush's face. As you said, Harry, part of the Alpine Academy, a front runner in the Formula 2 Championship, and certainly making a lot of noise, which is echoing and bouncing around off that flint wall on the left-hand side now as he brings the car up to the top of the hill. And again, I can guarantee you he'll have a massive smile on his face. What a piece of machinery.
I think it was David Green who said he nearly lost it right at the end. That's where David is at the start line. But if you want a little tip as to know what year this is, because it's an Alpine branded Lotus Renault, which Lotus weren't really involved. It was kind of a brand deal that Renault had back in 2012. But if you look at the stepped nose, there's a little dip on the nose where it then joins the front wing. That's how you can sort of tell it's a 2012 Formula 1 car. Because if you remember back to that fantastic season, 7 different race winners in the first 7 races, they all had, most of them at least, had that little dipped front nose, and then introduced a vanity panel from 2013 onwards. Well, that was Kushmaini, currently racing in Formula 2, backed by Alpine, heading up the hill. But it is not the only car we have out there from Formula 1. And really, going fairly modern, this from 2017. This is the Ferrari SF70H, driven in that 2017 season. Sebastian Vettel, Kimi Raikkonen were the drivers at the wheel, heading up the hill. And I think, yes, it is Marc Genet who is at the wheel of that, a long-time Italian, former Formula 1 driver, and close links with the Ferrari team still as a test and development driver as well. But this car really was a powerful machine by Ferrari back in that 2017 season.
Yeah, I mean, at the hands of Sebastian Vettel, it took 5 victories, 8 podiums to finish second to Lewis Hamilton in the 2017 Drivers' Championship. And I believe that Ollie Behrman is meant to be driving this over the remainder of the weekend. So if you're here tomorrow and Sunday, we'll have Ollie Behrman, who'll be around, along with a host of other Formula 1 drivers, but he'll be getting behind the wheel of this beautiful piece of machinery. The 1.6-litre turbocharged V6. And now on to something slightly older.
And you may recognise that helmet, and you may recognise that car as well. This is Bruno Senna in the MP4-6 McLaren Honda, McLaren's super team really at the time. Bruno Senna, of course, with now a long-term association with McLaren, driving his uncle's cars, and does so quite a lot throughout the year. This the MP4-6, the team winning 15 of 16 races, 10 1-2 finishes that year as well, and you don't get a more striking retro livery than that with the Marlborough livery, and you'll hear it before you see it.
Yeah, and it's almost giving me goosebumps with the helmet there in that livery. Bruno obviously taking it up the hill. What an honour it must be for him, and he must be so proud to be here, to be able to take that up the hill. Now, another McLaren, from one to another, and this is Emerson Fittipaldi's Cosworth M23.
Yep, it certainly is one of the most successful F1 designs ever, winning 21 Formula 1 races over 4 years, and twice a champion for Emerson Fittipaldi in 1974, and then James Hunt in 1976, and the strength of it was in its ingenious structure and the functional wedge aerodynamics. It's quite a striking car when you look at it. You know, the tall, thin airbox at the top and the cutout of the main body of the chassis was really what elevated that car at the time. Raced in 1974, driven by Emerson Fittipaldi. Now, we have modern Formula 1 cars, we have historic Formula 1 cars, and we have modern Formula 1 drivers driving them. That is Logan Sargent, the Williams driver, the American in his second season for Williams currently, and he's making his way around with the FW0802. Now, this was from 1982, first place in Dijon, second place, multiple podium finishes, and driven by Keke Rosberg.
Yeah, we saw Alex Albon in the paddock yesterday. He's also at the hands of the wheel of this. We've got James Vowles, who'll be going out to Leah Block, F1 Academy driver. And we're going to see plenty of these Red Bulls heading up the hill over the weekend, mainly on Sunday. Max Verstappen is here, but we have the RB7 in front of us now. Again, that iconic sound, that famous sound. Patrick at the wheel is going to stop right outside the house and treat the crowd with some donuts.
Going back to the 2011 season for this one, being driven by Patrick Friesacker at the moment. He's actually the longest-serving Red Bull driver, believe it or not. Sebastian Vettel and Mark Webber were the drivers of this car, seeing it go to 12 wins, 27 podiums, 18 pole positions, making its way around. But it's not the only Red Bull. As Alice said, we're celebrating 20 years of Red Bull racing, and this is the RB8. David Coulthard at the wheel, 13-time Grand Prix winner, of course. And this one, what gives it away? the step nose. It's from 2012. Vettel and Webber once again at the wheel. This one went to 7 wins, and yet another one of Sebastian Vettel's title-charging cars, designed, of course, by Adrian Newey. 2010, 11, 12, 13. Amazing years for Red Bull and Sebastian Vettel.
The list just goes on and on and on, doesn't it, when you talk about Red Bull racing and the amount of victories. And here is a man that will definitely have a massive smile. I'm sure I can see it through his eyes, peeping through the helmet there. Karun Chandhok blasts off, as he mentions, the first time that 2 Indian drivers will be in F1 machinery, you could say technically on the same track, but Karun now being slowed down, getting into position to stop. He's behind the BMW F26, of course raced by Juan Pablo Montoya.
Yeah, for the 2004 Formula 1 season, this designed by Patrick Head and the Williams hierarchy, driven by the likes of, as you say, Juan Pablo Montoya, Ralf Schumacher, Antonio Pizzonia, Marc Genet, who's also here this weekend. You saw him driving the Ferrari earlier. This powered by BMW 3-litre V10 engine. 1 win in that season, courtesy of Juan Pablo Montoya's. There you go, I'll get out eventually. His win in Brazil.
Yeah, these V10s sound fantastic as well, don't they?
And this is when, Formula 1, it had proper oomph, didn't it? Big brand manufacturers involved, BMW, fantastic.
It throws me back to my childhood. This is when I was growing up, just starting to come into go-karts, watching these cars glued to the television on a Sunday afternoon, cheering on the likes of Michael Schumacher, Pablo Montoya, and there's a Mercedes, I think, being driven just there in front, Frederick Vesti. That's a great queue to be in, a queue of F1 cars. Wave to the crowd there from Karun.
Doing a nice little burnout from Fred Vesti in front, but we're focusing at the moment on this Williams being driven by former Formula 1 driver Karun Chandhok, who became the 2nd ever Formula 1 driver from India after Narain Karthikeyan raced for the likes of Hispania Racing and Lotus, which then became Caterham. Didn't quite go the full on for Karun, but has had a very successful career since as a driver, and works with Williams as a heritage driver rather regularly, and gets the plum opportunities to drive a lot of these cars this weekend. So you'll see Karun Chandhok up and down the hill across the weekend. And Mercedes here as well, which you saw that from Frederick Vesti at the wheel. They've actually got the Mercedes Formula 1 car here from 2021, and if you remember the rather big incident, well, no, won't talk about Abu Dhabi, but we'll go to the Italian Grand Prix. Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton fighting fiercely, and Lewis Hamilton coming together, both of them coming together, and Verstappen going on top of Hamilton. But it all started, James, with the bike action and the 2 wheels.
Yeah, it did indeed. Lovely to see some flat trackers coming out. Obviously, we had the Mick Grant's, lovely Honda RS1000 there, TT winner. This is Seti Gibernau's Ducati from MotoGP. What a beast that would be to ride up here. Marco Melandri's number 33 there, once again, another MotoGP Ducati. And then we had some of the desert racers coming up, the off-roaders, and we had the Yamaha Rally World Rally team. So lovely to see those guys out and about and pulling some wheelies. And then we went on back to the Formula 1 cars.
Yeah, the Alpine liveried 2012 Formula 1 car, ran as the Lotus Renault back in that 2012 season, being run by Kush Maini at the wheel, the Formula 2 driver. We also saw some of Michael Schumacher's fantastic Ferraris heading up the field, the F2001 in display, making its way through. And of course, how can you forget McLaren, Honda, Senna together? It just makes sense, doesn't it, Alice?
It is absolutely incredible. And if you do want to take a closer look, if you are here on site at these incredible single-seaters and incredible Formula 1 cars, then do make sure that you pay a visit to the F1 pit lane presented by Sky Sports, which is just over by the Drivers Club on the house side of the paddock.
Logan Sargent in action for Williams here. Lots of Formula 1 cars and drivers. Red Bull celebrating 20 years as Red Bull Racing. Patrick Friesacker and David Coulthard driving up the hill in 2 Red Bulls. And so was Fred Vesti, Mercedes reserve driver, F2 runner-up last year in that Silver Arrow. And Karun Chandhok in the Williams, driven by Juan Pablo Montoya back in 2007, powered by that awesome BMW V10 engine. Your F1 cars, your Aleman TT, and your off-road bikes all on display.
Kush, yesterday you said you were scared of this car. Today, the smiles got even bigger.
Oh, it's just such a good car to drive, and the atmosphere here is amazing. I want to come back every year, and to do with a brand like Alpine, like I said yesterday, is like a dream come true.
You were sliding through the first corner yesterday. Now you're just doing donuts in the top paddock. It's brilliant.
Yeah, one more to go, so I'm going to make the most of it.
I think I'll stay behind the straw bales when you do that one.
Thanks, mate.
You enjoying that?
Yeah, mate, honestly, it's such a good day, and I'm so glad I got called up for this. And no, thanks to the whole Alpine team for having me.
And it's your first time up the hill?
Yeah, first time. Yesterday was the first time, and one more go after this, so I'm going to make the most of it, and this smile is going to stay for a week at least.
I got a feeling we're going to see you back at Goodwood Festival of Speed.
I hope. I hope. Thank you very much.
Sky Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built
to power the pros.
David, nice way to wake up and start the Festival of Speed.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, I'm staying just right beside as well. So I think my teenage son's still in bed, but he should be awake now.
They're allowed to do that at that age, aren't they?
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, I think this is, you know, such an amazing celebration, isn't it, of all things motorsport. So it's a real privilege. I was here at the very first event. I'm old enough to have experienced that, and to see it grow and grow has just been incredible.
And of course, we're celebrating Red Bull this weekend. 20 years since they got into Formula One. Unbelievable, really. Part of the establishment now.
Yeah, they are, and what they've achieved, I think, is a great example of. It's not the name above the door. You know, if it was, then one of these two Ferraris would be winning every championship. It's the people within, and you know, in that little factory in Milton Keynes, a lot of the guys and girls that are there, you know, I'd worked with back in the early 90s with Paul Stewart Racing, so it evolved through Stewart Grand Prix, Jaguar, Ford, or Ford, then Jaguar, and then into Red Bull. So, you know, incredible journey, great legacy, and another brilliant example of British engineering.
And what's it like to get back in this sort of car and drive it? Is it straight in there and switch on and go?
Yeah, largely speaking, it is. I didn't actually race this particular car, RB8, but this era of the normally aspirated cars are fairly straightforward, and they were cutting edge at their time, and they're still incredibly quick, but a lot less complex than a modern Grand Prix car.
And of course, you're a very busy boy, but what makes you spend your one weekend off coming to Festival of Speed?
Well, being part of a journey and being part of a family, the motorsports community, I think, is something we can all relate to. I'm still going to kart tracks because my son's racing that I haven't been at for 30 years, some of these places, but the motorsports hub and society, if you like, within the UK is very strong. So there's an incredible array of motorsports which are on display here. Formula One is the pinnacle of that in terms of global TV, but there's so many people having a lot of fun doing so many different forms of motorsport.
And a lot of old friends to catch up with.
Yes, absolutely. Old is the key word. As I look in the mirror this morning and think, all right, okay, go and jump up the hill in the Grand Prix car. But look, motorsport is, whether you're a fan on the young side, whether you're a competitor, or in my case, still working within the sport, but ultimately just a fan. Motorsport, I think, is something that gets in your blood and it stays with you until your last breath.
Absolutely, well said. And I hope you've gone somewhere with this engine to waking your son up this morning.
Yeah, for sure. He's awake now and he should be in here. You know, he loves, you know, everything really, you know, especially all the supercars, and he'd like to be a racing driver. But I think the draw of being a teenager to the bed is still very strong at the moment.
Well, I'm sure we'll see him at some point over the weekend. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you.
Logan, first time at Festival of Speed, you've arrived in style.
I have. My first time in this car. I have to say it's a little bit different to what I drive nowadays. But no, it's still so impressive. So much power and how light it is. Honestly, it's amazing that they were able to race these at the level they did back in the day.
We heard from Alex Albon yesterday. That's the first thing he said. He said he couldn't believe they drive these cars at the limit. It must be so strange sitting in this thing.
Honestly, I mean, it's a different art. I think, you know, it takes time to get used to it for sure. But it's special, right? It's just raw, real racing. But yeah, I'll stick with what I have nowadays.
Yeah, for one, you've got that little stick to the right. Do you know what to do with that?
I do, fortunately. Maybe not as good as they knew how to use it back in the day, but no, it's fun. It's something different.
And that steering wheel looks a lot different from the one you've got.
I mean, it's like a toy car steering wheel. It's tiny. Doesn't have much grip either, but it does the job.
And to have your legs over the front axle, that always seems a strange thing to me.
The whole thing is strange to me, but no, it's just lucky to get a chance to drive it.
The one thing everyone says is good is the visibility is fantastic in this car, isn't it? The visibility, you're sort of sticking out above the car.
I feel like I'm in a go-kart. I can see everything. Honestly, in nowadays Formula One cars, you can't see anything, and this you can see everything. So it's changed a lot, but no, it's quite nice to have that. I can see everything.
Well, take a look at the crowd. It's great to have you here, and I'm sure it won't be the first or last time you're here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Karun, I heard you earlier talk to Rachel and you said you're a pig in mud. You certainly look like it in here now.
Well, the track's pretty muddy this morning. I mean, you got to watch out with your burgundy trousers, David. You get mud on that. Yeah, no, but I was very lucky this car's got traction control. I was pretty thankful because it's got 956 horsepower and only 600 kilos. So it's better power to weight than the current F1 car.
And how close did you get to the 20,000 RPM limit?
I was there in second, third, and fourth gear, and then I scared myself and had slowed down at that point. But it's cool. Look at me. I'm parked up here. One of my best mates, Bruno Senna's parked in front of me in his Uncle Ayrton's McLaren. And, you know, they got Mercedes and Red Bulls. This is, as I said, big in mud.
It's quite the car park here. I just spoke to Logan Sargent. He's quite bewildered by driving the car he's in at the moment. There's nothing on the steering wheel. He said it feels like a toy car, the steering wheel.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, that's the charm of coming here, right? You get to experience the different eras of the sport. And I mean, I've driven the 08 so many times. It's, I think for me, the thing in that, the ground effects car with the DFE engine, you know, the greatest F1 engine ever. So, yeah, he's a lucky boy.
And you're not doing too bad in this one. I think this era is absolutely special in terms of the lightness and combined with that V10.
Yeah, as I said, Rachel, before, I think it's peak F1 performance. And, you know, Williams, this car won the last Grand Prix. Sorry, I got a plug coming in.
I'm getting pushed aside now.
Yes, I think I need to go back collection area. So, bye-bye.
20,000 revs on the way down?
Probably not.
Good luck.
It was Fred Vestry.
Technical innovation often passes from racing to road cars, but turbocharging went the other way. The concept of using exhaust gas to power a turbine to pressurise intake air had been used with aircraft and heavy diesels before the Second World War, and made its debut on production cars in the early 1960s. Porsche was the pioneer of turbocharging in Can-Am with the monstrous 91730 Turbo Panzer, which made more than 1,000 brake horsepower from its turbocharged Flap 12. But it was the Porsche 936 that made forced induction the benchmark in sports car racing, winning the Le Mans 24 Hours 3 times between 1976 and 1981. Turbocharging arrived in Formula One as a novelty with the pioneering Renault RS01 of 1977, and it was far from an immediate success. Eventually, Ferrari followed suit in 1981, and soon the whole grid scrambled to develop their own turbo motors.
I feel like I've just eavesdropped in on a conversation there. Sorry to interrupt.
That's okay.
No, it's okay. Just catching up with Freddie. He's a legend.
I'm seeing a lot of legends talking to other legends up here in the top paddock today. Have you had a good day so far?
Yeah, it's great. It's really great riding the 3-cylinder up the hill, you know, because that's how HRC started, and so that bike has a lot of great memories for me. And I know with John, the same thing with riding the Honda. So, coming to this event is such a pleasure because you get to see things here you never get to see, and it never gets old.
And what I like about it is you just come up here to the top of the hill, park the bike against the straw bales, and then have a chat.
Yeah, that's how it used to be. That's how we were growing up. And I just listened to Freddie set off on the 3-cylinder. It was so cool. Little bit of waft of 2-stroke, but it's, the blue smoke coming out the back of it. I was like, lovely. And then a little bit greasy up the hill, a little bit tricky for us on the old little contact patch. But yeah, the fans are out there in force. And we just, every year we come up here and we've just got something to say and talk about. We've got many, many stories.
Well, nothing like a bit of 2-stroke to wake you up in the morning, is there?
Yeah, that's true. And the thing is that it brings back great memories of exactly that, the modern bikes with electronics, all the electronics was in your hand, and so it's all about being smooth with the throttle and things, and so it's like I said, it's a great throwback.
All the cars were complaining how greasy it was this morning, but they've got it easy, haven't they, compared to you guys?
Yeah, I had plenty of traction control turned up on this bike, but I set off the line and it was still spinning everywhere, and you know, it would be rather embarrassing if you ended up going up the road on your backside here at this event. So it was nice and steady. Hopefully it'll get a bit dry this afternoon. We can rev them up a bit more, maybe get a bit of a wheelie on or something across the front of the house. But I've done it many, many times, and I really, really enjoy this event. We have a great time, and it's nice to be on your bike with not feeling too much pressure. Everywhere you go sometimes these days, there's a lot of pressure on your shoulders, but here it's just a good fun day.
Well, I look forward to you doing a wheelie later on, and I'll let you boys get back to your conversation. Thank you very much.
Beautiful views from the Goodwood house in what will be a packed day. Here is a look at what's coming up. Next up, we'll be getting more of the first glance and road bikes up on the hill, and all things drift. Just Niki Lauda celebrations and 130 years of Mercedes-Benz just after that. The Red Arrow's back in action as well. Supercars from 12:25 and the MG moment at just after 1 o'clock this afternoon, celebrating 100 years of MG, before we then go for cars between 1890 to 1960, horseless to hybrid, and back again with some more Formula 1, Isle of Man, TT and dirt bike cars coming from 1:55. So just before 2 o'clock, that is all coming your way in the next hours or so, and then we get our first bit of time practice shootout from 2:45. You'll be seeing competitive action up the hill and celebrating all things Richard Petty on the balcony from 3:15. More first glance and road bikes from 4 o'clock. If you missed it, they've missed the earlier option before we head back to the supercars at 4:40. BMX best trick competition. Look out for that one in the BMX area, 5:30 in the afternoon, before more action from batch 3 at just after 5:30, celebrating all things Niki Lauda, Mercedes-Benz and Just Racing, the best privateer manufacturer. But how good an exit can Mathai get to the line? He's not going to be able to do it, or as he tries to tuck into the turn, it's going to go to the line.
Dynamic air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
Sky Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built
to power the pros.
Friday at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Up in the commentary box for this next batch, myself, Harry Benjamin, James Hayden and Harry Metcalf. We're into first glance and road bikes, and we're kicking off with the road bikes.
We are indeed, and we're looking at the Aprilia RS V4. Gorgeous bike. It's about 220 brake horsepower. You can see it's a really sort of MotoGP replica with those sort of front winglets. This is being ridden by Keely Clark. I'm taking it up the hill, but this is one of my favourite motorcycles on the road. Beautiful little 65-degree V4, revs around to 13,500, 190 miles an hour. And now we're looking at the beautiful. Now this is a take on basically this is a take on one of the it's a Norton. It's called the White Charger. And this is it's really a take on Steve Hislop's 1992 winning TT bike, and it's to also highlight Norton bringing in a new sort of colour customization program. So this is actually sort of one of us. This is their new V4S, but it's based on the look and the replica of Steve Hislop's bike. That was one of the greatest TT races ever between him and Carl Fogarty. So it's really nice to see that sort of coming up, and you can basically you just sort of customise these new Nortons in any which way that you want. So that's what's being shown then. So that beautiful new Norton V4S, as I say, but based on Steve Hislop's 92 senior TT winning himself.
So much variety on offer here, and not afraid to do the stunts either. This is one of the Royal Enfields just making its way off the start line, and
I think
look
he's
at that.
the stunt man, so I think he's just come to give us a little display while some of the other bikes are getting ready here. He did some great stuff yesterday, getting the crowd up on their feet, and nice little stand-up wheelie. Makes it look so easy, doesn't he?
You can do that, right?
Oh, of course.
It takes a lot of skill to do that, but these guys have done it for so long. They're so well versed in it, and putting on a bit of entertainment for us. Front wheelie next up on that Royal Enfield, and just it's amazing the variety and the differences of design you can get across the range of motorbikes. Royal Enfield have got a few bikes on offer here across the weekend. 4 bikes. Look out for the Interceptor 650 Twin. There's the Shotgun 650, the Super Meteor 650, and the Top Gear Continental GT Royal Enfield as well.
Yep, so here we've got, this is the 2024 final edition of the Triumph Thruxton, a really sort of beautiful take on that sort of modern retro look. The Thruxton, very famous, named after Triumph winning the first ever Thruxton 500 race back in 1958, and the model has sort of been going through. They relaunched it 19 years ago, and this is the run-out model. Comes in this special green. It's all, the tank is sort of pipe by hand, little gold pin striping. And each one comes with an individual plaque signed by the whole production team and the CEO of Triumph, Nick Bloor, and it really is a sort of a gorgeous bike. Sort of 1200cc twin engine and that sort of cafe racer type styling, as we see it sort of roll past, and some really sort of nice bits on it as well. You can see it's got the front O-lins and nice exhaust system, and so it's a nice thing. I mean, Triumph have come on in leaps and bounds over these last years. They really are such a gorgeous product. So, and now we're looking at this is the BMW R20 concept. So, quite a cool machine here, and it's actually being ridden very interestingly by the CEO of BMW Motorrad, Marcus Flash, who was also the former head of the M division, and he's a passionate motorcyclist. And you can see it's a really cool bike. It's kind of based on the R18. It's got a 2-litre boxer engine in it, so you can imagine what that's like. But with new cylinder head covers, they've changed the oil cooler so they can hide a lot of the pipes. They really wanted that clean look. It's got that sort of really completely redeveloped chassis and that sort of all-in-one tank seat that gives it a very clear line, and also that kind of slightly slammed rear look, that huge beautiful boxer engine, quite a unique sound, a little 3D printed running light, those gorgeous systems. They kind of changed the whole shorter wheelbase. They've moved the head angle as well. It's got radio-mounted calipers, fully adjustable Olin suspension. So there's some really cool stuff being put into that.
Certainly is. Just some of the two-wheeled offering out on the hill at the moment. But from 2 to 4 wheels, we get more into the first glance. You just saw there at the front of the queue the Aston Martin Lagonda DBX 707. You might recognise that as the Formula One medical car. We've got the new Continental GT from Bentley that they're displaying, and that, Harry Metcalf, is a beautiful machine to look at.
It is, and it's here in hybrid form. So this is their new car for late 24, 2025, but we're actually looking at the Aston Martin 707, which tells you it's 707 horsepower, which is extraordinary, isn't it, for a family SUV? But it's a really good car. I enjoy driving this one. It's got a rear bias to the transmission, and you have these sort of oversteer moments you're coming out of junction things, as you do in this car. Lamborghini Urus SE. This is their new model, again hybrid, and this boasts now 800 horsepower. The horsepower on these SUVs is just getting crazy, but it's because it's got electrical power as well. And yeah, no one's driven that Urus yet. Again, we've got another Bentley with the hybrid system on it. This is 771 horsepower, I believe, when it uses the same system as the Lamborghini. It's just interesting that Bentley is 30 horsepower short of the Lamborghini. So there's obviously it's got the same engine and hybrid transmission, but there is something different with the setup. But it's a super slippery car, the Conti GT. I was talking to some journalist friends last night, and it's our guilty pleasure. We shouldn't like the Bentley Continental GT as much as we do. It's a bit heavy, it's heavy, but it is glorious. You step inside, and that interior is beautiful, and I think the styling is just maturing beautifully. This is their new model, but it's such a classy car.
Yeah, this is their the new 4th generation Continental GT 0-60 in 3.2 seconds, the top speed of 208 miles per hour, new design, new electrical architecture to allow for that electric power, new technology involved in this Bentley. And actually, I went on to Crewe earlier this week and had a look around the Bentley production line, and it's each car so bespoke in the way it's made.
You must go, if you ever get the chance to go to the Bentley factory. You will change your opinion just watching the hands craftsmen building those cars. We just briefly saw the continuation of the Bentley Speed 6 there, but now we have the M5 on track. Again, hybrid system, 717 horsepower, their latest generation of M5. It's the 7th generation from the first one, E28 in 1986. But this one, it's interesting, they're all going to this hybrid system. There's another hybrid on the line as well, the XM. This is the way all manufacturers are having to go, particularly in Europe. But as a driver, I've now driven these things. What I like, if we have to accept the extra weight, but it's very low down and they handle way more better than you expect. If you look at the curb weight, it's not 10 story. Get behind the wheel, and they're adjustable. They've got rear steer, and they just can use this horsepower, and it's just extraordinary, the performance of these cars. This is the super posh one on the XM, so it has the lit-up grille on it, which is a little design touch with this BMW XM.
Yeah, BMW launching both the XM label and the M5. The M5, of course, an iconic tale within the BMW family. This, though, the more powerful, more exclusive, more extravagant BMW XM label, most popular, most powerful BMW M model ever made, brings together that M hybrid system. But BMW really changed the look of their car as they head into this sort of electric future, haven't they? Especially with that front grille styling.
Well, they've actually got something called New Class coming in. It's actually on the stand, and there is a more subtle look coming 25, 26, 27, and super efficient electric motors in it. So yeah, the future is quite interesting at BMW at the moment.
It certainly is. Just some of the first glance and road bikes you'll see around the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Do make sure you take the time to check out what is on offer. So much variety there with the likes of BMW, Bentley, Lamborghini, Aston Martin, all in action, and of course the road bikes from Yamaha and Aprilia, Royal Enfield too, all on display heading up the hill. And the weather just about staving off for the time being. And give us a wave if you see yourself on the telly. Whether you're here enjoying the atmosphere, or hope you're enjoying it wherever you are in the world, watching across the international feed. And prime seats just behind the hay bales as well. Can you see over there? He's happy there. I mean, James and Harry, Goodwood just is an event like no other now. 31 years on, since humble beginnings, really. And now it's the biggest, and I'll say the best, global car show.
It is. I mean, my first...
And bike show. I don't want to leave you out there, James.
Yeah, the first one I ever did was in '96, and it was a very different event then. There was nothing the other side of the track. It was all house side back in those days, and it was a small gathering, but they had the supercars, it had the excitement. We hadn't seen anything like it. And, you know, Duke of Richmond has reinvented what we expect from a motor show and an event like this. It's so multifaceted. You cannot do it in one day. You know, you've got the rally up the top and you've got the supercars. So, yeah, that's what I love about Goodwood. You always learn something here and you see something new every time you come.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter what you're into in motorsport ways as well. It tickles everyone's fancy, doesn't it? Exactly that. And it just also has that unique feel, you know, whether it's, you know, eating and drinking at the track and kind of like watching the cars, seeing the cars. It's just a wonderful event.
Well, just having a little clearance at the start line, but we are now seeing some more cars up the way, and we're really seeing at the moment a boom of Chinese brands coming into Europe and in the electric vehicle market. This from Yangwang, which is the luxury prestige brand of BYD. BYD with quite a few models out and available in the UK. No plans to sell that Yangwang yet in Europe, but the fact that it's here suggests that they might be just tantalizing us. But from China to South Korea, Genesis as well, Harry, out in full force with this Magma concept.
They do, yeah. Interesting what they're doing. Genesis is got an interesting design at Hyundai, Luke Dunkervold, and he is re-energising the design, and this is their premium brand within Hyundai, and that's the car we're seeing there. He's famous for designing the Lamborghini Murcielago and the Gallardo, and now he's there, so you're going to see some really cool designs coming from them.
Yeah, just...
Well, we've got a Honda on the start line, and Honda out in full force this weekend.
Civic Type R, yeah, four-door, crazy hot hatch. I love that they've continued with this car.
Well, the Honda just about to head up the hill then, and let's see what Honda are offering us across the weekend. Celebrating 60 years of Honda, indeed. The RB Formula One driver Yuki Tsunoda is here this weekend, driving one of the first Honda Formula One cars. This, though, very different. The Honda Civic Type R making its way up the hill.
And such a long history of this brand and Civic Type R, and they have become quite a wild car, but they've calmed down the styling with this one. It's not that calm, but you should have seen the version before. I've driven it. It's made for UK roads. It has a wonderfully set up chassis. It's huge fun, and in this crazy world, sort of relatively affordable, around the £40,000 mark for the performance it offers. And you could take this on a track and even have a ball. It's adjustable chassis. I really like these cars.
Yeah, 0 to 62 in 5.5 seconds. 2-litre, 4-cylinder VTEC turbo engine develops a maximum output of 329 PS, and it is a beautiful looking machine. I love the rear wing on the back with the spoiler on the back of it as well.
Well, that's the calmed down version of the rear wing. I say the previous one having a bigger one, and it's still just front wheel drive, putting 300 and some horsepower through the front wheels, and those triple exhausts.
Fastest front-wheel drive car to have driven the legendary Suzuka circuit in Japan. Honda giving it vigorous testing out there in what is a celebration for them this weekend. Now, making its way up the hill again, I mentioned how the Chinese manufacturers are making their mark across the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and so too are Hongyi. This is the EH7, and Hongyi have long been around in China and now trying to transition over into Europe. Charles Rainford at the wheel of this car. And just seeing the sleek designs of it. Of course, I suppose Tesla was really the car that changed the game. And you see elements of what those early Teslas look like, even now in all these electric cars that are coming out.
They do. There is a very clean look. The thing about electric cars, they don't need a front grille, so they have this different face. We first saw it with Tesla, and you can see it on this model, that only intakes are perhaps for the air conditioning and that sort of thing. But it's the volume it then offers. Really modern design, that. I mean, it looks concept car, and here it is on sale.
Yeah, that is a Chinese luxury car brand making its way around the EH7, coming towards the finish line now. And again, part of the onslaught of Chinese manufacturers. Indeed, they're coming thick and fast now for the Hongyi brand, and also then we've got the Defender there as well.
Yes, I was looking at the details of this, and it has to be the best they can make it on road and off road. We're going back to Hyundai. Again, I was talking to friends, and these are really been making good sales in Scandinavia regions. You see a lot of these on the road. So they haven't come to the UK yet, but they'll be coming in very shortly. I think they just offer a huge amount of volume for a pretty competitive price, all electric, etc. But the Chinese invasion is coming.
Yeah, this Hongyi is the oldest Chinese passenger car brand, launched back in 1958. It actually means, translated, red flag. Originally, Hongyi models were only actually for high-ranking government officials in China. They ceased production in 1981 before being revived in the mid-1990s. This out now making its way up the hills, the Hongyi EHS9 electric full-size luxury SUV. Fuel motors, four-wheel drive, 84 to 120 kilowatt lithium-ion battery powering that across the line. And again, a striking look as well, with that stripe down the middle. And this actually is another perfect example off the back of what we've been talking about. The MG, celebrating 100 years of MG, of course, and particularly with the sculpture outside the house, highlighting MG's journey from its origins in the West to now its future in the East.
And there we go. This concept car, coupe version, we've seen they launched the Cyberster, their Roadster, but this is the concept for Goodwood. Really good looking car. Again, such a different look to the previous cars we've just been seeing going up the hill. This is more emotional, more to, he's taken to the grass there. I wonder if it's four-wheel drive, But it's interesting how they're changing the designs now. They did the big volume cars, and now they're going for the Western design, the coupe look. It'd be great if this comes back. But it has huge advantages on electric cars, because we have to get the frontal area down to get the range, to get the performance and the efficiency. So we've actually got to start adjusting at what we want from our cars, and you'll see a lot more of those, because they're all trying to trim the CD factor in the frontal area to get the efficiency from going to electric.
Yeah, the MG4 EV X-Power, being driven by touring car driver Daniel Rowbottom, fully electric hatchback, up to 323 miles of electric range that gives you. To another MG, this is the Cyberster Coupe.
Yes, two versions on sale. This is the top one, high performance one, 550 horsepower, I think. Super quick, and it's got the supercar doors that come up, fold up for all show, electric roof, and affordable roadster. I do like the idea of electric roadster. I mentioned it yesterday. There is something, if you are just cruising through the countryside, you just hear sounds that you don't normally hear in a roadster with no sound. You just hear birds, you hear the wind and trees. It's weird. I recommend taking a test drive of one of these just for that different experience.
Well, that was MG, and this is an Audi e-tron about to head up the hill, and it's another big weekend for the German brand.
When you're at the start line, remember, many hills were conquered just getting here. In my career with Audi, we never stopped. We made every car better, stronger, faster, bolder.
Greatly affected the chances of a repeat victory. 1, 2, 3 for the Ingolstadt mark. The Audi takes the checkered flag.
The Auto Union Type 52. This is the most powerful car we never built. The 16-cylinder engine, the aerodynamics, the central seating position. Would it have been built back in its day, it would have been a marvel. And now, decades later, our hard work and engineering spirit leads us to this. The most intense car we have ever built. Zero to 100 in 2.5 seconds. We pushed everything to the edge. From the first design to the first hill climb. We went all in to intensify the drive. This is the embodiment of Vorsprung durch Technik. The Auto Union Type 52 and the new Audi RS e-tron GT Performance.
From its origins back in the early 1900s, Audi has come a long way, and this sets off for the hill climb, the Audi RS e-tron GT Performance. And this, Harry, is a very nice car indeed, isn't it?
Well, they've upped the game on their latest generation e-tron with this new model, and the performance is off the scale. 912 horsepower now from this car, and 2.5 seconds to 62 miles an hour. That matches a Bugatti Veyron when it was launched, and here we are with an electric Audi matching that. Who would have thought that?
It's also got a boost mode, hasn't it?
It has, on the button on the steering wheel. Yeah.
As if when you need a little bit more.
Yeah, just press with care, I would suggest. Yeah, and this amount of performance, £150,000 for this version. The thing about the e-tron and Audi, they're always known for super slippery cars, and this sort of is going back to that look, that super streamlined look for efficiency.
As it flies across the finish line, the Audi RS e-tron GT Performance, top speed of 250 kilometers an hour, gets 440 kilowatts of power output in that as well, makes its way across the line. And next up, we have something, well, that's a little bit different in terms of style. This is the Moda 5 making its way around. This is a family SUV. Launching this year. At the moment, the only option available is a 1.6-litre petrol, Richard Circum at the wheel. But more and more affordable family SUVs are now coming onto the market.
Yeah, and this is linked also with the Jayco. They've been brought in by Chery Group in China, who also have a link with the JLR, which they've had a link there since 2012. So, yeah, we're sharing technology. Completely different car now, Polestar 4.
And the Polestar is actually a really exciting time to head down to their stand, because for so many years they just had one car really as that they could sell. Now with the launch of the 3 and the 4, and not forgetting we've seen the 6 Roadster up there as well, they're really coming on board with a full fleet of cars. This, the 4, the electric SUV coupe, 385 mile range, 536 brake horsepower. Polestar really starting to up the ante a bit.
And also on the design, and the most controversial piece on this car, it has no rear window, and they've done that to sort of stretch the cabin inside, and you now have a sort of TV screen instead of a rear view mirror. But it's just a starring styling novelty, isn't it? But we've seen a number of
everyone
cars.
uses cameras now, right?
Well, apparently, but it's still got wing mirrors I see on this car. But yeah, no rear screen to enhance the interior space, I'm told.
Yeah, I was down there with the CEO of Polestar a little earlier, and he sat in the back of the car and was demonstrating how much extra headroom he had sitting in the back of the seats. And you could just see at the top there, that little mounting, that is where the camera is for looking out on where the back window would be. Still with those wing mirrors, though, offering that. There's also the 3 to look out for as well. That still does have the window.
Yeah.
And then to a little something different from Mercedes. And this is one of their newer cars on the block, the AMG GT3 63 Pro. Mercedes' latest offering in their GT range.
It is. I had the GT Pro in recently, GT63 anyway. Very easy car to live with. It's now shared the chassis with the Mercedes SL. But this is an interesting car just coming up on screen now, this Alpine A290. Yesterday we saw the Mini Cooper Works go up the hill. This is a direct rival for the Mini Cooper coming from Renault. And Renault 5 base, Alpine have enhanced it styling-wise, wider track and a little bit extra horsepower. So they'll be doing battle later this year, these two cars.
I'm a big fan of this car. 220 horsepower, 6.4 seconds, 0 to 60. F1-inspired steering wheel as well from the Alpine Formula 1 team. But then you've also got the iconic Alpine heritage from the front headlights being displayed there too.
Right, yeah. I can only talk about the Mini, but the hot hatch, this idea of an electric hot hatch, front-wheel drive, I drove the Mini the other day, and you can turn traction control off. You just have this tyre squeal out of every junction, and you think, no, I must grow up. And I suspect this Alpine will be doing exactly the same thing on Evo tests in the future.
And it's a very different offering from Alpine compared to their current offering that is currently available. You can check out that on the Alpine stand just over the bridge. From Alpine to Rolls-Royce with the Black Badge Cullinan Series 2. Matthew Wisher at the wheel.
I do like the way Rolls-Royce always seem to get race drivers to demonstrate their cars, which you do not expect to see a Rolls-Royce Cullinan going up the hill quite as quick as this. We saw the Spectre yesterday, but yeah, the big volume, controversial Rolls-Royce. We never thought we'd see a big car like this from Rolls-Royce, but you can understand why when you see the sales figures on it. People do seem to like this car because of the space in it.
At the front as well. Marking a bit of a change for the 23-inch wheels on that Cullinan Series 2. The lower area of the bumper as well. Got a strong diagonal graphic to the lower air intake, enhancing the dynamism of the car. It's very easy for these cars to be quite big, bulky, and a little bit, dare I say, clunky. But of course, when Rolls-Royce are designing it, they're looking rather good.
They're just great to ride in. And I'm a bit of a fan of Rolls-Royce. I've got a Silver Shadow in the garage at home, one of my favourite cars.
Well, that was the Rolls-Royce, and we've got the iconic Toyota Yaris, the GR Yaris lining up, and Toyota in full force here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Indeed, and here's their...
Hello, Seven Calais. Are you having a great time at Goodwood? Thank you for all the success you have achieved with the GR Yaris. Congratulations on the delivery ceremony of your cars today.
And now is the key moment. Kalle, here is the keys for your car. You're welcome. And Sepp, here's the keys for your car.
Are you sure you gave the right one? Huh?
I am absolutely sure, 100%. Because you get these cars and I have the Rally 1.
That's nice. Thank you very much.
Now, the Toyota GR Yaris has really become a mainstay of Toyota's offering over the last few years. It's the hottest of, we talk about hot hatches, this is the hottest of hatches out there. Everybody wants a GR Yaris, and if they have one, they say how brilliant it is. This lining up is their latest offering, the ultimate GR Yaris, available exclusively, or was, through Ballot, just lining up and taking off now from the start line.
Yeah, and I'm one of those owners of a GR Yaris, had one since 2021, so yeah, guilty as charged. Yeah, the new one, 280 horsepower, And yeah, it's slightly more expensive than the other one, but they have just refined it. We drove one the other day. It's coming on Harry's Garage this Sunday, and it has this more mature. It's better riding and has more adjustability in the chassis. And it's got a digital dash on it, and they've lowered so you can got a better view out from a driver's seat. But it's just a fun hot hatch. It's 1600cc, 280 horsepower. We never thought we'd get that sort of horsepower from smaller engines. And it was homologation special, created by Toyota, and it made no sense. They put so much effort. It was almost hand-built, and there was this rush to buy them, and we've all hung on to them because there's nothing else like it out there. Just great fun. Four-wheel drive, proper little hot hatch. Think of Lancia Integrale, and this is the modern version of that car.
Yeah, there's a couple of editions of the GR Yaris. Got the Auger edition and the Rovanpera edition. I think the Rovanpera, named after Toyota's rally drivers, is the second car, the second of the GR Yaris. It's a bit more extroverted, racing-inspired rear wing, four-wheel drive mode as well. Whereas the Auger edition, in the matte stealth grey GR Yaris, has a large rear spoiler on that one too. Well, from GR Yaris to something brand new as well. The 552, sorry, this is the Xpeng G6. Yes, Gary Franks at the wheel of this. Another Chinese brand entering the fray. The third completely new model to its European range. This is an electric ultra smart all-electric SUV. Driving range of 570 kilometers, 200 kilometers an hour top speed. Flash of the lights as it comes through. And there's a general theme here, isn't there, of these Chinese brands coming into this space with the slick designs and minimalism to the car on the exterior.
Yes, but then we've seen MG reinvent the car as well, so there's a whole mix coming. There are so many brands hitting us. It's getting confusing to know which car is which, but yeah, it's going to keep the Western brands, the heritage brands, on their toes when you look at this first glance, just the new cars coming along.
Give us a wave if you see yourself on the telly watching here trackside at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. We hope you're enjoying it if you're here, and at least the rain is absolutely staving off for the time being, and getting all the good photos and content you can from this fantastic event. Friday here at Goodwood Festival of Speed. 2 more days to run across the weekend. And indeed, we hope you're enjoying the coverage wherever you are watching it from around the world. This truly is and has become a global automotive show. 4 wheels, 2 wheels, all on display. There is something for everybody here, not only on the hill climb, but also up at the Forest Rally stage as well. We've got the rally cars racing it around that brilliant stage. The technicals on that are absolutely something to behold. And still a few cars making their way up the hill at the moment. We just saw Ferrari blast past our commentary box, but let's take a look back at some of those first glance and road bikes, and we kick things off with the 2 wheels.
Yeah, we do. That was the R20 concept. Lovely big thing again with that huge boxer 2-litre engine. Really individual styling.
And the new Continental GT out in full display. One you almost are a bit ashamed to love, and BMW launching 2 new cars here, and the new M5 turning heads everywhere you look. We also had the XM label SUV, striking front grille design from the BMW, who have long been supporters here. BYD also out in full force with their own brand BYD. This is the Seal, but also here with their prestige brand Yangwang, Lamborghini and the Urus SE.
Yeah, 800 horsepower hybrid new straight engine.
Aston Martin here. This is the DBX 707 making its way up the hill, the supercar for the family. And Genesis, Hyundai's luxury range from South Korea, making its debut. Honda celebrating their anniversary this year, bringing the Civic Type R to display. And we talk a lot about the M5, but BMW also here with the M4 CS. And you can see just inside how happy the passenger is in that. We've spoken about it a lot, the Chinese rise of all-electric brands in Europe. This from Hongyi, EH7. making its way up the hill. Hongyi, a brand long associated with China. The Lotus Emea also out there on track. Lotus with a contingent of cars, indeed their hypercar here as well, the Avaya X, and Audi, the RS e-tron, having a wonderful time. Well, that was just some of the action we got in the highlights of First Glance and Road Bikes, but now we can head to David Green, who is with a rather special guest.
Well, in the great tradition of being surprised by people getting out of a car, we have Eric Cantona getting out of a Capri.
Yeah. We did the road, the race with Paul. Very exciting, yeah.
How was your chauffeur today?
He's unbelievable. He's a legend. There were 3 legends. Him, me, and the car.
I like it, 3 legends in one.
Yeah, we are back. The legends are back.
How was a new Capri?
The new Capri is so great, yeah.
So good, so good you've got the cap.
The original one from the 70s. Sometimes I have the feeling of nostalgia. But I think they reinvented something, yeah. Like it's an evolution, but inside the same, it's the same soul.
Yeah, absolutely. We were talking to some of the designers and they were talking about how this is the car they think it would have evolved to had it been in production since that time.
Yeah, it is, exactly.
Is it the first time up the hill?
It's the first time, but I'm here with my brothers and we were planning to come next year because it's so wonderful with our kids and everything. I think we will have a great time here.
We always like converting legends to be, regular visitors to the festival, so it'd be good to see you back here.
Okay, thank you very much.
Is there anything that's caught your eye down at the bottom of the hill?
Sorry?
Is there anything that's caught your eye down there that you're looking for?
I'm looking for... Yeah, I want to go around and watch... It's like a museum. It's so wonderful. It's the first time for me to see this kind of thing in here, for the first time, of course. And... yeah, I love genius. Most of the time, genius are a bit crazy, and I think there is a lot of crazy genius people here. Yeah, to see what we can see, it's full of genius.
Full of geniuses, full of legends. We'll let you get back in the Capri, and what I do love is the fairy dice. I like that.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Paul Swift, a legend.
do you start an iconic movement? Classicism would say it's all about form and craftsmanship, while surrealism would find all of this quite, well, surprising. After all, it's about creating the icon of a new movement. Welcome to Forwardism, the all-electric BMW i7.
The gas turbine engine was one of the major technical innovations of the 20th century, and they have three main parts: a compressor to compress the incoming air, a combustion chamber to ignite the fuel and produce high-pressure, high-velocity gas, and a turbine to extract the energy. The turbine engine proved poorly suited to most forms of motorsport thanks to slow reactions and high fuel consumption. The exception was on high-speed races like the Indy 500. In 1967, the Ken Wallace-designed STP Paxton turbo car, powered by a Pratt & Whitney gas turbine aircraft engine, was within 8 miles of winning the Indianapolis 500 when it retired. Colin Chapman saw the potential in this novel technology and later used it as the basis of the Lotus 56B, the only turbine-powered Formula One car.
Throughout the weekend, the Gas Arena plays host to several shows that will be packed with stunts, tricks, athletes, all from the world of freestyle motocross, BMX and mountain biking. And I'm joined by Matt Crowhurst, who is the host of the Goodwood Action Sports Arena. Now, Matt, we can see that the warm-up show is happening behind us.
I know, it's a bit mental already, isn't it? It's only the warm-up show.
They call this the warm-up.
I know.
It's insane. Yeah. People definitely need to come and see this. It's such a spectacle. You must be enjoying it as the host here to see all of this.
No, I mean, we are so privileged, honoured, lucky and thankful to be here every single year. Thank you to the Goodwood crew for always inviting us back. But don't tell anyone else, but this is the best part of the show.
Yeah, I mean, it's tucked away at the side of the festival.
We are. They took us
Speed.
away for a reason, because we're loud.
But they make up for it in the spectacle, the height, the skill that is shown here. What can people expect to see if they come down here?
So I'm lucky enough to have been chatting about these guys doing this thing for a very long time, and it still blows my mind every single time I do it. We have got the best athletes in the world. We've got Olympic medal winners, we've got world champions, European champions, we've got the coolest, the coolest, the craziest of all of them all here doing their thing. So upside downers, round and rounders, up in the air, letting you go a bike for some reason us mere mortals cannot fathom. It's all on, and it's the most fun, and the crowd gets involved. It's the best party in the place.
Yeah, and you can see straight away that the crowds gather as
they
soon
just
as
get sucked in.
The music goes up, the engines start. It's definitely something to watch. But actually, the crowd can get involved as well. There's an area where people can try stuff out.
Well, the crowd have to get involved with the shows through noise. They can't help it, it's involuntary. But also, we're all about not only putting chores on the floor for people to enjoy the actual riding action, but try and get them involved a little bit. So every single Goodwood, we lay on our experience zone, which is mini electric bikes. Obviously, electric is the way things are going. And this year, we've not only got the bikes for the kiddies, little balance bikes, twist and goes from 4 to 14, little mini motorbikes, but the big kids get to play as well. We've got adult bikes here as well, which you're going to have a go on at some point, aren't you, Grace?
I would, I would love to have a go. So, if I'm allowed to escape for a bit, I would definitely
let her
do
come
that.
play.
Any machine, I'm there for it. But do you know what? I've just been enjoying watching the stunts and the tricks. They are absolutely phenomenal. Have you got like a favourite aspect part? Do you enjoy the motocross, the BMX, mountain biking?
I mean, I know this sounds like a wishy-washy answer, but I could not be a fair MC to all of it unless I enjoyed absolutely every single inch of it. So I'm lucky enough to do every action sport. Even equestrian, would you believe? I love it all. Anybody who's at the top of their game, giving it their all, in any situation where the crowd are going crazy, love it all.
Yeah, definitely. Well, there's several shows across the weekend that people can come and enjoy. We'll definitely be watching. If we can get involved, you know that we will. But
yes,
we'll see you down here for the shows next time.
Well, thank you for coming down. We'll expect you back.
Cheers, Matt. I'm down here at the Goodwood Action Sports Arena and I've been joined by Dan Whitby, who's one of the freestyle motocross riders. Now, Dan, what on earth made you think about doing this and flying? How high are you getting up on some of these jumps?
Well, it's about 40 feet in the air, and in answer to your question, I don't really know what has inspired me to do it, but I will tell you it's really good fun.
Yeah. I mean, it looks fun and you're definitely drawing a crowd. Has it been really exhilarating to be here at the Festival of Speed and showcase all the skills and what you guys can do?
Without doubt, like Goodwood, it's just a great vibe, you know, like everyone's here for one reason, you know, they love extreme sports, they love, you know, adrenaline, and that's, you know, something that we've got an abundance of here. So it's a great environment to be displaying what we're doing.
Yeah. So what can the crowd expect to see when they come down to the gas arena?
Well, there's a whole lot going on. You just got a little glimpse of our warm-up. You've got the BMX, the trials, you've got FMX. There's just so much going on. It's just worthwhile, I guess, coming and checking it out and trying to take it all in. You know, if you can put it in a sentence and let me know what you feel and what's going on, then I'm all ears.
Yeah, like you say, there's so much to see. Not just motocross, BMX, mountain biking. As a motocrosser yourself, what other discipline do you show real appreciation for?
Well, a lot of our tricks kind of stem from BMX and mountain bike. You know, we'll see what those guys are doing because they're always pushing the limits, and then try and replicate it on a motocross bike. So definitely the BMX guys.
Yeah, well, it's such a spectacle to see. The crowds are definitely coming in. Well, look out for you because there's several shows across the weekend. Is that right?
That's right. Yeah, we've got two main shows today, and then we have like a little addition at the end of the day where we have best tricks. So there's loads going on throughout the day, loads to see, and we'd be glad to see you come down here.
We'll look out for you for sure. Thanks for speaking to us, Dan.
Pleasure. Thank you.
What a great ride from Tom Marquardt on Quickthorn, who wins the Africa Goodwood Cup.
Highfield Princess, she's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Paddington from back to Cheval on the run towards the line. It's Paddington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the Sussex Stakes.
I can feel the momentum. I'm on a mission, burning through my lane. Do I have your attention? Do I have your attention? Better know my name. Got the soul of a giant, the force of a titan living in my blood. Ain't no way to deny it. My energy rising, I'm feeling fired up.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. The UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Sky Full Fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
Well, the day at the Festival of Speed moves on apace. We have many, many special celebrations. One coming up is going to be very special indeed. It is the celebration of Niki Lauda's great, phenomenal racing career. Also in this next batch, we will have a celebration of 130 years of Mercedes in motorsport. We will have the Joest, 16 times Reinhold Joest team has won at Le Mans. And also we'll have the fabulous drift cars. And I know, Alice Powell, that you really look forward to those.
I do. If you've got eardrums, you're not going to be having them after these drift cars have gone up the hill. They're going to be covered in smoke. They're going to get ever so sideways. So really looking forward to this next batch.
Well, but the one that stands out for me is the tribute to Niki Lauda.
Words like icon and legend are overused, but in the case of Andreas and Nicholas Lauda, they barely scratched the surface of a life so extraordinary it literally became a Hollywood film. The simple facts: 25 Grand Prix wins, 24 pole positions and 3 World Championships only tell a fraction of the story. Born into a wealthy Viennese family, Niki was initially dismissed as a lowly pay driver. The dreadful March 721X nearly finished his Formula One career before it had begun. But glimpses of speed with BRM were enough to attract the attention of Enzo Ferrari. In his first 2.5 years with Ferrari, he was comfortably the fastest driver in the world, claiming 21 pole positions, 12 Grand Prix wins, and the 1975 World Championship. Midway through 1976, with the best car and a massive points lead, he seemed on course for back-to-back championships. But then came the fiery crash at the Nürburgring, which would have defined most drivers' lives, but for Niki was little more than a subplot. Returning to the cockpit just 6 weeks after receiving his last rites, he was a different driver. No longer reliant on outright speed, instead he implied his considerable intellect, well-honed development skills and astute racecraft to become the ultimate driver. It's a measure of this change of approach that he scored more race wins and championships after the accident than before. Despite sacrificing his championship chances in 1976 by parking in the rain of Fuji because, as he put it, my life is more important than another world championship, he duly took a second title in 1977 but walked away from Ferrari before the end of the season. He joined Bernie Ecclestone at Brabham, but during practice for the 1979 Canadian Grand Prix decided he was bored with driving around in circles and abruptly turned his back on the sport. After 2 seasons away, he returned with McLaren in 1982 and was immediately back to his best.
And as I have not driven for 2 years, my personal challenge is to see where I would end up coming back into motor racing, and that's what I'm going to do.
Having developed the new TAG Porsche turbo engine through 1983, he knew he would have a shot at the title in '84. Although new teammate Alain Prost was faster, Niki's greater consistency and superior racecraft won the day by a mere half point. Through his final season in 1985, despite poor reliability, still there were glimpses of speed. He led his home race in Austria until engine failure and was on course for a fairy tale victory in his last Grand Prix in Australia, only for a brake issue to pitch him into the wall. He beat Prost in a straight fight at Zandvoort, with new sensation Ayrton Senna third, proving that even aged 36, Niki could still show the way to the younger generation. Following his retirement from racing, he had spells in team management before, in 2012, finding a new spiritual home at Mercedes. Niki played an integral role in their period of unprecedented success, including their recruitment of Lewis Hamilton. Right to the end, he was straight-talking and always had the courage of his convictions. When he passed away in 2019, the sense of loss was palpable. He was a force of nature, not just a legend or an icon, but truly a colossus of motorsport.
So a celebration of a remarkable man, and what an assembly of cars. Looking down the line here, we can see the Sauber Mercedes, that's the C11 from 1990. And what an array. Carl Wendlinger, of course, raced for the Silver Arrows back in period, and he's sitting in the car right in front. So celebrating the 130 years of Mercedes in motorsport, it is really quite extraordinary. So how pioneering was that fantastic German marque with the three-pointed star on its nose all the way back then, and all that has followed. But this batch, Alice, we're going to be kicking off with the drift cars very shortly indeed. They go up the hill in a very, very different fashion to everybody else. And again, as the door flips up on Kriton Ledudis' car, waving to the cameras there. Even on a day like this, the temperature inside a cockpit soon builds up, doesn't it, Alice?
It does. I mean, it's building in this commentary box. It's nice and toasty in here, and it'll be toasty in those cars as well. But we're so lucky to be treated with such a beautiful array of cars. As you said already, Bruce, 130 years of motorsport for Mercedes being celebrated here. Their first GP victory came all the way back in 1908 at the French Grand Prix, and it was 140 horsepower car, no front brakes, which is pretty mad, and wooden spoke wheels, but of course a 12.8 litre engine. I mean, why not?
Speed was the essence, but then it was the engineering that brought it down to the track. Now the CLK LM, this was the very end of the 1990s, absolutely fantastic cars, and it's great to see them all again. And the aim, of course, was winning the Le Mans 24 hours, but then they changed things around to make sure it was going to happen. But what I like is the consistency with Mercedes. You always have that engineering bent that just runs through all they do. And the one we're looking at now did not go on to win at Le Mans, but they gave it a good crack. But you bounce back, you return. And Klaus Ludwig on board, so many successes across the years, and notably fantastic in the DTM for Mercedes back in the 1990s. But then when those drivers stepped up, they had these fantastic cars to play with. Now, Niki Lauda was celebrating his career. He started in Formula One with a March, but by the time he got to his second full season, he was part of the BRM set up there. And what he did that year was noticed very clearly by Ferrari. They then brought him on board next. But great to see these Marlboro BRMs, his name on the side, the right helmet in there as well. So again, BRM spent years trying to succeed in Formula One. Every now and again they'd bob to the top, but Niki knew that he had to go to another team if he was going to rise on up the charts, and that's exactly what he did. When he went from BRM to 74, he moved to Ferrari and started winning just 4 races into his career. Analytical, very quick. That is why he succeeded. Exactly,
and you could say he was the one that brought Lewis Hamilton to Mercedes, you might know that name, and 6 world championships. And Lewis often talks about how much Niki really helped him in becoming and adding to his world championship lists right there.
Yeah, I mean, Niki was a man who had just laser focus. The important things were considered, the other stuff was extraneous. It's a great shot there in the W196 Mercedes of Jochen Mass sitting, waiting for the start. Now, this is rather special, this drift car in behind. Red Bull livery all over it. It's kept down in the paddock with the Red Bull Formula One cars. But Mad Mike Widdett is back. He's got effectively a cross between a McLaren 650S and a McLaren P1, and he's just doing things a little differently. He's got a rotary engine in that. It revs to high heaven and back again. But, of course, he needs all that power, peaky power, where he wants it for doing the donuts and the other tricks that all these remarkable drift racers do. I've not seen this car before. I'm used to him in a Mazda rotary, so the world keeps moving on, and so does Mad Mike Widdett. Yeah, we're going to see plenty more. We've got the Lexus there. We're going to see a Chevrolet. We've got the Nissans. We've got the Toyota Stout. I mean, that's one that is far removed from its origins, but we will see that go sideways up the hill very soon. Everyone waiting patiently. I just think we've had a car maybe break down on the hill. I was having a look out the commentary box window, but it looks like the car is now turned around and going back. It was one of the Mercedes. The Sauber Mercedes. I think it's Kenny Atkinson's car, the 1989 C9. That's a shame. Kenny came second at Le Mans that year in a Mercedes, Sauber Mercedes 1-2. I'm sure he'll be out again. Fantastic racer from Northern Ireland. And for drivers up and down the start line, it's only a short delay because, in fact, we're running beautifully on time today. If anything, slightly ahead. So you always build a bit of extra time in if you possibly can. We started on a slippery hill. It has been drying out through the course of the day. Thank goodness.
Yeah, we've got the 388. If you're looking in your program, you'll be able to find that. If you haven't got your program, what are you doing? Get it plenty of information you can gather on the car there. That was a 388, the M4 BMW. Conor Shanahan, the Irish drift rally driver that will be taking it up the hill.
Bernd Mailander, for years the safety car driver at Formula One. Behind him, Bert Schneider, an absolute legend of the Mercedes world.
Yeah, he'll be taking the wheel of the W25, the Formula GP car. It's still original there, slightly different to what Bert is used to driving, as you said there, Bruce.
Yeah, but Mercedes-Benz has this incredibly rich history and a fantastic heritage department. In fact, maybe there is... just double-checking which of the Saubers that is there, which one retired. I think it actually might be Kenny Atkinson's is the one that's down there. Yeah, maybe it was the C11 that was pushed back into the paddock. More of that, but look, hey, sun has just burst through the clouds. It was very grey and it was raining first thing this morning. We'll take the sunshine, help dry up the grounds here at Goodwood House. But Molecombe Corner is the image on the screens. It's where some of the wisest fans go and stand, because it's possibly the most tricky of all the corners on the hill climb. Now, how do you like your Fords? Whatever shape would you like? Would you like a Ford Raptor? And I tell you what, would you also like Carlos Sainz Sr., World Rally Champion many times over and an absolutely phenomenal exponent of off-road rallying now? What a treat to have the father of.
Look at that, two-time World Rally Champion. First World Rally Championship back in 1990, then got his second in 1992. If the grass was neat and tidy, it's not anymore. Carlos Sainz Sr. making the most of the entry into the first corner.
When one considers comparing the performance of this car and the radical behaviour it can offer versus the Toyota Celica's, in which he really cut his teeth on the World Rally Championship stage. Coming up to Molecombe, on the right-hand side of the track, he'll cut the inside corner. That is neat and tidy. Because of all the rally drivers, Carlos was always super neat. Others were quite happy to be very, very leery where required. But Carlos, king of neat, and it's also passed down to Carlos Jr. in Formula One. Such a precise driver.
Yeah, as well as racing in the Dakar, he's taken to Extreme E as well, which is still continuing. I believe they're racing in Scotland over this weekend, and he was very close to the hay bales there on the right-hand side.
This form of competition vehicle just becomes more extreme with every year. Over the line goes the Ford Raptor. So we're ready for batch number 3, and down in front of the house, Steve Baggioni, Bagsy as he's known. He likes his horsepower in his drift cars, and this Nissan is absolutely mighty. Each year there's more power. This year, if he chooses, he can crank it up to 1,200 horsepower.
I mean, that's anything to frighten anyone. It goes through Molecombe Corner. Now, tyres absolutely squealing, covering anyone stood it there in the grandstand with dust. And here what I was talking about, the Toyota Scout, this is the 2.1 litre 4-cylinder turbocharged, and I said yesterday I could see Bruce hopping down to his local shop with the dogs in the back.
Yeah, the dog in the boot, he'd absolutely love it. Go Moose. But right now, a 1966 pickup, reimagined, recreated. That's how it should be. If you can pick it out through the smoke, the tyre smoke there, you're a better man than I. But up the hill it goes. These drivers, you might think they're just hanging the tail out for the heck of it, but they balance these cars. And get this, by the time they've done their donuts at the top of the hill course, that will be one set of rear tyres completely finished. Sideways at about 30 degrees, the normal line through Molecombe. Up there, everyone in the crowd honoured to be covered in tyre smoke. Now, a lot of these cars aren't necessarily what they seem. We can look at this through the tyre smoke. Ah, look, it's a Nissan Silvia. Of course, that doesn't mean they have a Nissan engine. This one's powered by a Toyota Supra. And the drift drivers, they chop and change. They work out which engine will give them the peaky performance they want to spin the car around. Can they do it on a six-man swell? Kevin Quinn, one of the many Irish drifters, is doing precisely that. And don't forget that a lot of the circuits around Europe, rather than this hill climb here, they go out in pairs and they have to compete a bit like gymnasts, a sort of artistic array of acts.
I mean, I don't think I've ever heard drifting compared to gymnastics, but we'll go with it. I like the sound of that 900 brake horsepower underneath the pedal there. 3.3 litre engine, straight 6, turbocharged, filing its way through Molecombe Corner now. And next up, we've got more burnouts, and we're going to have plenty more along the way.
Axel Hildebrand again, of course, the graphic says Chevrolet Corvette C6. Nothing is as it seems, as I said. A bit of bodywork coming behind the front right wheel. It's come loose. This is powered by a Mazda rotary engine. I think you can tell it's not a V8 engine. No, yeah, that bodywork. I don't know if he just clipped it on the straw bales on the run down to the first corner. It won't slow him. He probably hasn't noted as yet, but Axel Hildebrand, always one of the great entertainers. And they pick their cars, they keep them light, make them powerful, and then they do the rest.
Yeah, 800 brake horsepower there. Sequential gearbox.
Now, how's that? If, drifting at speed, I often think drifting at low speed like this is all the harder. So just in front of the exit of the assembly area, chance to do some more donuts in front of the grandstands. He'll come up and let's see what sort of angle Axel Hildebrand will adopt when he approaches Moulcombe Corner. Oh, sideways, what a surprise.
The famous oil brand Sunoco there. You have the Sunoco Challenge for many racers in the UK participate to win. And is that bodywork just catching?
Yeah, the bodywork's got a little,
but it's fine.
More.
It's fine. Now here's the Eurofighter, the BMW M3, and it can rip through a set of specialist ultra sticky slick tyres in just 60 seconds. As the Corvette now has just stopped at the top of the hill. The marshals, as always, doing an absolutely incredible job.
Okay, so red flagged. No, it's just stuck in the dunes at the side. But unfortunately, he couldn't get to the point where there's a grass verge to pull over. But very sensibly, Axel Hildebrand would have spotted whoever had the fire extinguisher. He found the closest group of marshals, and that was only about 10 seconds after we'd spotted those first flames. So some of the bodywork perhaps rubbing, or maybe there was some straw inside it from where he clipped. Actually, maybe it's rather worse than that. Maybe it's nothing to do with the bodywork. Clearly there's a bit of overheating under the lid there. So everybody else on the hill, as a fire and rescue vehicle goes up towards it to join the marshals, just having to hold their fire for the moment. But spectacular. Axel probably didn't want that degree of spectacle, but he was entertaining on the way up, and I'm sure this can be shifted off the hill ASAP.
Yeah, it surely will. As I said, marshals doing an outstanding job as always. Let's have a look. Maybe it was just that first bale that he might have clipped there. He lost a little bit of bodywork flying off very early on in the run, and there you go. It just looks like, to me, Bruce, that it was just the bodywork that has set alight ever so slightly, but it all appears to be out and safe now.
Yeah, so a classic incident at the first corner, I think we can say. But then look at this super slow-mo. And also Axel Hildebrand spinning the Sunoco-sponsored Corvette round on a six-point, rear wheels locked, and they keep locking them, unlocking them, and basically witchcraft behind the steering wheel. With that panel flipping up on the front right corner of the car, of course, the cooling not working as it was actually intended. Well, let's go to the top of the hill while we have this stoppage, because we have David Green, and he's caught the man who drove the Ford Raptor up in astonishing style. Carlos Sainz.
Mr. Sainz, I think if you're bored with rallying, you can be a drifter now. You just showed these boys how to do it up here at the top paddock.
It's always a good fun, to have such a car and drive here with all the public. It's really good.
I like the way you came to the top paddock, though. It was pretty quick.
Yeah, it was. I came many years ago, and I don't remember very well, so first time I have to be careful.
Tell us about this wonderful machine. This is going to be your new office for next year's Dakar, yeah?
Yeah. I think this is a huge project for Ford, for M Sport, and for me as a driver to enter this new project is fantastic at my status, at my age, and I'm really hoping to give Ford this victory one day.
Well, you're still a young man. I mean, to win the Dakar this year was such an achievement, especially after last year's crash. So fantastic, congratulations for that. But you got high hopes for this car?
Well, the car has been born in a really nice way, and the testing has been going well. So at the moment, we have to be humble, because always the first year is very difficult in the Dakar, but I think everything is looking good.
And how was your drive up the hill this morning?
It was good. Slippery, especially with these off-road tires, very hard, but yeah, it's great.
You redecorated the Duke's lawn a little bit at the going past the house.
What?
You went across the grass a little bit.
Sorry about that, I misjudged a little bit the grip.
Great to have you here. Good that you showed the drifters how to do it, and we look forward to seeing you across the weekend.
So, Did I touch the Duke's lawn? Most certainly. We saw it. It's all on camera, Carlos Sainz. But right now, we're all set for something very special. We had them yesterday. We're honoured to have them again. Let's go and take a look at the Red Arrows. They come in to produce their latest, greatest display.
Good morning, Goodwood Festival of Speed. It's the Red Arrows! It's great to be here at Goodwood Festival of Speed as we arrive in our world-famous Diamond 9 formation, trailing our famous red, white and blue. Arriving in our Diamond 9 for our 60th anniversary in 2024, bringing the team around to the left is squad leader John Bond. He's Red 1, our new team leader for 2024. He was in the team previously for 5 years before taking a break in 2023. Joining back as the team leader, leading us into our Diamond display season as the team changed shape into 9 Arrow. In from the left. The smoke comes on for the 9 Arrow present. Squad leader John Bond, Red 1, as I said, been in the team previously for 5 years. He's a former Typhoon pilot and former qualified flight instructor on the Tucano and display pilot in 2012. You then saw Reds 8 and 9 roll back to change the shape into Fred as they come around to the left. It's great to be back in 2024 as the Diamond 9. Previously we were an 8 ship and a 7 ship, and once again back to be a 9. You now see Reds 8 and 9 slip slightly rearwards, and to celebrate the 80th anniversary of Overlord, which was of course the storming of the Normandy beaches of the Allied forces, as the team come around to the right to celebrate and pay tribute to all those that took part in the operation. This is Spitfire. On the right of Red 1 is Red 2, that's squad leader Chris McCann. He's in his first year on the team. Chris was initially taken from training and made straight into an instructor on the Tucano. After that, he then joined the world-famous 617, the Dam Busters Squadron, where he flew the Tornado GR4. And he actually got an Air Force Cross for his service on operations over Afghanistan. His opposite number on the left-hand side of Red 1 is Red 3. That's Flight Lieutenant Dustin Wales, known as Dusty. Originally from Zimbabwe, a former Typhoon pilot with 11 Squadron, instructor with 29 Squadron, and on the Test and Evaluation Squadron, 41 Squadron, all based at RAF Coningsby. You now see Reds 4 and 5 smokers either side of the centre section make their way rearwards and celebrate the 20th anniversary last November of the final flight of one of the most iconic aircraft in history. As the team roll out, there is no mistaking the wonderful and majestic. This is Concorde. There are 3 types of show that we can fly in the Red Arrows. It's either full, a rolling or a flat show, and that's based on airspace and cloud base. Over Goodwood, we are limited to 5,500 feet, which means we're limited to a rolling show. However, today the cloud is approximately 1,800 feet, which means we're going to do our flat show. You'll now see the wings of the Concorde start to flex forward as Reds 8 and 9 move to the outside, and Reds 6 and 7 split at the rear for the colourful, the Phoenix. In the middle of that right wing uppermost is Red 4, Flight Lieutenant Ollie Suckling. Ollie is in his 2nd year on the team. He's a former Tornado GR4 pilot. He was Red 4 last year. He remained as Red 4 this year, and he takes up the role of Uncle Enid, which means he is a mentor and works alongside Red 1 during winter training to ensure that the new pilots each year maintain and achieve the standards required of a Red Arrows pilot. There are 11 pilots in the Red Arrows. There are Reds 1 through 9 you see displaying in front of you. There's myself, Red 10, former Tornado GR4 pilot, former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T Mark II. And we are commanded by Red 11, that's Wing Commander Adam Collins, officer commanding Red Arrows. He's a former Tornado GR4 pilot, and he also flew the F-111 while on exchange with the Royal Australian Air Force. 8 and 9 moved rearwards now to form two distinctive rows as they roll round for the right for the chevron pass.
Coming right now.
On that front row on the far left-hand side is Red 5. That's Flight Lieutenant George Hobday. Once again, in his first year on the team, he's a former Typhoon pilot, having flown with 11 Squadron at RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. And he's also taken part in operations over Syria and Iraq, as well as the Eastern European Air Policing Patrol in the face of the aggressive Russia. But of course, the Red Arrows is not just about the pilots. We have a team of over 140 personnel. Over 120 of them are the engineers, the logisticians, the administrators, the public relations team, known as the Blues due to the colour of their flying coverall. The team now come around to our left-hand side with Reds 8 and 9 and trail for one of the most popular, if not the most popular manoeuvre that we fly. Get your cameras ready for the colourful, the dynamic, it's Tornado! Reds 8 and 9 roll around the rest of the formation, watching for the colour change as Red 1 brings the team down the line. The aircraft at the front of the formation fly with their air brakes out in this particular manoeuvre, and that has twofold effect. It means the pilots fly with a higher throttle setting, thereby producing a hotter engine gas temperature, and it makes the smoke colours burn a lot more brightly. In addition, it makes the airflow outside the back of the aircraft a lot more disturbed, and it means the smoke billows a lot more fuller, and therefore in certain manoeuvres we fly those manoeuvres with the air brake out to enhance those particular manoeuvres. I talked earlier about the Blues in the team, and inside those Blues there are 11 individuals who get to fly in the back of our aircraft in between the displays when we cannot take the full engineering complement. And they are known as Circus. One individual with me at every display is Circus 10, that's Corporal Phil Dye. He is with me on the roof of Goodwood House. And he is there for filming the display for debriefing and safety purposes. As the team come in from the right, this is your last chance to catch us in our world famous Diamond 9. From the right, the Red Arrows. As you start the second half, you'll now see a manoeuvre not seen since 2003 for the 5-4 split. You now see Reds 1 through 5 on the right-hand side. They are now known as Enid, named after Enid Blyton's famous 5. And you have Reds 6, 7, 8 and 9 off to the left-hand side. They're known as Hannah, named after squad leader Ray Hannah, one of the first members of the Red Arrows, the only team leader to lead the team for 4 years. He also took the team from a 7-ship to a 9-ship and also formed our world-famous trademark Diamond 9. He Enid from the right, Hannah from the left for the 5-4 cross. Keep your eye on Enid to the left-hand side. The Red Arrows were formed in 1964 and our first display was in 1965. We were actually formed from 3 different display teams. We had the Red Pelicans, the Black Arrows and the Yellow Jacks. We took the red from the Red Pelicans, the arrows from the Black Arrows to give us our name, and we took the aircraft from the Yellow Jacks. In from the right, in tribute to that aircraft, the smoke will come on. Enid flying the Gnat. The team flew the Gnat right the way up until 1980 when we took control of the Hawk T-Mark 1. That's the aircraft that we still fly today. The Hawk itself is actually 50 years old this year. And a lot of the pilots that have flown it in the past over those 50 years attribute to her to a very small, agile sports car, an extremely fun aircraft to fly and perfect for the job of the Red Arrows. Look directly to your front, over the bridges and over the trees. You've got Hannah running in, reds 8 and 9, rolling red and blue for the Hannah break. Red 7 and 8 off to the left-hand side, red 6 and 9 off to the right-hand side. Hannah and the synchro pair are led by the synchro leader, that's Flight Lieutenant Stuart Roberts. On our right-hand side, smoking white. Stu is in his 3rd and final year on the team. He's a former Typhoon pilot with 11 and 12 Squadron RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire. Each pair will now dive down to only 200 to 300 feet above the racing circuit. They'll have enclosed a speed of over 800 miles per hour for the Hannah pass. Threshold. Reds 8 and 9 going up and down on the roller coasters, and Reds 7 and 6 staying flat. Red 7 off to our right-hand side is squadron leader Tom Hansford. Tom is in his 2nd year on the team. He was Red 3 last year. He's a former Typhoon pilot, former qualified weapons instructor on the Typhoon, as Red 6 and 7 turn to each other to complete the Cyclone. Coming in from the left-hand side at over 450 miles per hour is Red 9, Flight Lieutenant Patrick Kershaw, known as Paddy. Paddy is in his 3rd and final year on the team. He's a former Tornado GR4 pilot, a former Typhoon pilot, as he lines up with Enid in the distance for the Goose. And you see Red 9 climbing up, streaming his red, white and blue, as Enid also stream our world famous red, white and blue off to our left-hand side. The motto of the Red Arrows is ACLAT, which means excellence. It means that every single member of the team, from the officer commanding to the newest member, is striving for excellence in everything that we do. And we try to leave the team in a better place than where we found it. As Enid climbed to the left-hand side, look directly to your front. Once again, you're looking for the synchro pair of Red 6 and 7. As Red 6 pulls up with Red 7 in tango. Get your cameras ready. The smoke comes on for the world-famous Synchro Heart. And coming in from the top right-hand side is Red 8 as he spears the Heart. Red 8 is Flight Lieutenant Richard Walker. Rich has been in the team for 2 years. He's a former Harrier pilot, former Typhoon pilot, and former qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark 2. Keep your eye once again on the synchro pair. We got Red 6 off to the left, Red 7 off to the right. Once again, they'll dive down to only about 200, 300 feet. They'll be looking to pass each other in the middle at only 30 metres. That's 100 feet at a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour. They'll go unsighted at the very last minute in a manoeuvre called the opposition barrel rolls. As the synchro pair leave to our rear, look to your left-hand side. You have Enid running in once again, joined by 8 and 9. The smoke comes on. The aboard call is made by Red 9 as Reds 8 and 9 roll around the smoke in the corkscrew. One of the roles of the Red Arrows, of course, to represent the Royal Air Force and obviously represent the United Kingdom of Great Britain. We wear the Union flag on our flying suits. We have the Union flag on the tail of our aircraft, and we're extremely proud to fly the red, white and blue of the Union flag all across the UK, all across Europe and the rest of the world, where we operate all over the world, from the west coast of America all the way down to Australia. We now have Red 6 coming in from the left, Red 7 coming in from the right, once again with a clone speed of over 800 miles per hour. Each aircraft will perform a 360-degree aileron roll. The red and the blue come on as they turn hard back towards each other. Pulling up to 5 to 6G, which means everything about them is weighing 5 to 6 times heavier than what you and I are. Once again, passing at the rear within only 30 metres of each other. Changing the colour back round to the front as Red 7 makes that miss distance on Red 6 in the manoeuvre called the carousel. As the synchro pair leave, look to your right hand side. On the 45 you see Enid running back in with the white smoke in trail. The colour comes on, 4 and 5 perform a roll back to create the hood of the Cobra in a manoeuvre we like to call the Serpent. Once again, Enid trailing our famous red, white and blue. That red, white and blue is only capable due to the smoke pod, which is the small tank under the belly of the aeroplane. That smoke pod is capable of producing approximately 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of red smoke and 1 minute of blue smoke. And each of those colours has its own individual button on the pilot's control column. And during winter training we come up with a smoke plan so we have the right colour smoke at the right time in the display and that we do not run out. The pilots has now moved up, looking 90 degrees left and right along their shoulder line at Red 1. The smoke comes on as we complete the Serpent with the Tango Present. As Enid leaves to your front left, keep looking to your left-hand side. You'll be looking for Reds 6, 7, 8 and 9 once again, coming in from the left. The smoke comes on. 6 and 7 roll inverted. They're now working against those negative G, working hard to stop that blood from rushing all the way to their head as the Hannah complete the mirror pass. As Hannah disappear to our right-hand side. Once again, look to your left-hand side and you'll have Enid running back in from the left-hand side with the white smoke in trail. 2 and 3 roll goes Reds. 2 and 3 roll around the outside. Clear go is Reds. 4 and 5 roll around the outside. In one of the hardest manoeuvres for our new pilots each year to master, this is the rollbacks.
Clear. Go. Coming. All right.
As Enid leaves to the right right. Once again, look directly to your front over the top of the bridge, towards the trees in the distance, and you're looking for red 6, 7, 8 and 9. As I said earlier, 2024 marks the 60th anniversary, our 60th display season, our own Diamond Jubilee celebration, which we're celebrating all year. And in tribute to our 60th season, look for reds 8 and 9, red 8 smoking blue, red 9 smoking red. And for those at Show Centre, you'll be able to see us drawing something wonderful in the sky for our 60th anniversary break. As that 60 in the sky is underlined by red 6 and 7. Red 7 off to the left, red 6 off to the right. As they pull up once again to approximately 1,000 feet, they'll dive down to only 200 to 300 feet for their final manoeuvre of the show. Looking to pass each other again within only 30 metres. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get your cameras ready for the synchro double rolls. As the synchro pair complete their manoeuvres and move to our rear, look directly to your front with Enid 8 and 9 for the Vixen break. But Goodwood, it's been an honour and a pleasure. Please put your hands together for the 2024 Royal Air Force Aerobatic team. It's the Red Arrows! Red 1 puts his smoke on. He'll gather the rest of the formation, take them back to Bournemouth Airport where we're operating from today. The aircraft will be refuelled, turned around and serviced, and we'll get in those aircraft and fly them back to our home base later on this afternoon to RAF Waddington. We'll then turn the aircraft and get ourselves ready for another weekend displays. We'll get ourselves ready for another weekend of displays. We have a display on Saturday morning at our own RAF Waddington Families Day, before then flying over to Liverpool to do the Southport Air Show on Saturday afternoon and Sunday. Of course, if you'd like any more information about the Red Arrows, we are across social media. We have our own Facebook page and Instagram page, RAF Red Arrows. And on Instagram, all the pilots have their own account. If you find me, RAF Red 10, and you'll find all the rest of the pilots. Share your pictures and your videos, hashtag Red Arrows, and we'll share them across social media. But on behalf of the Royal Air Force and the Red Arrows, I'd like to wish you a very happy day here at Goodwood. Make sure you take plenty of fluid. Thanks very much for your support, and I hope to see you all again in the future. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Talented, dynamic, brilliant, and very, very busy. We should be very proud indeed of the Red Arrows. Fantastic display. Off they jet, and it's a real treat. So while that was just coming to its conclusion, that remarkable aerial display, the batches of cars going up the hill, the rolling thunder of the Can-Am cars at the end. I'm a big fan of 8-litre plus of V8s rumbling up the hill, the Can-Am cars and the Formula cars. Looking out from Goodwood House, this year we're celebrating the centenary of MG cars, and the view out, through, around and over the Jerry Judas sculpture, something very special indeed. Great, Alice Powell, to see people so busy milling around the site. They've all probably got a bit of a sore neck from looking up at the Red Arrows, but moving with purpose with their programmes and hopefully their earpieces, so they can miss not one jot.
No, it's absolutely fantastic. Just don't know where to look during that session. I was looking at the sky, I was looking on track. We had some fantastic shadows go up, and we were having a chat, weren't we, about some of the designs, interesting designs on the shadows, Bruce?
Yes, you were very caught with the sort of like extra front wing on the across the broad nose of one of the Shadow Can-Am cars, but design moves on. Looking at that great design, the sculpture, we moved from the most iconic of the MGs, the MGB, to the Cyberster. Now, of course, this is an axis going from west to east, which is from Oxford, where Morris garages started, to China, that have brought in an increasingly large and fabulous array of cars. We've got a car stopped up on the hill. It looks like the DN1. It's the first Shadow Formula One car. So it's George Follmer on the flank, the American racer who was brought in. But it may be the car that's further up the hill. He may have pulled to a halt. I'm trying to work out who would be immediately ahead of the DN1, which was Van Hemming. So a car, yes, a little further up the slope. The marshals are tending to a car, and by a little bit of it could be Michael Lyons in 364. He was the previous car up the hill, and that was the Shadow DN2 Can-Am car from Kurt Bennett's selection. But the red flags have flown, so the session has come to an end. The course vehicle's moving up the hill accordingly. So we'll be waiting for the next batch of cars, and you know what? It's time for the supercar action to start all over again. That will be the next group of cars came up the hill. Then we'll go back to competition machinery. But the two Harrys, Harry Benjamin and Harry Metcalf, will be your guides in a few moments when the cars come to start. But first we have to clear the hill. And again, for those of you, you might have 10 minutes to go and grab a coffee. So enjoy your day, move around, find a great place to go. In fact, it's the very early, it's the prototype of the Shadows with a little dollar sign. When you brake, when the driver brakes in that car, little panels come up just behind the front wheels, and it's just got a sort of dollar sign that suggests perhaps a little money would have helped Don Nichols get his team running a bit further. Unbelievably low racing car. It evolved very quickly. The next one out that actually had the race debut for Shadow in Can-Am had a giant rear wing as opposed to this ultra low line car. But it's parked at the side of the circuit. Driver clearly fine, but clearly they didn't have enough dollars to get it to the top of the hill. So I think we'll go to the break.
And, well, there are a lot of high flyers here, not only the Red Arrows, but also on the ground. Richard Petty watching on, and will be celebrating all things Richard Petty with his own balcony moment later on this afternoon. 3:15, the Pettys are NASCAR's first family, and that is the King and his legendary clan. 35 years his career, won 7 NASCAR Cup Series titles, 200 race victories, and his son will be heading up the hill in that Plymouth Superbird. That's a little later on. Look out for that Richard Petty balcony moment as they overlook the beautiful lawn in front of Goodwood House with the central feature highlighting our celebrations this year of 100 years of MG, its origins in the west to its new beginnings in the east. And the rain absolutely abating since this morning. Indeed, I can see some blue sky jutting out from behind the grey clouds, and we are just getting ready for some more supercar action, batch 6 supercar action. So we've seen quite a lot of wide variety cars making their way up the hill so far this weekend, and a lot of crossover here as well. And, well, these don't look like supercars, do they? They're a bit more like Formula 1 cars, aren't they? So we'll see what ends up coming up the hill. But we'll play it by ear and see how we go. My name's Harry Benjamin, and Harry Metcalf is alongside me up in the commentary box. And so I think we are still on batch 3, the end of batch 3, because, of course, we had the red arrows up in the hill, and so we'll get the supercar action underway after this, because we don't want you to miss any of this brilliant Formula 1 action. And we will make sure that you get to see some of these brilliant cars in action. We're just doing a little bit of a reshuffle here. We've got the Shadow Cosworth DN8 getting ready. Jackie Oliver at the wheel of his as well. And Formula 1 cars then gearing up and getting ready to head there.
So the one and only World Championship victory, a Shadow DN8, and it was Alan Jones, the Austrian Grand Prix. So we've got the Can-Am cars, we've just seen the Formula 5000 Shadow as well. And now the car that Alan Jones took victory in 1977, it was the Zenith. 1975 looked as though it was going to be the most successful year, but by just 2 years later, suddenly, as happened so often, the Austrian Grand Prix produced a surprise winner. It was in the form of Alan Jones, the doughty Australian. So great to see that car. Of course, the illustrious black livery that ran on the Shadows for so long was replaced. Sponsorship was required, so finally those little dollar signs on the front of the prototype Can-Am car got a result. The Vinegar Kiel cigar company coming on board and taking that victory in Austria. So it's been a little bit stop and start, but the good thing is that stricken Shadow Chevrolet Mark 1 prototype, the stop just a little bit further up from this point on the hill climb, has been cleared out of the way, and further cars coming right the way through to the Shadow DN11 of 1980, and at that point the team had dwindled to a point of not being competitive. But this car, the DN8, is great. Now, this looks very, very similar, of course, to the Formula 1 cars. It has a different engine note. It's also a V8, but it's a 5-litre V8. This is the Formula 5000 version. Great little eyes on the nose there, Alice, of the car, just suggesting something rather magical is coming up the hill. Big Dodge engine.
Certainly an ex-Jackie Oliver car there. Shadow was actually his F5000 racer, as you said, for the 1975 and 76 season. Jackie actually finished 3rd in the championship each of those years, including a win at Road America.
But what interchangeability is great. If you want to race in various championships, you can do it, because this chassis, the DN6, then competed in Formula 1 with Jean-Pierre Jariot, so they hoiked out the Dodge engine and put a 3-litre V6 on board that one. But 5-litre V8, great sound, and such a strong series. Very strong in Europe, but even stronger in the States. The Can-Am sports cars that we saw at the front of this batch had largely retired by that point, and it was the turn of Formula 5000. It lasted well into the late 70s. Now, how'd you like your Formula 1 cars? Well, we can offer you one that's had most of the wings taken away, and it's a Ligier in that inimitable Gitin race livery, waiting for its moment to blast up the hill. And France was desperate to have success in Formula 1. Of course, the French nation formed the first ever Grand Prix 1906 around Le Mans by 1976. So Ligier came to play, and within that handful of seasons they were competitive. And Emanuele Pirro at the wheel of this Ligier. This was a black bottom. This was a ground effect car. The side panels of the car, if you will, side pods went all the way down to the track. Little brushes underneath to form a low pressure area under the car, and this was a way that created downforce, and it transformed Formula One for a few years. Not so comfortable for the drivers, Alice. It really rattled them around, but in terms of aeroflow under the car, it was another evolution.
No, it certainly was. It just amazed me how far forward the driver would sit in this JS11 Cosworth. Emanuele Pirro behind the wheel, he needs no introduction. Most recently, he's been working at McLaren, has recently left there, but he has been up in the steward's office observing those pesky F1 drivers and dishing out some penalties, but comes to Goodwood often, raced at members' meeting here earlier on in the year.
And again, these cars for him, 1979, that was when he was working hard on his single-seater career. Right, moving to the Reinhold Jost celebration. This was the German sports car managing star. Achieved 16 victories with cars he ran at Le Mans, but the early successes came with Porsches. And then these open-top cars. In fact, Tom Walkinshaw had a chassis that was rather suitable. Porsche wasn't entirely sure that its GT1 cars would achieve what they needed to do, so they grabbed one of these and took 2 victories. And Gary Pearson in this WSC 95.
And Jost actually started his driving career in 1962 at his local hill climb. So it's nice that we've got plenty of his cars here that he's worked with across the years with Jost Racing.
Yeah, well, it just absolutely bears no comparison. 16 wins, and he was the mastermind behind Bentley's win in 2003, then a whole array of victories at Le Mans with Audi. Right, back to the world of Mercedes. We're celebrating 130 years of their involvement in motorsport. So literally from the very first race, when they were city-to-city races, Mercedes-Benz got involved. But one of the classic cars in the Mercedes roster is the W125 5.7-litre straight-8 engine, not fast enough, and supercharger. That is way better. So as Martin Eder comes up the hill, it's just so mellifluous, that engine note. Of course, he's not at full chat at the moment, but it's something very special. If ever you get a chance, go and look at the engineering on these cars. Absolutely exquisite and beautifully maintained.
Absolutely incredible. And actually, for this car from 2015 to 2017 had a technical restoration to get it up to its original Grand Prix at 1937 conditions. So a lot of work has gone on behind the scenes to this W125.
Right, to give you an understanding, a bit of a twitch there for Martin Eder, getting on the slightly slippery part of the track. This is the car that hit 190 miles an hour. I don't think 200 miles an hour is something that only contemporary Formula One cars can achieve. And that was on the banking at the Arvus circuit, which only had banking at one end. It was effectively the shape of a hairpin. At the hairpin end, the track went bulbous in shape, round to the left, up high on the brick-lined banking, and then back down the other side of the dual carriageway. An extraordinary circuit, but to see these cars achieve speeds like 190, just something special.
I think it's absolutely mind-blowing. Certainly back in the day, as we're coming towards the end, final Mercedes going across the line, the SL AMG GT3.
Nice little touch with that. Of course, Mercedes were famous for the gull-wing doors they had in the 1950s on the 300 SL, and when this AMG model came out to race in GT racing, they gave it gull-wing doors as well. Often the problem in the race, a number of races I saw with drivers trying to hang on to the door to hold it back down while doing cornering at the same time.
You know, multitasking at its finest right there.
So we think that is probably the end of the batch. A little foreshortened at times, but we got it going again. So let's take a look back at the highlights. That a multi-array of cars from the Niki Lauda tribute, but kicked off by Carlos Sainz Sr. aboard his next year's challenging Ford Raptor. That is going to be very, very extreme in the extreme world of off-road rallying.
Yeah, it feels so long ago now, doesn't it, where we saw Carlos Sainz in the Raptor, the two-time World Rally Champion. Then we moved on to the noisy, the smoky, the drifters, showing whole heaps of skills.
Skills and an awful lot of horsepower. That was Steve Baggioni, Bagsy as we know him, 1,200 horsepower in his Nissan GTR. And then we moved on through to the phenomenal Toyota-engined Nissan that I think won the prize for going the most sideways. This super slow-mo replay shows you exquisite car control from Kevin Quinn. No wonder this is the 10th year we've had the Drifters, and they are firm favourites with the crowd, not just with the younger fans, with everybody, because this is car control to the nth degree. A little bit of damage on Axel Hildebrand's Corvette there, led to a little fire just going out of Moulcom. That was put out. And the hill was then opened all over again, and there was a chance for the Lexus to go up in the drift group as well. That had Ahmad Dahan at the wheel, and he was super smooth, as if anybody could be smooth in a drift car. But you know what, Alice, it looks though it's sort of violent control, but it is about control precision.
Oh, it certainly is, and they just make it look absolutely easy. And then Team Dross Audi sport car going out, and of course one of many incredible Mercedes that we got to see. We really are treated, aren't we, here, Bruce, with so many incredible cars, and there is the C11 that you just saw there.
Well, a diverse range of cars, but then high in the sky above was the Red Arrows producing yet another fantastic display. Well, it's all busy down by the house, but let's go to the top of the hill and take a look at the highlights of yesterday's rally shootout.
This is a man to watch because consistently fast here at Goodwood over many years. Roger Duckworth, a few years ago, he actually had this car flown back from Rally Barbados to be here in time in Goodwood, but has now decided to use an R5 in Barbados, and we see W23 SRT on the start line, and Martin Spurl acknowledging that it's one of the very few WRC cars from the P2000 era that is actually still driven in anger.
Yeah, well, he's a very accomplished rally driver. He's won Sunseeker Rally again, which was Southern Car Club event, won that quite a few times. The British Rally Sprint Series, which happened at Silverstone, he was a winner there. He's been a winner in Barbados and national championship events. Just a great guy and a great driver. Paul Kinniston's a great driver too as well in the Ascona. And we've seen Paul Howarth out earlier in the i400 version of that car. Roger Duckworth, and Duckworth, that name you may remember because his dad was a very famous engineer and engine designer of the DFV, Cosworth engine, and he was heavily involved with that, and he's just one of the technical gods of Formula One in the design era. And when Colin Chapman designed the Lotus 49, his dad helped design the DFV Cosworth engine, which was bolted onto the back of the Lotus as a structural member of the chassis, and it won on its debut at the Dutch Grand Prix. So that was his dad. Motorsport is in Roger Duckworth's veins.
No, it certainly is.
Sorry, it was Mike Costin and Keith Duckworth. I clearly remember a picture of the two of them, and that's how Cosworth was formed. It was from Costin and the Worth from Duckworth. And of course, as you say, Tony, so many engines they've built, and wonderful engine designers and builders.
Well, the winningest engine of all time in Grand Prix racing is the DFV, Ford DFV.
Good shot there from our cameramen of the revised start line for this year. That's where you see the cars immediately head off a very long, fast left before they make their way right. As we cut back to Roger at Delta.
Who is the man to beat, because he's the one who won it all last year.
Yep.
He's the champion. He's the champion.
So if you're, targeting anyone this year, it is Roger Duckworth who you should be setting your sights on, because he was the fastest across the 4 days of the shootout competition.
And there's the Super 2000 MG. The Super 2000, actually, with the normally aspirated engines in that formula and rallying, I thought was a great era I really enjoyed that era with the IRC, the Intercontinental Rally Championship. That was quite a long jump. That was about 55 metres there for Duckworth. A good leap, and it wasn't a leap of faith. He knows what he's doing. He absolutely knows this special stage. All those little tree roots, all those banks, he knows exactly where he's placing the car, and he's got his feel this morning as to where the grip is. Even that last grassy section where the car starts bouncing about.
Look at the time on the board, 2:43.5. It is the fastest through so far.
Okay. There you go.
I'll tell you what I've learned, Bex, you do love a fastest time.
I certainly do. Times excite me, Zav. It's what I'm all about.
The MG off the start line. A car that has previously been seen in the hands of Mark Higgins and Rory Kennedy alongside Out Tanak, who drove it here in 2010. But these were little screamer engines, weren't they, Tony?
Yeah.
I mean, you drove the other version, the front-wheel drive. You did the RAC Rally in one of them, didn't you?
Well, I did 3 years in the Works MG team, and Gwyndaf Evans was my teammate, and we were in the Group N cars. I wasn't there for my driving skills, by the way. Just point that out. I was there for my promotional skills, and what I brought to the party was my co-drivers were all either journalists, TV people. We made TV programs, whatever it was, and then I got a free ride for 3 years, which was brilliant, and everybody was happy. So it worked very, very well, and lovely to work with Mr. Evans. But yeah, MGs, and that time the MG, they were going to Le Mans very unsuccessfully. They went into touring cars. It started all right, but then it went off the boil. And even with the rallying, they then produced a Group A car, and it didn't work properly because they didn't put enough engineering effort into it, sadly, at the time. But we're looking at the Proton Iris and Ollie Mellors, and a lot of work has gone into that car by Mellors Elliott Motorsport, and Proton have been putting some money into that, and I know that they've been trying to get that car to do more events. It has done some French championship events as well. That was the wide, long way around, and I don't know whether that was quicker or not by McLeod.
I don't think so. I don't think so. We're watching now on the start line, getting ready to go. A pairing who were spectacular on their runs this morning is the Iron Dames. It's Sarah Rameau and Julia Abelard. When we watched them on their first run, it was their first sighting run, and they did not hold back. It was full commitment from them. You can see that again here.
It's really good, really impressive for somebody here for the first time. So we do expect Sarah to put in a really good time. Of course, she lost about, we reckon, 10 seconds, 15 seconds
maybe. Yeah, maybe 10 to 15. I think you're right. They had a bit of a contact with a hay bale, had to reverse earlier. So precious time was lost, but I think it's going to be a good run this time.
I'm amazed that right-hander at Cooper's still hasn't dried out. It's still catching people out, just that silicone sort of feel you get because it's so slippy.
I think what's possibly happened down there, Zav, is a drainage kind of issue. There's a confluence of the waters going through there, and just to the side where it's been gathering, and it's taking a long time to drain, which is why, you know, it is so sort of deep, the mud, and it's quite soggy. So that is a bit, but most people will have noted that by now. Either the co-drivers, the drivers themselves are taking a different line. Let's see what Ollie does.
It's such a pocket rocket, isn't it? It really is so dynamic out on the stage. It's great to watch. We've got a new fastest time on the board. That is McLeod with a 2:42.1.
Blimey, even going the long way round.
I know.
Delta.
I said it wasn't fastest,
That's
but
your fastest time there.
There you go, 2:32.2. That's just been blown out of the water.
Oh, Bexy likes that one. Tony gets excited about the driving antics, and Bexy loves a good fastest time.
There you go. And the Iron Dames love your checkered flag bollard in the middle. They went round it beautifully just now. And I'm not sure who that is. Well, it could have been Carlos Sainz, couldn't it, in an era with Repsol on the back there. But clearly going off for lunch. And we're seeing our marshals, who are doing a great job officiating and helping out on the rally stage during the course of this weekend. They all had their briefing this morning, up here with Michael Weeks and all the staff. So they're well primed, they know exactly what to do, and you just saw a shot of our lunch, and there, they see the girls are both flying, aren't they, now?
They really are. Sarah Remo then behind the wheel. Julia's on the notes.
That was neat and tidy.
It was neat and tidy and quick, I would say. Yeah, that was.
Let's see what the time is going to be. It's a 2:32.1. The fastest time to beat is a 2:45.8.
That's competitive. Very competitive. Excellent work by the Iron Dames. Wow, good leap too.
Yeah, a good little leap over the flying fin jump. We like that.
Very good, and a nice landing. The car flies really, really well. It's nice and level. It's not nose heavy. It's well balanced. And when you take air like that, you've got to match the revs. You've got to match the throttle revs with the wheels turning around so that you land with enough traction and not too much. You don't put your foot flat to the floor, just enough so that the wheels don't overspin as you land and you gather a little bit of traction.
That's why you get some drivers just dab the brake, left foot brake, just pulls the car down before it takes off. So
let's take a look at these results, shall we, of our shootout. Ollie Mellors with a 2:32.2, the fastest time. Then Rory McLeod, 2:42.4. So very close between them. Roger Duckworth was a 2:43.5. Sarah Remo, who was our last car that we saw there, 2:45.8. Gary Lakodo, 2:49.1. Then Saunders, Ben Mellors, Van der Putten, Ward and Stacey to round out the top 10 there. Let's head on to the next page. Martin Ovington with a 2:59.6. Florian Treats with a 3:01 of a second. Then we've got Van der Heijden, Caniston, Tom Williams and Van der Putten to round out that top 16.
Dynamic air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
Been quite life-changing, really.
Plenty still to come this afternoon here on Friday for the Goodwood Festival of Speed, the 31st edition. The weather holding out, blue sky peeking out from behind the grey clouds. Harry Benjamin and Harry Metcalf in the commentary box with you. Let's try this again, shall we, Harry? Supercars.
Yes. I know, last time we did this, there was Formula One cars lined up on the start line. But, yeah, we've got a whole host of supercars coming up. I was looking down the list. You almost need at least 1,000 horsepower to be in this class this year.
Well, we were talking about yesterday what defines a supercar.
Yeah,
and it's hard, you know. It's up to interpretation.
It is. It's always a bit debate. Now we have hypercar as well, but supercar to me means crazy and practical. A car you just can't take your eyes off. You park it up and you walk away, and you have to have another look at it. And it has crazy performance, and it doesn't matter about practicality. It's just got to excite. It's got to turn us into little kids again.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned hypercar. This is one of the hypercars we are looking at. This is the McLaren Solus GT, 5.2 litre V10 single-seater hypercar. Mika Häkkinen heavily involved with the influence and development of that car, the two-time Formula One world champion. And then just behind it, the Lotus Evija. It was the Evija X yesterday that had the bit of an incident, the hypercar from Lotus. This, though, the road-going version.
Indeed. This is the customer version here. It would be great if we saw the X. I don't know what happened to it after yesterday, but this one, it did a brilliant run, had Gavin Kershaw behind the wheel last time. I don't know if he's there, but he's the chief development driver for Lotus. And then, yeah, Ferrari, the Roma Spider here. We saw the coupe yesterday. Great to see this one here as well.
Yeah, making its way around, just lining up at the bottom of the hill. A huge mix of supercars coming your way in this batch 6. Indeed, quite a lot of Ferraris lined up behind each other. The Ferrari 296 GTS here is what we're looking at the moment. Mid-rear engined two-seater V6 engine with a plug-in electric motor as well.
And here we are with the Ferrari SP90XX. We saw that yesterday, 1,015 horsepower. This one with its electric motors at the front and V8 engine in the back.
Yeah, and the wing so striking on that. Indeed, we're getting quite the Ferrari contingent today. We've seen a few Ferraris up and down the hill, but we're being treated this afternoon.
We are, and here we have the 812 super fast. Well, no, is this the competition?
Yes, it's the Competizione A, I think.
Yeah, Aperta, that means. So he's got the roof on, so he's still expecting rain. I don't think we'll see it, but let's see. Oh, a very special one here.
Yeah, the Daytona SP3 making its way to the start line. I mean, this is a very, very special car indeed. Based on that traditional 1967 Daytona 24-hour car.
It is. I mean, these are very the top of Ferrari. You need to be a multiple buyer Ferrari to be even offered the chance to buy one of these cars. But I think we'll look back in history and just say, wow, did Ferrari really build these super special Daytona copies? It's a Ferrari 812 underneath, but so exciting in design and performance.
One of the top 3 Ferraris ever produced?
Oh, there's so many Ferraris. I don't want to enter that debate just now.
No, and you can just see we are getting a full-on Ferrari contingent. We really are.
That's a one-off. Ferrari just gone past. We've got the Roma coupe there. What are we going to see next? Ferrari, this is the FXX. This is the Chianti special car that this is track only, but they organise the events for very special customers. They look after the car. You come along and scare yourself silly and then hand it back to Ferrari and recover, and then you do it again a few months later.
I'm sad, though, because we haven't seen the Ferrari 499P Modificato in that lineup yet. Maybe it's further towards the back, but we're so desperate to see that in action up the hill.
I spoke to Ferrari about that, and you need the F1 team to be able to start that.
Right.
So that's why it didn't appear yesterday. But they've got that XX there, that one. Surely they can get that car down to us.
Aston Martin also with a huge amount on display as well. With the DB12 Volante, the Valiant, the Velour, the Vantage Coupe, all out.
I think that was the Victor we just...
was that the Victor?
Now we've got Pagani, the Ultima, 99 of these produced and all sold already.
Yeah, look at that. Pagani running a few cars here this afternoon. Head on to their stand. It really is a glimpse into a a brand like no other. And you're looking for the little sticker that says 652 on the top of the windscreen for that one.
Yeah. Detailing, I was lucky enough to own a Pagani in the past, and you just never get over the design. Just look at that dash. It's instantly recognisable, and obviously manual gearbox as well. 852 horsepower from the V12 AMG engine in it.
Yeah, the third car from Pagani, rear-wheel drive, just over 1,200 kilograms. And then this wound up in the supercar paddock.
I know. So we've got them all over the ages. Who knows? But I think it must be a different class just joining in the back. They've been let out. They got too excited and came into the supercars.
Look at that machine. But what a great chance to compare and contrast the advances in just automotive design.
Yeah.
You go from something as old as that to this at the very cutting edge of technology. The McLaren Solus GT hypercar lifts off from the start line.
V12 Judd engine, 840 horsepower. Just listen to this, 1,000 kilos and just 25 units built.
Single-seater hypercar. You're sat centrally. Rob Bell at the wheel, a very experienced McLaren driver. Only 25 of these in the world. They are made specifically for the track. Less than 1,000 kilograms, making its way up the hill.
Yeah, just throwing the dust up. Now we've got the Roma, complete different contrast. Spider version. Oh, he's taken onto the grass. Yeah, two-wheel drive this car. That'll be interesting if he keeps doing that.
The Ferrari Roma Spider making its way up the hill with the iconic Ferrari red. Ray Grimes at the wheel of that Ferrari Roma Spider. 1950s-60s style convertible brought for the modern age.
Indeed. Yeah, it's a great design, isn't it? I think Ferrari are really at the top of the game, and I love the variation we get from Ferrari. You know, we have front engine spoiler, and then we're getting the mid-engine cars, that SP90. And I just love that they cover so many bases. You can see why they sell so many cars.
Yeah, V8 turbocharged engine as well in that Ferrari as it crosses the line and takes the checkered flag. Well, we've got a teaser at the start of the huge Ferrari contingent that we have on offer, and that is going to continue with the Ferrari SP8 making its way up the hill, brought here by Ferrari North Europe. This is one of Ferrari's one-off series.
It is. No, you have to be a really special car to be able to get one of these. They do these one-off cars. This is based on the F8 Spider, and it's unique bodywork. So if you are commissioned one of these cars, it takes about a year and a half to get your car, and we're very lucky to see this. This is actually going overseas, this car. It's probably the last time you'll see it in the UK, but a one-off Ferrari.
3.9 litre twin turbo V8, very special Ferrari heading up the hill now in front of you. The Ferrari SP8, one-off design. Hear the roar of that engine as well.
Sometimes they can't change because of crash structure and things to keep it a road-going car. But it does look very distinctive, different if you looked at F8. And here we are with the Pagani itself. Francis Faulkner, who looks after Pagani in the UK, at the wheel here. And you'll see the active area. You'll see the two wings moving independently as the car loads up. The ECU decides how much downforce to add as it goes through the corners.
Yeah, so this is the Utopia. Sort of supersedes the previous. I'm going to attempt it. How do you say Huayra? There we go.
Yeah, and we got Huayra R also on the hill, you might see. But this is the road going there. You see full braking, just like you see on the pattern. Full brakes, air brakes come on that Utopia as it goes up the hill. And unfortunately, yet again, a car that completely sold out, 99 units, and all gone.
It is such a special design, though, from Pagani. Rear-wheel drive, V12 engine, as that indeed takes the checkered flag as well at the top of the hill. Now, this is something very special indeed. The Aston Martin Valiant, and in the car, Fernando Alonso, and alongside him, Rachel Brooks, our host for the weekend, who's looking a little bit nervous. I understand why, but Alonso unleashes this bespoke design car car that he has had a full influence on, and you can see how much Rachel Brooks is enjoying it. This is the most extreme front-engine car ever. It's basically a car that Fernando Alonso has picked and chosen everything that he wants on it. The perfect company car.
Yes, indeed, yes. And manual gearbox. This is what makes this car so special. It's V12, 730 horsepower. Apparently Fernando asked a little bit more horsepower than the standard car. Oh, he's struggling with the gears there. He's found a gear, and off he goes. But what an exciting car. That I love that Aston are doing this as well. Distinctive colour as well, more downforce, track only for that one. And his new company car is what Aston said to me.
Brilliant to have Fernando Alonso here with us as well this weekend. And I don't know if Rachel's just chatting or conducting an interview at the same time, but either way, it takes skill to hold on tight to the central console and try and keep yourself still. This 5.2-litre twin-turbo V12 engine.
I hope they recorded that, what was going on in that.
Absolutely. And high fives at the end from Fernando and Rachel. Absolutely brilliant.
Hopefully we'll see him lots of times. Oh, Rolls-Royce Spectre. I borrowed this car for a week and I didn't expect to like it, and I came away thinking this is the best electric car I've driven because actually it enhanced the experience. Rolls-Royce is all about quiet, cruising, effortlessness. And this car just delivers it, just the silence. I really enjoyed it.
I mean, just look at the way the front end and the bodywork moves under braking through the corners.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I was driving it quite as hard as this, but I do love that Rolls-Royce. I don't know where they find drivers, but I obviously time up the hill. I suppose they get gazillions of goals because they're so local. They just say, do you mind if we follow the hill? A little bit of practice.
This kind of underlines how you can make a fab Rolls-Royce without a V12 in the front of it. That's the first ultra luxury electric super coupe. Bruno Senna's a busy boy this weekend. He's back out there, this time in the McLaren Senna.
All about lightweight, this car is what McLaren wanted this car. That's why they named it after Ayrton Senna. 789 horsepower, 1370 kilos, and you'll see the active aero on it as well. We're now looking at the GTS, which is there. Well, GT is stretching it, but it's there more relaxed. It's got more luggage space. It's for crossing continents with, but it's still a very exciting McLaren. Still has the V8, 620 horsepower or so, 207 miles an hour. But more luggage space, should you need it. It's actually a hatchback, and you can have enormous, you can take suit bags and things in the back. I've actually been shooting this car. I can put guns and cartridges in the back of it as well. Not very good off-road though.
Well, no, but certainly one you can put your shopping in, that's for sure. 4-litre V8 twin turbo in that McLaren GTS. Benji Guther at the wheel, that chasing the McLaren Senna of Bruno Senna up the hill just ahead of him. So McLaren bringing a huge variety on offer, and for the GTS, the checkered flag beckons. And here we have the record holder, the McMurtry, back in action 2 years ago. This took the hill climb record and has come back to show off what it can do. Fan cars have come a long way since the 1970s. Huge fan on the back of that. Generates so much downforce that it just sticks onto the floor.
You've got to see this car go up. You'll see nothing like it all afternoon. Max Chilton who set the record in it. This is the client car. They've got two cars here. And it depends how much just looking at it through Moulcom does not compute when you see it go through there. But he can dial up an enormous amount of downforce. Where car weighs a ton, and I think you can create 2 tons of downforce.
Yeah, that was actually the new one that they bought here. The record holder is in the stands. The new one has just gone up the hill there. Something very different now, the Ford Mustang GTD.
Amazing car. This was created from their GT3 new racer, and Ford surprised everyone saying, yeah, we're going to do some client cars, £315,000 if you can get on the list to buy one of these. Over 800 horsepower. Front engine, obviously, supercharged V8, and then a transaxle gearbox. And the back has a twin Mustang. Built for racing. So exciting to see it here.
Yeah, basically a track-ready supercar, completely road legal. This supercar power with a Mustang soul, and that rear wing does have movable aero. It's jacked with a DRS system on the back of that. You can flick a switch, it opens up, and that gives you more downforce, or drag reduction system, I should say, and it reduces the drag, allows you to be faster in a straight line.
now we've got the Lamborghini Esperanto, one of my favourite cars. Oh, it's disappeared. But anyway, he'll do a bit of off-roading. It's the Dakar version. And now we're moving to the other Lamborghini. Yeah, right. Well, we have the Evo Spider. And what's special about this one, if you see the Evo on the name of a Huracan, it means it's the two-wheel drive version. So, yeah, exciting car, especially in damp conditions. But I just think you can't believe how long the Huracan's been around, but it looks so modern, so striking, and so Lamborghini.
Certainly does, doesn't it? I've got a model version of that car at home. Max speed 325 kilometers an hour, 0 to 100 kilometers in 3.1 seconds, over 640 horsepower from that V10 engine for the Lamborghini Huracan Evo Spider. Stuart Middleton, the man tasked with hounding that up the hill.
And we've got to remember, this is the last time we'll see the V10. It gets replaced with a V8 next year, so enjoy that sound. There's no sound like the Huracan V10.
To the line for the Lamborghini Huracan Evo Spider. To Porsche next up, back with the 911 ST.
Really special car. This is the Porsche GT3 that we know, and then they created this car. There's a touring version of GT3, but this ST just jacks it up. That much extra power, that much more special, manual gearbox only in this car, and people are just fighting for this car. It's deemed the ultimate road-going GT3 Porsche has created. ST, over £200,000. Unfortunately.
Yeah, this is a 911 in its purest form, isn't it? Built purely for driving pleasure.
What's amazing with this car, they always quote real life times and things. No time with this, purely driving pleasure, as you say, for road use only.
0 to 62 miles an hour in 3.7 seconds, 186 miles per hour. The top speed on this Porsche 911 ST. Busy off the start line, and this time we are being treated to a Bugatti Mistral.
Yeah, the Chiron Bugatti said they'd never built convertible, but it's a temporary roof on it, so you'll see this. They were pushed by customers to do it, because they did a convertible version of Veyron, and they said, no, we can't do it. Oh, yes, perhaps we can, for lots of money and 99 units.
And then something very different. This, we haven't seen this yet. This is the Hispano-Suiza Carmen Sagera, fully electric, a sort of wing-shaped carbon fibre spoiler at the back. This is the revival, really, of Hispano-Suiza, a long brand that has been involved in the automotive business for many, many years, based and originated from Spain. There's actually Luis Perez Thala at the wheel of that. He was at one point a Formula 1 driver and a former F1 team principal for the Hispania racing team in their final year back in 2012, and that is a car that is certainly built for the future.
Yeah, I've never seen one before, and there's two versions. It came out in 21 and there's one in a new one in 24. I'm intrigued by it. I'm going to check that one out. It's so odd having that supercar look and the silence going up the hill, just watching it go past us.
Yeah, this is the Sagrera, and we have the Carmen Bologna also in the supercars paddock, as well as more McLaren action.
Yeah, now we've got the P1, but I think this is the Levante version with the high downforce kit, but I'm waiting to see the number on it. Yes, it is. So yeah, the owner of this car is actually driving a car, Andy Bruce, and he had a F1, he had a P1, and he wanted to create the ultimate P1 with Lezante, and they take the car, the Cosworth has breathed on the engine, over 1,000 horsepower with this car, the Trick Aero. I believe this might be his first time in the car, I don't know, but a very special thing.
Yeah, it certainly is. Lezante, the UK-based engineering for new upgrades on this car, updated suspension, revived rear bodywork, louvered front wing and rear wing as well, as you can see when you get an up-close and personal look at it. The McLaren Lezante P1 making its way towards the finish line.
The Gordon Murray car, the T50 first. We're not sure about it. Could be Oliver Murray. Right. That's the plan. This is the next generation from T50. This is the T33. So this is a slightly calmer version of the T50. and you'll see there's no fan on this. And he's sort of modelled it as a more roadable car, but my goodness, it sounds good. This is a prototype, this one, or it's an engineering car, and I don't know if it's got a trick exhaust on it, but it's the best sounding of the lot. Well, we're going to see perhaps the Niki Lauda car, but I love seeing this car, the next generation. Gordon Murray is so pleased that he's been able to do several versions. He was worried that emission controls might stop him doing it, but here they are with 3 cars here this year.
Yeah, this the automotive T33 Mule 3 V12 engine, the world's most beautiful and accomplished 2-seater supercar is how they describe it. Cutting edge aero, lightweight carbon fibre body, and one of the many offerings from the legendary designer Gordon Murray.
And he's also done a Targa version of it that comes next after this one.
Wow, carried some pace over the finish line was that Gordon Murray, and also the T50S Niki Lauda XP2 tribute car here as well. So if you're in the hunt around the supercar paddock, do have a look at that. And Maserati are also here in force. We've seen these a few times up the hill. The MC20, this is the Legenda. We also have the Icona out there. But this, Harry, is very much celebrating 20 years on the MC12.
Of the MC12, which then turned into their race car endurance racer. But the MC20 is their new supercar, carbon body, carbon tub, and with a V6 engine in it, and they're going to do a full electric version of this car. We have not seen it yet, but it's great to see these new designs, this iconic look from the previous generation. There's an MC12 had a very distinctive look.
Yeah, certainly is, and that MC20 making its way down the finish line as well, and well. And well, something a little different from the supercar paddock, but I can see in the background of that shot the Ferrari 499P has arrived. This is what we really wanted to see. Yeah. The Modificata just in the background there, that de-restricted version of the WEC hypercar for track days, more powerful than the actual race day car. The Ferrari 499P makes its way to the start line. This is such an impressive piece of engineering.
Yeah.
Off the back, of course, now, a 2-time back-to-back Le Mans winning car. Ferrari, after 50 years, returning to the top flight of endurance racing, taking the Le Mans crown in the first year back, and then taking it again in the follow-up.
And this is the Modificata, which means some lucky people are able to buy this car. And again, Ferrari be laying on events from this is not the race car. I asked Ferrari about it yesterday. They said it's got slightly more power, but it hasn't got the restrictions they had to fit for Le Mans. But just imagine owning one of these cars, already, you know, historic because it's won 2 Le Mans, and now you can drive it yourself and do special, very special track days with Ferrari.
You can own it if you've got a 5.1 million euros in the bank.
Right. You're probably too late, unfortunately.
Yes, and that. But it is just an absolute masterpiece. And it kind of celebrates a golden age, or another golden age that we're about to enjoy in endurance racing, really, in that hypercar category, with so many big-name brands and manufacturers returning to the fray. And Ferrari being a very special addition to that. Of course, I've been in that championship for years in the GT3 category and the GTD category, but now returning to the top flights of that. So that was some of the supercar action, and we will be leaving some of the supercar action there for the time being. Coming up later today, we've got the special MG moment, which you can see the sculpture on the lawn representing 100 years of MG. That's coming up next. So let's take a little look at all things MG.
Try and watch.
And here we are then, ready to celebrate MG, and it is a wonderful opportunity to do so. And particularly with this first car that we're going up the hill from the early 1930s, when the Duke of Richmond, who was Freddie March, as he was known in racing days, set up a race company that basically went for some of the very first MGs ever to go racing, and they had great success with them as well. Remarkably, that is a lot of the heritage of Goodwood and MG that goes back this 100 years. For the family, it really was a major connection very early on.
It put the motorsport blood in their veins, and it clearly still, generations later, is running very strongly indeed. So pulling up in front of the house, an array of cars to celebrate the centenary of Morris Garage, as it used to be known. Now Chinese-owned MG, the great Jerry Judah sculptor in front of the house. And Ben, just looking at the array of cars going up the hill, from the MG Metro 6R4 to the latest Cyberster MG Coupe in the background, the Roadster, and in between, again, diverse machinery. The small, delicate C-Type that we saw right at the front of the queue, going up and getting into position in front of the house.
Yeah, it is lovely to see that, and of course going under the great sculpture, which is representing both new and old. MGA there, the LBL 301. MGA actually had a great deal of success in the United States, and the MGB, which you're just seeing, the coupe version of the MGB, that came along in the early 1960s, had a lot of success in racing, and of course was a massively popular road car as well.
It certainly was. I mean, the American market was absolutely mighty, and in fact, with the lump on the bonnet, that means it's an MGC. It's got the 3-litre unit, bigger than we'd have in an MGB, and it's called the Sebring because the Sebring 12 Hours was a race that, again, it really was one. If you did very well in that, you are certainly going to boost your sales. And the American market, obviously, so much larger than the UK market, and the MGB was a massive hit accordingly.
It was indeed, yes, absolutely a vital part. Paddy Hopkirk had success with class victory with the MGB at Le Mans 1963. As you say, the MGC version of the MGB with the bigger engine, and it's rather fun that we've got an MGB up there. There's the Cyberster, and that's the new all-electric version. And now we've got a rather wonderful parade of drums coming out to celebrate this 100 years of MG here at Goodwood. And this is providing us with a rather entertaining moment, I have to say, as we go into the next few minutes. So let's listen in to the fun and games on the drums. The Batala band doing a fantastic job of doing the drumming band celebration of the MGs, which is a real joy to have here at Goodwood on a day that actually we've had some rain to start with, but it's rather lovely seeing some blue sky just beginning to develop. We're getting into some better weather, which is good news, as we've got some of the shootout practice coming up later on this afternoon. Some of the rapid machinery looking to see if they can get some good high speeds up the hill as we get ready for the shootout coming on Saturday and Sunday.
So fireworks in the sky as part of this MG Centenary celebration. Goodwood House looking magnificent. The array of cars, the duo up on the Jerry Judas sculpture, and as you said, Ben, a little bit of blue sky to show off those fireworks to very, very good effect over the house.
MG's having so much heritage for so many people in the world of cars, and now owned by Chinese company, but definitely producing up a lot. The owned by SAIC, acquired back in 2007 by the NEG Chinese company. They bought the MG rights back in 2005, but since 2019 it's been MG's running the largest single brand export from China. It's done very, very well. So that's all part of the celebration, the fireworks, as you say, that are going on right now, providing plenty of enjoyment to celebrate the 100 years of MG.
Yeah, a lovely punctuation mark within the day. This is day 2 of the 31st Goodwood Festival Street. It is quite extraordinary. Year in, year out, we have things to celebrate. Centenaries come and go with increasing regularity, simply because we realise how long the motor car has been with us. But this weekend, we're looking at this incredible array, horseless to hybrid, the technical leaps forward, and some occasionally rather backwards, that's taken us to this point. And we're at a very exciting time, not just in terms of road cars, but in motorsport as well.
You're absolutely right, and MG have been a big part of that from 1924 to 2024. Created, of course, originally by the man behind the Morris car, set up by William Morris, but it was Cecil Kimber who really created the MG version. Morris Garages, as it was originally, that was quickly shortened to MG, and then going into racing was a big, big part of it as well.
And for so many racers, particularly in the States, ironically, the MG T-Series was something that was just small, nimble, something very different to whatever they had on offer stateside, and that is where the sales were huge, and it really did boost the company. But if you ask people of a certain age, what is the MG, you remember it will be the MGB.
I think it is. I mean, it has some good history of MGB as well, so rather fun. We shall see how this all develops, but yeah, the MGB, I know, was a lovely car growing up around, especially on a sunny day with the roof down, depending on which version you had.
I had the MGB GT, which was a little more room in the boots, the sportsback version, if you will.
Yeah, and I know there are many, many MG fans, and I do hope there are many here at Goodwood. I'm sure there are, or if you're watching with us online right now, it's lovely to celebrate the 100 years and the very latest versions. We've seen quite a few of the Cybersters coming up the hill, actually. It's been impressive. It is a very modern Grand Touring car, really. That's what they're saying, rather than a sort of full-on sports car, but it's fully electric and providing a pretty good ride.
And I think what you know full well is this is just the toe in the water in so many ways, because the new models coming out of MG these days are coming thick and fast, and certainly I think, particularly now they're here at Goodwood, they'll realise there is a massive market for sports cars, so I'm sure the Cyberster will just be a step on the way to where they're going next.
Lovely stuff. So the Batalamundo family of bands all doing their stuff on the drums right now and continuing the celebration here. Formed a group formed back in 1997, apparently, this group originally, but they've got various groups all over Europe now, and they can do some pretty impressive drumming, I have to say. All good fun, isn't it? It's really providing a great show for everybody here. Getting a big round of applause from the fans as well, and then making their way back into the Goodwood house.
Yeah, well, applause very well earned. I'm sure their arms are a little bit aching now.
So the story of the history connection between Goodwood and the MG. Let's find out more about that.
My grandfather, Freddie March, is the reason why I became interested in motorsport. He founded the circuit at Goodwood in 1948 and used to take me to watch the racing as a young boy. Those early experiences cemented my lifelong passion for the sport. He had always been fascinated by engineering, everything from model making to aviation, and discovered motorsport in the late 1920s. Having graduated from speed trials to circuit racing as a driver, he formed his own team, just as MG was releasing its latest racing car. He was particularly drawn to clever, lightweight engineering, so the new MG C-Type was a natural fit. His team, the very first Works MG team, combined the MG's inherent pace with his own attention to detail, and was hugely successful. With co-driver Chris Staniland, he won the legendary Double 12 at Brooklands in 1931, and there were further victories at that year's Irish Grand Prix and the Tourist Trophy at Ulster, all against much bigger opposition. Freddie would ultimately become more well known for founding the circuit here at Goodwood, but that might never have happened without his own experiences in racing. MG returning to Goodwood to celebrate its centenary feels like a very fitting reunion.
Well, yeah, you took the wrong person, Fernando.
I think so, because I didn't remember properly, the turns, and I thought my co-driver was, prepared, but yeah, apparently not. So we had fun. We had fun for sure.
Apparently not a very good navigator, Rachel.
I've never been up the hill before, and so we were literally coming to it, and he was like, "Is it left? Is it right?" I'm like, "It's right. No, it's left. It's left. It's left. It's left." And that's how we came up the hill.
You took a bit of the grass out on the corner there.
Yeah, no, but I mean, it is amazing. It's very well prepared, and I did good, I think, in 2005 with Renault, and it's 20 years later, it's the same thing, you know, and so many enthusiastic people, you know, coming to the festival. So yeah, really, really lucky to be here.
It's such a good atmosphere, but it's a wide car for such a narrow hill.
I remember a little bit wider the road, to be honest. I don't know if I was fast today or the car, yeah, is wide, and obviously you are seated higher than the F1, and you see things differently. But yeah, it was a nice run, and as I said, the biggest thing here is the fans. You know how supportive they are and how enthusiastic. You know, we all share the same passion. You know, we love cars, so it's great to see.
And Rachel, you looked a little bit scared at the start line there on the camera.
Because he said to me, oh, it's fine, the grass is dry, we're all right. I was like, no, it rained all night, Fernando. It rained all night and all morning. He was like, oh, it'll be fine, there's grip. I said, there's really no grip there.
Yeah, we didn't help each other. I mean, we were just losing trust every single corner, you know.
I love that phrase, losing trust in every corner.
At the Flint wall, I did that. I couldn't look.
That wasn't going to help you, by the way.
No, I know, but at that point, it was all in his hands. That was it.
Tell us a little bit more about this company car of yours. I mean, it's obviously started as a Valo. You looked at that and thought it could be a little bit better for the track, and obviously this got some really unique ingredients in this car.
Yeah, all started as you said. You know, I wanted a Valor, a little bit different maybe. I love the aero disc normally in road cars, so I said, is this possible? And they said, no, it's not homologated. It's possible to make a rear wing. No, it's not homologated. You know, it's possible to save some weight in the car. And then we started, and then when the list was too high, they said, well, it's not a Valor anymore. Let's make a proper car, and we do only 38, a limited edition, and you know, it's a wonderful car. Obviously, V12, manual shifts, and yeah, some aero devices, and very lightweight. That is all what a racing driver wants.
And the colour scheme's really effective. I mean, it's been getting so many eyeballs this weekend in a place where there's some fantastic cars already.
Yeah, I mean, all the cars that you see here, they are all fantastic. But this one, yeah, is the first time that it's driven. It's the first time also that we made a car that is a track road car. You know, you can use it on the road car, but it's a track base, and it's high collectible. Like all the Aston Martin, you know, only 38 is a car that it will be worth.
Well, only 37 because yours is that one.
Yeah, mine is the first one, and I'm super proud.
You've obviously got a very busy year this year. You've managed to have your one weekend off to come and see us, so we're really happy about that. Have you got any other plans for the day? Are you going to have a look around?
I will hopefully have time to look around, and yeah, then back home. And as you said, you know, we have Hungary and Spa coming now, and yeah, very busy schedule, but I love to be here as well.
Well, I'll let you get back down the hill, and maybe your navigator might learn the hill a bit better on the way down.
Back now, it's the opposite to what we came up,
we
right?
can go faster down than up. Because now we know the road. Why not using that knowledge? You know,
faster and sideways.
We leave a space to the car in front, and then you know, we can...
Seriously.
So, wonderful day here at Goodwood for the Festival of Speed. Lovely to hear from Fernando Alonso, one of the many, many stars that we are enjoying experiencing this weekend, coming along to this event. A very different kind of event to what they compete in, but just loving the absorption of all these different cars and the opportunities to see things that perhaps they haven't seen for many, many years. Wonderful to enjoy. We're getting ready for another batch of cars coming up the hill pretty soon, Bruce, and going back to the old horseless to hybrid experience that is very much a part of this weekend.
Yes, the constant leaps forwards, occasionally slightly sideways or even backwards as technology was developed across a century and more. The earliest car we have here is from 1893, and it was powered by a steam motor. And hopefully we'll get that coming onto the hill. But so many developments in the automotive industry across the decades, but so many of them in particular came out of motorsport, so we can be very proud of our connection of those leaps.
Absolutely, the technical aspects, and there we are. This is a fun one to have a look at as well. The propeller-driven machine, which is extremely rare, of course. This is called the Levat Helica, and this was from the early 1920s when they were experimenting with different forms of getting vehicles to move along, and instead of actually having a drivetrain, that either drove the front wheels or the rear wheels. No, didn't drive the wheels at all. Just used a fan to pull you along.
You know, the thing is, looking at that, bear in mind that there had been cars on the roads for about a quarter of a century, about 25 years. This looks as though it could be from the very early 20th century, but this is the view inside.
Isn't that great?
That honestly could be from the 18th century inside.
This is great that we've got an onboard camera there, because it's a very rare sight to have. You can see how light, look how light it is, because there's no drive shaft, either fore or aft, and so you've got these very light sort of axles, a fairly typical Leaf suspension from that period, but then you've got a relatively small engine. It's only a 1-litre twin-cylinder engine that drives that, so it's not very quick off the line. We did notice yesterday that it takes a little bit of time to get moving, but actually in history it did set a big pace back in its day as well. So surprisingly, once it sort of gets going, it does pick up some speed. Maybe it helps if the wind's either, I don't know, wind behind or wind in front.
Well, I don't think you want to, with those slab sides, wind from the side. You'd certainly get buffeted around. Lightweight. Now, let's take a look. If you want steam, we can give you steam. This is the oldest car, the Salverson Steam Wagonette, owned by Duncan Pittaway, driven by a selection of people this weekend, but driven and sort of stoked at the same time. That steam has to keep on coming to propel it forward.
Yeah, it takes 3 of them, apparently, to make it work, because of the way that it is run. You've got one to steer, one to brake, and one to keep the fire fed. So there we are, in the fire area. Somebody will be at the back there, and you always get the wonderful noise from steam engines as well. I know plenty of people who are into steam railway side of things.
Well, but, you know, the modern thing, have you remembered as you leave your wallet and your telephone, but in this case, did you remember the sack of coal that sits on the back, and the temperature there, we can see from the temperature gauge, pushing 150 degrees. Whether that's the right temperature to get it going, we will find out.
I expect it is. It ran pretty effectively earlier. It didn't do the full hill climb. I think they'll probably just do a shorter version.
Yeah, they tend to come around the first couple of corners. They go down that first avenue, 2 right-handers, come past Goodwood House, and then peel off into the assembly area, which is before they reach Moulcombe. Another car that doesn't go the full course is the one we're looking at now, with the fabulous wicker baskets on the side, the Panhard de Levasseur Roi des Belges, King of the Belgians. And this is a regular car on the London to Brighton veteran run, but something very special. But this was a much larger end. This is a 5-litre 4-cylinder.
Now, look at this. This is very special. The Auto Union. I have to say, growing up reading about racing cars, this was one of the cars that really lit me. It was mid-engined from a very early period, at a time where actually they didn't get everything right about the design, because mid-engine went back to front engine after this. The Mercedes was beating it more often than not. Auto Union did take quite a lot of success in those early Grand Prix days. Hans-Joachim Stuck, who is driving for it, great history in motorsport as well. But the Auto Union, designed by Ferdinand Porsche, and tremendous history to it.
So what we're looking at there was one of the things we herald. It's a V16 supercharged engine, so another leap forward. Immediately behind in the row is a gas turbine-powered single-seater Lotus, and it wasn't something that worked for them, but it was a go. They gave it a shot. It didn't work. In fact, those cars, gas turbine cars, and from other people, were more successful when it came to the Indy 500. I guess better for keeping the momentum going. But if you want a car that is all about momentum, it's the one that revs behind it. It's the Howmet from the late 1960s, a helicopter turbine engine on board, 57,000 RPM it gets up to when revved. But it's all about keeping that rotor spooling around behind the driver's shoulder. And listen out for that when it comes up the hill.
It's fascinating going into the vehicles as well. Just looking at how they're all laid out. This, of course, is from the late 1960s, but there's a lot of information material, very different to nowadays. We were looking inside the BMW hypercar earlier, but in a way similar, with a lot of information for the driver, a lot of things to affect, but just done in a somewhat different way. And look at that, look at those exhausts from the gas turbine. Fantastic.
And any driver who is given an opportunity in that helmet, they have to sort of be briefed very fully before what is required of them to get the car and its motor spooling properly. Late 1960s or mid-1960s, the ban-the-bomb taillights from a Ford Mark I Cortina on the back. Ben's very keen to point that out, and quite rightly so. Now, moving on to Formula One, this is March. They had their first cars hit the stage in 1969, took Formula One by storm in 1970. By 1974, They were still looking for customers, but starting to lose a bit of ground. This is a car that was started, the 1974 campaign, in the hands of Howden Ganley. He moved on, but for March it was always about having the works team, but selling as many cars as they could in Formula 2, Formula 3 as well, to finance that.
And it worked very well. And Robin Hurd was one of the key part of the March team. He was a brilliant designer, absolutely brilliant. They didn't get every car right, as you say, but in Formula 1 they had a bit of a one or two not so good years, but effectively they were utterly brilliant. So we're just seeing a few more cars.
Lola T70 Spider looks great, sounds fantastic, and Derek Bell on board, local driver who did good, didn't he? 5 victories in Le Mans 24 Hours, and his very first race was actually just down the hill here on the Goodwood Motor Circuit, and the list of his wins in Le Mans down the arm of his overalls, a really, really nice touch.
It's absolutely gorgeous to see Derek Bell back out once again. He has such history in this part of the world. This West Sussex area has been very much part of Derek's life for many, many years, although he's in different parts of the world as well. So very, very enjoyable. So we've got a fantastic joy of cars about to head up the hill in just a few moments' time for this horseless to hybrid, the early part of the whole complex system of cars developing through different power systems.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built
to power the pros.
We have chosen the Two Wheels for Life charity for the 2024 Festival of Speed because it not only provides essential and much needed support for people in remote areas of Africa, but also because they use motorcycles to reach those in need. I've always so enjoyed my motorcycles, and I'm delighted that we can help this charity to provide healthcare to those who are desperately in need of support. I have no doubt that all our visitors this summer will want to help a charity that makes such good use of two wheels away from roads and racetracks. I do hope you will help us support such a good and important cause.
Well, we're looking forward to some more cars coming up the hill in just a moment's time. We've got some beautiful Renaults from the race period of the late 1970s. Very, very successful. Whether that's Le Mans, Formula One, or in rallying as well. And, yeah, wonderful to see the mixture that we have.
I very much like it when they get clustered into manufacturer groups. We've got the overall picture, but it just emphasises the spread that the manufacturers, particularly in the 60s and 70s, did. They wanted, you looked at Renault, you looked at Ford, you looked at Opel, and other manufacturers around the world. They wanted to have their finger in every pie because they knew that motorsport and success in motorsport will help them sell cars. And in the case of Renault, with this was their third year in Formula One, the Jean-Pierre Jabouillet 1979 RS10. They wanted to push the message of turbocharged engines, and we had them far earlier in previous decades, but they wanted it to make it work in Formula One. It took until the third season, until 1979, to get that first win at Dijon-Prenois. But then, by then, just think how many road cars had turbo engines starting to be put under their hoods.
They were very unreliable, weren't they, for quite a while? And they were quick. They were quick straight away. They had lots of power, but they kept breaking down. But of course, sadly for Renault, they never actually got at that time, they never got the World Championship because Ferrari went turbo, and then everyone else went turbo, and they actually ended up with a better job. But they did win Le Mans with this rather wonderful machine, the 158, that we'll be seeing out in a little while. That's 2-litre V6 turbocharged as well. So turbocharged power did work for them at Le Mans with Didier Pironi and Jean-Pierre Jousseau.
Certain irony there that it managed to work for the 24 hours, whereas it struggled for a very long time, well, as I said, for 3 seasons, till it worked in Grand Prix that were all under a 12th of that time. A Grand Prix traditionally about 90 minutes or so.
That was strange, yes. It did take a while for Renault, but it was a wonderful escapade for Renault to get into that turbocharged side of it, because the rules had been in Formula One for quite a while, that yes, you could have a 3-litre normally aspirated engine, or you could have a 1.5-litre turbo engine. And when you look back now, you think, why on earth didn't somebody come up with a turbocharged engine before that? But Renault went for it. It took a while, as we say, but then of course the power of turbocharging suddenly became incredibly important.
Now, one of the great shapes of Formula One was the Lotus 49. It was a car that Jim Clark had such success with. Alas, he didn't live past the opening race of 1968. He was killed in a Formula 2 race at Hockenheim, but it was a chance for the Ford DFV to come into Formula 1, and that became the engine, the stressed unit that had the suspension attached to the side. It was a step forward in motor racing. It became the engine by 1968 that anybody with the money could buy, and suddenly almost every team on the grid had that Ford double 4-valve engine in the back, and it really stabilised Formula One, and it brought in the likes of Frank Williams to running his own team. It stabilised McLaren, it gave them a powerful unit, and they of course kept on stepping forward. But right there, the Lotus 49, clean, pure, and just a year later wings started to appear, and the shape of Formula One changed forever.
Absolutely. For some people, that is the most popular car in many ways. You say because there are no wings, because it's very, very simple and straight. For some people, that is very much the thing. But of course, aerodynamics became an aspect, whether it was in sports cars or in Formula One, and you can see that to a certain extent as you're getting to a car that comes along just a little bit later. This was obviously a sports car racer, the Matra Simca. This was from 1974. By this time, downforce was becoming a play, and you can see the airflow, you can see the rear wing. That's how things developed in the late 60s into those early 70s.
It was a real start of working out how to channel air over, around, and later under a car to make it work. And of course the rear wing giving the car downforce. Strip that away, or for Le Mans it would have been placed further back, so it was a more straight line speed and giving the car stability. But you move on very quickly from that glorious blue Matra that had such success that in fact spurred Renault on to try and win the Le Mans 24 Hours. And then Lancia LC2 just a decade later. Small, nimble, taking on the larger looking, in fact larger shaped Porsche 956s at the time, when sports car racing was going through a golden period. And I tell you what, it's going through a real golden period right here and now in 2024.
It is, yes, you're absolutely right. And in a way, some of these classic sports cars that we saw, very, very great periods. Jaguar, for example, that you're looking at here, the Jaguar XJR 9 LM, very, very successful machinery, with Jaguar dominating really. And remember the combination with Tom Walkinshaw Racing. I mean, Tom Walkinshaw Racing was absolutely a key aspect to the success that these had. Some great names of winners at Le Mans: Jan Lammers, Johnny Dumfries, and Andy Wallace, who's here this weekend. We're seeing him drive the Bugatti.
And Jan Lammers is the driver who nursed that to victory, that first Jaguar win since the 1950s. And the last 40 minutes of the race, he only had one gear. Thank goodness it was fourth gear, but he did have to come in and make a pit stop. Imagine trying to restart your engine when you've only got fourth gear. But the Dutchman weaved his magic, and the crowds were swelled for years after that. The British invasion of Le Mans became greater and greater, more people wanting more Jaguar success. The BRM V16 in the background, possibly the greatest sound in motor racing in the 1950s. So much performance, but not so much in the way of the results. It was an engineering, not a disaster, not far from it, but it just wasn't robust enough to achieve all the glory they thought those extra cylinders would garner.
This has been completely recreated in the modern era by the Hall & Hall BRM experts, and the sound of this V16 engine is absolutely glorious. Supercharged V16. We'll hear it when it's going up the hill, and I'm looking forward to that again.
And amazingly, they've just produced a run of 3 of those cars, and each one was the result of 20,000 technical drawings. Just imagine manufacturing each and every one of those pieces. Right, from an earlier age, the Sunbeam Tiger. Sunbeam was mighty just before and after the First World War, but racing not just, you think Sunbeam is just a British mark, but it was racing in Europe, it was racing in the States as well, and I think one forgets how many cars crossed the Atlantic to try and achieve fame and glory over there.
A rather lovely view into the cockpit there as well, as you can see, with some of the drivetrain on the left-hand side. They would try and drop a driver, and then we've got the Napier Railton, which is rather lovely to see. This is the lap record holder at Brooklands that was never ever beaten again because of the way that Brooklands track was ended after the Second World War, and this machine created the speed of 143.44 miles per hour. John Cobb was the driver in those days. Reed Railton was the man who had designed this car using the Napier motor, which was a 24-litre W12, an aero engine. And aero engines, of course, were used a great deal in terms of creating the power. Land speed record in those days, Bruce, was in some ways was the biggest thing, or speed records. I mean, this wasn't a land speed record. Reed Railton went on to take the land speed record with a different machine with aerodynamics, but this was the Brooklands one. Very impressive. So we will have a chance to see this going up the hill in just a little while, but we've got lots of opportunities this weekend to meet up with some top people from the world of motorsport, and we now have a chance for Rachel to catch up with Logan Sargent.
Indeed, Ben, thank you very much. Harry's down here and joined me as well. And Logan, I know you had a run up the hill in it this morning already. How was your first run today?
Yeah, it was fun. Obviously, first time in a car like this. The hill was a little bit wet and dirty this morning, but nonetheless, it was still cool to do it for the first time. And yeah, it was cool to see the differences between a car 40-something years old compared to what we drive now. And still quite impressive, the power and just what it's capable of. So it's nice.
Physically, much harder?
Physically, no. There's no downforce, so it's not the same as what we do now. It's just a very different philosophy. A lot of power, not much grip or downforce, but still fun.
I mean, this is Keke Rosberg's championship-winning Williams. Do you feel that extra sense of pressure? I mean, it's got Logan Sargent printed on the cockpit. That must be pretty special as well.
It does. It's cool. And like I said, just to be able to drive a piece of history for the team, be able to, let the fans see it on track, let's say. And, who knows how many more times it'll be used. So it's nice to be able to have that opportunity.
How was the visibility? Because you're sat quite high up, aren't you?
It's like a big go-kart. Yeah. I can see everything. Nowadays, I can't see anything in a current car. In this, you see everything.
Yeah, oh, brilliant. And if we have a look forward to the next couple of races in Formula One, back before the summer break, how are you feeling post-Silverstone?
Yeah, I think Silverstone was important weekend for the team. Hasn't been the easiest, season for us so far. We've just been struggling for pace as a whole, and you could feel that having a good Silverstone weekend was a good uplift for the team, a good piece of motivation, and also we need to understand why was Silverstone better than all the other places. So we'll try our best to apply that to the races to come, but surely excited to finish out up until the summer break strong.
And also, this is the one weekend off in 6. As we know, it's the one weekend off in 6 Formula One races. I know the fans appreciate you coming out because it is a very long, tiring season for you guys.
Yeah, I mean, this week has been crazy busy, so it's really been 4 weeks nonstop. So I'm looking forward to a few days off before Budapest, which will be nice. And, you know, finding those days are important because in the end it is mentally draining. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting in my bed tonight.
Can you go for a wander around here and have a look? I mean, are you interested in the other cars? Have you had a look around?
Yeah, I am. I think, for one, it's so impressive, the cars that are here. Past, present, so many cool pieces, and it is really cool to see.
Alex says he goes round in disguise. So have you got any disguises when you can mingle around?
I tried. It didn't work very well. But no, it's still cool. I mean, you can see that the fans here are true passionate racing fans. So that's cool.
All right, I know you've got to get ready to go up the hill. Thank you very much, Logan.
Thank you very much.
We'll see you in Hungary next week.
Thanks, guys.
Cheers, Logan.
Take care. Back to you guys in commentary, Ben.
Thanks, Rachel. Lovely to hear from Logan Sargent, the American in Formula One, first to do a full season since Alexander Rossi was competing in 2015. And although, as he's saying, it's been a bit of a challenging year for Williams, things were a little bit better last time out at Silverstone. He was a karting world champion. He was the first American driver to do that since Lake Speed back in the late 1970s. So very impressive. So lovely to hear from him. We've got plenty of other great drivers here over the weekend and lots more to look forward to.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built
to power the pros.
So we're still waiting for the next batch to head up the hill, coming up very soon. Batch 1, part of the main theme of cars from 1890 to 1960, and we're looking forward to them coming up. We've also got coming up in a little while another batch, and then time practice for the shootout, which of course we're looking at over the course of the weekend. So that is all part and parcel of the action that's coming up, and it's lovely to see the fans absorbing all the wonderful cars, noise and atmosphere of this Goodwood Festival of Speed. Now been going for quite a few years, of course, some 21 years, more than that now, isn't it?
Yeah, 31 years.
Unbelievable.
It is, yes. It did make me laugh with Logan Sargent sort of referring to that Williams FW8 as something ancient. I was thinking, it still seems quite modern to me, but fair enough, it was 1982 when Keke Rosberg, despite not having a turbocharged engine, having a normally aspirated engine, down on power, but Williams produced a car that really worked for him, and he just squeaked that world title.
Absolutely. No, that is great stuff. So now we're going to see the Layat Helica heading out there. This one built in 1921, and it's got this wonderful propeller-driven supply up front. We've got an onboard camera on this one, I believe, as well, so we might get quite an interesting view. Look at that. It's all fired up and running. So how is the vision when you've got a fan flying in front of you? Oh, it's not too bad.
Get it spinning as fast as you possibly could. That would improve your visibility. But this will be a car that will go around up the avenue between the great big straw bales, round the two right-handers, come out in front of the house, and then shortly before it gets to Moulcombe will peel off as per previous runs. But it's a chance to see something different. This was 1921, so it was trying to do something differently. Was it a success? Well, how many fan cars did you ever find?
Getting a little push from behind. I like that it's actually getting a little push, because off the line it is not the fastest thing, because this is not a hugely powerful motor. But once it actually starts getting going, then it does build up to a reasonable pace. You can see the valves on the engines all being on each side of the engine being flattened away, and it's being followed by the steam-powered Salvesen wagonette, which is also great fun. Twin-cylinder, external combustion engine, with the team all working together to make sure they can run okay up the hill.
One feature both these cars have is incredibly narrow tyres, almost like bicycle tyres, because the last thing they wanted was the loss of performance through friction. And let's face it, when these cars were new, road surfaces weren't exactly billiard table smooth.
No, absolutely. And it's a bit like horse carts, the way that those wheels are just the same as they were on carts. And you get that bit of wobble, which you can see very, very typical from that period. And a rather positive camber on the front end as well. But what a lovely ride, and what a lovely view. This must be very enjoyable, sitting on that, heading up the hill, nothing in front of you, and you're getting a nice clear view of everything, and a lovely wave from all the fans as well.
And a degree of warmth from behind their shoulders with that steam engine pumping away. Right, Panhard et Leversoir, the Roi des Belges. This is from 1901, owned by 10 Tenths. That's Nick Mason's incredible selection of cars and machinery that he keeps on store, but fortunately for us, keeps on bringing out. This is a car that 5-litre 4-cylinder engine, incredibly elegant. But again, one has to think back to the sort of roads on which it was performing.
Yeah, the body style apparently is it's accommodating the Roi des Belges. You mentioned the name of it. It means the king of the Belgians, and it's a body style feature that has this sort of separate rear seating area. I'm actually surprised they haven't got a little group of people sitting in the back of that, because it would be an absolutely wonderful place to sit and enjoy the hill climb up here, because it's been specially built, obviously, for passengers. And it's even been augmented with some woven wicker baskets, which we can see on the side, which is all good fun. As we're watching the propeller-driven Layat Helica heading a little further, that is going into the slightly shorter version, as you can see.
Yes, it's entering the assembly area paddock, and we'll go back to its position. But going back to that Panhard et Leversoir, we saw those fantastic wicker baskets on the side. But they need to put their sandwiches on when they do the London to Brighton run, which it has done many, many times over. So don't think these cars were just tucked away, 100 years ago. The beauty, and actually particularly the United Kingdom, is these cars get taken out as much as they possibly can, and we can get to look at them and enjoy them. But just to refocus, 1901.
Yeah, and you can see that gear changing going on the outside of the cockpit, and a very different style, of course, of driving. Very flat steering wheel. You don't have the steering in front of you like we are much more used to with modern vehicles. But it's in beautiful condition, I have to say, and it sounds lovely too.
Yeah, more like a sort of bus driver's steering wheel position. Keep that chest open.
Yes, and if you get wind and rain in front of you, then it's not going to be the most comfortable vehicle to be in. But right now, today, with a bit of sunshine now coming out in this second half of the day after we had some rain this morning, it's actually a very enjoyable experience.
You know, travelling a long distance in this car, you definitely would have to have the right clothing, and a cloth cap really would help as well. But leather jackets, certainly, it would have been better in later years. In fact, full coats would have been advised in a 1901 if you were travelling far.
And actually, long distance, as you say, in those days, before, as they were still developing, long distance in many ways was a bigger test than speed, wasn't it?
Entirely so. I mean, that was the very essence of the first car races. They were basically to prove you could go from city to city, and a lot of them started in Paris. They went down to Rouen, and that wasn't enough. Then they started going to Barcelona. But just the nature of what they were at the time when cars were such a rarity, and to see them at speed as well. Bear in mind, just a few decades before, it was horses that were drawing everything up and down the road. That is why we have this theme this year: horseless to hybrid, going through all the technology. The next car on the line is the Auto Union V16 supercharged engine in the Type C, mid-mounted behind the driver's shoulders. This isn't just any driver. This is Tom Christensen, 9-time Le Mans winner, regular star here at Goodwood, but a driver who really appreciates the technology.
He certainly does, and I think the technology of this Auto Union Type C is absolutely gorgeous. As you say, Tom Christensen has won more Le Mans than anybody else in his career, but he can drive just about anything. And imagine what it would have been like him racing this back in the 1930s. It has a wonderful view, wonderful look, and a great sound to it as well.
Yeah, and don't forget, back then, as much as they had the circuit racing, it was hill climbing or mountain climbing in Central Europe that was so important for them. That was incredibly prestigious, and there was a huge impact when Hans Stuck Sr. brought one over to Shelsley Wharf in the British Midlands and really rattled the cages of everybody else. Outstanding machinery. Driver having to work really hard, but feet, they're so far towards the front of the car.
Yeah, Tom Christensen working the steering pretty hard. One of the great heroes, though, I remember reading up about it because obviously I wasn't quite old enough to enjoy 1930s racing. Ben Rosemeyer, he was an absolute star, and he came from motorbike riding, didn't he? And he went straight to Auto Union, and for some reason he adapted to this mid-engine design that some of the other drivers who were so used to front engine, they didn't adapt to it. But as a bike rider, he seemed to adapt very well. He became one of the great drivers of the 1930s.
And in fact, quite a lot of the Italian racers, Achille Varzi and Tazio Nuvolari, were stars on motorbikes as well before they came over. Right, we're talking about moving through the spectrum of technology, and gas turbines were tried in sports cars with the Howmet, but also with single-seaters. Lotus gave it a stab, and I must say this car is one that always stands out for me as doing something different, but unfortunately it didn't do that thing called winning. So in fairly short order, the Pratt & Whitney powered 56B was parked up.
It was, sadly. It didn't quite get the results that Colin Chapman was hoping, and it's Magnus Chapman who's actually driving it up the hill, so that's rather lovely to see part of the family heading up there in the Lotus Pratt & Whitney 56B as we get the next car coming up, the March Cosworth. This is the 741, just heading up. Joe Twyman, who's at the wheel of... And we were saying earlier, the March team was a very important production team that worked through all the different sort of ranks of top-level single-seaters. Formula 1 didn't always quite work out for them, but Formula 2 and Formula 3 were very important.
No, but at the start of the 1970 season, they spread their net very wide indeed. I think they had 4 or 5 of them at the opening round, and they were largely filling their first couple of rows. Right, a car that still looks right today. It won handfuls of racing in the mid-1960s. The Lola Chevrolet-powered Lola T70 Spider. This is with the race livery that John Surtees used, but it's with Derek Bell on board, 5-time Le Mans winner, a local lad, real star, and again, just with that mighty Chevrolet rumble in the back, it sounds as good as it looks.
That's right, and John Surtees won the 1966 season opener at Mont-Tremblant, driving for his own team, and then he took victory in the last 2 rounds to become the first Can-Am champion, which was really rather wonderful. Can-Am, of course, something we've been celebrating already this year. So here's the Ferrari, the 308 GTB Group B Micheletto, a car that was used not for racing but for rallying.
Yeah, in the mid-70s, they really were very, very nimble cars and went very well, particularly on tarmac rallies. You can understand that maybe people didn't want to throw them around quite as much on gravel, but with Michelotto, he did the development work on it, and it's still, to my eye, one of the very prettiest Ferraris of all time.
And then, talking of rally cars, this is one of our all-time favourites, the Lancia Delta S4 with its 1.8-litre 4-cylinder, and it's turbo and supercharged. So it's one of those combinations of both turbocharging for the ultimate power, but to avoid the delay you get on throttle response, they also supercharged it.
Yeah, twin charging as it was called. when it came to be. But this Lancia Delta S4 is just exquisite. I mean, rally cars had never been as extreme as they were when these came in. And eventually their performance was too great, and they had to sort of dial it back because the roads could no longer contain them. Such a shame.
Alain Sepaggi is driving this Renault RS10, the 1.5-litre V6 turbocharged Renault F1 car, the first one to win a race in Formula 1 when Renault had come in with the turbocharged power for a couple of years, didn't quite work out. Oh, nice little slide there, kept it together. You can get an idea of just how much power there is. It was, as we were talking earlier, reliability wasn't always great, but the power fantastic, and it got everybody else into developing turbocharged engines in Formula 1.
Yes, and the rate of increase of horsepower as the various manufacturers had a go was phenomenal, but a lot of them, they described it, I remember Keke Rosberg describing it as like hitting a light switch, nothing, then the whole lot it came in with a bang, and clearly if you're mid-corner, suddenly having all that power being unleashed the rear of the car would have been unsettling, but it was enticing. They wanted that power, they had to keep looking at how to make it work properly in Formula 1.
Yeah, of course, Ayrton Senna joined Formula 1 when turbos had been going for a little while, but he was well known for tapping the throttle to try and get that throttle response. It was an expert style that he had. Now, we talked about the Lotus 49 earlier. It is one of the most simple yet beautiful Formula 1 cars before aerodynamics became a factor, so it was low as possible. That's what was sort of focused on, was low weight, keeping the driver quite low. It's quite a line back position actually, almost, as well.
Really one of the beauties here, the introduction that Ford Cosworth DFV, they could mount suspension off it, so it saved them having a framework around it, and it also just gave the car this rigidity that drivers really want, because then they know it's going to handle better, because before, Formula 1 cars, even the very best, could be quite loose.
Absolutely right, yes, using the engine as part of the chassis to give it that strength, very crucial in Formula 1, and this went on to such success with Jim Clark. He was an absolute superstar, of course, in the 1960s, and went on to take many, many wins with that. So here we go. This is lovely to see the Lancia LC2, 3-litre V8 turbocharged from the mid-1980s, this one.
Driver at the wheel is a Pirro, but it's not Emanuele. He's in the car in front. It's Cristoforo Pirro, son of a 3-litre V8 power under his right foot, and no doubt the endorsement and the suggestions from his father, Emanuele, ringing in his ears before he left the assembly area.
Rather fun to know that this particular chassis actually made its debut at Brands Hatch in 1985. I might well have been there that day.
I most certainly was.
There you go. So we might well have seen that car that day. Following year, it was driven to second place at Monza in 1986 by Andrea De Cesaris and Alessandro Nannini, both, of course, who had a lot of Formula 1 heritage building up as well. So, yeah, wonderful to see. And then this is another version of that sort of type. This is looking at the Porsche 936-77. This was a bit earlier, so this was 1976, and it's nice to see Dario Franchitti driving this.
Oh, it's fantastic. He'll be loving every single second. That inimitable helmet with the Scottish Saltire on the top and the colours of his forebears of Italy on the lower part of his helmet. But Porsche won. Porsche, the marque that has the most victories at Le Mans. They won the race in 1976, and the following year, slight change, but that enormous rear wing, clear purpose there, and that huge air scoop. Bear in mind, that year in 1976 in Formula 1, they had the high air scoops until the Spanish Grand Prix. They were lopped off, but, you know, for sponsors to have that enormous piece of real estate, if you will, they could put their livery on. Martini, in this example. But I just absolutely love these. But that rear wing on those enormous side flanks is just fantastic.
It sort of baffles me that that rear wing is so far back that you can get the balance, because presumably got a lot of rear downforce. Did it get enough front downforce? Almost makes you think when you're at high speed, maybe the front doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, but traditionally at the Mans you had the Langheck with the Porsche, the long rear, the tail, and that pushed the downforce right to the back. But you're quite right. Considerations must be made, because the surfaces then, even at the Mans, it's a public road, Mulsanne Straight. It was still bumpy, so your contact area rising and falling.
So we're looking at the Audi Sport Quattro now. Dindo Capello's in this at the moment, and he had his first run in it earlier on. I saw Stig Blomqvist briefly, actually, after we'd seen him in the other Audi Quattro, and he said they might swap over, but then he said, actually, I think Dindo's quite happy. He's just getting a feel for this now, so he's going to stick with it.
Well, he'd never sat in it before, and to be going up the hill climb here, but, you know, so much success for Dindo. 3 wins at Le Mans for Audi, but fishing back through the back catalogue, if you will, of Audi's illustrious motorsport history. But effectively, it was rallying, it was the Quattro, it was the 4-wheel drive that put Audi on the motorsport map. Of course, it involved the Motor Union, but there was such a jump between that in the 1930s to the modern Audi from the Union of the Automotive Companies of Germany.
Yeah, and it was so dominant in the world of rallying at that point with these Audi Sport Quattros. This was the 1985 version. It was an evolution, but it had that shorter wheelbase. That's what you see on this one. And this car has been owned by Audi for 25 years. It finished second at the Thousand Lakes Rally in 1985, and Stig Blomqvist was driving it on that occasion.
Formula One cars haven't always been large. They're very large at the moment, but the shark-nosed Ferrari, the Dino 156 of 1961, this was a time when the technology and the rule book had to change in Formula One. They suddenly decreed, the motorsport governing body, that you could only have a 1.5 litre engine. Came down from 2.5 litres. And Ferrari, you know what? They already had one developed. So they hit the ground running. And with the likes of Phil Hill coming through to become the first American world champion at the end of the season, Paul Wolfgang von Trips, his teammate, being killed at that final round the penultimate round at Monza. But the cars were neat, nimble, and absolutely did the job required of them.
They were very, very beautiful. They had to be recreated, didn't they? Because Ferrari sort of packed away all the bits and pieces at one time. But they are yet, I think, one of the most beautiful F1. I mean, we were talking about the Lotus 49. That is a glorious car. But the 156 Sharknose is very, very distinctive as well.
And of course, there was a concern, people going, but how can it be Grand Prix racing if you've dropped a litre going down to 1.5 litre? But it was all about, of course, far less power. But these cars, it was about keeping the momentum you could build together. And it did lead to incredible slipstreaming battles.
Rather lovely view of a little glow of exhaust fly out from the back of those two long exhausts. Driving it is the entrant Jason Wright here today. It may well be that we get Arturo Metario in the car over the course of the weekend. He is here. I saw him down early. Actually, yes, I think he's definitely doing some stuff already, in fact. But yeah, in this one at the moment, it's fun to see it. Now, this is the other, and this is the Stig Blomqvist car now. So this is the other of the Audi Quattros. This is the Audi A2, the slightly earlier version, the 1984, the slightly longer wheelbase, original version of it.
Now, if you look on the flank of the car, you can see Bad Homburg, a town, spa town in Germany. Of course, the Monte Carlo rally in the day, you started from various starting points around Europe to then head down towards the finale, going around the Col de Turini, etc., and then going down to Monte Carlo to the finish. But it really was a rally that started the season all around Europe. Okay, so we've got a car stopped on the hill. So Jason Wright has backed off in the shark-nosed Ferrari, but unfortunately, push has stopped. So that, I think, is that the Sunbeam Tourist Trophy?
Yes, it's one of the Sunbeam Tourist Trophies that we've got in this display, so that's a little bit of unfortunate. That's Tim Moore with his car that they've had to pull over, which is a bit of a shame. Don't quite know what's gone wrong, but it is in an area I think where we can get it into a relatively safe place quite quickly.
Yeah, he's just gone up past the top of the Flint wall and burst out to the grass verge on the right-hand side, so he's out of line of sight of the other drivers, in a position of safety, so hopefully the red flags can be withdrawn very soon and we can continue with this diverse batch of cars. So one of the two Sunbeam Tourist Trophy cars, the races from 1914. When we talk about the Tourist Trophy, it's a race that has moved around over the years, but back then it was around the 37.7 mile TT course on the Isle of Man. Absolutely epic.
Yeah, very, very different, very hard, long races that they would have in those days for many, many hours. And I was just looking back actually at the MG history we were talking about. It was a double 12-hour race at Brooklands, so that was pre-war, that Freddie March managed to win in the MGs. He had a team of 3 cars, but he was in the winning car. But 12 hours, I mean, okay, we do that now, of course, with the 24 hours of Le Mans. We have the Spa 24 hours as well. But it was at Brooklands, that was a major part of the championship then as well. And it is a key part. The length, the distance, of course, of racing is a great test, not just for speed, but for reliability. Nowadays, reliability is pretty amazing, I have to say.
Now, the little word has come into my ears. Why was it the Brooklands double 12? They wanted a 24-hour race, but some of the neighbours said no, they didn't want noise in the night. Isn't that great? So, well, not so great. I'd quite like a 24-hour race. I seem to do them every third weekend at the moment.
You are doing a lot of them, aren't you? Yes, I know. But, yeah, that was quite a good idea, doing double 12, because there's so many of the 24-hour races that you've been involved in this year, Bruce, have had rain or fog or other weather issues, safety car issues, that overnight, when quite often they're okay during the daytime.
I'm beginning to wonder if I've actually clocked up 24 hours talking about safety cars so far this year. May well be, but also just looking back, having seen the Sunbeams that did the Tourist Trophy, that was 16 laps the Isle of Man, but likewise it was split between 8 laps on day 1 and 8 laps on day 2.
So it really was a factor then, much more of a factor to split it into the daytime than we're getting nowadays. So Stig Blomqvist has had to have a little bit of a pause before he comes back out, but he's been a great rally driver himself, a multiple winner of World Rally Championship events, a one-time champion as well.
But the Audi Quattro, it sort of burst into life on the World Rally Championship in 1980, and it really did take the world by storm. This was a car from 1984, but still the wings were relatively minor. We saw the car just go out before, the Quattro S1 E2, and that was far more flamboyant. But what it did so well, it didn't seem to matter the surface. It didn't matter if it was gravel, if it was dirt, if it was tarmac, if it was ice, if it was snow. This car just had the balance, and of course putting the performance coming through all 4 corners of the car, it just gave it that inherent grip that other rally drivers could only dream of.
So it took him to the 1984 title with Audi Quattro, and multiple winner of the Swedish Rally. He'd won it 7 times in his career. He came from the world of the Saabs, the Saab 96 when he was 18-year-old. That's when he started rallying in. But the Audi was the one that gave him the real performance delivery that he was looking for.
Well, it just had so much more performance. You talk back about the Saabs and some of the cars in the very early 60s. They weren't exactly long on horsepower.
No.
And of course we had the nimble little Mini Cooper suddenly starting in the hands of Paddy Hopkirk doing great things. But before that they were much larger cars. And then they went small, and then suddenly you had all this performance coming in.
With four-wheel drive, which of course helped get that power down onto the road, which is a very, very crucial part of it as well. So, yeah, celebrating all of these vehicles that are part and parcel of this weekend here at Goodwood. This, just heading up the hill now, is the Alfa Romeo 8C2900B, the Spider, the Whale, also as it's known.
Seemed very unkind. I think it's an incredibly elegant car. In Italian, they call it Balena, but it's just so smooth, super smooth. We talked about aerodynamics. This car has gone for that long tail, but it's super smooth in comparison to some of its slab-sided rivals. Beautiful.
It is very beautiful. It's got a 2.9-litre straight-8 supercharged engine, and about 180 horsepower, but it's very, very elegant. It was this particular car was raced in Argentina in the late 1940s, early 1950s. It was later on discovered in pieces and then returned to Europe, and as the notes say, lovingly restored. I have to say, it is absolutely beautiful. It looks fantastic, sounds great as well. What a beautiful job they've done to recreate this Alfa Romeo.
Well, that would be done by the Lauman Museum. Amazing collection of cars over in the Netherlands, and what a beautiful job they've done. But so many cars disappeared for half a century and more, then they're found, but then you need the money to put them back together. But a car that lit up the rally stages in the early 1970s and mid-1970s was the Lancia Stratos, the HF model in particular, but in the hands of Sandro Minari most particularly, it was an exquisite car, really dynamic. Short wheelbase, Ben, wide tail, narrow front, but it just had the poise and then the punch from that V6 engine.
Absolutely, yes. It is very, very effective, and it was particularly good on tarmac, of course. Just taking a look at the MG now, the little MG that was part of the Goodwood heritage here, and it's lovely to see that about to head up the hill, the MG C-Type. So the car that became part of Goodwood's family racing, and how Freddie March put together a fantastic team and went on to take victories in various different events. That one at Brooklands we mentioned, but also what was called the Irish Grand Prix. It was a little bit of a different type of event in those days, and TT events as well, and it's lovely to see it.
And again, one just has to focus on that was in the early 1930s, and yet a few years later you had the auto unions doing things in a very, very different way, and Mercedes likewise, as the Silver Arrows found their form and speed. They were going for V16 engines, and this was a 746cc four-cylinder engine, so it wasn't like for like when we compared across the continent.
Absolutely no, but it was seen to be a really lovely piece of kit, and they really enjoyed it, and it worked well for them. This is the 114. This is the No, it's not actually the one. This is the MG Magnet, yes. So this is the MG Magnet K3. So this one actually had great success with Tazio Nuvolari, one of the great drivers of that period. He came along, he'd seen some good performance from MG, and he decided it was worth a go, and he won the 1933 Tourist Trophy at the Ards circuit with this version. And the Magnet K3 was one of the sort of more souped-up racing versions of those early MGs. As we then get into what you described as one of the squarer rally cars that we see.
Look at it from above. You've got the wing top and back, but it's almost as wide as it is long. A lot of aerodynamic addenda on that. It was alleged that certain police force tried to have some that they kept as a subterfuge car, but they took the rear wing off, so it didn't look so obvious, and it didn't improve the handling not having a lot of performance from the punchy motor in the MG 6R4, the Metro, but it was a fearsome time in rallying Group B, and performance was just going off the charts.
And it was great for Tony Pond. He was the British driver who did some fantastic work with the MG Metro 6R4. He took a podium finish on its debut, actually, and finished third in the 1985 RAC rally with it. But Tony was one of our brilliant rally drivers, no doubt about that. So now just heading up the hill, we've got the Delage 15S8. This was a special machine too.
Oh, it absolutely was, with Bugatti pushing hard. There's lots of national pride at stake, and the French, you cannot underestimate how prodigious they were in motor racing in those early days. Circuits all around the country, but Delage, French made, but with the 1.5 litre straight 8 plus supercharging to get that extra punch. This Delage was a very, very handy tool, and took victory at the British Grand Prix at Brooklands in 1926. To my eye, this is one of the purest looking cars here. I absolutely love the cars of the 90s, 20s into the early 30s, with the Alfa Romeo P3, the Tipo B as well, but down, sitting lower, closer to the ground in the French racing blue Delage. It looks absolutely exquisite, and being driven very nicely indeed by Ben Bessard.
Yeah, no, wonderful to see. There's Sunbeam Tiger. Now, this was more of a sort of land speed record type vehicle, because they put together two 2-litre 6-cylinder engines to make a 4-litre combined, and they then went on to try and do some very high-speed land speed record trying and things. Henry Seagrave driving it to over 150 miles an hour at Southport in 1926, but it did race as well, so it wasn't just about straight line speed.
No, and again, just the way it's being handled up the hill climb course, it's got packed blatantly edges. He has his own driving style. We've seen him over many, many years in Fraser Nash's, but he drives with real gusto.
Which is lovely to see. The Napier Railton is now back out as well, the one that set the lap record at Brooklands all those years ago and held it forever, because the Brooklands track was not changed after, it was never run again after the Second World War, and it was a beast, but it was very effective. The Brooklands track was not an easy place. It was more like the ovals in a way that you have in America, but with very high camber through the corners. Very bumpy too.
Very bumpy, and the famous shot of John Cobb, all four wheels off the ground as he goes around the banking. Think about that. Some cars did eventually pop over the top of the banking, but look for that. And also, we just talked earlier about the Ards TT circuit. Go and find a video about that. Those were tiny little Northern Irish roads, very, very fast indeed. So it was a really, really first fearsome circuit up at Ards.
It was indeed. Well, you're seeing Alan Wynne drive it up the hill. A lovely opportunity for him with this 24-litre W12 aero engine, but very much a part of the Brooklands heritage of motorsport. Brooklands ended, of course, during the Second World War, and it was Goodwood, the circuit at Goodwood, that came up not long after the Second World War, partly because there was no racing going on at Brooklands, and it changed. For example, the racing club that was organising things at Brooklands then started organising things at Goodwood instead.
Yeah, the segue through, but always great to see the Napier Railton, and again, just do go and look at the shots of John Cobb on the banking. Now, Ferrari obviously have an enormously strong heritage in motor racing. They were there at the start of the World Championship in 1950. In fact, they were there long before. But this is a 158 Ferrari. 1.5 is the 1.5 litre. 8 is the number of cylinders. So the 158, it's got a V8 in the back. And the first Formula 1 car to use a monocoque chassis with a V8 engine.
Yeah, and a good one for John Surtees, wasn't it, as well? Winning twice on his way in 1964 to take his Formula 1 title. So this was a key time for Ferrari with the 158, and as you mentioned, the rules had gone to 1.5 litres. There was no turbocharging time at that time. You weren't allowed to. It was a smaller engine before they then picked it back up again a little bit more. But the rate was most successful at that period.
And it was a car, the sort of car we see, of course, in the Glover Trophy, because the Goodwood Motor Circuit, up until 1966, was running, from 1948 to 1966, was running races, and so the final few years of that period of racing at Goodwood was all about the Formula One cars. And there were so many non-championship races that they had alongside the rounds, the very few rounds of the World Championship back in the mid-60s, and that is why it has such a strong history here.
Yeah, lovely to see, always wonderful. So let's take a look at some of the highlights that we've been enjoying through this batch of cars from the earliest heritage, with the steam-powered wagonette, the Salvesen wagonette that always goes on for a great show, the Panhard Elevasa Roi de Belge, which has that unique look and some wonderful seats in the back to perhaps get a ride one day, and then the Auto Union that was taken up the hill, that took so much success in the 1930s against Mercedes. The rivalry between the two German manufacturers pre-World War II was absolutely huge.
Ferraris, they belong on racetracks. They also belong on the rally stages, so the 308 GTB, a car that really surprised a lot. But it was the Lotus 49 that, and particularly the engine at its tail, the Ford Cosworth DFV, that took Formula One another step forward.
And Porsche, of course, with so much success at Le Mans over the years, with very different styles. Audi, success at Le Mans, but very much success in rallying, in the Group B area of rallying. When that all kicked off in the early 1980s, they provided tremendous performance. Back to the Ferraris, though, as you say, in that 1.5 litre era, they produced some beautiful machinery. And the Italian style, like Alfa Romeo as well, always terribly elegant.
Yeah, that proud Alfa Romeo Milano badge on the bonnet, and again, great C cars that are brought back to life after decades stored at the back of barns and garages and simply forgotten, but a car that isn't forgotten here as we celebrate the centenary of MG Magnet K3, and likewise we've got the MG C-Type here that means so much to the estate.
And the Delage 15S8 as well, with its 1.5 litre straight 8 supercharged engine that also was extremely effective and run by some top drivers at the time to get themselves into some good positions. And the Napier Railton as well. Some wonderful machinery from those early periods of motorsport.
Well, that's a bit better. We've got some peace and quiet now.
Can you believe it? Thank you. Yeah.
Ferrari rally car, John Surtees winning car. It's all about Festival of Speed, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty mixed, isn't it? I mean, just everything in the world that ever happened is going to be here at some point. And I'm very fortunate living, near here and part of this era, as it were, to get the chance to drive a lot of the cars. But it's just great for me to drive this because John became a very good friend of mine. I drove for him and got my only result, like a 6th place in the United States Grand Prix in his Formula One car. And he became a great friend later on. And just to get in this car, which I never imagined I ever would, and just get would you like to have a drive? And it's pretty special.
I bet you didn't have to think long about that.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, not at all. I drive I'll drive anything if somebody said to me. I mean, I'm fairly cautious too, but at the same time, you've got to give it a bit of stick. It's just fabulous to get in something with all the power. And you don't know how old the tyres are, and you don't know if the brakes ever worked. I mean, you know nothing. You just have to feel it through your body that it's going to be okay.
I mean, the crowd obviously love it and love seeing it and hearing these cars, but it is rather intimidating getting up quite a narrow hill and pretty slippy conditions today.
Yes, it is. And it's 12 months, of course, since we were here. And I should have gone up it really, and walked up it. I mean, when I'm in England, I live near here. And I should have come and had another look because I'm going around the wall and I'm going, is there another click before I get out to the straight bit? But, I mean, you just have to be so, gentle on the throttle because, I mean, there's 750 horsepower. And as I said, you don't know how old the tyres are. And you don't know I mean, I've no idea how long ago it was that somebody put their foot on the brake pedal. Do you know what I mean? And normally we'd never do that sort of thing, but it's such an opportunity to show the car off and to have the experience yourself. We do anything, really.
And all the ABS is in your right foot.
Yeah, ABS, I know. Power steering, and what's that? Air conditioning. Whatever is air conditioning,
Well, you've made it up to the top paddock. You've got a wonderful selection of cars here. I'm sure you're going to enjoy catching up with the other drivers and enjoying the weekend as you always do.
Thank you very much.
Just over here.
Emmanuel, always a pleasure to see you here at the Festival of Speed. You brought quite a wonderful, I thought very patina that is in period, this car.
Yes, exactly. Well, it's a great privilege to be here, of course. You know, you got some cars which are well restored and they look very, very new, actually even newer than they were at period, you know, with the modern colors, and some other few cars who have the privilege to stay as they were. So this is really, really, really original. You know, it's sort of glossy, a little bit cracked, and I think this is the peculiarity of the age. So it's a very precious bodywork.
Like you say, I mean, we talked to some people and they said their car was better than when they drove it 40, 50 years ago because it almost changed completely. But this thing, even just looking at the seat, it looks really brilliant. Bit of tape on the seat there to keep it together.
Yes, absolutely. And actually, because this is a car made, of course, by Matra, but it was actually made by Dassault, who was, it's an aircraft, let's say, an aircraft design. And if you see the way that the chassis is built, it's really aeronautic technology. So it was really state of the art at the time. And yeah, it's pretty cool to drive it.
And 50 years old now.
Yeah. And, you know, if I think that I'm way older than the car, it's quite frightening. But, you know, that's the way it is.
Well, you're shaping up well and always pleased to see you here. Looks great.
Thank you so much. Enjoyed the weekend very much.
How do you start an iconic movement? Classicism would say it's all about form and craftsmanship, while surrealism would find all of this quite, well, surprising. After all, it's about creating the icon of a new movement. Welcome to Forwardism, the all-electric BMW i7.
Presenting the new Pirelli P0e tires for electric cars. They're on a sustainable journey, just like you, thanks to more than 55% bio-based and recycled materials. They let you move with outstanding quality for everyday life, thanks to AAA class in rolling resistance, wet braking, and noise reduction. They let you keep driving even after a puncture, thanks to run-forward technology with a self-supporting tire structure. We call them contemporary performance tires. You can simply call them tires for contemporary humans.
It was an icon of its era, a ruler on the racetrack. It was every stuntman's stunt car of choice, a legend of its time. But you know what they say. Legends never die. They're not just reborn, they're rewired. The legend is back.
Well, we've got a lot of mileage under our wheels on the Friday at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. We're about to head into Batch 4, which is Formula 1, and then a whole host of bikes, particularly those from the Isle of Man TT. Timed practice building towards the shootout on Sunday afternoon. And then a balcony moment with the King, a.k.a. Richard Petty. The gas show, the stunt bikes, absolutely phenomenal. That's going on all afternoon. And then we go back to the later part of the horseless to hybrid campaign, 1970 to 2024. That's Batch 2, working on through the afternoon. First glance, the chance to see some of the greatest supercars and the brand new cars that are launched here at Goodwood, and likewise the very latest road bikes as well. Then the supercars are back on the hill, horsepower galore. If you haven't got 1,000 horsepower, you're not invited to the party. So plenty more to keep us going, but it's not the end. The end comes after Batch 3. The drift cars will go up the hill one more time, sideways, forwards, maybe even backwards. Celebration of Joest Motorsport. That's 40 years in the sport and 16 wins at Le Mans. Nicky Lauda, what a legend he was. We'll be celebrating him as well. But we've been busy all day, but in the morning here on Friday, the rally stage has been abuzz with action. Let's take a look at the best of it.
Well, we kicked off early this morning in difficult conditions because it had been some overnight rain, but our first runners and riders did make the best of it. Chris Dakin was in straight away.
The Lancia 037, my favourite, going round with Dave Kedwood there. And that was at its slippiest, and then Ben Mellors off the line in the R8 040, and he was giving it the beans straight away.
He certainly was. We saw a good bit of action from James Williams, who was letting it all hang out on his run through this morning. Some great times again from James. We're looking forward to seeing what he can deliver in the shootout later on this afternoon.
Of course, Salmon Roll, a particular spot on the stage this morning, causing the odd hiccup. And catching people out in terms of just how little grip there was.
As you can see, hardly any, Sam.
And of course, the Jari-Matti Latvala fire in the Yaris Rally 2 into the stage.
We've had a full consortium of WRC drivers, haven't we? Jari-Matti Latvala, Danny Sordo, Hayden Paddon and Elvin Evans all within this stage today. That Rally 2 something special, though.
It is absolutely special, and that Yaris 2 Rally 2, very, very special car. James Williams doing very, very well indeed. Looking forward to the Bay Rally when it's European Championship. And there we got this lovely shot of the pace notes. Very graphic they were indeed.
Centre notes I could understand, certainly. They're all written out beautifully like that and not in code.
Yeah. So, and this is Foncians having a little spin. It was only a half one, quite harmless, but under braking, just sliding straight on. And the S1 Quattro had a little straight on early on. We feared for that front intricate bodywork, but all was well after that. And that was Elvin Evans in his first run, I believe, when he shaved the hay bales down there.
It's been fantastic to see these WRC cars, the last generation, then the brand new generation with the Rally 1 car, as well as the rest of our iconic cars filling up the morning so far.
Roderick Jack there in the Subaru, and of course the Fiat 131 Mirafiori. Again, the Salmon Roll corner, which Tony explained earlier, catching people out.
Yeah, that was Neil Yates. There's Danny Sordo. You see the Spanish flag on that rear window there. And James Williams going again. He just can't get enough.
Oh, he's had multiple runs out there today. He's shaping up for a go at that shootout later on. That's why. Danny Sordo had set the fastest time for quite a number of runs out there. He was the time to beat this morning. And I think Elvin Evans really did delight the amount of passengers that he had in the car. Having a run in Rally 1 machinery, quite spectacular. The flamboyant team principal, Jari-Matti Latvala, really delivering the goods. I think Jason Pritchard might have been in the car for that little hit of the hay bale.
There's a little bit of rear bodywork damage to that car, and then the 911 has a little nose into the mud and the bank. It gets away with that one, and there's the hybrid Rally 1 Toyota Yaris Gazoo
Racing. This, Tony.
Did I? Yes, I did. Blimey, that's the first time I've seen that. The RS200 on.
Up close and personal. And speaking of up close and personal, Audi 200 Quattro at Marsden off the line.
You can see it is the right-hand side which is taking all the battering, and Hayden Paddon, who you saw there with the fastest time on the board, so far out there today. Some brilliant action then for us all to delve into. Let's take a look then at the times out there, and confirmation that Hayden Paddon has set the fastest time so far today with a 2:46.9. Danny Sordo 2:48.4 with the flamboyant Jari Matti-Laufala 2:49.4. Then James Williams in the Hyundai Rally 2 2:49.8. Ollie Mellors in the Proton R5 2:51.3. Then Elvin Evans in the Toyota GR Yaris Rally 1 2:52.1. Rory McLeod, Mark Donnelly, Callum Graffin and Mark Higgins make up the rest of the top 10.
To hear them start and then
every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars. You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Well, you find me down here in the heart of the action. There is a huge buzz here on the Polestar stand. It's come a long way as a company since initially tuned Volvo race cars to evolving to a full-on fleet of their own all-electric vehicles. And two of their latest offerings here, the three behind me and the four, and the CEO, Thomas Ingolart. Lovely to meet you. Thank you so much for chatting with me.
Morning, Harry.
Now, this is the three behind us here, and the four over there with the windowless, with the rear window without a window. Talk us through what we're looking at. With the three first.
Right, the three is our big SUV.
It's the state-of-the-art Polestar. We have been waiting for it. Now it's out, delivered to customers. And of course, it's an incredible piece of technology. We've got air suspension, we've got NVIDIA computing in the car, and a great entertainment system with Bauer & Wilkins Dolby Atmos. So if you just cruise along and have that beautiful music around you, it's awesome. That's what the Polestar 3 brings.
I'm already excited just from your enthusiasm about it. And then we go over and we have the 4 as well. Now we've got to start with the windowless window at the back. The reasoning behind that? Why? What does it give the car?
Well, let's face it, rear windows today don't give you a great view anymore. Big headrests are in the way anyway, so you don't see much. You see much better with the camera image projected on to what was a mirror is now a display. Helps us as well, and that's what, come on, I show you, to actually
let's get a look inside.
Get that beautiful space. I mean, I sit in here now and see how much space I've got just because we could move that metal structure much further back where normally you would need the viewing angle to go through. So great packaging advantage, great view, great space for the customer, the best solution.
So these are the offerings that are going out to customers right now. Now your design background really helps you here. Going from designer to CEO of a car company such as Polestar, allowing you to really, I suppose, have that creative freedom to something like this. The Polestar, this is the concept BST. I mean, tell us the inspiration behind this.
It's a Scandinavian design company. I mean, when you look at Polestar, the main thing is, wow, beautiful, great design cars. It's a Scandinavian prime design company. And what we show now is, okay, electric cars, yes, there's this airy beauty about it, but electric cars are as well about fun and the fun of driving. And sports cars is, if you build a future sports car, what could it be else than electric? They are so powerful. And that's what we want to show with this car, that this fun and joy of powerful riding is still part of the future.
Now this is obviously based, this is the concept, but we've got, based on the Roadster, the Polestar 6, which is going up the hill and has been already. So what are the future plans?
That's totally based on technology that we have developed. For the Polestar 5, a beautiful four-door GT, actually developed here in the UK, not that far away in Myra, Coventry. 400 engineers today, UK people working on that sports car platform. That sports car platform will not only do for the four-seater GT, taking the wheelbase shorter, making that aluminum bonded platform that much more compact, gives us that great 2+2 sports car architecture. So that baby here will 2026 be in production.
It's an exciting time for Polestar. Thomas, thank you so much for your time. That's what's new down here at Polestar.
Great work there down in the Polestar camp with a real insight there from Harry. Now, world of two wheels, and delighted that Alice Powell and I have been joined by James in the commentary box, because you are our saviour here. You've got to be light on your toes, because when the bikes come up the hill, they come up in they seem to release them very, very close together.
Yeah, they do indeed. We're just having a little look there at Randy Momola, so great to see him. Here's Kenny Roberts. Oh, sorry, that's Nigel Everett. Thought it was Kenny for a split second there. Behind him there, though, number 3, the one and only, that's Freddie Spencer, the only man to ever win a 250 and 500cc championship in the same year. And he's actually on his 1985 RS 500. What a beautiful motorcycle that thing is. Just look at it. Absolute. Oh, I just love that. I just absolutely love that. He won his first 500 championship at 21, and that wasn't beaten until relatively recently when Marc Marquez in 2011 took the crown. So, there's some really, really big names here and about. We're looking at number 27 there. They don't get much bigger than that. The mighty, great Mick Doohan. So 5 world championships in a row. I raced him in 2 of those years, in 95 and 96. And
is he a tough racer?
Oh, man, he was awesome. What a rider he was. and especially on those bikes at that point, you know, they were 120 kilos, you know, 170 brake horsepower, nothing below 8,000. They just love to spin. He's actually riding a V-twin version. You know, his was the full V4 version. That was the kind of a customer version. Still very, very special motorcycle, but it's not his usual fare. Behind there, you could just spot the Marlboro Yamaha there, number 17. That was Noik Abe's factory bike. And then we sort of moving back. That's one of Seti Gibernau's Ducatis there. Absolutely beautiful, number 26. So that is, I mean, just look at that. These Desmodicis are superb. And this one is actually a GP6. So that was his bike, and that was a good year for them on this bit. And you see there, Seti. He was teammates with Caparossi. It was a bit of a big year in the end. They had a bit of a coming together. And then look at that, the one and only Kevin Schwantz. That was his 93 winning by motorcycle, the RGV 500. And I was lucky enough to be there for that end of year party. I got a one-off ride as a 19-year-old in that race and ended up crashing his party, and what a party that was. Kevin knew how to do it.
Did you have a good manager at that stage, getting these rides and parties?
I certainly did. And look at that, that's beautiful. That's a 1992 Kajiva 500 Grand Prix bike, as ridden by Eddie Lawson. But we're starting off now. You know, this is the first motorcycle that we're coming out, and this is a BMW R255 compressor from 1937. So it's supercharged, that classic Boxer V-twin, and it's either being ridden by Sebastian Gooch or Marcus Flash. Can't tell which from that angle. But yeah, it's a special motorcycle. I think that's actually Sebastian. And it's lovely. We're celebrating here 75 years of Grand Prix motorcycle racing. So we're coming from here from 1937 with 35, 40 brake horsepower all the way through to the latest stuff with 300 brake horsepower. So, and just the difference in styles, that lovely classic BMW Boxer engine. Just behind him, this is the RS54 short stroke. This is from 1955. So again, it's still that classic Boxer engine, but the big difference being they really changed the chassis on this. It was developed much further. BMW really changed it and got it going much better.
But in the mid-1950s, the motorbike scene was all about European brands, but they had no idea the Japanese were coming, and they were going to be coming really quite soon.
Yes, they were, and yeah, these early BMWs, in fact, the first BMW won the last TT before the war in 1939. It was the first time anyone outside of Great Britain had won it. So, but they, as you say, they were soon coming, but it's lovely to see these going. And actually, the first bike up that we have from 1938, BMW didn't want to start that engine being 87 years old, so they built an exact replica that took them 8 years to build.
Yes, it's a real case. Where did you put those technical drawings? But then we've had that with the BRM V16. That's been reconstructed. 20,000 drawings for the pieces required for that. But great to see these BMWs. As you said, that Boxer format stayed with them forever and a day, didn't it?
It did indeed. And the second rider there is actually Marcus Flash. He's the CEO of BMW Motorrad, passionate biker, used to be head of M Division. So great to see him. I've just seen Freddie Spencer come past. So that's Noik Abe's YZR 500 from 1995. So again, I raced him. We had a little bit of a coming together at the hairpin at Donington in the British Grand Prix. My fault, I hate to admit, but trying to come through.
I was about to ask whose fault was it?
Who shook hands with whom afterwards?
Yeah, well, we both shook hands, so it's all good. But those V4s, like I say, just such fun to ride. And really, they became more and more sort of tractable, and at the end, they were knocking out over 200 brake horsepower, weighing 130 kilos. So lovely to see, the full Olins, 2 exhausts out the back of the seat there. So this is Seti Gibernau's bike. So as we say, it's one of the Desmodicis, and it's so nice to see these out here. So it was meant to be ridden by sort of Casey Stoner. Unfortunately, Casey Stoner hasn't come across. But this is the last of the 990s as well. Before they changed the rules down, so they've got a slightly sort of different sound. They took the opening win at the first GP of the year, and then we're having a look at one of the factory RG 500s. Lovely to see these factory bikes out and about. And this is a 1980. This is the XR34 M2, and you could the XR always designated the factory bikes, so it's really nice to see it in that sort of those classic colours. So this is also one of the bikes Randy Momola will be riding. We've got Ian King on it at the moment, so it's, we'll see these over the weekend. But it's that sort of classic again, and this was just at the point where the two strokes were taking over, and Randy Momola actually won the finished second in the World Championship on that motorcycle on that year.
But we had the moments as we went into the 60s with Honda starting to reinvent everything bar the wheel and having success. Then we had the Suzukis like the one we were looking at. Then it was the turn of Yamaha, and so we went through the marks. But how much success on the track, James, lead to sales of the bikes?
Oh, I mean directly. I mean, I think Ducati's a wonderful example of that. You know, what they did in superbikes. You know, with Carl Fogarty, the 916, the 996, the 998. It boosted their sales, and what they've done coming through all the way today, and what they're now doing in MotoGP. You know, they are the leading manufacturer out there. And if you took that back, John, you can just see on the right of your picture there, that's also TT legend John McGuinness. You know, what a star John is. Lovely to see him out and about. He was just behind there on his Honda Fireblade. 23 wins to his name. Now that is Jeremy. That's Jeremy McWilliams. That's the last two-stroke to ever qualify in pole position, and that was built. Kenny Roberts, Brazil, that is one of the Protons, built in the Motorsport Valley here in the UK. So 500cc, two-stroke, sort of the last of the line. And Jeremy Williams also did put that on the podium. And I was speaking to the owner, Chris Wilson. He said, "You won't believe how beautiful that thing is to ride, how tractable." It's a bit different from those few years previously when they were just they used to run pretty rough, unless you didn't keep them in that sweet spot.
Right, looking at the bikes as we're celebrating 75 years of Grand Prix motorcycles, what would be your sweet spot? Was it the time you raced, but in terms of a bike you'd really like to ride?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I do an NSR 500, when you're up against these factory bikes, that was just my dream bike. It would have been like racing against Senna in his McLaren at that ultimate time. So here we can see sort of one of the flat track riders. That is, let me just have a little look. This is Brandon Robinson. He's on the Indian. So the Indian has absolutely dominated the flat track scene. It's won every American flat track Super Twins title since 2017. So it's great to see them. Now this is Will Williams. Now these, you wouldn't think you could actually race these, but they've got a series for these in America. They do 180 miles an hour. They're designed for two-up touring with luggage. You have to race them like that with the luggage on, and they can lap now within sort of 4 or 5 seconds of what the superbikes can do, which is absurd when you look at it. No, I'm not at all. And it's big money as well for a win, which is obviously why Jeremy's out there doing it. And but Jeremy just showing what he can do on them. He's already won some rounds. He did win Daytona on it this year in that class. So crazy. So now we've got some of the off-road team. So this is the Yamaha rally team, and we've got some huge names here. For some of you a little older, Stefan Peter Hansel, who won the Paris-Dakar 6 times in the 90s, absolute desert legend. And we've also got the new guard coming through. We've got Paul Torres, Alessandro Paturi, both of you whom have really been doing some great stuff this year. Paul Torres, he took his maiden rally win in the Anatolia. He also won the Morocco Desert Challenge this year, and they're just showing a few of these skills. And these Yamaha, Teneres, they're 700s twins, and they've got to be like the riders, so tough, because you're days and days, sometimes weeks and weeks on your own in the desert, doing on your own mechanics. Some of it's rock sections, some of it's dunes, some of it's dried riverbeds. And these guys, as you can see, they can ride up, round, down, anything.
You didn't fancy that then, James?
I would have loved to have done it. I really would.
You can still do it now?
I'm not so sure, but actually it was one of those things I always thought I would do in my life, and I'm slightly disappointed I didn't, to be honest. But I'm not sure I'm hard and tough enough anymore. Getting a bit flabby. But anyway, these boys are showing you how you do it.
Leg strength, but also that core body strength required to keep the front end up on these bikes. They're not entirely light either.
No, that's not. It's more just how you bounce these days, I think.
Now on the start line we've got something which is much more Alice's cup of tea. 4 wheels, and a car you recognise very well.
Yes, and certainly something that will be much more comfortable in than the bikes. But we are about to see some absolute classics. And if you don't recognise the Aston Martin on the start line, then you clearly haven't been watching Formula One, as that is the official safety car along with the Mercedes as well, Formula One. But Bruce, we are going to see some incredible bits of history and modern day Formula One cars take to the hill.
Well, McLaren went through a beautiful stage, the very late 80s, actually, into the early 90s. Some of the designs were exquisite. This is the McLaren Honda MP46 from 1991. Senna is the name on top, and Senna is the name of the driver on board. It's nephew of Ayrton, it's Bruno taking it down towards the start. Rumble up the hill as the Aston Martin gets pace, but coming up to the start line, this is the car in your programmes as 406. It's got the 3.5-litre V12, not a bad engine, but just look how clean the lines were. The aerodynamics were very pure, enormous air intakes on the side, and it looks like a rudimentary rear wing, but Alice, the aerodynamics at this point were very, very clear and easy to see.
Yeah, they really were, and this chassis is chassis number 10. And was actually the penultimate MP46 built by McLaren, and is still really the only example to be fitted with the original, fully functional V12. So, incredible piece of history making its way through Malcolm Corner as we speak.
I glanced at the yellow helmet and thought it was Bruno Senna, but in fact it's a regular McLaren test driver, Rob Garofal, giving it a go. Bruno's having a rest, but he will be out later this weekend in his uncle's third title-winning McLaren. Exquisite car, 1991, Ayrton's third World Championship winning car. But a car that looks right with a driver that looks right. This is the first McLaren Championship winning car with a driver who 2 years before had won the title in 1972 for Lotus. But Emerson Fittipaldi still fits into that car like a hand going into a glove. He loves it. He infuses. His son is racing, only 20 years old at the moment. Sorry, 18 years old at the moment. But Emo back in the car that won the 1974 title, the start of the McLaren M23 empire.
And then something a little bit more modern, Marc Genet behind the wheel of the Scuderia Ferrari SF7, and of course that is the 2017 Formula One car that took 5 wins, 20 podiums at the hands of Sebastian Vettel and Kimi Raikkonen.
Yeah, absolutely astonishingly successful car. More cars, more Ferraris gathering at the bottom of the course.
And from one Ferrari to one slightly older, must be said, this is the F2007, and it's the single-seater in which Kimi Raikkonen took his first season Ferrari in, and managed to win the Drivers' Championship with that very close battle with, what's that guy's name? Can't remember. Oh, Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah, there were 2 of them. Bear in mind, the 2 McLaren drivers, the other one was called F. Alonso, and they ended up both 1 point short of the title, the dramatic finale in Brazil, and Kimi was the dark horse going into that. He came up on the rails to keep with the racing parlance and went through to snatch victory. It was a championship, as so many at the time when they used to end in Brazil, seemed to end with enormous drama.
They're always drama, and Kimi took 6 victories on his way to the title. Felipe Massa took 3 wins at the hands of this Ferrari, and there's a helmet that we recognise, Logan Sargent there.
Driving what he considers an ancient car. It still looks quite modern to me, but it's 42 years old, and he's certainly not 42 years old. So the American racer, second season Formula One racer. This was a car that took Keke Rosberg to the title when he was taking on all the teams with their turbocharged engines, still with a normally aspirated Ford Cosworth DFV in the back. That was 1982, and he did it by the smallest of margins, but a great education in history. The team for which he drives now for Logan Sargent.
Yeah, 3-litre V6 as the Ferrari continues to blast up the hill. All for the fans there at the exit of Malcolm Corner, plus the flint wall there, Bruce.
Yeah, the Stefan Sertang on board, or in fact Marie-Sarah Sertang on board the 2007 2.4-litre V8 Ferrari. Again, by this point, compared to the McLaren we saw, the MP46, many more addenda on the wings, but here we are, looking right underneath Logan Sargent's FW08 Cosworth-powered Williams. He's feeling his way in. He feels quite exposed in this car. When you put someone decades out of their comfort zone, that everything seems alien. But you look at a steering wheel on a car from 1982, and there was basically this for steering, nothing more, maybe a button for pressing your drinks bottle, but now of course he's got so much information at his hands. But you know what, bit by bit he's going to get to grips with this one.
He will, certainly will do, and it's fascinating to see the driver seating position as well, how close they are to the front there of the car. We're going to have Kushmini come up in the E20, the Lotus E20 in the Alpine colours very shortly, to keep an eye on the difference of seating position there. And there is Kushmini in the Alpine F1 team's E20. It was obviously the 2012 Lotus that was the hands of Kimi Räikkönen and Roman Grosjean.
And again, similar format, the 2.4 litre V8, and again, great sounds. Has Kush run out of fuel? No, I think he's about to perform a little something, a little burnout in front of Goodwood House. And don't forget, these drivers are very, very busy all around the world, but they want to entertain when they come here to the world's most fabulous motoring toy box.
They want some entertainment, but they might not have eardrums by the time they leave. Incredible. And there, Karun will have an incredible smile on his face, as he always does, in the 3-litre V10 Williams.
Yeah, this for me has got one of the greatest sounds, this V10. You know, 950 brake horsepower, 19,000 revs, and it just sounds incredible.
Yeah, motor racing goes through periods where the sound rises and falls, but there are a lot of people still campaigning against all hope to get the V10s back. It really was the engine of the epoch.
It certainly was. I remember attending the British Grand Prix many years ago when I was small, and these are my childhood, these cars. These cars all going flat down the main straight at Silverstone. I did peek my little ear defenders off ever so slightly, and I think I quite quickly regretted it. They are so loud and so iconic.
It's when you can hear racing cars, wind permitting, from 5 or 6 miles away, you know it's good, and certainly racing bikes as well have fun. And now Karun, I think, is about to entertain. He always entertains, or is he just trying to remember the facts and stats? I'm afraid
I just heard a pop there, because he's just the other side of our commentary box.
Oh, he wants to come up and join us.
Yeah,
see, that's very good of him.
Maybe. He's having a wave. Now he's a bit stranded. He's going to have to get out and push. Go on, Bruce. You go down. You go down and help
just
him.
lean on it. But obviously the marshals will have the flags out to notify. In fact, we'll see the last car in the batch anyhow. That's good, because we don't want anyone careening around to Karun. But drifting back, that will be just so disappointing for Karun, because a driver who can race, a driver who knows and loves every single bit of history of motor racing, and he's had a lot of chance to drive a considerable number of historic Formula 1 cars now, but every single one he's gaining more experience, more stories to tell. This won't be a story he's too keen to tell, particularly if he's done something, but I don't really think he'd have done that.
No, he wouldn't. He would have loved to have blasted up the rest of the hill there, but the marshals doing a brilliant job. Are they going to wheel him back into that gap? Looks like they will. We have, I believe, got 1 or 2 cars still waiting at the start line, according to our timing screens anyway. We were going to be treated to the Red Bull RB7. It's still sat there ready, waiting to go that. And what the car that we will eventually see is from the 2011 season, the Vettel Weber car. Okay, 12 wins. There it is.
Let's just focus on what we have here. This is 20 years of Red Bull racing, and by golly, have they piled in a few titles in that time. The team from Milton Keynes that morphed with the money from Red Bull into Red Bull, and such success. Sebastian Vettel gave it the team 4 championships in a row, and we know that certainly Max Verstappen has not been slow in coming forward to try and match that target. But the cars all gathered together when they're not driving up the hill beyond Goodwood House in the Cathedral Paddock. There's the launch today of the RB17 hypercar. So Red Bull more than busy. They've got drift cars, they've got the lot down there. They even have one of the paddock edifices that all the Formula 1 teams have in Formula 1 to impress people. Now I think that's been handed over to the test team, but still a great place. So looking at these cars, Alice, this would be the theme tune in so many ways. There's always been a Red Bull racing car in Formula 1 since you became interested.
Yeah, there certainly has been. A little bit before that, obviously, there was Jaguar Racing before, and Red Bull entered Formula 1 by purchasing the Jaguar F1 team all the way back in 2004, and the rest, of course, is history. But you just touched on, Bruce, the RB17, the hypercar that's out, revealed today. Wow. I mean, I haven't been down to look at it yet, but I've certainly seen some pictures. A 4.5 litre engine produces 1,184 brake horsepower and apparently can match F1 lap times.
I wouldn't doubt that for a second, because, of course, when you've got a car with bodywork, you can get it more aerodynamic than one without. And just hearing, oh, well, look, Karun is pointing the wrong way, but that's a good thing in the nicest way possible. And he's just been pushed past our commentary position. They're going to say, Karun, I'm afraid you're going back to the paddock. So he'll be disappointed. We're disappointed. But the good thing is it hasn't delayed us too much. So the start of the Red Bull Racing tribute is assembled on the start line. And we're waiting for the all clear. And then the blast-off procedure can commence. And of course, Alice talking about Red Bull Racing being begat from Jaguar Racing. And of course, before that, it was a Stewart Grand Prix in the late 1990s.
Yeah, so the history goes back a very, very long way. And Red Bull, they have had 382 races in Formula One, 120 race victories, 277 podiums. So in their, you could say, short space of time, they've had a lot of success. And we will have both of Red Bull Racing's drivers here over the weekend. Of course, Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez will be here in the Red Bull celebration, which will be taking place on Sunday. And we will have pretty much every single Red Bull Formula One car that's been racing, that's you would have seen on the TV, maybe you would have been cheering on. They will be here at Goodwood.
I always think it's extraordinary when you have a team that's largely kept one livery for its entirety, little tweak here and there. You put the cars side by side and you can just suddenly see that the evolution and then the regression as the rules change, because of course there was that period in the middle. In fact, looking at this one, waiting on the start-finish line, those really high noses, then you had the step noses and then the banning of the aerodynamic addenda on the sides. It's always constantly changing, and every few years you get a new rule set. But what we have as we go towards this rule set in Formula One, we thought, that's it. Red Bull Racing have got it totally under control, and this year suddenly it's become exciting. Mercedes seem to get their nose in front, McLaren likewise, and for once it's a real struggle now for Max Verstappen, but he does have that points advantage. Surely he can defend it, can't he?
He can. I mean, we had, I would say, the Grand Prix of the year so far, certainly last weekend. We were really treated, weren't we, to such a brilliant British Grand Prix, as now the RB7 is fired up, engine notes rise, and some burnouts just to leave the start line there.
Well, Patrick Friesacker, who's been with the team from a very, very long time, an Austrian driver, an Austrian back team, and he's always here to entertain. He actually gets through 2 sets of tyres per run, not just the one.
That's great to see it driven like that, though, isn't it? A real bit of fun.
Oh, listen to that. And can do it with one hand as well. Absolutely brilliant. Has anyone down there got eardrums left? Probably not.
No, and in fact, when he gets up to the top paddock, Patrick in particular is not unknown to go to the bakery department and get some more donuts out.
Mr. DC next up, and he is driving the RB8. 7 wins this car took, 14 podiums, 8 pole positions. It took Vettel, bought Vettel, should I say, his 3rd title, as well as Red Bull Racing's 3rd Constructors' Championship 2. He sails on past. Any donuts there, DC? No, carries up now to the top of Malcolm Corner.
And again, talking earlier about the changes in the aerodynamics of the car, this is the stage where they decided to take the rear wing, squeeze it from side to side, so narrow. You know, most of the time in Formula One, the wing has been full width across the rear of the car, but that was the time when they were just constantly trying to improve the racing. Some of the changes worked, some did not, but Red Bull kept on winning.
They did, and Adrian Newey, I mean, what a factor he has played in that team. And his final project at Red Bull has been the RB17, the new hypercar that has finally been revealed and announced here at Goodwood. And he'll be leaving the team. And who knows where he's going next.
Answers on a postcard. If you do know, pop up and see us in the commentary box. But yes, it's a moment that's got all the people discussing where he'll take his magic next. Or will his magic still work with the next set of rules? But you know that Adrian still wanders around with his pad of paper bought from W.H. Smith's and still analogue. I like that. So, people clearly can now hear again because the Formula One cars have departed the hill. And so just a toe in the water for the Red Bull Racing demonstration. 20 years of racing and so many victories gone. What was the figure there? 120 wins? I think it was, over 20 years. You can do the maths on that. 6 a year, but of course the rate of victories has expanded and got better as the number of races have risen as well. But good to see people having a really good day. We started, waving to the screen, well done you. Good to see people with the earpieces so they can hear what we're saying, because when those Formula 1 cars came past, particularly the V10 engine ones.
Now, you need to get your beard, grow a beard like this guy. Look at that.
Well, maybe not. James, you're halfway there. So let's take a look at the highlights of the latest batch of cars that took to the course. In fact, let's listen. We've got the musical overlay.
Well, this is coming back to the bikes. We've got one of the Yamaha YZR 500s there, lovely to see that. As we kind of come through and having a good look. Then we saw some of the American flat trackers coming through. You can see that's they've done so well. This is one of the Indians that have dominated the American flat track scene. Then we saw the Yamaha sort of the Desert Rally team, and boy, these boys just showing some of their little tricks. Nice little wheelies around in front of the house.
And then we're on to the single-seaters, the McLaren Cosworth M23 being driven by Emerson Fittipaldi, and then to slightly more modern-day machinery, the SF70 Mark Genet at the wheel of the 1.6-litre V6 turbo.
Logan Sargent, modern racer in what he describes as an ancient Williams 42 years ago, but I think he's really rather enjoying himself. Kushmaini going up in an Alpine as well, as we looked across the ages of Formula 1. Karun Chanduk was desperate to get up the hill in the FW26 Williams. It didn't quite manifest. That came to a halt and had to be pushed back down to the paddock. But then, at the end, Patrick Friesacker doing what he's been doing for seemingly decades now, taking a Red Bull Formula 1 car and rotating it. The popular Austria, a really, really good entertainer. We're looking more ahead to those cars. And we're heading now as David Coulthard completes the highlight package, reunited with the Red Bull Racing entry. Good fun for the Red Bull crew. But we're heading up to David Crean with Mick Doohan.
Mr. Doohan, glad to see you back up the hill.
Nice to be back. It's nice that we've got some cool weather.
Well, we tried to get the sun out. Yesterday was good, but, we don't want it too easy for you guys.
Well, it's not too bad in this suit anyway, but at least it's not raining for everyone here. It's good.
And what have you brought up the hill for us this time?
It's some gentleman, Mr. Jones, owns this. It's a production bike, a production race bike from back in the 90s. So I think it's very limited. Honda made a few of them just to add numbers on the grid. So it's a Honda NSR 500V, so a production version. They did make a couple of race versions, but the factory kept them for themselves.
And not too bad going up this morning?
Look, at my speed, it was quite easy.
We were talking to the guys on the batch earlier on this morning, and they said part of the fun of being here is just catching up with old friends and having a chat in between the rides. And, you guys park the bikes up and you're straight into talking to each other.
And look, that's really what it is. Sort of some of us haven't seen each other for decades, so I don't get to these events that often, so it's actually a good time to catch up, not only with bike guys, but car guys and people just in the industry as a whole. So I enjoy it.
Any standout moments for you this weekend?
I've actually literally only arrived, so I've sort of snuck myself into a leather suit, and that was up here, and speaking with you is a highlight.
Does it get through the jet lag?
No, thankfully I've only come from Europe, so it hasn't been too bad.
Well, look, enjoy the rest of the weekend. I'm sure we'll catch up with you at some point as well.
Look forward to it. Cheers, thanks.
Marie, tell us about that ride up the hill.
It's always so much fun. It's amazing to see so many people and so many amazing cars together, all the drivers. It's like a friendly gathering. I love it.
And you were up the hill a couple of years ago.
Yes, in 2021, and it was just as amazing. But it felt like the first time again this time.
What were you driving back then?
This one as well, the F2007.
It's such a good era of Formula 1 car. Very powerful, very light. Sounds great.
I love it. It's it's my favorite, of course. The car is amazing. The team is amazing. This one is special because it's the last one that won both the Manufacturer World Championship and Driver World Championship with Kimi Räikkönen. So
yeah, Kimi's car, obviously, it's an iconic Ferrari, and it's great in this company here.
Yes, it's amazing to drive with Mark and other friends. It makes it even more special.
Are you going to be here all weekend?
Yes, of course.
Any other cars you're going to be bringing up the hill?
No, I'm happy with this one. Thank you. I will be sharing it with my dad as well. So that's why I love being here, because it's a family thing as well.
Well, yeah, I think it's a good one to keep. Don't let anybody else drive it.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thanks.
You're built different. Breathing new life into broken. Taking matters into your own hands. Assembling big dreams from the small things. Never stopping until you find the right part at the right price. That's the eBay way.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change. 2 tournaments, 1 final. The UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Sky Full Fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it! Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Nestled right at the centre of the Festival of Speed is Future Lab, a destination that is packed full of some of the most groundbreaking technology from the world of automotive and beyond. I'm going to check it out inside. Let's have a look. The industries that you'll find in here are just phenomenal. As you first walk in, we've got Perform It Live, who are a motion capture technology company. We've been doing different experiences with them, talking to their different characters, which is so much fun, and the crowds are definitely enjoying that one. As we move more towards the centre, the partner for Future Lab this year is Randox. Now they're showcasing their revolutionary biochip technology that is transforming the world of diagnostic healthcare. They're right at the heart of Future Lab. People are getting involved in their interactive features. There's experts on hand to talk to all sorts of people about what they're doing in the industry. So much to find out and explore. So as we move around, you can see just how busy it is in here. Car fans, motorbike fans are also flocking to the Future Lab to find out more about the technologies that are up and coming in different industries. We've also got drones, automotive vehicles, many different things for people to explore. So we'll just make our way through the crowd here
see if we can get all the way around. We can see over here as well, there's quite a lot of robotics technology that is being showcased in the Future Lab as well. So over here you'll see Shadow Robots, who are inviting visitors to try on their new robotic hand technology. Now, this is actually the most advanced 5-fingered robotic hand in the world. I managed to have a go at this yesterday, which was just phenomenal. As you put the glove on, as I move my hand, the robotics hand moved as well, and we can see here a few visitors that are experiencing it as well. It's definitely drawing a crowd. There's so much to do and see in the Future Lab, and one of the things that I love the most about this destination is that visitors can really get involved with so much of the technology here. A lot of the exhibitors allow you to try things out, get stuck in and get involved, and that's something that really is appealing about the Future Lab, that you can really try things out for yourself. So as we make our way back around to the front here, that is just giving you a slight glimpse of what goes on in the Future Lab, and you really have to come down to experience it for yourself. We'll see you there.
So, a wonderful afternoon here at Goodwood for the Festival of Speed, and in just a little while now we will be seeing some very rapid charges up the hill, because we're getting into the timed practice which builds up towards the shootout, which will be decided on Sunday afternoon. The shootout final is due to take place at 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, but in the meantime, of course, a lot of those cars and drivers need a bit of an opportunity to see just how quick they can be going up this hill, and we know it can be super quick. That's something that we'll be looking forward to in just a little while. Whether anyone's going to break the record that was reset just a couple of years ago by Max Chilton in the Mercury Spearling at 39.081 seconds seems a bit unlikely, because it was such a remarkable machine. It's not doing it again this year, but we are looking forward to some very rapid machines coming up the hill, and I think everyone's going to absorb that fun and games, because it's a part and parcel of the Festival of Speed. A lot of it's about history, and we have some of older vehicles in that, actually, don't we, Alice? Because we have different groups of cars and machinery that will be going up the hill.
Yeah, we certainly do. The format has evolved ever so slightly, so timed competitors will now run at the end of their respective batches, and they're, rather than sort of being mixed in with all the demonstration cars, this sort of allow space for a real fast time. So we're going to see a mixture, as you said, Ben, and when we say a mixture, sorry, you could just hear the Kushmini making a load of noise in the Alpine E20 as they make their way back down. When you say a mixture, we've got cars so the oldest car in this shootout is from 1905, and that is a 25.4 litre V8 that will be taking up the hill. And then we also go all the way, fast forward to modern day. We have got the likes of the new Bentley going up the hill, the Continental. We've got the Rolls-Royce Spectre, which is the first all-electric Rolls-Royce, and of course their factory is just down the road from the house here. We've also got the Wolf Horse powertrain as well. So we've got such a variety: rally cars, single-seaters, you name it, it is in this shootout. Yeah, we're really looking forward to that. It's going to be very, very entertaining to watch those machines heading up the hill in just a little while, and some good drivers, some top drivers as well amongst them. Travis Pastrana has had some great experience here in recent years. Jake Hill is always very rapid, British touring car star, of course, and he's always usually in the same machine. Michael Lyons is very quick as well. He's going to be out in the Gurney Eagle Chevy, so a lot of things to look forward to. So Andy Wallace in a pretty remarkable Bugatti, that's going to be fun to watch as
as well. And then some very special bits of equipment as well. There's the Ford van, full electric powered Ford van, which I think that's going to be a bit of a mega machine. We shall see how that goes when we get into this a little bit further on. Romain Dumas has always been quick here. He's won it a couple of times, in fact. So last won it in 2018 and 2019. So lots to look forward to. And so many, it's lovely to see so many fans here just absorbing the day, whether it is standing beside the hill climb and watching and listening to all these cars and bikes heading up the hill, or whether it's having a good wander around. There's a lot of walking to be done around this whole Goodwood area, but there is so much to absorb, whether you're looking at the supercars, whether you're going down to the Red Bull compound and seeing just how many there are there. There is so much to enjoy, and the bike's just heading down the hill now.
Yeah, so much to enjoy, but of course we will see very shortly cars going up the hill that aren't just going for a leisurely drive. They are going to try and be the fastest car up the hill this weekend. We will see them in the timed practice now. The timed shootout is tomorrow, and actually, you know, rather than having the final running order on the Sunday, we've now got the individual classes, and they will be determined in the individual classes tomorrow. We will have a champion's crown tomorrow, but do you know what? We've got an explainer, and here it is.
Yeah, let's take a look at how the shootout will work. The Sunday afternoon shootout is the pinnacle of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, as the fastest drivers in some of the most incredible cars compete against the clock for the honour and glory of posting the best time up the hill. Winding its way through the grounds of the Goodwood estate, the 1.16 mile course is the centre of the action. The track is narrow and features tight corners, blind rises and the landmark Flint Wall, all of which provide a thrilling and adrenaline-pumping spectacle when the stopwatch comes out. For the audience, it's a wonderful conclusion to the event, as the most spectacular cars and drivers push to the very limit. In 1999, Nick Heidfeld held the outright record of 41.60 seconds in Mika Häkkinen's championship-winning McLaren MP413, a record that stood for over 2 decades. But that was finally topped in 2022, when the outrageous McMurtry-Spearling electric fan car, at the hands of Max Chilton, broke the record in an astonishing 39.08 seconds. The format for the timed shootout has changed somewhat for 2024. All timed competitors will now run in their relevant themed class in the morning, Thursday to Sunday, and this is split into 7 classes of vehicles. Pre-war races, single-seaters, tin-tops, sports races, modified and all-wheel drive, production GT races, and production cars. Saturday afternoon's qualifying shootout will now determine each timed class winner, as well as the top 30 who will progress to Sunday's shootout final. It's all to play for across the weekend, and come Sunday, will Goodwood see a new record up the famous hill? So there we are, that's what's all to look forward to. And it's great that we've got this class battle going on Saturday, because we have winners then effectively in each of those classes that we mentioned. And then on Sunday, it is the outright fastest. So whatever you do on Saturday, you've got to start again on Sunday. It's the top 30 fastest times that will then get that chance to go for the final shootout on Sunday. But we will have winners in our various different groups on Saturday as well, depending on which category they're going for, one of those 7 categories as we talked about. So that's really good to look forward to, and all part and parcel of the shootout this weekend.
Yeah, and you said those classes, we've got the tin tops, the modified, sports races, all the way up to production cars. But we were just talking how impressive the record is of the McMurtry going up this hill. And we're lucky enough to see this rerun now. 1,000 horsepower. The wheel there is Max Chilton. I mean, every time I see this lap, Ben, I am absolutely blown away.
It was astonishing. I mean, and Max, he was so anxious when he was here to do this and to show what it could do. And when he did it, he did a beautiful job. And of course, he's here again this weekend. It's not being timed, but just look at the speed with which it could go through the corners. You could hear the crowd just reacting to the ultimate pace that it had as he went up through that final little section. The downforce, the fans at the back chucking out the dust and blasting over the line. So it's just over a mile long, and it was under 40 seconds, setting that new record at 39.081.
Absolutely incredible. I could just watch that all day. And yeah, Max not taking part in the challenge with that car this year, but we are about to hopefully get underway. But this is last year's winner.
Yeah, this is the McLaren Solus GT, and this was Marvin Kirchhofer, the German racer. And in fact, he went on to become the second ever German to take the fastest time here at the hill climb, and it was a very, very impressive run, wasn't it?
Yeah, we had plenty of cars up against it. We had Adam Smalley in the Porsche. We have had Jake Hill, who's actually back on the hill, no pun intended, this weekend as well, and then his Nissan Skyline. So plenty of competition, but of course it was the McLaren at the end of the day that came out on top.
Yeah, that was an impressive performance. Marvin Kirchhofer, who hadn't actually done it before, but he got into the grip of it very, very quickly. His time wasn't quite the same as we'd seen from the McMurtry Spearling, but it was 45.34 seconds, which is very much amongst the sort of fastest times we've seen. Rob Bell won it in a McLaren, the 720S in 2021 at 45.01. And Romain Dumas, however, has done a very rapid time here in the Volkswagen IDR. That was in 2019 at 39.9. So we've just had the two vehicles in the history of this that have actually got underneath the 40-second barrier. And of course, remember, in the early days when this all began in 1993 and the early 1990s, they would allow Formula One cars to play a part in this, but that is not, only historic Formula One cars now can play a part in it. We don't have the very latest Formula One cars trying to set the outright pace, do we?
No, not. We get to see them, of course, go up the hill nice and, well, gently. Plenty of wheel spins, but just a little bit more info about the hill, what they're going to take on in the shootout. 1.17 miles long, 9 turns, and the track climbs 92.7 metres, an average gradient of 4.9%. So giving it absolutely everything, split into sectors that we will be keeping you updated on throughout the run. The shortest of the sector is 5 seconds, and that effectively is sector 1, and that's all about the launch. So this run, Ben, takes into account not just how quickly you're going to charge up the hill, but you also need, it's almost like a start, isn't it? You need to get that launch absolutely spot on.
Yeah, you do. Absolutely, you do. You need to get off the line well. You need to get everything right. And it's a narrow track. You don't have a lot of space to play with. Of course, the McMurtry Spearling had a little bit of an advantage. Being such a small vehicle, it actually has a little bit more room to play with. Some of the bigger, wider machines that we're going to be seeing going up there, they don't have much space, and they've really got to be very defined as to where they take their lines through the corners. But it's always part of the challenge here of making the hill climb work. And as we have those different categories, we, as you mentioned, will be starting with some very early vehicles as well, from the early 1900s in the pre-war races that will be coming out as part of all of that. And even they will be trying pretty hard. I mean, for example, we're going to see Duncan Pittaway in the Fiat S78, that monstrous big machine that we've seen both here and at the circuit in the past. That will be very entertaining to watch. And, of course, he might not be battling for the outright win on Sunday, but he will definitely be part of the battle that will be going for the class win. All these different classes that we have this year, I think that's added a really nice element to what we're seeing this weekend with these different classes, and that being awarded effectively the winner of each class on Saturday afternoon.
No, exactly. And we've got some great drivers in that pre-war race as well. I'm going to call it a race because they're racing as they can up the hill. We've got Ben and Archie Collins. They will be behind, so Archie is behind his 1907 Mercedes, and Ben behind the 1908 Mercedes, and Julian Majou as well is behind the 1927 Bugatti that we've already seen go up the hill. And a lot of these cars you would have seen if you tune into Goodwood members meeting or the revival. A lot of these cars will actually still do race around the main Goodwood circuit. So a lot to digest and a lot of racing to come up the hill. We've got the Tim Top class. We've got plenty of people to look forward to in that as well. The single-seaters. We've got Porsches in the production GT class. We've got production cars as well that will be out going around, and plenty of those from 2003 or 2004. So very, very new production cars. We'll see, as I said, the new Rolls-Royce Spectre. We've got the new Genesis as well, the GV60 Magma concept, and the new BMW M5 that was launched yesterday. Those two cars I've just mentioned were global debuts here at Goodwood.
Absolutely, and it's something we're going to be looking forward to, those vehicles heading up the hill in a very rapid kind of pace quite soon. Now, we think in around 20 minutes, after we get this run of cars doing some work for the shootout, so this is sort of practice session as much as anything, we will be also getting into a balcony moment to celebrate Richard Petty, the great NASCAR driver. So if you do want to be involved in that, it's just useful to know that that's going to be in around 20 minutes, we think, between 20 minutes and half an hour. And if you want to be near the balcony, then head your way over there to celebrate Richard Petty, who has had such NASCAR great experience and history to him. So we've got a bit of a lineup of cars already making its way, getting ready for this initial shootout practice session, effectively. And 638 is the Lotus Evija, which has got super power, and this, I think, will set one of the pretty rapid times up the hill. That looks as though it's going to be the first one to go, doesn't it?
Yeah, they might not be in any particular order, but certainly the Lotus is going to be the first one that's taking up to the hill. The marshals there making sure that all cars are in the correct position, and they have to be brought forward, don't they, to the starting beam. So it's not like they just actually have to pull up and then off they go. They have to be in a specific spot. It's not like it's pulling up into a grid spot, but so they want to measure it as accurate as possible.
And that is a full electric Lotus. So like some of the cars that we're going to be seeing out there, there are some that are full electric, others, of course, that have very updated supercharged or turbocharged engines, and we're going to get that mix right the way through, as we have been throughout the whole of the Goodwood weekend of horseless to hybrid, because we have just about every version almost about to make a run up the hill. So it does look as though the Lotus is going to be going first. So the first time practice is underway. It's Gavin Kershaw in the car this time, so the great test driver and racer himself, Gavin Kershaw. I've seen him race many times over the years, but he's been a part of Lotus for many years. Absolutely crucial. He knows this place well, he knows the car well. Let's see how this first stint goes.
Yeah, heading up to Balkan Corner now, nowhere near as dusty as it was yesterday. Feathers it through nicely, just clipping up a little bit of grass on the inside, and actually looked a little bit there, Ben, possibly out of shape mid-corner.
Well, it's always easy to make mistakes when you're going for it, when he is always going for it. So let's see how Gavin gets on with this first run up the hill and comes over the line. And it's 30, let's have a look. No, we haven't quite seen the time. Yeah, just waiting for that to cross the line. So it's in the 40s. 52.2 in the end, 52.2, I can confirm. That's just come up onto our timing screen. So that is the initial pace that we have seen. And now we've got the Rolls-Royce Spectre, Joseph Hopkins, heading up the hill. Not particularly a machine we might expect to set the outright pace, but nonetheless something fun to see. And driving it today is Joseph Hopkins. Meanwhile, this is the Chinga 21C. Now, this is a very rapid machine. Chris Ward, an experienced driver. It's a combination of V8 2.8 litre with 2 electric powers as well. It's about 1250 brake horsepower, so this is going to be a pretty rapid machine up the hill. Gavin Kershaw having set the pace so far, Alice.
Yeah, Chris, as you said, such an experienced racer and fast as well. Heading up through past the flip wall, now the final stretch of his legs. Let's see as he comes up to cross the 9. Will he be jumping in front of the Lotus? We wait for the time.
Yeah, we're actually not being shown it on our screens for some reason. I don't quite understand that, but we have not been given the time that Chris did. It's been put up as a demo, which is a bit odd because this is all the practice session, but nonetheless, that's the way it goes sometimes. Bentley Continental GT, this is Andy Marson, who is now out in this, and that's on demo rate as well, so I don't think we're going to see the time that this one is doing either. So not all of the times are recorded, normally for when we get into the final shootout, of course, we will be getting all of the times. We're not getting all of them right now, though, on our timing screens. But you can see some pretty rapid, promising performance from Andy Marson in the Bentley Continental. This is another super powerful machine. It's over 700 horsepower.
Yeah, and it makes it the most powerful Bentley road car in the company's 105-year history. So we get to see it right here first, going all the way up the hill. We've got the Genesis just flown past the commentary box window now. That will be following up closely behind the Bentley that has dual electric motors. There we go on the screen now. That is the GV60 Magma, the new high-performance sub-brand of the Korean luxury manufacturer.
Absolutely right, and driving it right now is Gethin Jones, and Gethin just trying to get as much as he can. It is very much a high-performance car, as you say. Unlikely to be the ultimate time setter, done 55.90. That has put it third of the ones we've actually got a time of so far, but we will see. Now, we're going back. This is a different class, of course. As we mentioned, we've got all these different classes. We're into pre-war racers now. About to head out is Archie Collins with the Mercedes 120 horsepower. And Archie, part of the Collins family, of course, that are used to running these elderly vehicles that had great success in their days. This made its debut at a French Grand Prix in the 1907 period. Had wins at Brooklands as well. Now, you're not going to see the sort of time from this machinery that we're seeing from some of the others, but remember, we've got this class battle tomorrow to try and be fastest, and this will be to try and win the pre-war racers category.
Yeah, Archie's not going to be going slow, I can tell you that now. Heading up, about to go past our commentary box window into Molecombe Corner. You can see his passenger using some of the body weight just to try and get it turned in nicely. The Mercedes there, the 13.6 litre four-cylinder, produces 120 horsepower. Had plenty of victories, though, hasn't it, back in its day?
And you could see the passenger doing exactly what a mechanic would have done in the day. There's a pump on the back that he's actually pumping away. You could just see right hand on that to make sure that the fuel system is all working as it continues up the hill. In those days, you did need two in the vehicle to make it work. So Ben Collins just going over the line, or about to come over the line now, and Archie, first. Ben is behind him. Archie doing a decent job to do that time. He is a little bit further down the order, of course, than some we have seen. Meanwhile, coming out now is the Alfa Romeo P3, the Tipo B, which is now onto the track. So it's 80.7 seconds for Archie Collins. Ben Collins is still heading up the hill right now as a sort of comparison in that category.
So we've got the Alfa now here, the 3.2 litre straight 8. Goes past through Molecombe Corner, and we're just having a look at the times to see where Archie and Ben, so Archie and Ben across the line. Ben slightly faster but very close, only just by a second. The Alfa making its way up the hill past the Flint wall there.
It might well be a father versus son battle in the pre-war races, but of course this is also in that category, the pre-war races. And this is Annette Wiesmann who's driving it currently. This one a later vehicle, of course. This is from 1933 as opposed to 1907 or 1908 from those two Mercedes we were looking at a moment ago. And this is not a particularly quick run, as we can see, but good experience for going into tomorrow. So getting the flag up at the top end, and that one a little slower than the Mercedes. Annette does 90.5 seconds. We've got a few more heading up the hill right now, and we shall see. So yeah, here we are, the Mercedes. This is lovely, the W125, and this is going up now. We'll see, this belongs to that pre-war category, of course, and we shall see how well it does. The 1930s Mercedes was dominant force at that period, and we'll just have to wait to see whether it's going to be putting in a slightly more rapid time than those early Mercedes where we were seeing with the Ben and Archie Collins. I would imagine this one will be a little bit quicker, but now maybe being a little bit cautious with it as well. Just coming across the line, Martin Eder, and yeah, just that bit quick. He does 74.9 58.16.
Yeah, Patrick Blakeney Edwards, there we go. Right on cue in the BMW 3CSL Batmobile. This is a 3.5 litre straight six. And actually, one of Lauder's, Lauder would have raced this car. One of his lesser known victories were to come at the hand of the Batmobile. And then after that, we've got another of one of the sports cars. Again, these are all in separate categories compared to those classics that you have just seen.
Ferrari heading up the hill. That's the 6 we saw, the 160, the Ferrari 512 BB. And Johnny Cecotto now heading up the road as well. And Johnny, very, very experienced racer on 2 wheels and then on 4 wheels in the BMW 318 IF. But actually, this was a car that he competed in at the time. He was 2 times a Super Tourenwagen champion in 1994 and 1998, and it was effectively this car that took him to those titles. So it's lovely to see him back out in it after all these years. And Johnny Cecotto heading up. We shall see how this compares right now. It's not going to be the super fastest. It's not the most powerful touring car of that period, but still a fun car to drive.
Yeah, it won't be the fastest just yet, but Johnny, you can see the amount of movements on the steering as he gets very close to the inside hay bale there. Let's have a little look. He's going to be in the 50s, she says. Just about a 56.8.
Yeah, 56.8. So the fastest at the moment is still the Singer 21C 51.2 that has set the pace so far. Whether anybody's going to go any quicker than that, we shall wait and see. Now, next up the hill is going to be the SCG 004C, the Glickenhaus machine. This was a machine created, they were thinking of maybe doing the Le Mans this year. It didn't actually happen for them. Ran at the Nürburgring 24 hours, 6.2 litre V8. And Piero Longhi, who is taking it up the hill, has got a really deep grumble to it, sounding good as it heads up. Let's see whether this is going to be able to compete. Fastest time, actually we've just seen a quicker time, haven't we? The Porsche 911 has gone up. James Willis driving it has done a 48.88, so that's just set a new target.
Yeah, so good targets there for everyone else behind to try and follow. And a few other cars waiting at the start. We've got Karen Gillard, who's going to be in the Iron Dames, Lamborghini Huracan, Philip Eng as well.
Yeah, good stuff. And we shall see if this is going to be onto the challenge. Let's just see as they... I think this one's not going to be that quick on this particular run, but may have a little bit more to play with. Yeah, 65.13.
Now here's a famous car. Hey Ben, this is the BMW M4 GT3. Philip Eng at the wheel, 3 litre straight 6 turbocharge that we did just have on our screens, heading quite fast up the hill. We've got a Ferrari, so these are our sports car category now that we are moving into. Remember, they are all in different categories.
Absolutely right, yeah, and it's good to have these different categories that will be giving us an opportunity to have different winners in each of these categories as we go through. So heading up now, the Ferrari 296 Challenge, Andrew Morrow. Let's see what sort of time Andrew's able to do. Decent, pretty good sector times so far. Whether it's going to quite be up there with the pace of the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car that has set the pace at 48.8. It's not quite at that level, 52.6.
Now Robert Reeves is just behind in another Ferrari, the Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo. Just gone through the first sector. And now we've got Michael Lyons, who is a well-known historic racer, success in historics and in modern-day single-seaters. You often see Michael behind the machines, the wheel of many old machines, and I'm just seeing out the commentary box window, getting it really loose on the exit of Moulcombe Corner, Ben. This is someone who we could watch out for the overall shootout. He was certainly there in the top 5 last year.
Absolutely right. We're going to keep an eye on Michael Lyons. This is a Formula 5000 Gurney Eagle Chevrolet from 1974, so you can hear the power of that V8 And he comes across the line, 49.1. My goodness, that's close, isn't it?
That is so close. Jumps in to second place, leading his class, of course.
We're looking at this bizarre machine, the Oil Stain Lab Half 11 it's called. It's a real mix of machinery. It's got a 5.9 litre V8 in it. It's pretty light, very lightweight machine. Gabriel Aubrey, oh, that was a big lock-up, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, very big. And I tell you what, those hay bales can come up very, very quickly. Just having a look at the sector times here, not quite close enough to those that have posted a time in the top 3. Now, this is a regular that we see very often at touring car star Jake Hill in his Nissan Skyline.
And we're riding on board. Let's just listen in as we listen to the Nissan flying, because this is a super powerful Nissan. We talked about it earlier, and it is very, very rapid. And Jake's done some very quick runs up here on board. Let's listen in. There's a lot of action on the steering wheel there, Alice, isn't there?
Yeah, it is. It's still so slippy, so narrow, and actually you can really see from this onboard how narrow it is. And now following up behind, oh, that's Gordon. I thought it was Gordon Shedden, sorry, who was meant to be in the car, but the Alpine A110 Pikes Peak taking a bit of an off-road trip. You need to stay on the tarmac for this one, guys.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a potential challenger, I believe, for the outright fastest run up this hill. We'll have to wait and see if that is the case as we go over the course of the weekend. Gabriel Aubrey, who did Pikes Peak in this Alpine. Now, we'll see whether that does change or not. But heading up the hill now to complete the run. I'm just trying to see, we haven't actually had a time for Jake Hill. I don't quite understand why that hasn't popped up on our screen. But it has up on the other screen. Okay, 51.19. So 51.19 for Jake Hill. So in the pace, but not quite as quick.
Yeah, we've got the Project Midnight now, the Subaru out there. It's a modified version of the Nitro Rallycross car that versatile racer Scott Speed campaigned back in 2021. Again, could be potentially one to look out for outright pace. We wait for it to cross the line now.
Yeah, Scott Speed actually, let's just have a look. That's quick. That was quick, 47.05. So that's the fastest we've seen so far. Fantastic. Now, this is another one to keep an eye on as well, because this is the all-electric powered Ford van with Romain Dumas driving it. And this has had a class win at Pikes Peak as well. Super, super powerful. Let's see how it's going. Oh, it's on our screens as demo, so we're not actually getting... We may see if we get the time card. We've got the clock running on the right. Let's see if we actually get this time come up. 47.05, the fastest at the moment for the Subaru.
Oh, that would have been close, Ben. We're not getting an overall time on our timing screens. It still says demo. And then Travis Pastrana in the Subaru, getting so out of shape at the exit of Moulcombe Corner, Ben. And again, this is going to be another car that we could see pinch top spot. Maybe not so much with this lap, but certainly one that will be up there for the final points position at the end of the weekend. The fastest time position, should I say, 48.52. And I think without that little off there on the exit of Moulcombe, that probably would have pinched the fastest overall time.
That is impressive, isn't it? This is the moment. Yeah, he just got on the grass. And as you say, that will have cost time.
That certainly would have. I mean, he enjoys going sideways, but when we were trying to set fastest overall time, that isn't necessarily going to be the best way of doing it. And here, we're going back to pre-war. So...
Yeah. Nicholas Pellet in the Sunbeam TT. We've got a couple of Sunbeam TTs in the pre-war group, so this will give us a very different, slightly more relaxed after a bit of a mega time there. Just to remind you that the fastest out there is Scott Speed in that new Subaru, the Project Midnight. He's done a fantastic job, and Scott, very experienced in all forms of racing. Very much a great circuit racer, but he's done rallycross as well as a champion with Subaru, so he knows what he's doing, and he's done that fabulous lap of 47, fabulous run, I should say, not quite a lap, but a 47.05. Now we're back to a slightly more relaxed mode.
That's better. We can catch our breath now, Ben.
We can, absolutely. And we will see what the time is. Remember the early Mercedes that we were looking at, they were in the sort of high 70s, so that's sort of the battle, I think, in that particular category. And we'll have to see whether that fits in with this. Let's just see what it does as it comes across the line. A little bit further to go to get over that line. We'll also be keeping an eye, because actually Julian Majub has just done a good lap in that group, 89.7, but I can tell you that Julian Majub in the Bugatti Type 35B, he's done a 62.5 in that pre-war category.
That's a very good time. Duncan Pittaway right on cue there in what's known as the Beast of Turin. This is a 28.4 litre 4-cylinder, all the way back from 1911. And Duncan races this quite often. You'll see at members meeting and the revival as well. Heads into Malcolm Corner. Passenger all glued onto the direction as well, and you can always hear the Beast of Turin coming.
And it was never designed, actually, for being the fastest thing around a racetrack. It was designed and built by Fiat to be the fastest thing in a straight line. So it's not really wasn't organised for something like this so many years ago. But it's lovely to see Duncan running this machine, a car he has completely rebuilt, always has this unique character to it. The chain drive onto the rear wheels, which you can see very clearly as that huge motor powers him up the hill. And I think this one, yeah, it's going to be, the pace-wise, not definitely at the top end of the pre-war category. It's going to be into the 80s by the looks of things as it comes across the line. Yeah, 81.50, but lovely to see it go up there.
Yeah, certainly is, and we're going to have another pre-war as well. So this is actually the oldest car in the category overall, and the oldest car in the shootout as well. This is the one I was talking about, the 1905, 25.4 litre V8, right there on your screen.
Yeah, and we've seen this win at the members meeting, haven't we? But again, it is a land speed record machine, no bodywork at all, and it's always a bit slow off the line, as we know. But once he gets it onto the line, he can make some really impressive speed with it.
Yeah, a man on a mission, as you can tell by the driving style there, heading all the way up the hill. Passenger holding on very tightly. I'd be holding on even tighter if I was sat there in the passenger seat. But just looking at the times, not really going to be able to match, I would say, certainly in the first sector, Julian Majub, who will be heading up quite closely the top of the timesheets for the pre-war category.
He's sort of battling more with Duncan Pittaway, and actually he's ended up, a bit quicker than Duncan. He's done a 74.8. So, now this is good. This is lovely to see the NASCAR heading out, because this car had a little problem earlier, the Plymouth Superbird. And of course what we are also celebrating is the man who raced this in his period, and that is Richard Petty. But right now it's I think it's Kyle again, once again, his son, who is taking it up the hill. And this was one of the key NASCARs. This is not being about time. We've done the timed run effectively, but just to finish off and get ready for what is going to be the celebration of Richard Petty. This car is heading up part of the hill. I wonder if it's going to be then heading over towards the Goodwood house. Yes, I think it is, because it is the time that we are now going to get ready for this big celebration. It's lovely to see a great turnout of fans, and it's coming into position. So we've had our timed run. So just to remind you, it was Scott Speed that set the pace in the Subaru WRX Project Midnight at 47.05 seconds. That was the fastest. Remember, today's times don't actually mean anything in terms of results, because it was a pure practice run. And they will be going out again tomorrow, when it will begin to make a difference, because there'll be winners for each category that will be competing for the top fastest pace over on Sunday. But let's get ready now to celebrate a very important time as we celebrate the career of Richard Petty.
This makes it number 3 in the 500, doesn't it? Yeah, this is probably the biggest win, though. I mean, the last one's always the best.
Richard Lee Petty is more than a driver, more than a team owner, more than an icon of his sport. He is nothing less than the undisputed king of NASCAR. Born on July 2, 1937, in Level Cross, North Carolina, Richard's father, Lee, was, himself, a successful NASCAR driver. A three-time Grand National champion and winner of the inaugural Daytona 500 in 1959. Richard's own driving career ran from 1958 to 1992, almost exclusively for the family's Petty Enterprises team. Driving the famous number 43, he racked up 7 Cup Series championships and 7 victories in NASCAR's flagship race, the Daytona 500.
And averaging just under 145 miles per hour.
In 1967, the year he won his second championship, he surpassed his own father's record of 54 victories to become the most successful driver in NASCAR history. And he just kept winning. That season alone, he won 27 times, including 10 in a row. From 1960 to 1984, he visited Victory Lane 200 times, an average of 8 wins every season for 25 years. Like Don Bradman's test batting average of 99.94, or Jack Nicklaus's 18 major titles in golf, it is a sporting record that transcends his rivals. For context, it is more than the second and third place drivers on the list of NASCAR winners combined. But Richard Petty's achievements go beyond race wins and championships. He is as beloved for his sportsmanship, charisma, and dedication as for his dominance on track. He was named NASCAR's most popular driver 9 times and was honored with the Presidential Medal of Freedom in 1992. Beyond his driving career, Richard Petty remains a vital part of the racing community. He continues to inspire and contribute to the sport he loves through his unwavering passion for racing, his humility, and his ability to connect with fans. His story is one of perseverance, excellence, and dedication. Today we celebrate Richard Petty, the King, a true legend, whose impact on NASCAR and the world of motorsport will be remembered forever. Thank you, Richard Petty, for the memories, the inspiration, and the legacy. You are, and always will be, the King.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you've all had a wonderful time here at the Festival of Speed today. We've got 2 very special guests joining us here up on the balcony at Goodwood House. So let's have a huge round of applause for the King, Richard Petty, and his son, Kyle Petty. Gentlemen, lovely to have you back at Goodwood at the Festival of Speed. Do you like coming here?
Oh, yeah. We've been coming since 06, I think, so it gets bigger and better every time, so we really look forward every year to coming back.
Now, I know that for this audience, seeing this car here, there's one thing that comes to mind, which is the Cars film. I don't know, how many of you have seen the Cars movie? Right. How many of you remember the King in the Cars movie? You did the voice, of course, and that car is what the film was based on. You know, it's such an iconic car. Kyle, how special is it to drive it here at Goodwood?
So it's incredibly special. This is my first time at Goodwood, and I will say that all I've heard of Goodwood, all the photos, all the stories, it doesn't compare to being here and driving this car. This was my favorite car when I was 10 years old. They came out with this car. And I thought this was the most beautiful car, the greatest car in the world. And he would never let me drive it. As I got older, he would never. This is my time to drive this car. So Goodwood's always going to be special, and this car is always going to be special.
You won 8 NASCAR races, and your dad wouldn't let you drive his car.
No, listen, I won 8, but I wrecked like 950 of them, okay? So, yes, of course he wouldn't let me drive his car.
Now, I don't want to make Kyle feel bad here, but, ladies and gentlemen, Richard Petty has won 7 NASCAR championships and 200 races. That is more victories on the all-time list than the 2nd and 3rd place combined. I think that's a big round of applause for that. Richard, when you look back at your career, and you know, obviously Kyle had his time in NASCAR as well. Any standout memories that you could share with a few friends out here today?
No, you know, it's just an idea that I went to the very first Cup race that NASCAR ever had, and been going ever since. And to watch the way things have changed over the years, and grow up with the sport. And I guess that's my looking back at no really special deal, even though we was fortunate enough to win our 200th race on July the 4th in front of the President of the United States. So I guess that probably ended everything from there. Everything we'd done before was a build-up for that. And just to being able to be here and be having many good people around. And I just drove the race car, okay? You know, you had all the people around that done all the work and stuff. And I got maybe some of the glory or some of the bad things when I wrecked. But overall, it just took a zillion people to put me here, put Kyle here, put that car on the road. And, you know, we just appreciate all that.
Now, we're here this weekend, all of us really, as guests of the Duke of Richmond. It's very much a family business, his family up here on the balcony. Kyle, it's been 75 years of the Petty family being involved in NASCAR. Your grandfather, of course, was a driver himself. How special is it to have such a long history in the sport?
So I think that's the most fascinating part. We can talk the wins, you can talk the championships, but this is our family business, and it's been passed on from my grandfather to my father to myself. I had a son that came along and raced, and so it's fascinating to think that one family, and I tell people this all the time, it's fascinating for me to believe that one family could make a living riding around in circles for 75 years. And every time I tell people that, they laugh, but then I say, well, you bought tickets and watched us do it. So that's the thing. But it's just fascinating, and it's a huge honor to be here. But we're here, as my dad said, we're here because of the fans that come out and buy tickets and watch us do it, that watch on TV. That's just our job.
And do you get to follow European racing? Do you follow Formula One? Do you watch what's happening on this side of the pond at all?
Oh, yeah, we watch any kind of racing. Motorcycle racing, boat racing, doesn't make any difference. Racing people kind of stick together no matter what kind of car or what kind of airplane or whatever. The racing people are racing people. They get in their blood, so they follow everything.
I think there's a few racing people out here. This is definitely an event for purists. Kyle, you said it was your first time here. Have you had a chance to wander around the paddock? And I don't know, is there anything else fancy that you fancy jumping in?
Oh, everything. Everything. Anything else? I saw all Niki Lauda's cars. So that's amazing to me. That's when I first started to follow Formula One and stuff. Got to talk to Jackie Ickx. Got to spend some time with Kenny Roberts, the great motorcycle race. It's been fascinating for me, and we talk about it. You know, you talk about racing people. Racing people love racing people. They just want to talk to racing people about racing, whether it's motorcycles, Formula One, drag racing, cars, whatever. That has been the fun part, and to mingle with the fans, sign autographs, have photos taken. It's fascinating to me that we did everything we did on that side of the pond, and they know who he is over here. That's just fascinating.
Listen, there are a lot of racing fans who definitely know who he is here. Richard, last word from you. What's your plan over the weekend? Are you gonna get behind the wheel of something, or is this a social weekend for you?
Well, it's a social weekend. After my last race, I think I crashed, and that was the end of my career. So we turned it over to Kyle. So, again, this was Kyle's first time here. He wanted to come. We wanted to bring the Superbird. And I couldn't think of any better time to do it because of our 75th anniversary. So all that stuff wrapped again made a good weekend for us.
All right, listen, I think we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for joining us up here. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard and Kyle Petty.
SmartCare suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
Sky Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change. 2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the
pros.
So we've just had a lovely celebration of Petty, and His Grace the Duke of Richmond a part of that as well. The family just giving us some lovely stories of his history.
Just such a legendary racer, and Kyle, such a gentleman as well. And I love the fact, as a very, very American family, particularly with Kyle, they've always had a really strong European touch. And I loved his little comments about the Formula One cars he got into were Niki Lauda's cars when he was of a certain age. But great to have the cross-pollination. So the king of NASCAR being well celebrated here, and lovely to see all of that. But what we're now getting into is batch 2. The cars getting ready to head up the hill, and a lovely mixture once again of different machinery. The Ferrari F40 LM looks like it's going to be one of the first cars heading up the hill. Well, the F40 was just a groundbreaking car when it was launched. It was the first really serious competition Ferrari for the road for so many years. But then the LM, of course, that little bit more special. That was the competition version. You can look at the plexiglass rear window with the louvers in it and the serious wings. And behind, the 512 BB. And again, yet another car that Nick Mason has had a real touching hand in, and wife Annette, Nettie, just keeping the heat out of the car. And what a stable of cars they have from 10 tenths to enjoy on the hill. Absolutely. And so we're going to have this wonderful mix of machinery as they are ready to go out and up the hill to give us a bit more of a display. Plenty of the Ferraris and other vehicles in this batch 2. And there we are, Maserati. Now, Maserati, as we know, had tremendous success, particularly in sort of the GT1 categories in the late 1990s. This car was really very dominant at that period into early 2000s. 6-litre V12, and there were no other manufacturers who could quite keep up with the MC12. No, there weren't, because basically it was a racing car that was sort of almost back-developed to be a GT car, whereas a lot of the other manufacturers, in fact all the other manufacturers at the time, started with the road car and worked towards a racing version. But particularly in the hands of Michael Bartel, scored considerable success in the Spa 24 Hours And again, but an exquisite car to look at. BMW back at Le Mans now, but this was the car that gave them victory in 1999. We're talking in horseless to hybrid about innovation, and V12 racing engines have always had a place in the sport, and that's what's nestling behind the shoulders of the driver in this very, very sleek, good-looking machine.
Yeah, it is a beautiful machine, there's no doubt about it. Taking the victory, as you can see with the names there, Pierluigi Martini, Yannick Dalmas and Joachim Winkelhock, who took the victory in 1999, the last BMW full win at Le Mans. And it's Franciscus Van Meel who's actually driving that car, but the entrant is the BMW Group, Classic Group. Now, we're seeing the Audi, which, of course, is very much more of an off-road machine. This is the RSQ e-tron E2, fully electric, and that is a pretty amazing beast as well. And it was interesting to see earlier on with Carlos Sainz in the Ford version of effectively what this is. There's a big battle between the manufacturers moving forward at this level now of these off-road vehicles.
And you may notice the spare tyres have to be taken for off-road rallying, and they have to have a place to store them. They've got them stashed at this, and this was a car that won the Dakar this year. And you look at the names on the door, C. Sainz, we know next year he's going to be doing it in the Ford Raptor, but the Q e-tron E2, when it comes past you, it's still, I look at it, I listen as it comes past, and I'm still constantly surprised because I'm a bit slow on the uptake. EV power. You get the whistle, you get the tyre roar, and off it goes.
And here's another one with EV power, but not only does it power the machine up the hill, this little McMurtry Spearling, but it also provides the downforce with the fans at the back, giving it a sort of a real suck down onto the road, which is what we've seen now set the ultimate record of the pace up this hill climb. I don't think we're going to see that beaten again this weekend.
No, I think not. When it made that record 2 years ago, it toppled the time that Romain Dumas had set in the Super Pikes Peak VW. But before that, it was a time set by Nick Heidfeld when he was a junior McLaren driver who knocked out a 31.6 second climb. It stayed forever. But cars made for purpose like the McMurtry Spearling clearly were made for the purpose of setting the time. And the Spearling is a car that was truly, truly phenomenal.
Well, it is a fascinating machine and a fascinating company that has put this together. Let's take a little bit of a look back at the history of the McMurtry Spearling.
McMurtry Automotive was founded nearly 6 years ago, and we set out to create the world's most amazing electric car. This is going to be the first time since 1979 that a fan car has competitively run in motorsport anywhere.
A fan car is basically an inverse hovercraft. So unlike a conventional racing car where you need to be travelling at considerable speed, over 100 miles an hour, to generate downforce from your wings, what we do is use our onboard electric battery power to power two fans, create a vacuum underneath the car. We have written the rule book. There's two ambitions this weekend. The first thing is to win the hill climb competition, but we've also got an eye on the VW IDR record, and the bar is set extremely high for that.
Anything you do is fine.
Keep it in the middle.
There is no pressure at all to be in with a shot of the record. We're reliant on Max and Alec driving in a blinding fashion to deliver the performance to the circuit.
Today's going to be an eye-opener, coming to Goodwood where it's basically someone's garden, bumpy sort of surface, and we've got Formula One performance. I'll go fairly steady on the first run, just sort of work my way into it, and then we'll come back Friday and hopefully have a couple of runs to just get a little bit closer, turn up the power, and see what it can do.
Hey buddy, you alright?
It's a bit of a unique looking thing. It's very small, it's a single-seater. A lot of people think it looks like a Batmobile. It would eat the Batmobile alive. When we did a 0 to 60 launch the other day in sub 1.4 seconds, I've never experienced anything like it. The anticipation's building, obviously the first run of the week. We're not running full power yet, and we'll see how it goes.
This is the McMurtry machine that Max Chilton is in.
And they're absolutely launched.
We definitely need more power, like easily can take more power. Shame we only get one run today. I was desperate to have another go, but it's always good to come back wanting more.
yesterday. It was a 49-second run. We took the decision to turn everything up to 10, so we're up to 1,000 horsepower on the full system. We're running the fans flat out, so full 2 tons of downforce.
The car's come a long way. I'm sure there's a little bit more in it. So, yeah, I'll just try and get as clean a run as I can.
.2. It's getting down towards the record, 39.9. He's not that far off it.
What did I just do?
41.29.
So, second fastest ever?
Yeah.
How was that? That's amazing. My goodness, it's just been amazing to see Max deliver. And the exciting thing about tomorrow is the car's in Alex Summers' hands, and Alex Summers is the hill climb master. The aim is just for me to qualify and get Max up the hill. You know, that's our priority really, to keep the car in good shape.
Here we go. McMurtry Automotive Spearling then. Alex Summers is your driver. He is going to blitz this time, surely. Over the finish line of 40.05.
You know, that is almost a new record.
I'm not used to a crowd this big, but for me personally it's incredibly special. But the car's the star. What an incredible bit of kit.
I'm almost speechless. I can't begin to tell you how it feels. We've worked so hard on this car for so many years.
For Max tomorrow, I'm sure he's going to give it everything he can. We just hope the weather's good, hope everyone stays safe, and that we can represent the brand and the event as best we can.
So that was the story of the McMurtry Spearling here at Goodwood a couple of years ago, and they filmed that just before the final run. That, of course, it was then under the pressure of Max Chilton. So let's take a little look back at how it went when Max Chilton was then in the car on Sunday with this fan-producing downforce from this little electric machine. This would become the new record for Max.
You could just sense the anticipation building, the competitive nerves, but the speed past the house was phenomenal. Was it better than what Alex Summers had achieved? Could he get down below 40 seconds, that magical mark, the equivalent of the 4-minute mile?
I loved the response from the crowd as well. That was the roar that they were giving. They couldn't believe the speed that it was going past them. It just sat past them so quickly we could barely see it. And as he came up to the final part of the hill climb and over the line, sure enough, 39.081 seconds to create a new record. It really was a huge, huge achievement. And the relief on Max's face was also immense, because he knew he was under pressure, but he delivered beautifully.
But still to keep your foot in and go flat through that long left sweep and then go into darkness between those straw bales. It was definitely the first time he'd have breathed once he got to the top of the hill. New hill record. Will it be beaten this weekend? Well, time will tell.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
How do you start an iconic movement? Classicism would say it's all about form and craftsmanship, while surrealism would find all of this quite, well, surprising. After all, it's about creating the icon of a new movement. Welcome to Forwardism, the all-electric BMW i7.
Right, now, first of all, going to go up the hill, like, once again, is the Indy Autonomous. So this is the vehicle that will take itself up the hill. The opportunity for us to see this for the second time over these 4 days. So the Indy Autonomous Challenge, of course, was created a couple of years ago to get them racing without people in them, but just all on automatic systems. And we saw it do a decent run up the hill yesterday, I have to say.
Yeah, the car is a modified Indy Lights racer, single-seater, the sort of second level of American racing. But already this car is a record breaker. Hit a speed of 192.2 miles an hour at the Kennedy Space Center, almost rather suitable setting there back in 2022. But that's the big wide open spaces. Here we do not have wide open spaces. We have a tight, narrow course from the moment the car will leave the line with no driver on board all the way to the top of the hill.
Yep, does it all automatically with its assortment of equipment that picks up all the information that needs to be done and then just takes its own way up there. So I can't give you a driver name for this one. There isn't one, for a change. And we will see how it gets on.
So hard to equate. Waiting for the signal. How does it know when it's being told to get started?
That's right, absolutely. But somebody is in control of the system, and it's just a question. The power on it is nothing terribly modern in a way. It's a 4-cylinder turbocharged 2-litre engine, isn't it? And you can hear it as it takes off now. The Indy Autonomous up the hill, and take a look as it comes past, but the driver certainly won't be waving at you because there's no driver on board. So let's see how well it can go.
First corner, tick, negotiated. Second corner coming up, turning right, and then they'll be sweeping past the house. And it's giving a little margin of error towards the grass at the edge, because, of course, we all know, even if it's been dry, you put a racing car on grass, and it doesn't go where you want it to go. But right now, very much the central course. As it comes up the little rise, there's a little crest just before Moulcombe. That has been passed, and this is the corner that even drivers who can see struggle with. Moulcombe.
Yes, sometimes we've seen drivers in trouble hitting the straw bales up on the outside. And then heading up this next little stage as well, always an easy one to make a little mistake, but yeah, it has a bit more of an angle. Makes sure that it keeps well clear of the flint wall.
Yes, cornering actually with a consistent application of the steering wheel, almost going in chunks around this flint wall. But right now, as it works its way out past the trees, of course can't see the trees, but it's reacting to them being there, and the bales around the outside of the circuit, marking like the equivalent of a solid version of the white lines that mark the racing edge of any racing circuit.
And then coming onto the brakes, slowing down as it comes into the final area where it will then be gathered together. So that's fun to watch, isn't it? The Indy Autonomous Challenge machine, the AC24, and we will now be seeing some more cars about to head up the hill with also the drivers on board, and some of them famous drivers, of course, some with plenty of experience of competing in all forms of motorsport. But it was fun to see that do that. I can't give you a time. We're not timing now. So that last section we were enjoying was a timing section, but we're now back into the demonstration part of these cars going up the hill. It's just at the final point of this batch that comes up. We may have a few cars that will be in the shootout, and sometimes they will be given a time, but basically this is about demo time.
Absolutely so, and the driving theme among the many themes here, we're celebrating the centenary of MG, but it's horseless to hybrid. We're looking at the leaps forward of technology that have happened over 125 years or so since those very first cars went out and went racing. In fact, it's over 130 years now, the oldest car, 131 years old, and that's the steam car. And I love the fact that Duncan Pittaway is only the 4th owner in that car. It's 131 years on this planet.
That's amazing. 4th owner, really, of all those years on the planet. That's remarkable that the car has been owned by so few people. Of course, some cars in life get swapped over very, very quickly, and some of us have all had cars that we want to swap off as quickly as we can. Others we hang on to for a long time. Just depends on how life is going. So we'll be seeing a few more of those heading out. We're going for some of the fully electric vehicles, hybrid powertrains, all sorts in the top end of this scale, as we saw, because the McMurtry Spearling is lined up to be doing another run up here, but we're also starting off with some of the advanced electronics and driver assistance systems and paddle shift gearboxes. They were the sort of things that came into play in the 1980s, 1990s, and that is also a part of this batch of cars.
One thing that constantly surprises me, Ben, is when you look back over the history of Formula One, you realise it wasn't that many years ago that paddle shifts did not exist. And the arrival through Ferrari, the semi-automatic gearbox, really started to change things. But in many ways, people used to say that if you had a driver changing gear, there was an opportunity for them to miss one, and that did give a chasing driver a chance to pounce. Momentum lost. Now, of course, it's very, very unlikely that will happen.
Absolutely, yeah. Gear changes are nearly always very, very smoothly done. As you say, that semi-automatic system that Ferrari brought in, initially it didn't work quite as well as they had hoped. They had to delay it a year, didn't they? I think when they first brought it in. John Barnard was a big part of that, wasn't he?
You know, when you have the desire, you have the concept of what surely would be the next quantum leap. You don't always have the technology to make it happen to start that with it. We saw with turbocharging coming into Formula One via Renault in 1977. If you look at their results sheet, it's largely got an R next to it. R, not for Renault, but for retired.
Indeed, I agree. That's absolutely true. And it was the same with those gearbox systems, as you say, when they first came in. But once they'd got it developed, remarkable. I remember also, for example, that we were talking about, you were talking about this earlier, actually, how Formula One is getting to the final part of this current stint in Formula One. We haven't got new rules next year, but the year after, all new rules. I remember when these rules began in 2014. I went to one of the first tests at Jerez in Spain, and there was hardly any running because they could not get the cars to work. They couldn't get the engines fired up. It was the beginning of the hybrid system. And it really was very difficult. But now they are so reliable. It's such a different story.
It's astonishing. We expect every car to finish pretty much every race. So we're getting cars coming off the hill. Toyota Gazoo Racing, Toyota GR have brought an absolutely wonderful toy box of cars. And blasting up. Just look at how dynamic these cars are. You tip the nose in and the tail swings around, but it's so easily controlled. Talk about the nose going down, they're about to scrape the bottom off the spoiler because they're not going for a run, they're going for a spin.
Yeah, I love the way they do this little show of the complete circle spin down outside the Goodwood house, and it's wonderful to watch. Elton Evans, the great British rally driver, is the man doing the job at the moment. So controlled on the front end. Look at that. Just keeping the front end absolutely stable and spinning the rear around in a beautiful way and then heading up the hill.
1.6 litres, 4 cylinders, turbo and hybrid, and driven with exquisite precision by Elton Evans. So up to Moulcombe he comes, out goes the tail, just dusting the edge of the grassy apex of the corner, kissing the grass again on the outside. So still maximum attack, up to the Flintport, into the darkness he goes.
The last couple of years, 2022 and 2023, the Toyota GR Yaris Rally has been the one, but this is the Rally 2, so this is the version that is more there out for the semi-professional drivers, maybe even some amateur drivers who are trying to make their way up into the top level of rallying. This is the Rally 2. That also has the 1.6 litre 4-cylinder turbocharged, but it's not quite up to the same level as the Rally 1 hybrid machines.
Yeah, so not hybrid. Who knows in years to come, maybe 2 or 3 years, that will be hybrid as well. But of course, you put your development in the cars at the very top of the pile. And talking of piles of sand, they're the normal home for the Toyota GR DKR Hilux T1 Plus, to give it its full nomenclature. Described as indestructible by Top Gear. That's a challenge for the drivers, isn't it, Ben?
It is indeed. Dennis Sense is driving it for this one. And this is, of course, a vehicle that's had huge amount of success with Nasser Al Attiyah, who's won multiple world titles, and 3 times Toyota have won the Dakar Rally event. And of course the Dakar Rally is the major part. It's a bit like different events going on, but how Le Mans 24 Hours is the big one to win, and Dakar is the big one to win with this type of machinery.
Yes, and IndyCar racing, of course, it's the Indy 500. But these vehicles have just become more and more extreme. You can look at all the ground clearance, but it's really the super clever suspension that makes the difference. Plus, the sheer level of output from 3.4 litre turbo V6. Toyota right on top of their game in off-road racing.
And that wonderful transition, lots of suspension movement. I love the way that it's all very well controlled, and of course when it's off-road it can do just as amazing things in areas that most cars would just sink, completely sink into the sand or into the dirt, but these things can go anywhere.
Yeah, and it's about having the balance of the cars as well. Right, back to the world of sports cars, celebrating an awful lot of success for Audi under Reinhold Jost's management. In fact, of his 16 wins at Le Mans, a lot have been gathered. This is the R8C, the car that pretty much led towards the Bentley that won just a few years later. And Dindo Capello, he's back out of the Audi Quattro. They prized his fingers away from the steering wheel. He's back in the sort of sports car that he knows so very well.
Yeah, he's had a lot of success, of course, at Le Mans, and a great opportunity to be back out in the Audi R8. This was 1999 with the 3.6-litre V8 turbocharged engine, and Audi really managed to get it together very, very effectively at this level. They only produced 2 R8Cs, but it didn't quite achieve what they had planned to do for Le Mans. What was so experienced was it turned into the Bentley Speed 8, didn't it? It was the same basically structure as the Bentley Speed 8, which did then go on to win.
Yeah, and again, so many cars that you think you know who made them, and then find there was a bit of horse trading. One of the very greatest engine notes, and I adore the looks of this car, the Ferrari 333 FP. Successful both sides of the Atlantic.
This is the Ferrari F40 LM, and Luca Trudi is currently driving it. Ferrari didn't really have a lot of motorsport ambitions at this kind of level when this was created in the early 1990s. But the first F40 element was entered into the IMSA series in the United States in the 1989 period, and they managed to get quite a few of these sold out to competition people in the United States, and it was a big part of Ferrari sort of coming back into that level of competition in the GT category.
Yeah, and John Alesi kept alongside his Formula 1, got into them and won an awful lot of races. The Italian Championship was a very happy hunting ground for the great Roman racer.
Absolutely. I wonder if we're going to see him here this weekend. There is a possibility we might be seeing John Alesi here, but Luca Trudi in the car for this run and taking it fairly carefully, not giving it the full push. But the F40 LM, for many people, was a very key Ferrari of that period. I know a lot of people got very excited about it.
Well, just before they launched the LM, they had the original version, which was just the straight F40. People looked and went, wow, they stripped an awful lot out of this. That means more performance. Now, we're coming up next weekend to the final rounds of the Formula E Championship. Jaguar sitting at the top of the table, and Nick Cassidy is a driver who may, but we don't know yet, take the title. So Formula E, third-generation car at the moment, getting better and better, more and more technology in this all-electric racer.
Yeah, here we go. Nick Cassidy actually in the car, the man who is currently leading the championship in Formula E, and he's giving you a lot of wheel spin. Give him a wave, because Nick Cassidy is potentially the champion this year. He's got 12-point advantage at the moment over his teammate Mitch Evans. The two Jaguars are in great shape. Mind you, Pascal Wehrlein for Porsche is also in that battle, so the event next week in London is going to be a fantastic battle. Nick Cassidy is hoping he's going to be able to take the title. You're watching him right now in the Jaguar I-Type 6 that Jaguar are hoping will take all the points.
Well, they say practice makes perfect. Was that Cassidy practicing his victory donuts for next weekend? But I think that would be a little premature to think like that. But right now, the Kiwi up the hill climb. Again, seat time is good, but this is a totally alien environment to it, because the circuits used by Formula E around the world tend not to have much of an incline. They tend to be on the level, and often street circuits, but again, it's building to a wonderful, wonderful zenith with the Formula E season.
It is, and Formula E's got more and more powerful as it has developed. The dual electric motors have really built up since it began. You remember when Formula E began, they used to have to swap cars in a race because there wasn't enough range in the battery power. Well, that's all changed. And now, of course, we're looking at the car that took the record here. Alex Summers is going to be giving it another run, the McMurtry Spearling, which we saw put in that remarkable 39-second run for Max Chilton. Let's just watch it off the line. It is so rapid. Here we go. I love that build-up of sound that we get every time with it.
And there's a tiny twitch, and then it's suddenly fully applied. And just remember, 0 to 60 in 1.4 seconds. And then, good grief, two corners coming very, very fast indeed. The second negotiated, then blasting past the house. Can't see the house, going way too fast for that. Up over a very slight rise, coming into Moulton. This is a corner so easy to get wrong. You've got to commit before you can see the apex. Round the corner, all that downforce bend, absolutely key.
I'll tell you, our cameramen are doing a fantastic job, because this is so difficult to keep up with as it goes past them, and they're all doing brilliant. Oh, and it's take the camera off.
Yeah, can't wait to see the footage from that. That would be very, very dramatic. But again, you know, you're trying to shave nanoseconds off. This is such an incredibly fast car, the McMurtry Spearling, but that camera is now filming the road surface.
Yeah, so I was talking about our camera people around the hill climb, but it's the little camera on the bottom right that has fallen off, sadly. I'm not surprised because it's in a bit of a difficult position there. So now we're looking at the Audi RS Q e-tron. This is another full electric machine, so you get a similar sound, rather different to the McMurtry.
And you get a lot more tyre roar because you've got great big treaded tyres, and the weight distribution in this, you can't call it a car, it's a vehicle, it's a bolide, it's something made for purpose. Has to carry its 2 spare tyres and a little chance to get the heat into the rubber there with some donuts in front of the house. But this is the car that Carlos Sainz won the Dakar yet again. That was this year, and it's the last year in competition for this particular form of Audi.
It's amazing that Carlos Sainz has won the Dakar in 4 different manufacturers over his career. I mean, he's got his background of 2 World Rally Championship titles as well, and yet he's still competing at this level in the Dakar. And as we saw from him earlier, he'll be out in the 4th. But what he did with this Audi at the early part of this year by winning his 4th time at the Dakar, remarkable. Really good.
Truly extraordinary. You know, you stay with the manufacturer, you can't always be sure they're the one that's going to keep winning. It's a bit like Fangio in the 1950s. He sort of moved between the various manufacturers and had a habit of taking a title with each and every one of them.
So what does that mean, you think, where Max is going next then? Max Verstappen.
Answers on a postcard. Indeed. By the end of the weekend.
Indeed, we shall see. We're going to be seeing Max Verstappen here, of course, part of Red Bull very much at the moment, but will he be there forever and ever? We will wait and find out in the next few years. The Audi comes over the line then. Remarkable machine that has had great success with Carlos Sainz earlier this year.
And sitting at such a lofty perch, Carlos Sainz is one of the few drivers who gets to the top of the hill climb and actually see over the straw bales on either side. A lot of the other drivers sitting down lone field, funneled in the slow-down stretch up towards the little kink into the top paddock. But again, Carlos Sainz, to be honest, I reckon he could do it blind. He's one of those drivers that has the muscle memory, the sense of balance that comes through his feet, his hands, his seats, the pants. And GoPro, go no more. That has been shed on the hill. So just a little close. That will be on the right hand. You've gone right and left past the ball, and it's just going out of the next right-hander where he just kissed the straw on the outside.
Always the risk that can easily be taken. Now this is Gwyndaf Evans going out to say at the Ibiza kit car, heading up the hill, and that's a car that we haven't actually seen put onto the entry list, but this is lovely to see the Seat Ibiza kit car up the hill, and Gwyndaf Evans, of course, with lots of experience.
Yeah, well, I think he just didn't want son Elvin to have all the fun here, so he procured a car from the top of the hill from the rally stage and brought it up. The kit car time in rallying, but again, time moves on. That actually now is starting to look quite dated, but each time you go back through history, you just have to understand what was the technology available at the time, what was the cost level that was available at the time, because we know that in motorsport, the manufacturers, they come and they go. Good times are when they're all there, but other times you just got to keep moving between, and you have to have a competition element that is right for the economic market of the time.
Absolutely right. Seat had been a part of that over the years, and we shall see whether they're going to continue with more of that sort of action. Just had a nice little whistle of a car going past us just a moment ago. I can also mention that, actually interesting, Gary Ailes, I saw him earlier. He's just been going up the hill in McLaren BMW F1 GTR, which is rather fun. He was invited by the owner. There we go, I think, isn't it? That's the one.
Yeah, that's the long-tail version. Of course, Gary raced that in period along other British drivers at the time driving. Those included Chris Goodwin. They had a fantastic run together at Silverstone in the wet. Now, going back from cars that are low to the surface to those that are not, and this is the Ford Raptor that Carlos Sainz Sr. will be driving next year. He's already done a fantastic run in that, and just getting to grips with it. But again, like the Toyota, he sits up high. Look at that ground clearance, Ben.
It is remarkable. Oh. Picking up a bit of the grass there. That wasn't quite the plan, was it?
The bill's in the post.
Well, the Ford Dakar Raptor, this is going to be fascinating to see how it goes in 2025. We're getting some very useful first experience with it, which is all part and parcel of it. And, yeah, it is Carlos who's in it, I believe, at the moment. Great sound from it as well. Fun machine to hear.
Yeah, it's quite a visceral engine note there. Of course, with so many EVs, including the Audi that we saw a short while ago, you get a totally different sporting feeling from that. But looking at the super slow-mo, the nose is going down, the grass is going, oh, there's the evidence.
Yeah, little bit of lock on that side. That was interesting. Of course, easy to lock up one wheel when it's on grass and not the other one when it is on the tarmac. The BMW M Hybrid V8 you're looking at now, the hypercar of the BMW series. Nick Yellerly, who is currently driving it, taking on the World Endurance Championship with the two cars run by Team WRT. They didn't have a great time at Le Mans. Didn't quite work for them this time, but they have got a car that is competitive.
Yeah, but the real key is the fact this is the effective first season of the World Endurance Championship for the BMW crews, whereas Ferrari have already one season in advance, the Porsche likewise. Next year we're getting Aston Martin coming to join. So it takes time to get to the very top, but I tell you what, the margins are really, really tiny. I'm just going to reiterate the point. This year, at the end of the Le Mans 24 Hours, we had 9 cars finishing in the top, in the lead lap. The best before that, since the start of the 21st century, which is just 2, is getting ever more competitive.
And what I like too about the hypercars, with the performance system which is adapted, they can make the cars look as though they belong to the manufacturer, and they certainly do. So David Coulthard is now out in the Panos G-Force Toyota, and this is in tribute to a large extent to Gilles de Ferran, who we are making a contribution to a celebration of. So sadly we lost him at the end of last year. That's going to be taking part tomorrow. But he actually won the Indy 500 for Penske Racing with this vehicle, and of course he had a lot of success in the States. And he and David Coulthard, they were teammates at one point. I remember that in the Vauxhall Lotus days. They were both at Paul Stewart Racing.
In your days, and Gilles actually used to live just around the corner from me, and they were the greatest of mates. I do remember one photo shoot for Autosport. We tried to get them to face up to each other and try and keep a straight face. They could not manage it. They spent all evening just crying with laughter. That was their relationship, and the loss of Gilles is enormous because he touched a lot of people in the sport. A really personable star.
No, and David's going to be a big part of tomorrow as we remember Gilles de Ferran, and I'm really pleased about that because I miss him hugely too. He was a wonderful man, and I raced against him briefly, but I then commentated on him a lot when he was doing Champ Car, and then Rockingham when he won that race. So yeah,
the race that nearly didn't get round the track was weeping, and they kept saying we're going to hold it off. We don't want to speed over with a wet track, but he kept it all together and took that win.
Fun to see the Mercedes out there, isn't it? This is the 2021 AMG F1 W12, and this is putting on a wonderful bit of a display, which is great to see. Of course, Mercedes, superb performance at this level until the last couple of years, and then last week after a long gap. Yes, George Russell had a victory, of course, the week before, but that was a little bit because of what had happened between Max Verstappen and Lando Norris. But last week it was a very genuine win for Lewis Hamilton, for Mercedes again after quite a gap.
Well, it was 2 years in which whatever they did to their design just was not getting them anywhere close to Red Bull. Now they seem to have really got the front end of the car to work aerodynamically. And it's great to have 3, if not 4 manufacturers going for glory in Formula 1. And so suddenly Max Verstappen, having started the year with his tail up, is feeling that the heat is certainly coming up behind him.
So this is the Ferrari 333 FT. Marino Franchitti is in that one, and this was the car that made its debut at Le Mans in 1999. It did actually retire from the race, sadly, but it had more success going on in the Sports Racing World Cup, getting some 3 wins that year with Christian Pescatore and David Terrier. So that had some good time. So we've got some course cars back out on track because we've got to the end of that batch now, and a real wonderful mixture as ever. Good to see some of the top drivers. David Coulthard there, for example, towards the end. Marino Franchitti just bringing up that Ferrari towards the end of that session. And we'll be seeing plenty more of this as we go through the rest of the weekend.
We don't get to see all the cars on the screen. Another name you could add to that mix is Dario Franchitti, who crept past us in one of the NASCARs going up the hill. But through the course of this meeting, we will have all the cars go up the hill on the screens to inform and entertain you.
Absolutely right, yes. We don't always get to see every car because they come up pretty rapidly and you can't see everyone when you're watching it on screen. If you're standing beside the track, of course, if you're one of our Goodwood visitors, then obviously you do get that opportunity, and it's lovely to see so many people here enjoying the day, absorbing the atmosphere. Let's take a little look back at some of the highlights then of that last batch of vehicles that came up the hill, which started with the autonomous machine and that did a decent job. I wonder if every day they're going to make it faster and faster as they learn more and more about it.
Yes, I think what they'll do, they'll sort of change the parameters so it can go closer to the edge of the circuit, which will allow it the quicker racing line. But right now, get everything under control.
We've got this real contrast in that group as well, from vehicles that are very low, high downforce, and built, of course, for circuit speed, up against some of the big four-wheel drive, tall machines that are capable of running on any kind of surface at all. And in between, we've got the sort of modified GTs that were built as road cars, yet also turned into very effective racing cars.
Yes, some periods in which Ferrari was very, very happy indeed to sell cars to customers. Of course, that's what Enzo Ferrari wanted originally, to get his racing to finance his road cars to finance the racing. This way they mixed it together. But the Ferrari F40 LM, a great looking car. Formula E here as well, and unusual to see them doing a donut, but maybe, as I said, it's in preparation for the shootout next weekend in London.
Yeah, but great to see the very latest Formula E car here from Jaguar, which has a very good chance of taking that title next week in London. We've got the most modern electric machinery here. We've been looking at some of the oldest vehicles, as we showed you in the earlier batch. And then, of course, we had a rather fun moment with the camera coming off on the bottom right of the McMurtry Spearling. But as I say, some of the bigger machines that are built for off-road, and don't forget we've got the rally part of this event as well, which is always separate, and you can go up and enjoy that at any time you want on the hill. You can always get a tractor shuttle up to the Forest Rally stage, which is an entertaining part of the event here of the Festival Speed at Goodwood.
Nick, sneaking in a little bit of extra practice before next weekend, hey?
Yeah, exactly. No, it's fantastic to be in Goodwood. Really special to drive up the hill, and obviously coming into a big weekend next weekend.
We're celebrating all types of power here this weekend at Festival Speed, and I mean, this is such an amazing thing now when you think where it's come from in Formula E in 10 years now to these Gen 3 cars. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, completely. I mean, I'm lucky enough to be involved in the last four, but even already in the last four, the development is pretty incredible, and the future, I think, for electric racing in general and future of motorsport is pretty bright.
And what was it like taking this car up the hill?
It was special. I mean, you know, you never really know what to expect. First time in this car, first time up the hill like this, but a lot of fun.
Very important time of the season. You're going into the last rounds leading. I thought you'd be having the weekend off this weekend. Or is this just good to take your mind off things?
No, I tried. It's part of the job. No, I'm joking. Anytime you get the chance to be at Goodwood, I think it's super nice to take it, and yeah, what an atmosphere.
We're loving it. We're really glad you're here, and best of luck next weekend.
Thanks very much. Much appreciated.
Well, I hear there's sabotage afoot.
Sabotage, yes, because I'm doing a timed run. And he's doing it, I think. Because I'm doing a timed run, and I did a really good run, and I'm just on the last one, but the timed run was the one previous, and I didn't realise they weren't doing both.
I think we're going to have to look in at Steward's inquiry.
So rehearsals was for tomorrow, obviously. Steward's inquiry, yes. Do you know them? Do they need...
We can have a word.
Help them with?
Brown paper bags, fine. You caught up with the car in front of you, so you were going pretty quickly, so it'll be good to see how quick you were.
Well, actually, I did that, but I also did it last year in the same car and pushed him across the line because it was raining so much, and he's called Nick, and he's here as well doing the timed runs. So he said, do you remember me? But luckily, he doesn't blame me. But it was raining so bad, and it was so foggy, and I thought, is that a car in front of me? Oh, well, he's going over the line. He wasn't. Anyway, slammed on the brakes, but because it was so wet, I helped him get a quicker time.
Well, yeah, you can give you credit for that. Yes. Foul play aside, you seem to be having fun, and this is a wonderful car.
It's wonderful. It's my husband's car, but I won't say Nick Mason's name because otherwise everybody doesn't think I'm important.
Well, you're driving it, so you're important in my books.
Yeah, thank you. It's the only way I can get attention.
Well, we look forward to you when you actually properly get time tomorrow and see how you do.
Wonderful, and he's playing in Montreux tonight, so I'm representing him here.
Well, you're doing very well.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Thank you very much.
Do you see a very quick word before you go? You're a busy boy. This is the third time I've seen you today.
Yeah, well, this is particularly poignant for me. This is Gilles de Ferran's IndyCar, IRL car, excuse me, from when we won the 500. So family got here in time to be able to see the car go up the hill, which is brilliant. So Anna, Luke and Anna were there. And yeah, look, for me, it's an honour to pay tribute to a great friend and a great champion.
Yes, we've been obviously in our thoughts all weekend, Gilles, and to see this car out there, it must be fantastic driving it.
Look, I can only imagine how scary this would be in an oval, but you know, it's a big unit to be going up the hill. But look, total respect for what they do on that side of the pond.
It's a different game altogether, that, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's I drove Indy the wrong way round in an F1 car, but we only did one part of the oval. That was enough.
Well, I think they're calling you down, but I'll let you get back down the hill, and we'll see you again today.
See you tomorrow.
See you then.
Thank you.
You're built different. Breathing new life into broken. Taking matters into your own hands. Assembling big dreams from the small things. Never stopping until you find the right part at the right price. That's the eBay way.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it. Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
since 2021, Electric Avenue has been the festival's go-to place for innovation in electric cars. And what better man to speak to than Dan McLaren from BP Pulse. Now, Dan, BP Pulse have partnered with Electric Avenue for a few years now. So what presence do they have here and what are they doing in Electric Avenue?
So really, we're here myth-busting more than anything, just breaking and dispelling all some of the mistruths you hear across the industry. So we're talking about charging, what mainly we're involved in, but we're supporting guys with anything to do with the EVs in general. So like today we're showcasing what an EV battery can do. So we've got an EV battery powering our DJ booth, and we know that can do that for 14 days straight. We're only here for 4, but yeah, just trying to break it all down for people.
Yeah. So this can power the DJ booth for 14 days. That's quite a surprising fact, actually.
Yeah.
Has it drawn many crowds in? I've heard the music from afar. The DJ booth has gone down really well.
It's been amazing. I think a lot of people don't believe it really is. They think it's a bit of a gimmick. When they look at it, they go, oh, yeah, no, it actually is. And I mean, and that's the thing. We need to really break it down for people. What these batteries can do in the future for us, these can power our houses for a couple of days. We can. It's such an amazing resource we can use. So I think that's probably the big thing. People just presume that, you know, after a day we charge it again. No. We haven't charged this and we can't charge it, but it will power us for 4 days quite comfortably.
Yeah, well, I think it's definitely doing the job of myth-busting because it's got me. But have you had many people come up to you? Because electric cars do hold some stigma and people do have a lot of questions about it. Are you getting a lot of the visitors come to talk to you guys? Yeah,
we've had quite a few over the last sort of day and a half, 2 days. Mainly it is from what they've heard. There's not enough power on the grid. Hydrogen's coming and all of these sort of things, and to be fair, they're really good conversations. I love the Goodwood crowd because there are lots of people who are just inquisitive and they want to know more. You know, they're fans of motorsport or motor vehicles, and we can just start to give them the real truths around EV and what it can do and what's the capability. There's enough room for lots of different ways we're going to drive in the future, and we're just able to give them the good stuff on EV. Yeah. So what are BP Pulse doing across the country to support electric cars? So our main focus is ultra-fast charging. So chargers that have the ability of charging your car in sub half an hour. So we're building hundreds of hubs across the UK. We're already doing a pretty good job. So far, 70% of mainland UK is within 5 miles of one of our rapid or ultra-rapid chargers. So we've got the largest EV hub in the country, Birmingham NEC. We've got 16 of these Alpatronic chargers in the corner. So we're rolling that out to make sure that we've got the right speed chargers in the right place. So customers don't have to be scared about a long journey. There's a lot of this fear of, well, if I go to Cornwall, what's going to happen? Well, we can sort of reassure them that there's plenty of chargers out there. I think nationally now we've got about 48,000 chargers in the UK. People are fine. You can go to EV. You don't have to worry. It's all there for you.
Yeah. Well, you're reassuring me. So before we go, what would you say is the most common myth or the most common statement that people have come up to you to say?
It's probably range. I think people have a real misconception of how far a mile is. They just sort of think, well, 300 miles isn't that far, or my petrol or diesel car does 600 miles. But you never do 600 miles in a full stint. And 300 miles is sort of 3, 4, 5 hours driving. You're going to want to stop in that time. So I think it's reassuring people that life doesn't have to change with an EV, but it's definitely range is the big question you always get.
Thank you so much for that, Dan. And there's plenty of cars lined up here for people to come and look at. Thank you for speaking to us, and we'll see you around in Electric Avenue.
Thank you.
Grace Webb down there at Future Lab. Definitely a place to check out on your jaunts around Goodwood this afternoon. Getting towards the end of day 2 here at the Festival of Speed. Changing the commentary box as well. My name's Harry Benjamin. Alongside me is James Hayden and Harry Metcalf. And we're getting ready for the next batch for First Glance and road bikes as well. And, oh, James, we've got a good close-up look at a couple of these bikes getting ready at the start line.
Yeah, we just glanced the R20 concept. We're now just looking at, there's a Aprilia there. We're also looking at the great big Triumph, lovely thing. That's the biggest production engine ever in a motorcycle at over 2.4 litres, 180 brake horsepower. And then we got the lovely, that Norton 1 of 1. This is the nod back to the wonderful battle in '92 between Steve Hislop and Carl Fogarty. So it's lovely to see that out there. And then we've looking back, we've got the Triumph Thruxton there, and then behind that we've got this super cool sidecar outfit, the Royal Enfield Super Meteor 650, a real one-off special, all hand-built by the legendary Tokyo-based Cherries company. It's kind of incredible custom Meteor 650, nicknamed the Challenger off the Yokohama Hot Rod and Custom Show. Hand-built bodywork, it's a custom fuel tank, bespoke resin headlight. You can see and kind of that nod back to the 50s as well, with the spoke wheels and that kind of rigid front end, but it's got a very, from the other side, futuristic look. And that number 47 there, that's also a Royal Enfield. That's actually that's come out they did a movie on Netflix called The Kitchen, and it was kind of a special bike that they made for the film itself, and it caught me out on the first day. It's Izzy's ride from that. Then we've got the Aprilia 660 there. So nice to see sort of that out there. We've got some proper superbike riders coming. We've got Lewis Rollo coming at the weekend, so tomorrow and Saturday they'll be coming to ride those bikes up the hill, which should be good.
Certainly will, enough to whet the appetite. Got the DBX 707 there as well, the luxury SUV, the supercar of SUVs. Right behind it is the Lamborghini Urus SE, and then there's a little bit of a gap, but there's more supercars on the way. But Harry, I mean, what a variety of supercars we have in this next batch.
Well, this is going to be the first glance, but already we have the two top SUVs of the moment, really, the Aston Martin DBX and then that Urus SE 800 horsepower. But we've got bikes action about to start by the look of things.
We certainly have, and so this is the 2024 Triumph Rocket 3 GT Storm, and you can hear the sound of that great big engine. As I say, 2,458 cc. The biggest production engine ever put in a motorcycle. So 0 to 60 in 2.7, 225 kilometres an hour top speed. And it's kind of a laid-back cruiser, but with this just great big monster engine. And see the size of the rear tyre on it as well. It's got 170 pounds of torque. And we see it come off. That kind of these twin lights that Triumph have been using for a while. And you can see your feet forward as well, which is not a stance for rapidly round tracks, but it's a great comfortable cruiser, and it'll be effortless with that big torquey engine, and so it's going to be a real animal. So nice to see that sort of coming up, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bolder. This Triumph, it's certainly got a big aggressive look to it. So now we're looking at. Basically, this is the Norton Commando 961 LE. So nice to see that. It's basically based on the Norton Commando 961 CR, but this is a limited edition special to celebrate their 125th anniversary. And the livery takes its design cues really from the old Norton racing bikes, so that's kind of what that is. You can see it's got some really nice components on it, some good yokes, that traditional system, and then this is that really interesting sidecar outfit that Royal Enfield have made, and it's got, when you look at it closely, it really is a work of art. It has been well, I wouldn't really know too much. I like to be
you're
on the other seat.
But
we'll give it a go, and you can tell me. No, I mean, traditionally it was a great mode of transport, and you just cruise around and have some fun. Certainly, you can see it's been very cleverly sort of set up to take the sidecar, and I love that kind of slam look the actual bike itself's got. They're obviously really enjoying it. That looks like the Aprilia RS 660.
Yeah, it is.
So that's coming up. So this is their sort of mid-range, right? They've started a new series in British Superbike this year, actually, called Sports Bike, and this bike is leading the championship in the hands of the young Italian Edoardo Colombi, who it looks really good on it. It's been a great series. It's a lovely sort of mid-range sports bike. It's lightweight, it's not too intimidating, hasn't got too much power, but it's compact and it's sleek, and it's all about that sort of fun riding experience. And I think all of Aprilia's, they're beautifully styled. You can see it's got Öhlins forks, Brembo brakes, Akrapovic exhaust, and a really sort of nice styling, and a very nice sort of mid-range motorcycle.
Well, just a little glimpse from the road bikes, but first glance at the Lamborghini Urus SE screeching the wheels on its way up the hill.
Great to see as well. Yeah, he's really using that power, the 800 horsepower, the hybrid version, and with the battery in the back, you've got this rear weight bias, so they can put more power to the rear wheels, there's more grip, and it just makes it behave like a two-wheel drive car. But anyway, we've got the BMW now on the line, the M4 CS. This is a new version just out, 550 horsepower, four-wheel drive, the ultimate M4.
Yeah, this is the latest special model from BMW M, the M4 CS. It's been going up and down the hill, but this is the first time we get a proper look at it on the big screen. Strong BMW M Motorsport heritage. This is really exciting coupe from BMW. It's already impressed at the Nürburgring, I hear, so it's one to definitely get excited about.
And I just love that they added that yellow tint on this, the daylight running lights. It's to hark back to that French cars they used to have that yellow light. Yeah. It just looks cool, and it's, BMW have added it.
It sounds
for that
great
reason.
as well, doesn't it?
It does sound great. The straight six twin turbo engine, and they can really get the power out of the engine. The tuners actually love this engine because it is so robust, and there's lots of tuning packs on this car, carbon roof, and he's caught the Bentley continuation Speed 6 up. That shows you the
Slam on the brakes.
Yes.
And we'll just have to gently make its way back to the checkered flag, the M4 CS, and it, well, really pushed to the limit on the racetrack and made for the streets. Made for, yes, your everyday road car, the M4 CS powering its way towards the checkered flag. One of the many latest offerings from BMW that they are launching here. We had the XM as well as the new M5 as well. Now we're seeing a big influx of cars from the Genesis in particular. This is the GV60. This is the premium brand of Hyundai.
It is, and as I said earlier, that they have Luc Donckerville looking over their design of their cars now. He came from Lamborghini and from Seat, and you're going to see a really fresh look. I think he's...
It has got a Urus look about it.
Well, he has actually just taken another designer from Lamborghini as well, so the Lamborghini design seems to be heading over that way, and it's just, you can obviously tell it's super powerful. It's 600 odd horsepower, this one, and they're coming at the Western market with these sort of cars. Very exciting to drive. Be very interested to see how they're received and when we get to road test them and how they stand up.
Yeah, that was making its global dynamic debut. And, well, we've got cars from South Korea. We also have cars, and plenty of them, from China. This is the Hongyi EHS7. Now, Hongyi is one of the oldest brands in China, originating from the late 1950s, actually exclusively used to provide cars for high-ranking government officials in China, was revived many years ago now, and kind of trying to come back, especially into the European market, with a range of electric vehicles. This, the EHS7, the SUV, 570-kilometer range, charging speed 20 minutes, super fast charging in this as well. Charging time will take about 38 minutes if it's a little bit cooler, below temperature. So working constantly trying to improve those charging times for electric vehicles.
And they're also trying to grow the range on these cars. So this is what it fights. The smaller engine one of this one is 435 mile range, which is huge, 111 kilowatt hour battery.
Well, to the Lotus Emea, and I think this is the Emea R as well, making its way out. Stuart Croucher at the wheel. Now, this is quite the machine. 0 to 62 in 2.78 seconds. Maximum speed 159 miles per hour.
Yeah, 905 horsepower these put out. There's Electra R and Emea R. So the Emea R is the four-door saloon-esque one. The Electra is the SUV version. But...
bit of smoke as well.
Just looking at that, I wonder what's happened. I think it's from the paddock.
I wonder if someone's done a bit of a donut or indeed something from the paddock. But we'll focus on the Emea R making its way up the hill. Active Aero in this motorsport-inspired grille, diffuser and rear wing as well.
And it's a really fresh design, Lotus have got to reinvent themselves for the modern age, and this is the car they're doing it. They're doing it with Geely money. This is the new look, and I do like the fresh look. You also see it's got cameras for rear view mirrors, wing mirrors, as you can see on that car.
Yeah, seeing that more and more. Using a 800-volt battery technology, it can do London to Newcastle in one charge. Now, celebrating 100 years of MG, its origins in the West to its new beginnings in the East, and this is certainly showcasing some of the future designs from MG. This is the MG MG4 EV X Power at the start line, and ready to be sent up the hill. Fully electric hatchback.
And I think this gets my thumbs up for the design. I think this is a super way of celebrating 100 years of MG. It looks fresh, looks modern. It looks as though you want to buy it, you know.
I've got to agree with you there. I think it's a really lovely modern look.
Screeching away, Daniel Rowbottom, the touring car driver at the wheel, up to 323 miles of electric range. And you know what? It's just so nice to see. We know it's different. We know it's not the same MG that was the origins of it, but it's so nice to see the MG brand, the MG label back on so many cool, exciting cars.
And it's accessible, you know, they've priced them right. So we're seeing MGs on the road. They're one of the most successful manufacturers who've come in. They've established themselves in the UK, and you're seeing MGs on a regular basis.
Couple of Mini Coopers being debuted and shown here at the Festival of Speed as well. This is the Mini Cooper John Cooper Works prototype.
Yes, well, we know it's coming at the end of this year as well, but this is obviously the petrol version. I think hiding behind it is the electric version. This is the one they're making in Oxford, and it will be competing with, well, Golf GTI, that sort of thing too. We expect, they haven't announced figures yet, about 240 horsepower we expect.
Now continuing with showcasing the very best vehicles coming out from China at the moment. This is JQ, new Chinese brand's first plug-in hybrid, that's making its way up the hill. Now this is the JQ7 in quite a promising range that they're delivering. This has a range of 740 miles on a full tank for full and with full battery charge together.
It's an interesting brand, this one, because we're not sure how to differentiate. I spoke to Richard Atwood this morning. He said, I'm driving the petrol version. So I don't know, there's several versions here, but they cannot differentiate from the outside. But they are very good value and coming to the UK very soon.
Polestar showcasing the new Polestar 4 as well. That is being delivered to customers at the moment. That's just made its way up the hill. That's the electric SUV. But this is the Polestar 6 concept. This is a really exciting development from Polestar. They've got the Roadster, the BST on the stand, which you've got to take a close-up look at if you get the chance. But this is what it's based off of, the 6 concept.
And it looks very lively, actually, out on track, this car. And it's great to see that Polestar are delivering a variety of cars now. At one time, it was just the one car we had in the UK. Now look at the range, how quickly it's grown. And if this one comes to market, I think it's going to be really exciting for Polestar.
It's so fascinating now that obviously there was quite a strong link between them and Volvo. That is decreasing. Indeed, Polestar used to be called a different company, and that was the tuning company for Volvo race cars. But now the chief designer of Volvo is now the CEO of Polestar. I mean, what a career move for a start. But there's a lot of carryover and influences in the Swedish designing.
Yeah, every time we come to Goodwood each year, it's incredible the progression when you see their stand and what they've got to show. Oh my goodness, look what we got now. The Cybertruck.
Here we go then. This is the Tesla Cybertruck. This is eye-catching for so many different reasons.
It is, isn't it? We couldn't believe he was actually going to produce it as we saw in concept form, and yet it popped out, and there it is. It's a concept car, and it's in production. It can't come to Europe because it doesn't pass any crash test that the EU demand, and in the US they have a special compensation for trucks because they're so into their utes, etc. So that's why it's not in Europe, not on sale. I can't see it's actually going to make it, but you can private import it, and that's where you see one or two of them in the UK.
Well, if you see them in the UK, you'll know what you're looking at. Now, heading up the hill is the Toyota GR Supra. This is a 3-litre turbocharged 6-cylinder engine, 382 horsepower, making its way up now. So have a look out for that as we get the Audi RS e-tron GT Performance now making its way up the hill.
Yeah, we were discussing this one earlier, and I have to repeat it again because I can't quite believe, as I say, it's a 912 brake horsepower Audi, £150,000 and 2.5 seconds to 60, which matches the Bugatti Veyron, which, you know, who would have thought?
440 kilowatts of power output as well, delivering some of that horsepower. Has a boost mode too, if it's not enough for you.
Yes, for those extra special moments when you want to absolutely terrify your passengers.
Well, there is a passenger inside that Audi as well, I'm sure. Boost mode, head past, so close to the hay bales. Oh, you can just listen to that as it flies its way to the finish.
It's a shame it's not in the shootout, really, but we could see.
I think it would give a lot of cars a run for their money, that Audi heading up the hill.
Now comes one of our favourite cars in this first glance group.
Absolutely.
Have a listen to that as it heads off the line. And you can barely see it for the rally lights making its way up the hill. This is the Chimera Evo 37.
The O37, it's the resto mod that remind us of the beautiful, super successful two-wheel drive Lancia 037 rally car. And this one, 2.1 litre engine, turbocharged and supercharged. And depending on this tune, I don't know if you've spoken to them, but it's between 500 and 550 horsepower, and it only weighs 1,000 kilos. It's flashing past you very quickly.
There is also the Evo 38 as well, I believe. That's based on the Evo 37 that has all-wheel drive and 100 more horsepower, unbelievably.
Right.
But this is the Evo 37.
I'd take both, I wouldn't mind.
I love the fact they kept it with the turbo and the supercharger, just like the original.
Yeah.
As it emerges. And
Absolutely.
The rally lights are just such a flawless design, and you know what you're looking at immediately when you see it from those headlights. And that I think that's your lot from first glance this afternoon. More cars still to come your way between now and the end of the day here at the Goodwood Festival Speed. I hope you're enjoying that if you're out and about here at the festival, or indeed lapping it all up on the live stream. Wherever you're watching in the world, you are very welcome to see the very best and the very beautiful cars and motorsport, past, present and future, that is on offer here at the 31st Goodwood Festival of Speed, as the course car heads up the field to gather the cars at the finish line. On the way, we'll have some more supercars for you to take a look at, a whole range waiting to make their way up the hill. If you didn't catch them earlier, you will get another chance to in just a few moments' time. But let's take a look back at some of the first glance and road bikes we just saw head their way up the hill, and we kick things off with two wheels.
We do indeed, and that was the BMW R20 concept. Now we're looking at the Norton. Lovely to see that, sort of a real homage to its past, and that is the one of one Norton, showing their new customization scheme, and it's the replica of Hislop's '92 winner. Now we're looking at lovely. Did you see that little hand change as well? Hadn't quite clocked that before, so a little hand change on that lovely Royal Enfield outfit. That's the Aprilia 660. Lovely to see that going up the hill. As I say, it's great, doing really well in the British Championship as well.
And then we moved to four wheels, and a first glance at something we wouldn't think was a first glance, but it made its way up the hill, followed by something very, very new indeed, the XM label being launched this weekend by BMW. Followed by the BYD Seal, the Chinese brand which has come in at all levels into the UK market. And we'll see the Yangwang U8 on cue. There it is. That can turn like a tank, full 360 degrees. That's the premium brand of BYD. And very similar to the Grenadier behind it, but also to the Mercedes G-Wagon. The Lotus Emea was back in action as well, with motorsport in style aerodynamics, the cameras, and there is a 360 turn as well, this time being witnessed by the Mercedes G-Wagon. one of the oldest Mercedes brands going.
And if you're wondering how it's doing it, it's 4 electric motors and an individual motor for each wheel, and that's why it can do that really good party trick.
And it really is a party trick, isn't it? And the JQ demonstrating more of China's offering into the UK and the European market with their electric vehicles, and a homage to the past with some of the more modern vehicles being produced. And those were just some of the first glance and road bikes that we have on offer here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. I hope you enjoyed them today. There'll be more across the weekend.
You're built different. Breathing new life into broken. Taking matters into your own hands. Assembling big dreams from the small things. Never stopping until you find right part at the right price. That's the eBay way.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the
pros.
To hear them start and then
every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars.
You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Well, I've come down to Elegance par excellence. This is the Cartier lawn, and this is one of the most stunning places to be at the Festival of Speed. I'm joined by Jonathan right now, who has brought several cars down to this lawn, to the competition that's going on this weekend, where they will be judged. There'll be a winner in each class, and then there will be one overall Style a Lux winner this weekend. So, which cars have you brought to this?
So, this is a 1912 Silver Ghost, which we brought down.
Welcome back. Apologies for that. A few sound and technical difficulties on that. We will hopefully get back to Rachel Brooks at the Cartier lawn. Certainly something to take a look at if you are wandering around the Festival of Speed this afternoon. Now, we did see some umbrellas go up from our commentary box, but they've been put down again. So I am hoping that it is not raining, but we are undercover here at the moment. Harry Benjamin and Harry Metcalf still with you, and we are gearing up for some more supercar runs up the hill. They're just gearing up, though. They're just actually taking the first glance cars back down the hill, so we'll get ready for some supercars soon. And Harry, I mean, you are almost, I mean, you're Mr. Automotive, but you are Mr. Supercar, really.
I'm not sure about that.
If you could take one home with you today, supercar that we've seen,
what
would
we've
it be?
seen? I'm taking the Gordon Murray T33, which isn't quite ready, but I suppose I'll do with the T50.
Oh, you'll settle.
Yeah, I would.
But well, at least there's some options for you.
Yeah.
Well, there is so much on offer here. Do make sure you get to have a look around the supercar paddock. Nowhere else, really. You can get so up close and personal to these cars, and everybody's more than willing to tell you about them. Those there from the brands and manufacturers are so happy to give you information on these cars.
Yeah, what's going to be interesting is also a new supercar, hypercar, being born today, which was in the... sorry.
And we'll come back to that supercar chat as well as we keep moving. And lots of action on offer still. So we're gearing up for the supercars to head up the hill here at the Festival of Speed. But of course, that's not the only action we can see on the hill climb. There's lots of rally action going up on at the Forest Rally stage. So let's take a look at the rally action so far from today.
Under cloudy skies then this afternoon, we have been motoring through.
Wheel in the dirt right from the off there for Ben Mellors as he went off the line, careering off the line, it has to be said. Oh, and the Subaru then, the Kankanen Juha Repo Subaru clouting the bales there.
Yeah, salmon roll catching out the drivers this morning and this afternoon as well. No one seems to have escaped the problems of that slippy corner.
Group A, Audi Quattro 200 there, and this was Mark Higgins in the ex-Colin McRae Ford Focus. You will see that Mark is struggling to get stopped, and of course our intrepid co-commentator Tony Johnning pointed out that risky area earlier today.
Same mistake in the morning, same mistake in the afternoon for the Fiat 131. And then we had Max McRae behind the wheel of the Subaru Legacy. The Iron Dames on good form this afternoon ahead of this epic shootout, which we're all looking forward to on Friday afternoon.
Yeah, great job from the Iron Dames and their teammates fresh from success in Imola and the 4-hour race. Iron Dames also third and podium at Le Mans this year. And there's Max McRae, who won in Hungary in the Junior European Rally Championship in March of this year.
Yeah, his first ERC Junior win under his belt. It was quite special to watch. We've seen a plethora of fantastic cars today and mistakes, as you can see here on the Delta Donut from the Audi.
That was Peter van der Putten. You see, I missed some of those because I was out and about with the camera, but they gave that quite a thump, didn't he?
A roar from the spectators and a roar from the engines here on the Forest Rally stage as Hayden Pan flings the Hyundai WRC through the start segment.
That little boy thinks he's driving as well, flicking the wheel around. Brilliant.
Hey, he could be a star of the future. You never know. You've seen him first here on the coverage of the Goodwood stage.
That was Mark Higgins, and this time climbing up the bank in the very precious Fiat 131. And then this was the Evo 6 with Tommy Mackinnon's name on the side of it. Lepty car. Then we had the Audi Quattro. This Quattro specially built Dakar cars, the two of them here. Great to watch. Chris Dakin, former chief engineer at the RAF, going on in his Subaru.
We've seen plenty of action. There's plenty more to follow this afternoon. It has been a brilliant run so far, and the shootout is next for everyone's delectation here at Goodwood. Let's take a look at the results from this afternoon so far. Hayden Padden has been the man with the fastest time on the board of 2:28. James Williams in the Rally 2 Hyundai, 2:32.6. Ollie Mellors in the Proton R5 was a 2:39.9. Sarah Rameau, one of the Iron Dames, 2:42.7 in that Ford Fiesta Rally 2. Then Roger Duckworth in the Subaru Impreza S6 is a 2:45.3. Callum Graffin in the Fiesta R5, 2:47.8. Then we've got Max McRae, 7th. Jason Lepley, 8th. Callum McLeod, 9th. And John Saunders in the MG Metro 6R4 completes the top 10 for us.
So many brilliant events that Goodwood puts on every year. Of course, the members meeting, the Festival of Speed, Revival later on in the year, and I need to get to Goodwood. That sold it to me right there. Welcome back to the Festival of Speed. We are waiting for supercars, batch 6 to head up the hill. The likes of Aston Martin, Bugatti. We've also got Ferrari, a huge contingent of those, Gordon Murray's automotive cars, and Maserati, amongst a few that we are paying homage to. That is all coming up in just a few moments' time. But right now, we can have a little look back at some brilliant action up in the skies, courtesy of the Red Arrows.
Goodwood Festival of Speed, it's the Red Arrows! It's great to be here at Goodwood Festival of Speed as we arrive in our world-famous Diamond 9 formation, trailing our famous red, white and blue. Arriving in our Diamond 9 for our 60th anniversary in 2024, bringing the team around to the left is squad leader John Bond. He's Red 1, our new team leader for 2024. The team now come around to our left-hand side with Reds 8 and 9 and trail for one of the most popular, if not the most popular manoeuvre that we fly. Get your cameras ready for the colourful, the dynamic, it's Tornado! Reds 8 and 9 roll around the rest of the formation, watching for the colour change as Red 1 brings the team down the line. The Red Arrows were formed in 1964 and our first display was in 1965. We were actually formed from 3 different display teams. We had the Red Pelicans, the Black Arrows and the Yellow Jacks. We took the red from the Red Pelicans, the arrows from the Black Arrows to give us our name, and we took the aircraft from the Yellow Jacks. The team flew the night right the way up until 1980 when we took control of the Hawk T-Mark 1. That's the aircraft that we still fly today. The Hawk itself is actually 50 years old this year. And a lot of the pilots that have flown it in the past over those 50 years attribute to her to a very small, agile sports car, an extremely fun aircraft to fly, and perfect for the job of the Red Arrows. Look directly to your front, over the bridges and over the trees. You've got Hannah running in, reds 8 and 9, rolling red and blue for the Hannah break. Red 7 and 8 off to the left-hand side, red 6 and 9 off to the right-hand side. Coming in from the left-hand side at over 450 miles per hour is red 9, Flight Lieutenant Patrick Kershaw, known as Paddy. Paddy is in his third and final year on the team. He's a former Tornado GR4 pilot, a former Typhoon pilot, as he lines up with Enid in the distance for the Goose. And you see red 9 climbing up, streaming his red, white and blue, as Enid also stream our world famous red, white and blue off to our left-hand side. Once again, they'll dive down to only about 200, 300 feet. They'll be looking to pass each other in the middle at only 30 metres. That's 100 feet at a closing speed of over 800 miles per hour. They'll go unsighted at the very last minute in a manoeuvre called the opposition barrel rolls. As the synchro pair leave, look to your right-hand side. On the 45, you see Enid running back in with a white smoke in trail. The colour comes on. 4 and 5 perform a roll back to create the hood of the Cobra in a manoeuvre we like to call the Serpent. Once again, Enid trailing our famous red, white and blue. That red, white and blue is only capable due to the smoke pod, which is the small tank under the belly of the aeroplane. As I said earlier, 2024.
How brilliant was that earlier in the day from the Red Arrows. But the Duke of Richmond joining us on the hill once again, and we are being treated to a rather delightful Mercedes as it gets ready to take the start line. And we'll head up the hill to kick-start this next batch, which we are expecting to be supercars. And just heading his way up the hill shortly, getting ready on the start line. Mercedes-Benz Classic, of course. Mercedes-Benz celebrating 130 years of motorsport here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and the Duke of Richmond putting on a brilliant display once again this year. Of course, it was that Paris to Rouen race back in 1894 which marked the birth of motor racing, and well, the elaborately restored original Mercedes Targa Florio racing car of 1924 here as well, trying to pay homage to the early days of Mercedes with a strong presence from Mercedes AMG. If you have a look at the Mercedes stand here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, you'll find the W25. That's the first Mercedes-Benz Silver Arrow that debuted at the 1934 Eiffel race. The W196R from 1954 and the 1955. That's the Mercedes F1 car where they won their championships with Juan Manuel Fangio. There's the Express Racing Car Transporter, which is epic. The C11 Group C car from 1990, 730 horsepower, and that the CLK LMGT racing car from 1998, which won all the FIA GT championship races in which it competed in. And the SLS AMG GT3 from 2012 is here as well. 1, 2, 3 in the 2012 Dubai 24-hour race. But kicking things off for us with the supercar batch, the Duke of Richmond in the passenger seat in the Mercedes-Benz 2-litre Targa Florio racing car, restored from 1924 and looking absolutely resplendid up there, heading up the hill. And what a treat as well to get that kind of opportunity to restore such a fantastic car, but also to get a close-up look at it. Celebrating 130 years of Mercedes motorsport. And this, the Mercedes-Benz 2-litre, taken to that epic race at the Targa Florio. Past the Flint Wall, where this car took victory all those years ago. On that 27th of April 1924, Mercedes winning the prestigious Targa Florio in Sicily, clinched a triple class victory as part of that sensational triumph. The racing cars were painted red to avoid any possible obstructions from the Italian fans, of course, dedicated to their scarlet red Ferraris. Mercedes then painting their cars in red, of course known as the Silver Arrows. This not like silver. Christian Werner drove that supercharged 2-litre racing car on a narrow, winding, demanding road, and after 8 hours, 17 minutes and 3 seconds, he crossed the finish line in first place. And now, well, 130 years later, Mercedes-Benz Classic presenting this original vehicle from that time, being restored to the highest standard of authenticity. Paintwork is also as it was back in 1924, right down to the brush marks left by hand painting it. As we get back to modern day with some supercars.
Yes, indeed, and a proper supercar kick us all off. And here is the Pagani Huayra. Oh, glorious car. The Huayra was always a twin-turbo V12 in it, and then he said, you know what, if we do a track-only version of the Huayra, and we call it the Art, we can tote the turbos off and just let the engine scream, and you can hear this car is the best sounding car you could ever wish for.
The Pagani Huayra Art track car developed without any rule constraints, with one exception: safety, inspired by the timeless charm of Le Mans cars and the World Sports Car Championship of the 1960s and 70s, and you can really see that echoed in the design.
Yeah, and I spoke to the owner of this car. I said, why did he buy this car? And he said, just the noise it made. I just had to own it.
Well, from Pagani to Ferrari, as we get a look at this 296 GTS.
Yeah, and the GTS stands, this is the convertible version. It's a hardtop, folding hardtop, 296 V6, and it's hybrid car.
Yeah, there is a plug-in electric motor, isn't there?
Yeah, and it just flies, and we're all worried when it went to V6. You shouldn't be worried, it still sings like you expect Ferrari. And now we've got the Ferrari 812 Competizione Aperta convertible again, and very limited car, and people are paying a huge amount of money to own that car.
Yeah, 830 horsepower in that. And this, the Ferrari Daytona SP3 rear-wheel V8. Ferrari Daytona SP3, Pat Blakeney at the wheel, and this again another beautiful design from Ferrari
again. And this is the one, these are the special versions. They are production, but you have to be right up the list or even be offered to buy one of these cars. I think this one is the one the roof comes off. Duff's looking at that panel on it, and it's attached at the moment. But it was based on the Ferrari 812, and it's 8 incredible racing cars from Le Mans, the GT series from the 70s.
Yeah, this inspired by that 1967 Daytona 24-hour Ferrari, paying homage. And we see that more and more in today's designs from these top manufacturers.
I just love this. There's no reason to produce it just because they can and people want to buy them, and they're very special cars.
Across the line, looking rather quick as it takes the checkered flag at the finish line to a hypercar. Where do you sit on the supercar ladder? Are you, I don't know what's on the bottom end of a supercar ladder, but the top end certainly seems like it's a hypercar, and that is one of them, the McLaren Solus GT. Rob Bell at the wheel. This took the win at the hill climb last year, and a single-seater, central seating position, and it's a powerful beast.
I think it's amazing that they actually produced this car, because we got used to McLaren just using the twin-turbo V8, and then they came up with the Solus GT, and it's a V10 Judd engine, normally aspirating 840 horsepower, and just sounds fantastic.
Blink and you'll miss it. Developed by two-time Formula 1 world champion Mika Hakkinen. Indeed, his name, Mika, is emblazoned on the headrest of the seat. And, well, he's not the only Formula 1 champion that wants to have that imprint on cars. This is the Aston Martin Valiant, the most extreme front-engine car ever, and it has been designed with Fernando Alonso in mind. In fact, it's basically Fernando Alonso's wish list of things he wants on a car.
Where they do, the production version is the Valor. He went along and said, could we turn it into a track car? Could I have one? And they tell me it's his track car. I'm just seeing who's actually driving. He did drive it earlier up the hill. He was just finding his way around the hill. It's Rob Gray driving this car. But, yeah, 230 horsepower. And the main thing about this car, it has a 6-speed manual. So, yeah, that was the whole point of it. You'll notice the Valor has 3 exhausts and the Valiant has 4.
Well, that making its way up through the checkered flag now as we get more Ferraris on option. This is the Ferrari SP8, a one-off series for Ferrari.
Indeed it is, and this is right at the top of the list where you actually commission a one-off Ferrari. They will not make any other car that looks like this. The base car was the Ferrari F8, and this car I know is heading to the Far East, so this will probably be the last time you'll ever see it in the UK. Glimpse it, because you'll never see it again. Just stunning.
Yeah, that Ferrari 3.9 litre twin-turbo V8 as we go from Ferrari to McLaren, and it's the McLaren GTS.
Yeah, and this is their GT car, and the S is their latest version of it, slightly higher horsepower. And actually, this is, at the moment, the car that starts in the range. This is the lowest rung to get into McLaren, and a highly usable McLaren. And I really like them. They've got a giant hatch on them, and you've got a huge lovely space. Completely different with this car, though. The McLaren Senna, Bruno Senna at the wheel of this car, and they just see how light they could make their car, and also added extra horsepower. I think it's just over 800 horsepower, this, and 1350 kilos. And with active area, you'll see the wing moving as it goes up the hill.
Yeah, just over 1,100 kilos. This, that adjustable rear wing, lightweight design as well for the McLaren Senna. And then there is the McLaren P1.
Yeah, this just the first sort of hybrid supercar. It came out along with LaFerrari, and this one I've been lucky enough to do a Nürburgring with in this car, and it was extraordinary. The turbo boost, and it's one of the noisiest wastegate turbo, huffing away and so quick around the Nürburgring. It's a 6-minute something. They didn't declare a time, and it, again, super active air. It goes into track mode. I don't think this is in track mode. The wing goes actually higher, and it sits down. It's got the suspension will settle and go even lower to the ground.
Yeah, this is really one of the first high-performance sports cars with hybrid technology invested in it as well.
Oh my goodness, look what we've got on the line now.
We go from a little bit of hybrid technology to fan power, that huge fan at the back of that McMurtry, and
I've not been through that before.
Get a bit of heat into the tyres. Max Chilton, the former Formula 1 driver, at the wheel of this. This is the Spearling Pure. This is the follow-up, the track-only evolution to the McMurtry, which took and has the lap record for the hill climb 2 years ago in the hands of Max Chilton, and it is that fan that sucks up everything underneath it, spurts it out of the back. Why you see it lift up so much dust and bits and bobs, but it is planted through the corners.
You can barely talk about this guy as he gets up the hill so fast, but that downforce, it weighs 1,000 kilos, and it generates a further 2 tons of downforce from that fan.
That was quick. And that is here along with the record-holding McMurtry as well, which you can see in the near the assembly area, and also the McMurtry Spearling Pure, which you just saw on your screens, is available to view in the Supercars paddock as well, which you can absolutely get yourself lost in. I would recommend it. Perhaps a little bit of an issue there for the Mustang.
I'm not sure. Let's just
sing off.
Yeah, this is the thing of the DLS Turbo, and this is the high horsepower, the 700 horsepower version. You can tell it's that version because it has the higher wing on it, and it's just more dramatic. There's 2 singers here today. Marina Franchetti, who's part of the development team, one of the main drivers for the Singer these days, and giving feedback and developing these cars behind the scenes. And they're amazing how far they've come. The beautiful car to look at, and the detail is stunning.
Yeah, good driver to have at the wheel. Marino Franchitti, two-time British GT champion, two-time Sebring 12-hour winner as well. Now this is rather unique. Zagato La Squadra AGTZ twin tail.
Yes, I was given a demonstration of this car, and this is the long tail version. That rear of that car you can bolt on and off if should you want to, but there was back in the 70s there was an LPA 110 that raced at Le Mans in long tail and short tail form. This was a very enterprising Polish dealer, supercar dealer, Squadra, and they commissioned this car with Zagato, and they're going to create 19 of them, as I understand it. When I spoke to them, they'd already sold 10 of them, 650,000 euros a pop.
And the passenger absolutely loving life in the passenger seat. Indeed, the Lamborghini behind has caught up the Revolto just behind it.
It has got quite a lot more horsepower. The Revolto is just on 1,000 horsepower. The new Lamborghini sold out to 2026. They were telling me it's proved incredibly popular because it keeps the normally aspirated V12, the little very clever hybrid system, tiny battery, only 3.8 kilowatt battery, and now we have the hybrid new Porsche 911, the GTS. This is first time in the UK, and it has a hybrid system on its smallish battery. But what's really clever on this is twin turbo, but the turbos don't have a wastegate. As you take your foot off the accelerator, they actually have an electric motor, and they generate electricity that feed the battery as the turbos spin down. So there's so much tech on these modern cars. New take, super quick, because it infills the turbo boost with electric boost and harvests electric from the turbos.
Yeah, Porsche with a full-on display here. This is the Porsche Taycan Turbo GT, 0 to 62 in 4.8 seconds, 3.8 kilowatt max power, 143 miles per hour top speed, 510 mile range.
The Turbo GT, though, is the super quick 900 horsepower version of the Taycan. They come in various flavours. This is the top one, as I understand it, and it's done incredible time around the North. I've just set a new record for electric cars.
And look at this. That design immediately harks back to the good old days and the Marlboro-infused livery. Exactly. This is the Lanzanti,
the Porsche 935. So Porsche produced these 935 track-only cars to celebrate the infamous 935 race car from the past. Lanzanti, a very enterprising company, took it. A customer asked, "Can you turn it into a road car?" And we said, "Yeah, well, we think we can." And this is one of the two that have been converted to road use. Hardly looks like a road car to me. Apparently, it's fully now legal to drive on the road and going up the hill very quickly.
You would definitely know if you've come across that on the M25. 77 of those. And now this from Bugatti is something out of this world.
Unbelievable, this car. Yeah, they thought, how light could we make a Bugatti reliable? This car, they stripped nearly half a tonne out of a Bugatti. It's still 1,600 horsepower. Andy Wallace at the wheel, who's the development driver for Bugatti. Just glorious to see.
That Bugatti as well, the last car from there with the 8-litre W16 turbo charged engine. So that is something to behold. As we have the Koenigsegg Jesko Absolute now heading its way up the hill.
There's two versions of Jesko. There's Jesko Attack and Jesko Absolute. As I understand, this is the Absolute, and that means it has a higher top speed. Yes, because it's super slippery and huge horsepower from this. 1280 horsepower on pump fuel, or 1600 horsepower on E85 fuel, which they use in Scandinavia.
Making its way up the hill next. This is, you don't see many of these. Single-seater central seating position. The Singer 21C, Chris Ward at the wheel of this.
Fascinating car, this. I didn't realise it has 3 electric motors and V8. It's done in America, 950 horsepower from the engine, 11,000 RPM, and a total of 1250 horsepower with electric motors and 1250 kilos in weight, and just a small battery on it. Super quick. Incredible technology. I'm dying to have a closer look at this car.
I think I said a single-seater. I think it's just a central seating position, because there is a car in the back. So I take my words back on that one. It's a hybrid sports car, and that wing on the back developed by 3D printing. They can do anything these days, and they 80 units of that being sold to customers. As next up, heading its way from the start line, we get a glimpse of the C50S Nicky Lauda XP2 from Gordon Murray.
And Darrow Franchitti at the wheel. And this one is a track-only special, so this has the greatest sound of all the Gordon Murray automotive because it's free exhaust. And you can just hear it sing up to its 12,000 RPM rev limit just going up the hill.
Adjustable aero on this rear-mounted delta wing inspired by the front wing of the 1983 Brabham, the BT, the BT52 F1 car.
With the fan at the back of it. Yeah. It's very clever technology, as you'd expect from Gordon Murray. Now, we've seen a number of these Maserati MC20s today. There's, I think, 3 versions. Blue Victory, this one. That was their race car. They did a Corsa version in this colour. And they've got the MC12 livery with the white and blue as well going up the hill. And this one, obviously, is the Spider. Well, there you go. There's the MC12 coloured scheme on an MC20, which is their new carbon fibre supercar that Maserati entered the market with a couple of years ago. V6 on its 620 horsepower, but all carbon construction.
Yeah, celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Maserati MC12, unlike any other Maserati ever, with that V12 Ferrari-derived engine, a race car and a road car, of course, heavily related to that Ferrari Enzo. This coming up now is the MC20 Legenda, and we also have the Icona as well out on the hill climb.
A very distinctive colour scheme, you have to say.
The baby blue emblazoned on the top and the front of the Maserati, and only 20 of each of those, the 20 of the Legenda, 20 of the Icona individually available as it makes its way up the hill. Maserati.
And the sun is coming out as well, which is very kind of it.
Where's that been all day? Just as we're getting towards the end. Still plenty to come, of course, here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. We're currently watching the supercars, Batch 6, making their way up the hill, but we will keep things going. We also have the celebration of all things Drift Just, Nicky Lauda, still to come, and the 130-year celebration of Mercedes-Benz, which was teased with us a little earlier with the Duke of Richmond heading up the hill in that beautiful Mercedes from 1929. Well, still some supercars heading up the hill, but now the course cars making their way round. So let's take a look back then at all things supercar here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. We didn't start off with a supercar, but certainly an iconic car, the Mercedes-Benz Targa Florio, celebrating and paying homage to that 1929 victory at that sensational race. Painted maroon red, so it didn't get interrupted or have any obstacles in its way from the Ferrari fans. And that kicked things off for us as we headed straight into the Mean Machines.
Yeah, and the wire, as that sang up the hill, I just love the sound of that engine. It's something else.
And it wasn't the only thing heading up the hill climb. The Lotus Evija,
2,000 horsepower of electric power from Lotus, mid-engine battery, try and give it the weight distribution, and then the Ferrari 812 Competizione Aperta, a very special car they've just come out with.
Ferrari with a huge onslaught of cars this Goodwood Festival of Speed, with some limited edition series cars as well.
Yes, we've got Daytona SP3 there. And then we turn to McLaren and the Opus, the V10 engine, Judd engine car we saw go up the hill earlier.
Yeah, that McLaren Solus GT, the hypercar, which took the hill climb win last year. More Ferraris to feast your eyes on as well. And the drivers certainly enjoying their time out there. But it wasn't Ferrari, the only brand showing off their supercars. McLaren were here with pretty much their entire range almost, with the McLaren P1.
It's great to see the P1. Yeah, we've seen a number of P1s this year, and then the McNulty, what a car that is. Every time you see it, you're just shocked as you see it whiz past. 1,000 horsepower. And
McMurtry, as you say, heading up the hill. Singer here with their reimagined Porsches. David Riemenschilder, yeah. And making its way up the hill, along with Bugatti, and celebrating all things Bugatti in that absolutely splendid car. That was the supercar action, but we can now catch up with David Green, who is with His Grace.
Your Grace, it looks a little cosy in there.
Yeah, no, it's great, isn't it? Pretty tight. I mean, can you imagine doing the Targa Florio in this 100 years ago, flat out in those Sicilian roads? It's absolutely terrifying.
We say that a lot about these endurance races. It's just incredible, isn't it, what these guys...
Skipping up the road here, I mean, what that must have been like for hours and hours and hours around those roads.
How was it for a minute?
Yeah, it was good. It was good. And, of course, it was painted red so that the crowd didn't throw things at it, because it looked like a Ferrari then.
I saw you punch the air as you came over the finish line.
I thought Mark's did a great run. I thought we deserved 100 years after Targa Florio. Car specially built to be here. It was a bit of an exciting moment.
Well, it's a wonderful car. Just on the festival, second day in, how are you feeling?
Better than I was yesterday, so that's good. First day is always difficult. Had a difficult, bit of a difficult build-up in the wet and everything, but no, good. It's been a great day, and hopefully everyone's having a fabulous time.
Well, it's stayed dry. We're all enjoying it, and it's good fun here at the top paddock.
Good. No, great to be here.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Max, not quite record-breaking, but you didn't look like you were hanging around there.
Yeah, no, we absolutely weren't hanging about. It's absolutely great to have the McMurtry Spearling Pure, this is our pre-production customer car. This is a quicker car on the whole. Probably up the hill climb, it's maybe a bit slower than our record car because it's a bigger battery geared to a higher top speed to slower on the acceleration. But this one's a lot more polished product to drive. It's fantastic, and customers next year are going to be receiving their car very similar to this.
So for the layman, you had the record-breaking car, obviously, a couple of years ago. Now the Pure is more like, let's call it the production version?
Exactly that. This isn't the production, but it's a lot closer. So this has got wider Michelin LMP2 tyres, which have these lovely flared arches and cutaways. So it's a more attractive, slightly wider stanced car. The record car is very much a point-and-squirt A to B car, which is fantastic coming up the hill. This is probably a little bit more enjoyable. The hill climb car's on a hill climb tyre which comes in straight away. This is an LMP2 tyre, which probably needs a bit more time. But it's a pleasure to be here. It's so amazing to be with McMurtry for the third year, a place we now call home. I mean, I've always been coming here since I was a small kid, and to come back here and have the record and everyone love the car is fantastic.
You haven't got a wedding to nip off to tomorrow, have you?
No, I haven't, but I'm actually racing my Cortina at the Revival in September, and I've typically got a family wedding on the Saturday, so I'm going to be driving in the owner's race on the Sunday.
You always like to make it difficult for yourself.
I do, but I will do anything to get to Goodwood because we're all here, we're all smiling. It's the best place on the planet to be here today.
Well, we'll be looking out for you on Sunday morning at Revival.
Thank you so much.
broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
So we're getting into the final stages of day 2 of the Festival of Speed here at Goodwood, and wonderful to have so many of you with us still, or whether you're watching us online. We're enjoying a real mix of machinery and, of course, celebrating some of the superstars of motorsport, whether it's on 2 wheels, 3 wheels, 4 wheels. One of the great stars, of course, that so many of us, he meant a lot to, Niki Lauda. And he passed away 5 years ago, 50 years since his first Grand Prix win in 1974. So this weekend, we are very much in remembrance of Niki Lauda.
Words like icon and legend are overused, but in the case of Andreas and Nicholas Lauda, they barely scratched the surface of a life so extraordinary it literally became a Hollywood film. The simple facts: 25 Grand Prix wins, 24 pole positions and 3 World Championships only tell a fraction of the story. Born into a wealthy Viennese family, Niki was initially dismissed as a lowly pay driver. The dreadful March 721X nearly finished his Formula One career before it had begun. But glimpses of speed with BRM were enough to attract the attention of Enzo Ferrari. In his first 2.5 years with Ferrari, he was comfortably the fastest driver in the world, claiming 21 pole positions, 12 Grand Prix wins, and the 1975 World Championship. Midway through 1976, with the best car and a massive points lead, he seemed on course for back-to-back championships. But then came the fiery crash at the Nürburgring, which would have defined most drivers' lives, but for Niki was little more than a subplot. Returning to the cockpit just 6 weeks after receiving his last rites, he was a different driver. No longer reliant on outright speed, instead he applied his considerable intellect, well-honed development skills and astute racecraft to become the ultimate driver. It's a measure of this change of approach that he scored more race wins and championships after the accident than before. Despite sacrificing his championship chances in 1976 by parking in the rain of Fuji because, as he put it, my life is more important than another world championship, he duly took a second title in 1977 but walked away from Ferrari before the end of the season. He joined Bernie Ecclestone at Brabham, but during practice for the 1979 Canadian Grand Prix decided he was bored with driving around in circles and abruptly turned his back on the sport. After 2 seasons away, he returned with McLaren in 1982 and was immediately back to his best.
And as I've not driven for 2 years, my personal challenge is to see where I would end up coming back into motor racing, and that's what I'm going to do.
Having developed the new TAG Porsche turbo engine through 1983, he knew he would have a shot at the title in 84. Although new teammate Alan Prost was faster, Niki's greater consistency and superior racecraft won the day by a mere half point. Through his final season in 1985, despite poor reliability, still there were glimpses of speed. He led his home race in Austria until engine failure and was on course for a fairy tale victory in his last Grand Prix in Australia, only for a brake issue to pitch him into the wall. He beat Prost in a straight fight at Zandvoort, with new sensation Ayrton Senna third, proving that even aged 36, Niki could still show the way to the younger generation. Following his retirement from racing, he had spells in team management before, in 2012, finding a new spiritual home at Mercedes. Niki played an integral role in their period of unprecedented success, including their recruitment of Lewis Hamilton. Right to the end, he was straight-talking and always had the courage of his convictions. When he passed away in 2019, the sense of loss was palpable. He was a force of nature, not just a legend or an icon, but truly a colossus of motorsport.
some lovely images and remembrance of Niki Lauda, and we're going to be seeing some of the cars representing Lauda's career. We'll be coming up the hill with the final batch that we've got coming up in just a few moments' time. In the meantime, plenty of stuff going on here at Goodwood, and charity is always a part of it as well. And Grace caught up earlier with Vanessa Ruck of Charity Air Plus One.
Just outside the ballroom paddock, there's a variety of stalls that visitors can go and see, and I've actually bumped into Vanessa Ruck, who is an absolute superstar, who's with the Two Wheels for Life stand. So, Vanessa, I feel like I need to ask you first. You're here at the stand. Tell us a bit about what Two Wheels for Life is and why you're here.
So they are the official charity partner for the festival, and they are an incredible charity doing things that motorsport addicts are going to love. Effectively, it's the mobilisation of healthcare across rural places in Africa. And in the UK, we're so used to being able to pick up the phone, call an ambulance, go down a tarmac road in a beautiful vehicle. But in places in rural Africa, you've got roads that are like an enduro track. And so the mobility of healthcare on motorbikes and cars is literally saving lives. So as a motorbike and car addict, it's a charity that's just sings everything that I'd love to support.
Yeah, something that you're really passionate about.
Yeah.
And like you say, you're a car enthusiast and a bike enthusiast, and you've had quite a few adventures recently. So tell us a bit about those, because I'm aware you did the Africa Eco Race and you've also been rallying in your car. Talk us through some of your adventures that you've had recently.
Yeah, so N+1 when it comes to motorcycles and cars, just so you know, they breed. I started on motorcycles. I had a little bit of a strange introduction to motorcycles because I actually got hit by a car in 2014, life-changing, 7-year recovery, 7 surgeries, and I now have a reconstructed shoulder and hip and live and manage chronic pain. Now, through the mental health journey, I discovered motorbikes, and as a lot of bikers will understand, there is a massive mental uplift that motorbikes bring. But it escalated a little bit and it turned a little bit more extreme, got me into the racing, and I've now done some pretty hefty races on 2 wheels. So we've got my beautiful rally bike here, Big Buddy, and we have just done our most recent race in January this year, the original Dakar Africa Eco Race, which is 6,000 kilometres, 13 days, and this year 56% of the people that started on a motorbike finished. So to become the first British female to successfully finish that race was a sweaty one, but I'm really proud of it.
Yeah. And truly inspirational, Vanessa, that you've changed what was quite an impactful event to this positive way of life that you live now, that you've found motorbikes and it's really helped your journey. So it's really inspirational. And you're about to take on a new adventure as well, because you've just announced that you are pregnant. So how do you feel about this almost new journey that you're about to go on?
Terrifying. I know there's millions of people around the world, that billions of us have had babies before, but it's just totally new when you're doing it for the first time. At the moment, I look like I've just eaten too much cake, so I'm not quite at the bit where people can tell. But it's going to be an exciting new journey. Everyone keeps asking me, are you going to stop riding? Are you going to stop getting in the rally car? Of course I'm not. Having a child, starting a family, and putting my investment into somebody else doesn't mean I have to stop investing in myself and what I enjoy doing. There's going to be a pause, because naturally you have to look after your body and put some priorities into them. But I have a very supportive family, and I'm going to be getting straight back out there as soon as I can. Massively focusing on the 4 wheels. My pain is certainly getting to the point where I've realised that I need to look after my home and preserve it for the later years in life. And the extreme racing takes its toll on a normal body, let alone a reconstructed body. So the rally cars are massively one of my big goals and focuses, and the goal is to get back in the desert with 4 wheels.
Well, watch this space. That's really exciting. Well, it's brilliant to see you here at the Festival of Speed. Why was it important to you to bring your car, your bike, to be with the charity, particularly at the Festival of Speed?
I think for anyone in the world, it's very easy to look at other people doing stuff and think, oh, I can't do that. And the biggest message I have for anybody is that absolutely anybody can get up and go and make those dreams come true, start the journey at least. You don't have to have been driving a car for your whole life or riding motorbikes since you were young. I'm new to it and I'm just learning as I go. And by being able to come here and support a charity, I'm hopefully going to help complete some saving of lives, really, and just spread some good energy. I said it yesterday to someone that if everyone in the world smiled at each other more, there'd be so much more happiness, and by supporting charity, you're helping other people.
Yeah, well, you definitely made me smile, and I'm sure you're spreading smiles across the festival. Thank you so much for speaking to us, Vanessa, and we'll catch you about.
Thank you.
We have chosen the Two Wheels for Life charity for the 2024 Festival of Speed because it not only provides essential and much needed support for people in remote areas of Africa, but also because they use motorcycles to reach those in need. I've always so enjoyed my motorcycles, and I'm delighted that we can help this charity to provide healthcare to those who are desperately in need of support. I have no doubt that all our visitors this summer will want to help a charity that makes such good use of two wheels away from roads and racetracks. I do hope you will help us support such a good and important cause.
But how good an exit can Mathai get to the line? He's not going to be able to do it, or as he tries to tuck into the toe, it's going to go to the line.
Dynamic air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
Sky Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
So who have we got here then?
My name's Rob Gill.
I'm George Gill.
Spencer Gill.
You boys look like you're having some fun.
Yeah, this is a pilgrimage every year. We come straight down from Sheffield to the Festival of Speed. Since, in fact, since this boy was in my arms, we've been coming every year.
So you've grown up with the sounds in your head?
Well, I guess so. It's always been a brilliant time to come in the year.
And you've managed to get the best seat in the house up here. How did you manage that?
Yeah, we did a bit of blagging, didn't we, to get here, but...
No. We just, he's co-driving, so we decided to come and get a few drinks and watch the drift cars, so...
I see I'm going to lose your attention very soon if these drift cars come up here. What's been catching your eye for the last couple of days?
Mostly the Red Bull cars, like the F1 cars, and we watched it this morning, didn't we? We watched the Red Bull drift cars at the paddock. That was good.
The launch of the RB17.
Yeah.
He watched the launch of the RB17 with Adrian Newey, and they put on quite a display this morning.
I still didn't get to see that.
Ah, well, they had Danny McGaskill doing some stunts, and then they had the two drift cars doing big 11s in the front of the paddock, and then straight into the RB17. It was quite a show.
And you've got your race suit on, so you're actually working this weekend.
No, I've been co-driving up for the Elvin Evans lot.
How's that going?
It was the first time in a rally car on the stage, and it was pretty speechless, to be honest. It was pretty good.
Scary?
I wasn't scared, but what's the word for it? I loved it, yeah. I was shaking after, to be honest.
In a good way?
Yeah, in a good way.
Well, gents...
I think, if you don't mind me saying, I think it might have changed his life. I've been resisting putting him in a rally car, and now it's finally happened. I think it's going to cost me a lot of money over the next few years.
Well, more fool you, I have to say.
Yeah, but he's now hooked, and we're all hooked on motorsport. That's why we come to Goodwood.
Well, it's such a brilliant weekend. I think there's life-changing events going on all over these 4 days. But enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you for turning around. I'll let you get back to the main action because the drift cars are coming soon.
Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed, we will be seeing the drift cars coming soon. They will be popular with that family, no doubt about it. And it's lovely to see so many families here this weekend. Great to hear stories of coming for so many years and just absorbing everything that's going on. And we've got some lovely machinery. The Toyota Stout, which is one of the drift vehicles, and this is great fun as well. Created quite recently in this style. Might go back a bit in terms of what it looks like. But it's modern in the way. I love the way the rear suspension is so well designed and shown to us on camera.
I know, wouldn't it be great to just stick a camera on the back, or even better, we could stick Bruce or Harry on the back there, and they'd have to hang on and get a good vision for us of that rear suspension.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see all the different machinery that will be going up the hill and giving us incredible display of this this action that will be taking place in just a little while. And yeah, I love the mixture of machinery. And they put on such a good show, don't they? It really does work extremely well. The Toyota, another of the Toyotas, the GR Super Drift, actually that's one of the other ones that we're looking at there. And so we're going to be seeing them coming up and doing a real display of some brilliant style and technique. And it's a great sound, it's a great amount of steam and smoke coming up, but it does provide some good action. So that is the Toyota GR Super Drift we were looking at then. And then the Eurofighter BMW M3. This is James Dean's. It started its life as a humble 320D road car, but of course nowadays it's got a power of around 900 horsepower.
I would say it's gone to a better life, wouldn't you?
Yeah, definitely.
This is the car that I spoke about earlier that can burn through a set of specialist ultra-sticky tyres in just 60 seconds. 900 brake horsepower underneath that Eurofighter BMW M3, built in 2008. James Dean behind the wheel, and there's the close of those tyres. They look like they might not have been the ones that went up earlier on. Who knows?
They usually get, yes.
They won't be looking like that when it gets to the top of a hill, that is for sure.
No, that's right. They often have to go for a new set of tyres each time they go out because they rip them apart, but that is all part and parcel of drifting, of course. And it's been a part of fun here at the Festival of Speed for quite a few years now. It was a little while before it all came in. The Toyota GR Super Drift there. So that is the Kalle Rovanperä machine, actually, the two-time World Rally champion, really enjoying doing the drifting as well. He's got techniques in just about every style of motorsport. It is the way that it's looking right now.
The Nissan Silvia there looks like it's probably going to be the first one of the drift cars that will go up the hill. Built in 2000, that's a 3-litre straight 6 turbocharged, 900 brake horsepower. So that looks like that will be the first one when we do get underway here for the final batch of the day. Kevin Quinn is behind the wheel of that one.
Yeah, yes, another of the experienced drifters. He's done a lot of work with this over the years. So we're getting to the final stage of today's action with this last batch. We'll be heading up the hill in just a moment. But let's look at what's going to be on tomorrow's schedule. So it starts at 8:30 a.m. as it did today. And in fact, it's going to be the same batch that we're enjoying now. No doubt there'll be some different vehicles coming into it because it does get mixed up. Batch 2, the main theme, from 1970 to 2024 at 9:20. And then batch 5, the first glance and road bikes, which we saw just recently. That goes out at just after 10 o'clock in the morning. The warm-up show's taking place at 10:30. Meanwhile, the supercars will be coming up the hill. And then batch 4 for Formula 1, the Isle TT and dirt bikes. The balcony moment with Michael Dunlop. That's going to be very special. That's taking place at 12:20. And then the batch 1 main theme, machinery, that's going out just before lunchtime, if you like, at 12:30. We've got another celebration of the MG moment, which we enjoyed today. And then we go back to this drift. Just Niki Lauda and Mercedes-Benz batch. So that comes up early afternoon. Back to the Formula 1 Isle of Man TT dirt bikes and the time shootout that you and I, Alice, will be talking about. And also the very special Gilles de Ferran moment, just contributing to the memory of Gilles de Ferran, who passed away at the end of last year. Then batch 2, the main theme, the 1970s to 2024. That's mid-afternoon, 3:35. But of course, the afternoon continues on with the first glance and road bikes, the supercars, and then the main theme, batch 1, will be the last run tomorrow. And although we have a timing schedule, as we know here at Goodwood, things do not exactly always stay to that schedule. This is the outright plan, but of course things happen and do delay.
They do, but I must say it's great to see so many people that have still stayed trackside, Ben. It's still busy looking out down the paddock. And it's great to see so many of you that have stayed to watch trackside. And, of course, if you're watching at home, thanks for sticking with us.
Now, Mike Widdett, known as Mad Mike, he has done some amazing stuff in drifting and created some remarkable machinery as a part of it. Let's take a look at that.
Fire no.
Well, there you go. That was a fantastic little video of a remarkable machine, the McLaren Mad Mac, as it's called. McLaren specialists Lanzanti have been involved, and luxury automotive retailer Ogara Coach has had its V8 swapped out in favour of a 1,000 brake horsepower rotary engine. So it's got a 2-litre triple rotor, in fact, turbocharged engine. And I wonder if we're going to be seeing it out in this group, because he has two vehicles here, so we'll have to wait and see. This one that's about to go up the hill is the Nissan Silvia we mentioned earlier, with Kevin Quinn. So let's see how the drift show goes. This is always so entertaining. The ability to control this machinery always baffles me.
It certainly is such a skill in itself. Sideways already is a Nissan Skyline. Feel sorry for those people stood outside, but Kevin, he is really experiencing, showing us the experience of a real drift. And this car screams drift, doesn't it, Ben, as he shows a perfect donut outside the front of the house.
Yeah, this one's fitted with the typical 2JZ engine from the legendary Toyota Supra. That has become one of the most common engines in drift vehicles. 3 litre straight six turbocharged, and it works extremely well. Gives him that power over the rear wheels that he needs to just fire it up whenever needed and kick the back end out. And it's got a lovely balance to it, and they do vary a lot. This is the Toyota Stout with a sort of similar spec engine. It boasts about 600 horsepower, this one, so it's not quite as much as some, but it's a great one to watch, isn't it?
I think it's just so cool, isn't it? Ryan is behind the wheel there, heading up the hill, slamming on the brakes, lights on, gets sideways, goes through, doesn't he? Oh, he gets ever so close to clipping the bollards there. And now we head to the famous monster energy car on the side, the Nissan GTR 7.4 litre V8 turbo. And we've got Steve Bergoni behind the wheel, a nickname Bagsy. And Nissan has an almighty 1,200 brake horsepower. And actually, this has been a real favourite at the festival over the years, Ben.
Just look at the amount of smoke it creates from those rear tyres. It's astonishing. And when you're standing out there next to where he's been doing some of those 360s, it is baffling just how much there is. And it's interesting that they can run these really low-profile tyres so effectively. They get a lot of control out of them. So here's the Chevrolet Rotovette. This had a fire problem, didn't it, earlier today? Alex Hildebrand had to jump out and try and sort things out. I'm truly glad that they've been able to get it back up and running again.
Yeah, well, the bodywork looks all to be intact now. There you go. You can see a little bit of repair work on the right-hand side there of the Corvette, but it's all back and going. 1,000 brake horsepower underneath the bonnet there. Screams all the way up the hill. Sometimes Axel decides to stop and do a donut here. Is he going to? No, decides to get on past, heads into Malcolm Bend, and he won't be going straight round it. There you go.
Yeah, well, this has the rotary engine as well, so that's all part of it. This is the Toyota GR Super Drift with Kalle Rovanperä, and so the great rally driver who is also a great drifter. Give him a celebration. He's giving you a wave if you're standing out there right now. Beautiful control, and yeah, absolutely superb. And it's great, even though he's backed off a bit from World Rally, still taking the odd victory, of course, this year, even though he's not doing the full championship, having won the title the last couple of years, and now doing some other action as well, racing on circuit, doing drifting, just total control.
Yeah, they just make it look absolutely easy, don't they? Kalle is also known really as the Drift King, and certainly he is. Now, here's the Eurofighter that we saw earlier on. 3 litre straight six turbo there, built in 2008. James Dean behind the wheel. Speeds off, everyone leaving donuts. That tarmac down there outside the house will be nice and sticky later on. Gets it sideways, he's going to flick it the other way and head through Malcolm Corner.
And then this is the Lexus RCF with Ahmed Dahan, who's doing this one, smoking it up. 2019, Ahmed introduced the world to the first ever Lexus RCF drift car. This one was built apparently in just some 70 days or so. It is another one with the 2JZ engine, 1200 horsepower. Yeah, just as creative, as you can see, as it does the 360s. Touch on the grass, but not for long. Straight back onto the tarmac. And then we've got the Red Bulls as well, of course. This is Elias Bonunji with one of the BMW M4s, the Red Bull. Let's see how this goes. Quite close to the straw bales.
Very close. Who goes comfort there? 1,000 horsepower on this one, so that is actually double that of your normal M4 road car. So plenty of power underneath that loud pedal under your foot there. 3 litre straight six, and actually it's the German brothers, Elias, who is driving the car, and They are known as the Red Bull Drift Brothers, with Jonas as his other brother as well.
Well, it's lovely to see. What a wonderful job they do. Beautifully done. Just touching the edge of the tarmac, but without going too wide. When they get up to the top of the hill, they often do some extra demonstrations, which is lovely. We had a little competition up here last year with the drifters, and they had to finish it off with that little rotational scheme up at the top end.
I tell you what they should do. They should stick David Green in the middle there, and whoever drifts around him the best will win a prize. So we've got the 3A8 on our screen. This is another BMW, 1,000 brake horsepower. This is Connor Shanahan, which is actually regarded as one of the brightest young stars in the world of drifting. Started drifting at just 9 years old in the Irish Amateur Championships, and capped his best season to date last year, becoming the Drift Masters European champion in a Toyota. So slightly different machinery that he's dealing with today. But still, looks like he's having plenty of fun and heads up that hill with ease.
You can see all of them, absolutely, yeah. They look utterly professional with the way they can throw these cars around. And, of course, the reality of trying to do this in a normal car is never as easy as this. People have a go at it, but... and to do this on a dry surface as well, it's not like you're slipping around on a snowy, icy surface. You're on a dry surface, so you need that horsepower to give you that throttle and steering control.
Yeah, and they certainly have got horsepower underneath the pedal there, which makes it a little bit easier for them to get it sized. I'm not saying it's easy. They make it look easy, but it looks like we're heading straight through to some cars now. I can just see going past our commentary box window, Ben, which won't be out there drifting. You don't want to be drifting these kind of cars. I've just seen go through. It was one of the Collins brothers,
yes,
I would say.
I think it was Ben Collins.
Ben Collins, should I say. Who's gone past our commentary box window.
Yeah. Well, this is lovely. This is the next Tom Price Shadow Formula One car. And Tom Price was one of the great stars of British motorsport in the mid-70s, but so sadly died at an early age, effectively, when he was just really beginning to get to a high level with the Shadow. So it's lovely to see it going up. We're just seeing the last little bits of the drifters. And I have to say, they've put on an absolutely superb show this evening. Brilliant stuff. And we will have a lot more of it as we go through the course of the weekend.
They're manoeuvring that steering wheel in that cockpit there. He was kind of just looking around, looking over his shoulder, almost like I'm trying to do a bit of a turn in the Tesco car park. But very easy. We can't even see. Where is he?
It's amazing, isn't it?
He's going to have all the older single-seaters and older cars coming up the hill now, and they're always going to be saying, where am I going? Where am I parking up?
I know, they just disappear, don't they? But they are still there, as you say. They haven't vanished completely, but they just create this amazing smoke. Lovely to see. So now we've got a bit more action, and this is very much part of the Shadow display that is going on. This is the Mark II Shadow Chevrolet, and Michael Lyons is actually in the car this time. The Shadow company was created by Don Nichols, the American man who created his own racing company in the late 1960s. And going into Can-Am, they had an amazing time. They produced some remarkable machinery. There was great competition, of course. McLaren were dominating Can-Am in those early years, but it did work out for them with Jackie Oliver going on to take great success with Shadow ultimately. This was the Mark II from 1971. And all of these Can-Ams, of course, with very big American V8 engines, so they have a tremendous noise, a tremendous sound to them that is absolutely unique and is great to see.
Yeah, following him up the hill is Jake Hill as well. Chris Ward is out there too.
And then, yeah, this is slightly later one. This is the 1972, the Mark III. Jason Miller taking this one up from, this is the 1972 version, so they had gone away from a very different design with the early designs, and this was also a pretty effective machine in 1972. They were hoping for turbo engines then, but never quite got that way, but they were still producing quite a lot of downforce by that stage, some 900 pounds of downforce but still a big rivals, of course, with the group. And yeah, still at Shadow was such a big part of Can-Am racing there.
Yeah, we were lucky enough to see the Shadows out at the members meeting, a tribute to Can-Am, weren't we? So many of these have been to Goodwood before, and many of these drivers would have driven these Can-Am cars, certainly around Goodwood circuit several months ago.
Yeah, absolutely right. And the design on this one with that interesting front wing angle as well, more curve on the front end as well, to try and create that extra downforce. That was all a big part of it as well. And then moving on a little bit to the 369 version. This is the Shadow Dodge, actually. Yeah. So Can-Am was sort of recreated in 1977 with a 5-litre capacity limit. And so this one was a slightly different version. So this used the Dodge V8 engine, usually used in Formula 5000, and it only raced a couple of times at Mont-Tremblant and at Mosport as well. So yeah, that's one of the later Shadows of the whole time. Just having a look here at the Formula 1 versions now, because having gone from Can-Am, they then started creating Formula 1 cars as well.
They did, and this is a Cosworth DN1. This actually placed third in the Canadian Grand Prix all the way back in 1973, which was driven by Jackie Oliver. Van Hemming is behind the wheel of the car at the moment.
Yeah, and this had a third place, yeah, in Canada in 1973, as you say. And just looking at the 365 here, this is still that first F1 car that they had. Great stuff. But it never quite... There was going to be the one win, and we saw it out earlier on, because Price, the British driver, was the driver that had managed to get a victory in a Shadow, but it wasn't something that sadly would allow them to really fully develop into a sort of championship-winning team. But remember, it was a private team, effectively, so what they did achieve was very impressive.
Oh, hugely impressive. 3-litre V8 underneath the foot and in the rear. Van Hemming brings it back up to the top of the hill, and now I can see out the commentary box window we've got a few prototypes coming up, but at the moment we've got Emanuele Pirro, who's someone that is well known to Goodwood, raced at the Goodwood members meeting and revival many a time.
Yeah, this is the Ligier Cosworth, 1979. Actually, at the start of the year, this was actually quite a very successful car. Frenchman Jacques Lafitte had a very good start to the season, starting with winning races in Argentina and in Brazil. Unfortunately, it didn't all quite go to plan. They didn't quite get the downforce that they had been hoping for. And in the end, of course, it was a Ferrari victory for the driver in the end, rather than for Ligier. But there's no doubt that at that time, Jacques Lafitte was a major contender, and Ligier were very, very competitive. Lovely to see this heading up the hill. So moving on to some more action with the Ferrari, the 312 B3, and this was one of the Niki Lauda Ferraris. Of course, that's what we're celebrating here today, is so much of Niki Lauda's history in not just Formula 1, but obviously in lots of areas, but Formula 1 was his key area, and the 312 B3 was a major part of that. It was one of the earlier examples for him. That was in 1974 when he started with Ferrari. He managed to get the contract, having impressed by what he'd done before that, joining BRM, and Enzo Ferrari brought him in, and he managed to take his first win with that. He actually was second on his Ferrari debut in 1974 in Argentina, and then won his first Grand Prix in Spain in the 312 B3. It was quite a modified version of the Ferrari 312, but it was one that was, and he was part of it being modified actually in many ways. Mauro Forghieri, who was the designer, Niki came up with some thoughts when he first tested it, and they came up with some good solutions.
Yes, he certainly did. And here is a car that's pretty famous to most people, the Bentley, and the Bentley that took a handful of, well, actually got the first victory for Bentley in many years at Le Mans. This is the Bentley Speed 8. David Brabham behind the wheel. And we're probably thinking, well, what's that? That's got nothing to do with Niki Lauda, but this is obviously the tribute to Joss Racing. And we've seen a few of his cars, we've not on screen, but we've seen a few head up the hill and go past us out of our commentary box window.
Yeah, no, this was a very important victory for the Bentley Speed 8. And this was a car with some Audi heritage to it that then raced under the Bentley name. And they did it very, very effectively with the victory in Le Mans for a British mark for the first time in 70 years when they managed to take the victory in 2003. So lovely to see that. And then Porsche action as well. This is the 956B that was also part of the Urs team. So this is the 956, which is another very successful Porsche. And they decided to send not to send any of their worst cars to Le Mans in 1984, but Urs Racing, who we're celebrating, they took outright victory with this 956B. It was the team's first win at Le Mans with Klaus Ludwig and Henri Pescarolo, and it won the following year against a field that also included the new 962. So again, Klaus Ludwig with Paolo Barilla and John Winter, as he was known, took the victory the following year. So the Urs team was really getting involved at that stage in providing a very, very effective time. Reinhold Urs, who created the team in the late 1970s, he'd been a top racer himself. He was a former Porsche Works racer himself, but then created the team that started success, particularly with Le Mans in sports car racing. That was very much their thing. And they would go on to ultimately take a total of 16 wins under slightly different names of the Urs team. So going from that to something somewhat earlier in this, we're looking at the Mercedes gathering now, aren't we?
Yes, we are. And we've already seen one of them go up much earlier on, which I believe was Ben Collins's 12.8 litre four-cylinder Mercedes. But in front of us now, we have another Mercedes, this one slightly smaller engine, 2 litre, 4-cylinder, supercharged, built in 1924, and actually based on its 1923 Indy 500 car, would you believe, and redesigned by Ferdinand Porsche.
Yeah.
Mercedes arrived in Sicily in 1924.
Lovely stuff, and Angus Mackenzie is taking it up the hill, I believe, on this occasion. Behind is 323, and I think Carl Wendlinger is in that, in the very, very beautiful Mercedes-Benz W25, which was, of course, the absolute dominant force in the 1930s. Now, they seem to be taking some pictures and stuff. Maybe this was a bit of a plan to have the car close behind each other. It's quite rare that we see them going up.
Have a race.
This was a bit of a separation of some 10 years between two Mercedes, funnily enough. 1924, the one ahead, the Targa Florio machine, and the one behind, the W25. 1934, when they had the rules of no more than 750 kilograms. And this was very much the sort of start of the success of the Silver Arrows, winning 9 Grand Prix. That Silver Arrows between 1934 and 1936.
Yeah, many success. Mercedes celebrating 130 years in motor racing this year. And now I saw this in the paddock earlier, Ben, and I did stop, I did take some pictures, and I was absolutely astounded to see this Express racing car transporter. So this was built in 1955. You can see it's got a Mercedes on the back there. The engine in this is from the 300 SL Gullwing, and it is, believe it or not, capable of going up to 170 kilometres an hour. I'm not sure if that is with a car on the back or not.
No, it's lovely to see, isn't it? Very, very stylish transporter. And they're seeing a whole bunch of this. We've got the Streamliner 196 on the back of that. So that was a very, very important part of the Mercedes group, of course. Mercedes returned to top-level motorsport in the early 1950s with the W196. And the aerodynamic advantages of that were very clear. Juan Manuel Fangio, Carl Kling securing a very good result on its debut at Reims with that machine. And the Streamliner would go on to win more, although it wasn't always ideal for sort of Grand Prix racing. Of course, they He did actually race a streamliner at Silverstone, but found that a bit hard work. And they went more to the open wheel style.
Yeah, and you can see up behind, I'm not going to call it the little truck, is the Mercedes-Benz C11, the 5-litre V8. And we've got some more modern-day cars bringing up the rear of the field. And you can just see the 1990. And then we've got into more some of the classic there with the DTM car at the back. The Mercedes CLK-LM, 5-litre behind that.
It's a lovely little collection, isn't it, of the Mercedes competition history, really. And, of course, Mercedes very much still a very big part of competition history in the world of Formula One, as well as other things at the moment. So it is great to see this gathering and a celebration of so much history in Mercedes. 130 years in motor racing since it all really began for them.
Yeah, and their first Grand Prix victory came all the way back in 1908 at the French Grand Prix. 140 horsepower in that first car. No front brakes, would you believe it? Wooden spoke wheels, but a 12.8 litre engine. And I think that's kind of quite hard to think of that. Imagine that charging down into any corner with no front brakes, but such an incredible history, and not just successful in sports cars, in Formula One too. They've entered 305 races in Formula One, 8 constructors' titles, 9 drivers, and 127 victories.
Wonderful stuff, yeah. And it's lovely to see the Blue Wonder, the Mercedes-Benz transporter, leading them up the hill there. Created itself in those 1950s during that time of the car that's sitting on the back of it. Very, very fun to see. And still a few more Mercedes just making it up the hill right now. This is the W196 from 1954. And the W196, it was very sophisticated, went on to that mid-50s success for Mercedes before they then pulled out of Formula One racing because of a horrible time, that accidents at Le Mans in the mid-50s, which pulled them out of racing for a while. But this was an incredibly successful time. Juan Manuel Fangio and, of course, Sterling Moss then joining the team and being a major part of it. Fangio winning the championship and Moss being a winner as well the following year. But then they pulled out. So let's have a little look at some of the highlights of all of this fun and games. And of course, the fun and games definitely started with the drift machines, providing us with plenty of action out there. And
I can still smell them, Ben.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
Smell them. And it was all started off with the Nissan Silvia S15 drifting round by Kevin Quinn. And then we moved on to the incredible Toyota Stout 600 brake horsepower there, more than 6 times its original output. Then Bagsy gave us a perfect demonstration outside the Goodwood house. 1,200 brake horsepower being drifted, making the perfect donut.
Yeah, wonderfully done. And all of them put on a great show. I didn't really see any mistakes or errors. As you say, the smell, the vision or lack of vision that we get as a result of it, it's always fun to see as these drifting experts in a variety of machinery, and that's what I also enjoy. Sometimes it's a very modern style machinery, but they are completely re-engineered, often with very different motors than it would have had from its standard road use. They are modified extensively inside, and as you say, they create huge amounts of horsepower. We've got the rotary powered ones that we were talking about as well, and looking forward to seeing more of the McLaren Mad Mac over the course of the weekend. But we also saw the Chevrolet Rotovette earlier. We saw the Red Bull machinery out, the very modified BMW M4s producing a great deal more power than the standard road-going cars. Then we saw the fun of the Shadow demo, and this was one of the very early Shadow Can-Am cars. This was one of the early ones to actually go racing. They then developed with the bigger wheels as the cars went through their development process. Tony Southgate getting involved in the design of Shadows later on as well, and then moving on to some of the later action that we saw in Audi as well. So let's go back up to David at the top of the hill.
Well, gentlemen, that's a one way to finish the day at Festival of Speed.
Absolutely unbelievable, and you need to be awake. It's a long day here, and coming up that hill that fast and that sideways, you need to be wide awake. Sketchy.
I'm glad you're wide awake, because we're all watching there saying, how do they see through the smoke?
You know, you just have to rely on all instincts other than your eyes. You know, it's...
I was hoping you weren't going to say that.
Yeah. I couldn't see anything after Bagsy. I was stuck. I was lost in space.
You all got so close to the straw bale, but how do you even see where you're going?
Oh, sometimes you don't. Like, you hear, but it doesn't really matter. You can feel around a bit where you are, and yeah, you just trust your gut and hope for the best.
Well, we all enjoyed that. I mean, you were, and sort of still are, the hooligans of Festival of Speed, but you're kind of part of the establishment now.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, coming here since 2015, I'm very lucky, and myself and Bagsy and all the guys. Calais' first time. I don't think it'll be his last time. It's such a special event.
Do you think you've won him over?
I think this event has won him over for sure.
It won't be my last time, I'm sure.
Gentlemen, we've had a lot of fun. We'll be seeing you all over the weekend, and thank you very much for an excellent show.
Thank you. Pleasure.
Well, welcome to the lawn in front of the house here. I tell you, I've been in the car with one of the Drift brothers while the other Drift brother was in the next car, millimetres away, as they, in uniform, went drifting around a track. It is terrifying.
Yeah, I mean, it's a spectacle to watch, and what a way to close the day. There's smoke billowing up so much that you can't see them sometimes. It's really great to watch.
It's honestly incredible. We had a great first-class view here, actually. Everyone stood up on some chairs to have a look. But, yeah, I'm not sure I'd want to be a passenger in one, though. I'm not sure I could hack it.
It's great fun. Just don't look at the other car when you see how close the other car is. That's the frightening part. You can handle it in your car, but when you see the other car and how close they are, you think anything could go wrong at this moment. It doesn't. They're amazing. Right, Grace, give me a highlight of the day for you.
Yeah, so for me, I actually had the chance to go over to the gas arena, so the Goodwood Action Sports Arena. So that's where you can see the best tricks, the best stunts, athletes from freestyle motocross, BMX, mountain biking. And to see them go up those ramps, I was actually speaking to Dan Whitby, who's one of the another fellow enjoyer of the gas arena. Yeah, Dan Whitby, one of the freestyle motocrossers, he was saying that on one of the jumps, 40 feet they get in the air, and I was stood right up to the rope, and your neck goes right back to see them. I'd really recommend checking that out. It's right in the corner, but it's well worth taking a walk over.
You were casually doing an interview just as they were flipping over your heads.
Yeah, I know, which I didn't quite realise at the time until I watched the video back. I was chatting to Matt Crowhurst, who's the host of the gas arena, and yeah, behind us there was flips and tricks, and yeah, there's just so much to look at over there. It's great.
What about your highlight of the day, Harry?
My highlight, I mean, it's hard to pick one, and it might be slightly unconventional, but it was seeing, obviously, I've got to go for four wheels on my highlights. With 2012 Formula One car, it's liveried Alpine, but it's a Lotus Renault, essentially, from 2012, the E20. And you can tell it's 2012 because it's got the step in the nose. Kush Miney was at the wheel. The highlight, because Kush Miney had the best time in that car, right at the end of the hill climb. He had a great time. But this is such a good story as well. That year, 2012, seven different winners from the first 7 races, and that car winning in Abu Dhabi with Kimi Raikkonen saying the classic over the radio, "Leave me alone, I know what I'm doing." And that to me is just pure brilliance of Formula One, and it had a screaming V8 engine as well.
Absolutely fantastic. My highlight, you